Transmigration brought her into a tale of deep, torturous love where she played the role of a malicious supporting character. However, despite her familiarity with the plot, she found herself unable to alter it. Any mention of the storyline would render her mute, and misfortunes would swiftly follow. Consequently, she decided to simply observe the unfolding drama, munching on sunflower seeds while resigning herself to her tragic fate in this narrative. Little did she know that her villainous relatives, along with esteemed officials and ladies, could hear her innermost thoughts. Chapter 1. Recognition of Kin. In early autumn, the air had turned slightly cool, yet the midday sun still radiated warmth, melting away the chill. Everyone sought a cooler place to escape the heat. The Marquis of Chongqing's residence. The elderly Marquis and his wife chose to remain indoors, sipping tea and awaiting several guests whose importance was ambiguous. At the back entrance of the Marquis's estate, an old servant guided four individuals into the premises. Their rustic attire clashed dramatically with the opulence of the noble household, and their wide-eyed curiosity mirrored that of country folk entering the city. "Don't pinch me. I must be dreaming," exclaimed one middle-aged woman, casting a disapproving glance at her rather unambitious husband. "We don't even know if this is a blessing or a curse. Let's hope we don't end up being carried out sideways." "Oh dear, being carried out sideways seems unlikely. This is a recognition of kin. My father is the long-lost son of the old Marquis," she thought, though her excitement was tinged with apprehension. The three others were struck by an astonishing revelation, as if struck by lightning. Who is the old Marquis' son? The old servant observed their sudden change in demeanor, from exuberance to that of someone who had received a grave blow. Uncertain, he urged the still motionless group to enter. Unbeknownst to the transmigrated girl, who was perplexed by her parents' and brother's odd behavior, she nudged her mother's arm, asking, "Mother, what's wrong?" For a month now, her family had been able to hear her thoughts, though they were uncertain why. However, they realized that discussing this newfound ability would lead to an automatic silencing, accompanied by unfortunate events. Thus, they had come to accept their ability to hear their daughter's thoughts without mentioning it to her. As the group entered the modest parlor, they were greeted by two elderly figures. Although they were only in their 50s or 60s, one sported a white beard and appeared sprightly, while the other had a full head of silver hair yet seemed robust. Dressed in splendid garments adorned with jade and gold, they exuded an air of wealth. The four newcomers, save for the young girl, were momentarily transfixed, forgetting their previous astonishment. Suddenly, the girl's thoughts echoed in her mind. Is this really my grandfather and grandmother, whom I've never met? Though, I must clarify, grandfather is destined to perish tonight, while grandmother lives on to the age of 99. Shock reverberated through the room. The Marquis and his wife exchanged bewildered glances, confirming that none of the four had spoken. Where had that voice originated? Turning to their attendants, they found them still dutifully respectful, seemingly oblivious to the strange utterance. Not only were the Marquis and his wife startled, but the girl's parents and brother were equally taken aback. Were they to mourn before even truly knowing their kin? Unaware that her thoughts had been exposed, the girl cast a furtive glance at the Marquis and his wife, her confusion evident. "What's going on? Why is no one speaking?" The voice resonated once more, this time leading the Marquis and his wife to pinpoint its source. The young girl among the four, despite her simple attire, possessing an undeniable charm. Having experienced much in life, the Marquis chose to remain composed. He adjusted his expression and smiled. "Please take a seat." With a collective sigh of relief, the four sat down, though the three accompanying the girl felt a sense of unease. Just moments prior, she had claimed to be the Marquis' daughter, but now, hearing that their newly found, elderly father was to die, their future seemed bleak. The Marquis's gaze settled on the pastries before them. Were they delectable? He found them rather unpalatable, overly sweet for his taste. Yet, noticing the rustic attire of his guests, he remembered their humble origins and asked warmly, "Have you had your lunch? If you're hungry, please indulge in some pastries and tea. I shall have the servants prepare a meal shortly." "Thank you, Marquis and Madam," they replied, with a sweet smile. The girl picked up a petal-shaped pastry, her eyes gleaming with delight. The culinary standards of wealthy families in ancient times are truly remarkable. Not only do they prioritize taste, but they also ensure aesthetic appeal. "How fortunate I am," the Marquis, stroking his beard, felt a sense of warmth towards her, momentarily forgetting the ominous prediction of his demise. His grandchildren were typically so proper and dull. This girl, however, intrigued him with her earnestness and abundant thoughts. He found himself pondering whether his grandchildren also concealed their true thoughts beneath a facade of decorum, and he was curious to hear their inner voices when they visited him. Amidst his playful thoughts, the Marquis failed to notice the darkening expression of his wife, who regarded the girl with increasing scrutiny. "You must be Chuanwen," the Marquis's wife stated, her voice devoid of warmth, directing her gaze at the middle-aged man among the newcomers, who feigned interest in his tea while eavesdropping on his daughter's thoughts. Her tone was indifferent, suggesting her discontent with her family. Chuanwen, feeling awkward, scratched her head, wondering if she was indeed the offspring of these nobles. "Did you lose something?" the Marquis's wife inquired, frowning at his discomfort. The Marquis straightened, realizing that the jade pendant was a crucial token. Although he had ascertained that this man was his long-lost son, the absence of the pendant created a lingering doubt. "It's not lost, really," Chuanwen replied, feeling embarrassed he couldn't very well produce it in such a public setting. As Su Yan prepared to explain, they were met with a wave of laughter emanating from their daughter's thoughts. "Ha! That jade pendant is a treasure at my home. Just a month ago, it was pawned for a brief period due to financial difficulties, and since then, my father hasn't taken it out again. Though my parents haven't mentioned it, the book states that my mother, fearing my father would misplace it, advised him to hide it in his trousers. If a thief were to confront him, they wouldn't discover the pendant unless they attempted to drag my father to bed." How hilarious, Chuanwen thought. "Daughter, is it really appropriate to mock your father so freely?" Su Yan's expression stiffened at the thought of her husband being dragged to bed by a thief. Surely, that couldn't be true. Perhaps next time, he should find a more discreet place to hide the pendant. Chuanwen, her brother, reflected on how just last month he had been the one to take the pendant to the pawn shop. "My hands are now unclean," he lamented. "Brother, eat up. It's delicious," she encouraged, noticing his pallor and inquiring, "What's wrong, brother? Are you unwell?" Chuanwen shook his head, stammering, No, it's nothing, sister. I'm just not in the mood for pastries today. You should enjoy them for me." Meanwhile, Chuanwen sighed inwardly. "Oh dear, my brother has truly missed a great opportunity. How unfortunate that he fell ill today, when he was perfectly fine before we arrived." Observing her brother discreetly wiping his hands beneath the table, the Marquis and his wife felt a pang of embarrassment at Chuanwen's bluntness. Was it possible that his discomfort stemmed from something beyond mere illness? At this moment, the voice of Chuanwen, who was happily indulging in pastries, echoed his thoughts. "Alas, today is perhaps the only day we can enjoy good food in this Marquis's residence. Tonight, after grandfather's death, we shall be accused of having caused it. With our mother's estrangement and being schemed against by our foster family, there will be no good fortune left for us in this Grand Marquis's household." This was the second time Marquis Chongqing heard Chuanwen claim he would perish that night. However, he was in robust health, and even his chronic rheumatism had not troubled him for quite some time. How could he possibly die? Marquis Chongqing opened his mouth to inquire, yet no sound escaped his lips, though he did open his mouth. His expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment as he exchanged glances with his wife, both equally bewildered. At that very moment, as he attempted to speak, his wife had also opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged from her either. Chuanwen remained oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, focusing intently on his pastries, casting furtive glances at the plate before his father. "The pastries on my father's plate look even more delectable. I wonder if he might share a piece with me. Oh, perhaps not." Father would have to reach into his trousers to retrieve his jade pendant. A shiver ran down his spine at that thought, but he could see his father was nearly rolling his eyes in exasperation. "It's gone." He looked quizzically at his father, puzzled by his father's sudden agitation, his chest rising and falling in an erratic rhythm. Is it truly lost? Shouldn't the narrative unfold with my father awkwardly admitting he hid it in his trousers, prompting Marquis Chongqing to send for him to retrieve it from another room, only for him to be ridiculed by the maidservants and servants of the household? Wait, what has happened to my father? Why does he seem even more agitated than before? Chuanwen took a bite of a peach crisp. Delicious. With a complex expression, Su Yan remarked, "Daughter, perhaps you ought to hold your tongue a bit. Your father is on the verge of being driven to his wit's end." Chuanwen, along with his wife and daughter, was preparing to depart when Chuanwen felt a surge of excitement. What is happening? Is the plot unraveling? However, they were halted by Marquis Chongqing and his wife, who wished to learn more about the matter concerning the Marquis's imminent demise. Chapter 2. A Mother and Son's Heartfelt Weeping. It matters not if it is lost, you may stay and search yourself. Tomorrow, you can come back and check again. Marquis Chongqing spoke with warmth, revealing none of the doubts that plagued his heart regarding his son's predicament. His wife, too, sought to spare their son any further embarrassment, opting to remain silent. Instead, she urged Chuanwen to step forward, noting that her lost son bore a distinctive peach blossom birthmark on his right forearm. As Chuanwen rolled up his sleeve, indeed a peach blossom birthmark was evident, prompting a wave of emotion to wash over Marquis Chongqing's wife. Her gaze toward Chuanwen softened, but in the blink of an eye, that warmth froze upon her face. Didn't the old lady despise my father? Why does she appear so moved? Are we about to witness an emotional embrace between mother and son? After all, it is rare to reunite after 30 years apart. Yet, with the abundance of pastries consuming her, she pondered, what if there are no tears due to dryness? Perhaps I could discreetly dab some tea in my eyes. Her eyes fell on the teacup beside her, mentally grumbling, is there no endless refills? Perhaps I could pilfer from my brother, Chuanwen whistled, glancing up at the ceiling, subtly nudging his cup towards his sister, facilitating her clandestine theft. Chuanwen's heart soared with delight as she quietly swapped her cup with her brother's, stealing a glance at him to ensure she remained undetected. Su Yan rolled her eyes skyward, wondering how one could lack tears after consuming so many pastries. Besides, her daughter had already drunk tea. Was it prudent to engage in such antics right under their noses? Marquis Chongqing appeared offended, while his wife mused, tears are not an absolute necessity. Su Yan, now holding a teacup, pondered, why am I holding this cup? Am I thirsty? Perhaps I could do as my daughter does and dab some tea water in my eyes? Surely, I won't be discovered. Marquis Chongqing's wife glanced at Chuanwen, whose eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope in response to Chuanwen's actions. In an instant, the wife's melancholic demeanor dissipated, replaced by an uneasy cough as she released Chuanwen's hand, weary as she recounted the events leading to his loss. 35 years ago, while I was still in confinement, a plague swept through the capital. Our household servants began to fall ill, and the Marquis, having caught a chill, was isolated due to fears of contagion. Amidst the chaos, a treacherous servant seized the opportunity to abduct my son, who was not yet a month old. How tragic it was for her, confined to her chamber, to lose her child while simultaneously fearing that her husband might leave her behind. As she recounted her sorrow, a few tears escaped her eyes. Su Yan, being a woman herself, felt a surge of empathy. The emotions surrounding childbirth are exquisitely sensitive. During her own experience with 2 children, she had often questioned her husband's fidelity, fearing he might have strayed. Given the enormity of such upheaval, truly, life as a lady of a great household is fraught with challenges. Once the household and the capital stabilized, the treacherous servant vanished without a trace. Even now, when recalling that treacherous servant, Marquis Chongqing's wife seethed with anger. She was inherently kind-hearted, never mistreating her servants, nor had she wronged that devious servant. Why then did she so ruthlessly steal her child? In my confinement, I grieved for my son and feared for my husband's life, which bred resentment toward the son, whom I believed had come to collect a debt. Thus, after Marquis Chongqing's demise, it took but a few whispered words to convince her that this son was a harbinger of misfortune, responsible for her husband's demise. What transpired was not the tearful embrace one might expect between mother and son. Chuanwen found no need to covertly dab tea in her eyes. Instead, she swallowed a cup of tea while listening to the tale spun by Marquis Chongqing's wife, internally critiquing the narrative. Marquis Chongqing's wife paused, recognizing that while she had indeed harbored such thoughts, this child was still the fruit of her own 10-month labor. How could she possibly harbor resentment? Moreover, although she had suffered physical ailments that prevented further childbirth, she had nurtured children from her husband's concubines in her home, and now found herself surrounded by grandchildren, relishing in familial joy, without desiring the sudden disruption of an unexpected visitor. The atmosphere in the parlor grew awkwardly silent until Marquis Chongqing broke the stillness, saying, "Your name is Chuanwen, correct?" Chuanwen raised her head from the teacup, glancing between her father, mother, and brother, all wearing expressions of equal perplexity. How had the conversation shifted to her? Chuanwen endeavored to feign an air of innocence, yet internally she was eager to perform. It's my turn. What did the book say about my entrance into the Marquis residence? Timid, peering at others, exuding an air of humble origins, my eyes greedily fixated on the attire of Marquis Chongqing and his wife. Timidly lowering her head, peering with a shy glance, she puffed out her chest, rolling her eyes. In a posture of humility, her feet were aligned closely, toes touching, heels apart, knees bent, prepared for an awkward stance. Let me see what else. Greed. Yes, I can be greedy, yet gold and silver jewelry won't be gifted to me. I'd rather savor a few pastries instead. Thus, Chuanwen cast her eyes on the exquisite pastries situated between Marquis Chongqing and his wife, exclaiming, "Oh, how delectably osmanthus cake and cloud slices. Would you dare to respond should I call your name?" Marquis Chongqing's wife was left in disbelief. Am I still addressing a human being? Marquis Chongqing retorted, "Fetch my wolf-tooth club." Chuanwen buried his face in his hands while Su Yan's expression grew rigid. "Daughter, do you not wish to consider whom you are impersonating?" Chuanwu's brows furrowed in a rigid arch. "Sister, I can no longer utter insincere words." The servants and attendants exchanged astonished glances. Is this person unwell? Well, you must be hungry. Come, have a little something to tide you over. The Duke of Chongqing, true to his title, quickly grasped the situation and gestured for a maid to bring forth the osmanthus cake and cloud cake for Chuanwen, fearing that if he hesitated even for a moment, the man might reveal his true nature. He also instructed another maid to hurry the kitchen for more dishes. There is indeed food. Chuanwen rejoiced internally, expressing his gratitude with feigned greed as he gazed at the pastries. Meanwhile, he could not help but reflect. The Duke of Chongqing is rather kind. It is a pity he died so young. His affection for my father seems to surpass that of the Duchess. The text also mentions that had the Duke lived longer, he could have guided my father, perhaps preventing him from causing harm to himself and others, ultimately leading to his tragic demise on the streets. The Duke of Chongqing remarked, "If you say this, I shall not fear." Nevertheless, he cast a complex glance at his son, whom he had not seen in many years, only to realize that his son had also met a tragic end. Chuanwen, feeling a pang of sympathy, mused, "Why does my estranged father look at me with such unease? It appears as though he suspects my time is limited. I am in the prime of my life. Wait, could it be that my father has indeed heard my innermost thoughts?" Chapter 3. Retreat. Retreat. Father and son locked eyes. "Father, indeed, you can hear me too." "Son, what is going on? How can you hear?" "Father," with pride, "why not? Just because you can hear doesn't mean I can't. After all, I am the grandfather of Chuanwen. Why shouldn't I be able to hear?" "Son," in contemplation, "Well, that seems reasonable." "Sir, the dishes are ready," a servant announced, causing the Longxing Marquis to brighten. Knowing how much Chuanwen adored food, he ordered the servant to serve more, hoping that her enjoyment would coax her into speaking more freely. The meal unfolded leisurely, and by the time it concluded, dusk was fast approaching. However, Chuanwen spent the entire afternoon immersed in the pleasures of culinary delights, uttering not a word about the Marquis's impending demise. The Longxing Marquis glanced at the cooling sky, a sense of urgency creeping in. A chill gust swept through, sending a shiver down his neck, as if a blade were poised to strike at any moment. The Marquis's wife mirrored his anxiety, her wrinkles deepening. Suddenly inspired, she decided to approach the matter indirectly. Forcing a maternal smile as she inquired of Chuanwen, "Is there anything you desire to eat? I shall have your grandfather procure it tomorrow." Chuanwen silently commended his clever mother for quickly mastering the art of conversing with his daughter. That is quite unnecessary. I fear ghosts," Chuanwen replied with a bitter expression. "Grandmother, I have eaten enough today. I have no intention of consuming anything in the coming days." Chuanwen nearly burst into laughter, but managed to restrain himself upon receiving a sharp glance from his mother. Su Yan sighed. "This is all you're doing, grandfather. May you enjoy robust health and live to a ripe old age." Chuanwen raised a cup of tea in place of wine, downing it heartily. Chuanwen, observing her brother's flattering tone, pondered, "Is he buttering up the Marquis? Yet, Why only the Longxing Marquis? Does he not fear the wrath of the Marquis' wife? Her innocent gaze shifted toward the Longxing Marquis' wife, anticipating a stern expression, only to find her looking rather pleased and content. Could it be that she, like someone else, possesses a masochistic disposition? Coughing from the tea that nearly choked her, the Longxing Marquis' wife drew the startled gazes of Chuanwen, Su Yan and Chuanwu, who quickly shook their heads in disbelief. Of course, Chuanwen's thoughts soon echoed. The narrative does not describe the Longxing Marquis' wife as coming from a scholarly lineage. She is a quintessential noble lady, the matriarch, with no tendencies toward masochism. A collective sigh of relief swept across the dining table, as the Longxing Marquis' wife cast a sharp gaze at her husband, causing him to hold his breath, instinctively withdrawing his neck in response to her palpable irritation. "Sir, the eldest son has arrived," an old servant announced. The Longxing Marquis felt a twinge of embarrassment, for had it not been for Chuanwen's abduction, the official title and position of the Longxing Marquis' heir would rightly belong to Chuanwen. Summoning Chuanhai, the Longxing Marquis acknowledged the inevitability of their meeting within the household. Given the awkward circumstances, it was better to confront the situation head-on rather than let Chuanhai's mind wander with unfounded suspicions. Upon seeing Chuanwen, Chuanhai wisely avoided the topic of official positions, instead expressing his feelings about their long-awaited reunion and encouraging Chuanwen to spend time with their parents, easing the burden of years spent apart. Since Chuanhai's arrival, both the Longxing Marquis and his wife had been attentively listening to Chuanwen's thoughts. Yet her concentration remained fixated on the food before her, offering only a fleeting glance at her uncle, who had usurped her father's position. They both felt reassured that the Marquis's fate was unrelated to Chuanhai. That was until the Longxing Marquis pushed a plate of red bean pastries toward Chuanwen, urging her to try the signature dish from Qianqing Pavilion. He relished the flaky, sweet delicacy, anticipating her delight. Instead, Chuanwen gasped, choking on a piece of pig trotter, prompting everyone to rush to her aid, patting her back and fetching water. "Slow down, child," Su Yan admonished, assuming Chuanwen was merely overeager, only to hear her frantic thoughts. "Goodness, stay away from toxic substances. May you enjoy good health. Everything will be well." Retreat. Retreat. What on earth? Everyone, including Chuanhai, froze, bewildered by the cacophony emanating from Chuanwen's mind. Despite the confusion, they honed in on the key term, toxic. The Longxing Marquis's complexion darkened as he hesitated with a piece of red bean pastry poised at his lips, realizing he might be poisoned by this very dish. What to do? The Marquis has treated me so well. Would it be remiss not to warn him? Yet, if I do, while he may escape the poison, the repercussions for him could be far worse. No, don't eat it. Who would poison themselves? Perhaps Wang Can from the Ministry of Personnel, an adversary from his youth. Known for his cunning and patience, could he be exacting revenge? Or could it be Chuanhai? Who? Where is the poison? Who is at risk of poisoning? His father? Surely not. Who? At that moment, the old servant entered once more, oblivious to the brewing tension, announcing, "Sir, the young master awaits outside. He is coming. He is coming." He approaches with purpose. The Longxing Marquis, having contemplated countless scenarios, was taken aback by Chuanwen's implication. Could it be Ear who had poisoned him? "Let him in." The Longxing Marquis's expression darkened further, instinctively reaching for his teacup. If it truly were that scoundrel, he would hurl a cup at him and demand an explanation for his treachery. The Longxing Marquis's wife furrowed her brow, knowing Ear to be gentle and courteous, always respectful toward them. How could he be capable of such malice? Then, a graceful youth entered, greeting the Longxing Marquis and his wife, as well as Chuanhai, with polite bows. However, his gaze swept over Chuanwen and the others, filled with disdain and condescension, despite his attempts to mask it. Chuanwen and the others, instead of being offended, wore smiles of pity at the boy's demeanor. What an oddity, Chuani mused, sensing the tension in the Longxing Marquis's expression. "Grandfather, you seem unwell. Is your health in jeopardy?" The Longxing Marquis snorted dismissively and motioned for the servant to place the plate of red bean pastries in front of Chuani. "You haven't dined yet. Indulge in some pastries to tide you over." The Longxing Marquis' face was stormy, his eyes fixated on Chuanyi. While Chuanhai felt a pang of anxiety, glancing at his younger brother, confusion and fear etched across his features. Chuanyi's heart raced, sensing that the situation was unraveling. In the silent room, only Chuanwen's incessant thoughts persisted. Well done, indeed. The Longxing Marquis, a true master of his craft, this tactic is aptly named reaping what one sows. The Longxing Marquis, aging yet cunning. My dear granddaughter, there's no need for flattery. Chapter 4. Laxative or poison. Chuanyi concealed his panic, feigning calmness as he forced a light-hearted demeanor.
Huh?
No, that's not right. A mistress? A mistress. Chuanhai's eyes widened like copper bells. How could his honest child, possibly seek a mistress for himself, let alone indulge in such frivolities? The couple of the Marquis of Chongqing were equally astonished. Was this really their refined and courteous youth, who would turn crimson for merely brushing against a maid's hand?
Bah!
What nonsense about being refined and courteous. He's not even a decent person. If he had any conscience, would he dare to poison his own grandfather? The anger of the Marquis surged again, his gaze imposing, his tone turning harsh. I shall make you eat. I really am not hungry, grandfather. You should eat instead. Chuanyi stammered, but before he could finish, the Marquis sneered, not hungry or afraid to eat. After all, it's poisoned, isn't it? Indeed, poisoned. The Marquis of Chongqing laughed coldly. Good granddaughter. All thanks to your efforts. Could it be? Chuanrui, Su Yan, and Chuanwu echoed in disbelief. The Marquis of Chongqing also perked up. Could it be? Could it be that the Marquis of Chongqing is also aware of the narrative? Does he know all the plot twists? Cough, cough. The Marquis interrupted. It's not that at all. Chuanhai, who had just overheard Chuanwen's thoughts, was baffled. Narrative?
Plot?
What nonsense is this? Chuanrui, Su Yan, Chuanwu, and the Marquis's wife silently shook their heads, feeling it was still your doing. The Marquis disregarded Chuanwen's probing gaze that had shifted from Chuanyi, his fierce eyes fixated on Chuanyi, who trembled in fear. Upon hearing the word poison, the maids and servants in the living room were aghast, except for the graceful maid beside the Marquis's wife, who lowered her head to conceal her own panic. Grandfather, I realize my mistakes. I momentarily lost my mind. Chuanyi suddenly knelt down. Smack. The sound of a hand slapping the table startled everyone, and the anxious Chuanyi shuddered, no longer daring to speak. Momentarily lost your mind, and that justifies your intent to poison your grandfather? The Marquis's wife was furious, taking deep breaths. What has he ever done to deserve this? At his age, he humbles himself to find you the best tutors, even planning your future, hoping for your success. The Marquis's wife pounded her chest in frustration, reflecting on the years of care bestowed upon her grandson, feeling her sincerity had been wasted. Poison? Chuanyi was stunned. I didn't poison him. I just administered a bit of laxative. I merely wanted my grandparents to be ill for a couple of days so that no one would monitor my studies constantly. His resentful gaze swept over the four bystanders. Chuanwen's thoughts silently voicing what he couldn't say. And perhaps frame us four as the culprits. Before we arrived, the Marquis and his wife were in good health. But now they have stomach issues. Isn't that just typical? The couple of the Marquis of Chongqing paused. However, didn't Chuanwen say it was poison? How did it become a laxative? Chuanwu silently criticized his younger sister. Sister, are you capable of handling this? Chuanhai glanced at his son and then at his father, unable to suppress a grin. I told you, is only 15. How could he dare to poison his grandfather, a noble of the court? So it wasn't poison. How unfortunate. This innocent fool has been manipulated, unaware. Had it not been for the Marquis's wife's good fortune in not consuming it, it wouldn't have ended with just the Marquis. Chuanwen, while indulging in the intrigue, leafed through the narrative, completely oblivious that 6 individuals in the living room were intently listening to her thoughts. The mistress, knowing her identity couldn't secure her as the legitimate wife of the Marquis, devised a scheme. Chuanwen's gaze landed on the trembling Chuanyi. She continued, this innocent fool was trapped, deceived into believing it was a laxative when it was actually arsenic. Poisoning the Marquis and his wife would give her leverage over him, and he would have to marry her as his legitimate wife. This mistress's strategy is truly remarkable, achieving 3 objectives with 1 arrow, eliminating the Marquis and his wife, allowing Chuanwen to inherit the title, and subsequently using this to coerce Chuanwen into marriage. Furthermore, without the protection of the Marquis and his wife, our family would be left vulnerable, unable to compete for the Marquis's title. Chuanwen felt compelled to commend the mistress. Impressive, truly impressive. At this moment, the Marquis of Chongqing regained his composure. He discreetly dismissed the maids and servants without signed contracts, determined to thoroughly investigate the matter. To uncover the truth, it was essential to ascertain whether this plate of red bean pastries contained laxatives or arsenic. Moreover, the number of servants in his courtyard was limited, mostly trusted elders. Without collusion from his household, Chuanwen could not have tampered with his food. It appeared someone had ulterior motives. If word got out that his grandson had drugged him, the Marquis of Chongqing's household would become the laughingstock of the capital. The imperial physician, who was on friendly terms with him and could help keep this a secret, Zhang Yuan, the old servant, was now aware of the gravity of the situation. He promptly excused himself to seek assistance. Yet if it were poison, it would undoubtedly hurt the old lord's heart, and his younger son would likely struggle to achieve anything in his lifetime. That night, the Marquis of Chongqing's residence appeared calm on the surface, yet everyone felt the palpable tension in the air, especially in the Marquis's courtyard, which was surrounded by loyal servants. Not a single fly could escape. Chuanwen's family was arranged in a courtyard for rest. Chuanwen languidly reclined in a grand chair by the window, enjoying the breeze and the faint scent of osmanthus carried by the wind. However, she furrowed her brows in confusion. Something feels off. According to the narrative, a significant event indeed transpired tonight at the Marquis of Chongqing's residence, and our family is central to it. We should be standing before the Marquis's corpse, being scorned by everyone, yet we feel like mere peripheral figures now. Chuanwen, merrily pocketing antiques, chuckled even more heartily. It's all thanks to that scoundrel father of mine, hearing his daughter's thoughts. Otherwise, our family would surely be in dire straits right now. Chapter 5. The grand entrance of the protagonist. Su Yan retrieved a vase from Chuanwen's trousers and replaced it with a jade ornament, and the two resumed their looting. Chuanwen, with a hint of disdain, rubbed his hands together. Mother and father, how many items can you really tuck away? Cleanliness is paramount. My son is truly clever. Su Yan beamed at Chuanwen, transforming their duo into a trio of scavengers. What are you all doing? Chuanwen propped himself up on his arms and inquired. Stealing. Su Yan playfully replied, prompting Chuanwen to quickly amend his words. Daughter, we cannot leave the Ho residence empty-handed. We almost fell victim to a scam. This is their so-called compensation for our mental distress. However, it appeared they could not leave that night, as the Ho residence was surrounded like a fortress, leaving no escape for anyone. They had hoped to depart early the next day, but fearing further deception, they endured until late into the night before slipping into a muddled slumber, excluding Chuanwen, only to awaken when the sun was high, including Chuanwen. Upon opening their eyes, they were startled to find the room filled with maids and servants ready to assist them. The lead maid, tall and of ordinary appearance, yet dressed impeccably, faced the four with a respectful smile. Su Yan had observed yesterday that the maids of this prominent family were attired far more elegantly than the daughters of the local gentry in their town. Noticing the envy in Su Yan's eyes, the maid chuckled. Madam, young masters and miss, please rise. The master and mistress are already waiting to introduce you to the household staff. Introduce us? No, we should leave as soon as possible, Su Yan replied, losing interest. Indeed, the four had shared a single room. Being newcomers to this daunting mansion, it was foolish to sleep separately. Su Yan and Chuanwen enjoyed the comfort of a soft bed, while Chuanwen and Chuanwen made do with a table and a chair. The maids stifled their laughter at the sight, exchanging jokes as they assisted in their grooming. However, once everyone was dressed, the maids could not help but be astonished. The Count and Countess of Chongqing were of above-average looks, and their first son had inherited their attractive features, apart from his slightly less fair complexion. He possessed the charm of a refined gentleman. Su Yan had been drawn to his handsome visage, determined to pursue him. Of course, Su Yan herself was not unattractive. With dark brows, almond-shaped eyes, A delicate nose and crimson lips, her fair skin remained untanned due to limited exposure to the elements. Donning fine silks and satins, she exuded the essence of a noblewoman. Chuanwen, with his new attire, transformed from a country bumpkin into a refined young man, his clear, peach blossom eyes enchanting several young maids who blushed shyly. Chuanwen, the most languid yet striking among them, bore a cherubic face, still retaining a hint of baby fat. With rosy lips forming a round yawn and his big, dark eyes glistening with a dreamy mist, exuding an adorable innocence. In this attire, he resembled a celestial maiden accompanying a deity. As the maids gazed at them in awe, Chuanwen, along with the others, felt a sense of pride in Chuanwen. The coarse voice of Chuanwen quickly dispelled the ethereal atmosphere. "My daughter looks good even without embellishment." Suyan shot him a glance before affectionately addressing her daughter. "Indeed. My child, you are a true reflection of your mother's beauty." Only Chuanwen sank into contemplation. "That fellow next door, ergo, dares to pursue my little sister? What audacity! Wait, my sister is no mere trifling matter." Determined to protect his sister from any ill-intentioned suitors, he resolved to keep a close watch on her. "Madam, young masters and miss, shall we proceed?" The lead maid was the first to regain her composure, respectfully guiding the four towards the courtyard of the Count of Chongqing. In the drawing room, the Count and Countess of Chongqing appeared slightly weary compared to the previous day. On the left sat a man and a woman, Chuanwen and his wife, Wang. Chuanwen bore dark circles under his eyes, indicating a restless night, while Wang looked even worse, slumped in fatigue with a vacant gaze and tear-stained cheeks. To the right sat another young man and woman. The young man, around 17 or 18, had a refined countenance and exuded a sense of calm inherited from Chuanwen, though his darkened expression betrayed his troubled mood. The young woman, 16 or 17, was strikingly beautiful, her youthful grace accentuated by a shadow of melancholy that evoked a sense of sorrow akin to Dayu. She cast a wistful glance at the empty seat beside her, meant for her brother, who was no longer in the residence. After the brutal beating he had received the previous night, she wondered if their parents had sent a doctor to the estate and provided him with the best medicine. It was at this moment of distraction that Chuanwen and the others were ushered in. Upon their entrance, the Count and Countess froze momentarily, their gazes fixated on Chuanwen. They had noticed his familiar features yesterday, but today, adorned in fresh attire, it became clear Chuanwen bore a striking resemblance to the younger version of the Count of Chongqing. Unbeknownst to the others, the reason for the Count and Countess's astonishment was revealed to Chuanwen, who regarded them with suspicion, only to hear Chuanwen's inner thoughts. "Others may rely on their looks to thrive, but our family depends on them for survival. If it weren't for my brother's striking resemblance to the Count of Chongqing, which often elicited the Countess's sympathy, we would hardly last a few days in this residence. Alas, it seems yet another day of precarious existence awaits us." A long sigh from Chuanwen and Suyan drew their attention to Chuanwen. Indeed, they must make an early escape, as they had no desire to meet their end in this place. Who do I resemble?" Chuanwen inquired, perplexed. The Count of Chongqing stroked his beard and chuckled, momentarily uplifted by the thought that as long as he was alive, he would not allow his recently regained son and family to suffer at the hands of the Ho residents. He introduced Chuanwen to everyone, merely stating that he was his long-lost youngest son. Although he was a legitimate child, he was not the eldest. Thus, Chuanwen, whose name was recorded under the Countess, remained the legitimate eldest son, retaining all rights, including the succession of the title. Chuanwen was indifferent. He had no desire for the title and wished to leave the Ho residence altogether. Chuanwen felt a sense of relief. Although he was aware that his biological mother was not the Countess, but rather concubine Shui, as long as Chuanwen did not contest him for the title, he had no qualms about treating Chuanwen as a younger brother, providing for him generously. Despite not being the legitimate eldest son, the Count of Chongqing demonstrated utmost regard for Chuanwen, solemnly instructing the maids and servants to acknowledge them as their masters before introducing Chuanwen's family. Bored, Chuanwen perked up at the mention of the young girl on the right, instantly invigorated. Chapter 6. Yet, amidst the charm of the protagonist, the beauty that captivates the world at such a tender age, one cannot help but lament. What a pity it is. To think that they could be together. What were they thinking? Oh, how I long to see if the male lead is as strikingly handsome as described in the text. I yearn to witness it. The allure of the tale has enticed the entire household, leaving them curious about the identity of the male lead. Those privy to the whispers of the heart, including the three from the Chuan family and the elderly couple of the Chongqing Marquis, can somewhat deduce that the realm they inhabit resembles that of a novel recounted by Chuanwen. It is indeed a narrative filled with protagonists and supporting characters, where the female lead is none other than the young lady before them, Chuanyu. What a pity, one might wonder. They are still unaware of the devastating impact of online tragic narratives, leaving them in a state of confusion. Chuanyu, having been inexplicably singled out, shares in their bewilderment. What is happening? The Chongqing Marquis coughed a few times to mask his shock and anxiety. Initially, he had been skeptical of Chuanwen's revelations, but after summoning Dr. Hu for an examination, he discovered that the red bean pastry contained arsenic. Moreover, he had indeed uncovered the existence of a concubine from Chuan's lips. And after enduring the probing of several matrons, the concubine, cornered, finally confessed, echoing Chuanwen's sentiments. The Chongqing Marquis chose to trust Chuanwen's insights, unwilling to let this opportunity slip by. Ultimately, it was the quick wit of the Chongqing Marquis' wife that led to the decision to host a welcoming banquet for the four of them, hoping to discern who the male lead might be. The Marquis commended his wife with a thumbs up, exclaiming her cleverness. However, Chuan Rui, Su Yan, and Chuan Wu found themselves torn between the allure of gossip and the instinct for self-preservation. Chuanwen, who had already accepted the harsh reality of being a tragic supporting character, applauded the notion, thinking perhaps she might catch a glimpse of the male lead. Chuan Rui, Su Yan, and Chuan Wu conceded, realizing that indulging in the gossip could indeed be delightful. Chuan Hai silently contemplated the identity of the male lead, given that his own daughter was the female lead. Thus, the matter was settled amicably, but Wang Shi suddenly became alert, her eyes no longer vacant. What? Someone was attempting to usurp her husband's title. After leaving the Chongqing Marquis' residence, Wang Shi pulled Chuan Hai aside, inquiring softly about the implications of their plans. Chuan Hai, perplexed, wondered what she meant. Was it not simply a matter of discovering the male lead's identity to understand their family's fate? Acknowledging that the illegitimate son was the legitimate heir to the Chongqing Marquis was akin to announcing to the world that he was not the sole successor. Indeed, the illegitimate child could inherit the title as well. After listening to his wife, Chuan Hai fell silent for a moment before asking, "Are you unable to hear?" This time, it was Wang Shi who was bewildered. Hear what? Why was it that she could not hear while he could? Since he had begun to perceive Chuanwen's thoughts, he had observed that it seemed only he, Wang Shi, and their children were unable to hear, while others could. What do you see? Wang Shi inquired, confused. Confirming that Wang Shi truly could not hear, Chuan Hai furrowed his brow and dismissed her concerns. It's nothing. By the way, I have already sent a doctor to the estate. You should refrain from visiting Ear for a while to avoid upsetting your parents. This only served to further infuriate Wang Shi. But he is my own son. My heart aches for him. Why should I be denied the right to see him when he has been sent away? Enough. What nonsense are you spouting? Chuan Hai interjected, halting her tirade. Do you not understand that this is treasonous? If it were not for our knowledge of Chuanwen's heart, we would not be discussing whether to visit Ear at the estate, but rather planning his father's funeral. If indeed they had harmed his father, it would have been better if the news had not spread. If it did, Ear would find himself mired in disgrace. But would anyone believe that they could hear thoughts? Chuan Hai refrained from voicing these concerns, feeling frustrated with Wang Shi for having spoiled Ear. Remember, it is sheer luck that nothing has happened this time. It should serve as a lesson for Ear, preventing him from causing greater troubles in the future. He was harsh with her? He was. Wang Shi's tears streamed down her face as she fled into the house, weeping. Chuan Yu and her brother Chuan Zhe exchanged glances and hurried after her to offer comfort. Chuan Zhe, meanwhile, followed in his father's footsteps, eager to inquire about his father's opinion on the so-called second uncle and his family. In the study, Chuan Zhe sat upright. Father, regarding my uncle and his family, Chuan Hai anticipated his words and interrupted. Your uncle's family has suffered greatly over the years. Look after them closely. Noting the worry etched on his eldest son's brow, he added, "Your grandparents will not favor your uncle over you. Rest assured." Once his son departed, Chuanhai fell into deep contemplation. It appeared that his eldest son could not hear Chuanwen's thoughts either. What distinguished him, Wang Shi, and their children from those who could? Was it merely blood ties? If so, Chuanzhe and Chuanyu should also be able to hear. Did they all possess noble status? Yet, Chuanwen's parents and brother held no official positions. As he neared the truth, Chuanhai felt increasingly disoriented. On the following day, under a bright sun and fragrant air filled with the scent of osmanthus, numerous carriages lined the entrance of the Chongqing Marquette. Wealthy gentlemen and ladies descended from their vehicles, welcomed inside with smiles. At the banquet, Chuanwen watched as the Chongqing Marquis's wife held her hand affectionately, her brows knitting in confusion. The elderly matron had once disdained Chuanwu and Chuanwen, but, being related to her own son, she felt a certain obligation to those of her blood. However, today, she was eager to hear Chuanwen's thoughts and discover the identity of the male lead, as well as the fate of their household. Yet, the tale was far from over. Chapter 7. The Arrival of the Night Demon. Oh, that roast duck glistening with oil. It must be absolutely delicious. And those fist-sized lion head meatballs. A single bite releasing a burst of savory juices in the mouth. Delightful. Wow, 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 which chef crafted this squirrel fish? It is truly a masterpiece. What is this dish? Golden and crispy. It looks so appetizing. Madame of Chongqing sighed, pressing her forehead, directing her maid to serve dishes for Chuanwen. Oh yes. The old lady and I must share a deep bond, for these are all my favorites. The madame's smile grew more affectionate, though she worried about Chuanwen overindulging, especially since she had already eaten quite a bit yesterday. Thus, she instructed the maid not to serve too much. Unsatisfied with her meal, Chuanwen found an excuse to use the restroom and squeezed her way to another table to eat. While enjoying her food, she listened to the gossip of her dining companions. This table hosted 5 women, all dressed in exquisite garments adorned with gold and jade, exuding the air of nobility. One lady with an oval face sighed, while another shook her head in disapproval. A third woman, curious, questioned why a non-firstborn could not inherit the title. She added, after all, he is a biological child. The fact that Chuanhai was not the biological child of Madame of Chongqing was hardly a secret, and upon hearing this, the expressions of the women shifted. Could Madame of Chongqing truly be so unfeeling as to deny her own son the title? Madame Lu, who did you hear that from? Surely it cannot be mere gossip, one woman remarked. Chuanhai being listed under Madame of Chongqing's name could be regarded as a legitimate son, yet without being the firstborn, he could not inherit the title, which was traditionally passed to the eldest son. No matter how close they were, it could never compare to the bond of blood. The women around the table found it hard to believe that anyone would deny their own son the title in favor of a foster son. Madame Lu? Chuanwen slurped the soup while mentally cataloging information about this Madame Lu. Is she the one who loves to listen to the gossip of concubines, claiming they smell of sweet potatoes, or the one whose husband fell into a cesspool while relieving himself? Unbeknownst to Madame Lu, who continued her chatter about the rumors from her uncle's cousin's illegitimate son, the most elegantly dressed and adorned woman at the table began to scan the area with a puzzled expression. Who was speaking? After a thorough glance, she realized that aside from the loquacious Madame Lu, no one else had uttered a word. Who is she? The woman's gaze fell upon Chuanwen, who was savoring the last piece of lion head. Which family do you hail from? At that moment, Madame Lu's lengthy monologue abruptly ceased, and all 5 women turned their attention to Chuanwen, blinking in astonishment. Madame Lu, startled, pointed at the innocent Chuanwen beside her, stuttering, "Why, you are the daughter of that mud-legged family." Finally, it was the woman most intrigued by the gossip surrounding the Chongqing Marquis's household who exclaimed this. Once uttered, she immediately recognized her faux pas, flushing with embarrassment, and hastily attempted to amend her comment. What brings you to our table? Looking at Chuanwen's plate, which contained leftover bones and fish bones, it was clear she had been enjoying the tender lion head. The other women quickly glanced at the dishes on the table: squirrel fish, fried shrimp, 8 treasures chicken, and, most regrettably, for braised lion heads, none of which remained for them. The braised lion heads of Chongqing Marquis's household were renowned in the capital for their exquisite flavor. Some guests attended solely for the opportunity to taste them, including the most opulent woman present. Yet now, all of it had vanished into Chuanwen's stomach. Unruly. The woman's face darkened as she set her chopsticks down with irritation. The others, sensing the shift in atmosphere, exchanged cautious glances, and their feelings toward Chuanwen transformed from resentment to sympathy. At that moment, others began to notice the commotion. Madame of Chongqing, realizing that Chuanwen had unknowingly seated herself at the table of Princess Baohui, felt a jolt of alarm and hurried over. "Your Highness, please forgive. Winner has just arrived and does not yet recognize anyone. She must have mistakenly come to the wrong table." With a forced smile, Madame of Chongqing ordered extra braised lion heads to be brought to that table. Princess Baohui's mood slightly brightened, and out of respect for the old lady, she let out a disdainful snort, casting a condescending glance at Chuanwen, and remarked, "Old lady, if she does not understand the rules, she must be taught properly, lest she brings disgrace to your Chongqing Marquis household in the future." Yes, what could Madame of Chongqing say? She could only apologize, acknowledging her oversight, and assuring that she would ensure Chuanwen receives proper instruction. After extending her apologies, the old lady hurriedly took Chuanwen away, who was astonished to realize that this was indeed Princess Baohui, her heart racing in trepidation. How unfortunate to encounter such a formidable figure, especially at a time like this. Madame of Chongqing. Although she did not understand the term menopause, Chuanwen's tone suggested it was not a compliment. Fortunately, this was merely Chuanwen's inner thought, unheard by Princess Baohui. Trying to evade Princess Baohui's gaze, Madame of Chongqing planned to whisk Chuanwen away, but in the next moment, the princess's icy reprimand echoed from behind. "Stop!" Her eyes bore down on Chuanwen, for she was the most favored princess of Jin, and who dared speak to her so? "What did you say?" The cold glare directed at Chuanwen emanated an air of authority. Chuanwen, taken aback, was filled with confusion. She hadn't spoken at all, looking toward Madame of Chongqing, who stammered, how to explain this? Could it be that Princess Baohui can hear Chuanwen's thoughts?" Tears welled in her eyes. Aside from a few faces displaying confusion and disbelief, the rest were astonished, their eyes fixated on Chuanwen. Su Yan, engaged in lively conversation with several ladies, noticed the sudden silence and swiftly rushed to shield her daughter. Please be gentle. No need for violence." Internally, Su Yan felt quite intimidated. Who is this person? She seemed capable of scaring children like a night demon. Is this night demon merely searching for trouble? How frustrating. Chapter 8. What did I hear? Have I offended her? Will my parents have to go to the river outside the city to fish me out tomorrow? How annoying. I haven't even seen the male lead, and I'm already facing death? It seems my role as a mere supporting character is about to end prematurely. I wonder if I can reincarnate and read books in my next life? Alas. Oh, and her daughter, who married far away, is currently in dire straits. I remember that girl was worn down to death shortly after the New Year, which caused Princess Baohui to fall gravely ill as well. From the moment Princess Baohui laid eyes on Chuanwen, her astonishment at his closed mouth transformed into fury upon hearing the word Yasha. The anger intensified when she learned of the prince consort's affair, leading to gritted teeth, and culminated in shock and confusion when she realized her daughter was on the brink of death. Her gaze towards Chuanwen shifted with each revelation, ultimately settling into a fierce glare. "Should you dare to toy with me, I shall ensure you regret ever being born into this world." With that declaration, Princess Baohui departed in a whirlwind, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with silence and a multitude of expressions among the onlookers. The predominant expression was one of bewilderment. What had come over Princess Baohui? Had she finally been driven mad by the prince consort's incessant affairs? Su Yan's mouth formed an A shape. What is this? This Yasha is a princess. My head. Will it have to relocate tomorrow? Among those present was Wang, the wife of Chuan Hai, who observed the unfolding drama with an air of smugness. It seemed Princess Baohui had been deeply offended by that country bumpkin. Just wait. Princess Baohui is notoriously willful. Offending her will lead to dire consequences. No need for her to intervene. Others would surely deal with these lowly individuals. Lastly, there were a select few who had heard Chuanwen's inner thoughts, each wearing an expression of astonished curiosity. Goodness, the prince consort is at it again. Such audacity. The last time Princess Bahui caught him with a mistress, she threatened to castrate him if it happened again. Moreover, Princess Bahui's only daughter, the county princess of Chaoyang, had married a talented scholar just last year, leaving with a radiant glow. How could she be worn down to death in merely a year? Regardless of the turmoil at the banquet, the hostess, the lady of the Marquis of Chongqing, had to compose herself and ensure the festivities continued. After soothing the guests with a few reassuring words, she discreetly instructed her maid to find the Marquis of Chongqing and Chuanwen, as she needed to consult them on how best to apologize to Princess Bahui. However, in the next moment, Chuanwen dropped another bombshell. You say that the old Marquis of Chongqing is matchmaking for someone? If it weren't for his endorsement of that scholar's character, perhaps it wouldn't matter. Princess Bahui's love-struck daughter would still marry him, but this would not prevent Princess Bahui from harboring resentment towards the Marquis of Chongqing's house, ultimately leading to imprisonments and exiles. The elderly matron of the Marquis of Chongqing nearly fainted with shock. What? More content loading. Please wait. Are you all right, my lady? The maid quickly supported the swaying matron, who took a moment to regain her composure before waving her hand dismissively. Mother, what is the matter? Wang feigned concern for the matron, casting a casual glance at Su Yan and Chuanwen, secretly delighted. These two fools not only offended Princess Bahui but had also caused the elderly matron to be so distressed. The Marquis's household would surely have their share of trouble now. What a turn of events, transforming what was once a joyous banquet into chaos. The noble ladies and young misses at the table had lost their appetite, their eyes frequently darting towards the matron and Chuanwen, whispering amongst themselves. Some who were close to the Marquis of Chongqing offered a few comforting words. But considering Princess Bahui's domineering nature, such reassurances seemed futile. What has happened to the matron? High blood pressure? The book did not mention any ailments. Or was it the stress from the exile that caused her to cough blood and faint at times? Su Yan glanced at the elderly matron, whose breathing was becoming increasingly labored, her expression complicated. Daughter, stop talking. If you continue, the matron won't even need to be exiled before she starts coughing blood and fainting. The elderly matron struggled to conceal the tempest within her, gritting her teeth to see the banquet through, before retreating to her chamber to rest. Guests gradually departed, and just as Lady Lu stepped out of the gates of the Marquis of Chongqing, she was called back by someone. It was the Countess of Pingcheng, accompanied by two young maidens, the daughters of the Pingcheng household. Lady Lu's husband was merely a fourth-rank official, and they rarely mingled with the Count or Marquis households. Today's invitation was due to the connection between Lu and Chuanhai in the Ministry of Revenue, as the Pingcheng household had little interaction with them. Though unsure of the Countess's intentions, Lady Lu was taken aback by the Countess's smiling face. After a moment of hesitation, she glanced at the two young maidens behind her and felt a surge of joy. Could the Countess be considering a match for her daughter? Although the Countess belonged to a noble house and Lady Lu was merely a low-ranking official, her family had a scholarly background, and her sons were all well-educated. It wasn't impossible for the Countess to take notice of them. Lady Lu, how has Lord Lu been lately? The Countess's inquiry was unexpected, causing Lady Lu to momentarily freeze. Her smile faltering. Well, quite well indeed. The Countess's daughters exchanged puzzled glances at their mother's sudden interest in another family. Then they heard their mother inquire whether Lord Lu had truly fallen into a cesspit and choked on filth. The two young maidens widened their eyes in shock. What did I just hear? Lady Lu's joy froze on her face, blood rushing to her head as she felt both embarrassed and flustered, unable to utter a single word. So it was true. The Countess bore an expression of delight mixed with surprise, and as Lady Lu struggled with her mortification, she leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Oh, it's nothing. I heard that the lady's husband has a penchant for savoring the scents of his concubines. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 9. The convenience of relieving oneself. Although Countess Pingcheng lowered her voice out of consideration for the young ladies, the two girls still caught a faint whisper, nearly choking on their own saliva in astonishment. What did I just hear? Lady Lu remained silent, her face a portrait of incredulity, echoing their sentiments. Three pairs of eyes simultaneously followed Countess Pingcheng's gaze, locking onto Lady Lu Zhongmin. For reasons unknown, Lady Lu suddenly lost her footing, nearly tumbling into a heap, only to be saved at the last moment by her son behind her. Had they raised their eyes just a tad, they would have glimpsed the somewhat flustered and impatient silhouette of Lady Lu Zhongmin as she boarded her carriage. It was said that the scent of the concubine's flatulence bore a resemblance to sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, Countess Pingcheng continued her revelations, her voice a mere whisper. The silence enveloping the atmosphere was deafening, as if to suggest that, compared to the peculiar fascination with the flatulence of concubines, falling into a cesspit and inhaling its foulness was hardly noteworthy. After a prolonged moment of reflection, Lady Lu struggled to comprehend the situation. The two young ladies remarked, "Sweet potato aroma? How unsanitary." At the Chongqing Marquise, Lady Chongqing had regained her composure. Reclining on a soft couch while discussing the heartfelt sentiments surrounding the recent revelations with the Marquis Chongqing, Chuanhai, and Chuanwen, now all part of the family and thus entitled to participate in family meetings. Their extended familiarity with Chuanwen made them well-placed to shed light on her circumstances. While they convened, Chuanyu encountered Chuanwen, who was fishing in the garden. Although Chuanwen played the role of a malicious supporting character, devoid of any oversight or coercion, she had resolved to adopt a laid-back approach, indulging in the pleasures of life, believing that each day she survived was a gain. Chuanwen was momentarily taken aback when questioned. Can this be attributed to the demands of the plot? The Marquis had not ceased in his quest for his stolen child. A month prior, Chuanwen had come into possession of a jade pendant, which had caught the eye of the Marquisite's personnel, leading them to discover Chuanwen's identity. A few maids nearby could no longer contain their laughter, but upon realizing their outburst, they quickly covered their mouths, struggling to stifle their amusement. Yet this was bearable. The true discomfort arose during rainy days when raindrops fell, causing the cesspit's yellow contents to splash out, and if one did not position themselves correctly, they risked being splattered on their trousers. However, using the restroom in the countryside was not entirely devoid of enjoyment. One could poke at maggots with a stick. In the Marquise, such a pastime was impossible, as not a single clean maggot could be found. Yet, I still preferred the Marquisite's latrines, for I simply could not abide by having my trousers splattered. Enough. Chuanwen's lengthy monologue was interrupted by Chuanyu, who feared that if Chuanwen continued, she might very well be sickened. The maids were equally astonished by Chuanwen's peculiar amusement with poking maggots. Was that truly something to entertain oneself with? Was it not too filthy? Chuanyu's gaze towards Chuanwen shifted from disdain to sympathy, coupled with a hint of disgust. Chuanwen, who had successfully repulsed everyone, felt a surge of triumph within her. After a considerable pause, Chuanyu managed to quell her nausea and addressed Chuanwen. The Marquise is not like the countryside. If you wish to remain here, you must understand and adhere to the rules. If you continue to offend others as you did today, no number of grandmothers will suffice to alleviate your troubles. Chuanyu intended to dismiss Chuanwen, but upon meeting the innocent and sincere gaze of the girl, who was 2 years her junior, she found herself unable to utter the words. In fact, she felt a sudden urge to pinch the soft flesh of her youthful face. Yet, recalling how their grandmother had been angered, she restrained herself. "Why are you silent?" Noticing Chuanwen's contemplative silence, Chuanyu felt a twinge of regret. Had her tone been too harsh? Alas, she was merely a child, and it was only natural for her to be unaware of the rules after growing up in the countryside. There was no need to scold her. Teaching would suffice. Would Princess Baohui forgive me for my impudence today if I were to apologize? Chuanwen pondered this possibility earnestly. Regrettably, she could not divulge the plot. Otherwise, she might assist Princess Baohui in rescuing her precious daughter, and today's incident would be overlooked. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed, "What is wrong?" At that moment, Chuanyu had turned her back, weeping silently, moved by emotion. In the past, Chuanyu had often caused trouble, and when she attempted to educate him, he would stubbornly resist. How unlike Chuanwen, who, upon hearing just a few words, already contemplated how to rectify her mistakes. She was merely 14, a whole year younger than Chuanyu. Yet, she displayed such maturity. A warm current coursed through Chuanyu's heart, awakening a sense of sisterly responsibility that enveloped her entire being. This predicament could not be blamed solely on Chuanwen. She could not allow her to bear the burden alone. Tonight, Shall we indulge in braised lion's head? Just as Chuanyu was about to approach Chuanwen to offer comfort, she unexpectedly slipped, nearly performing a comedic fall for everyone. You are apologizing just to have braised lion's head tonight? Chuanyu could hardly believe her ears, staring incredulously at Chuanwen. I have never tasted such delectable lion's head before. But you consumed so much this afternoon, can you eat more? Chuanyu gazed in amazement at Chuanwen's belly, recalling how she had devoured 2 tables worth of food, yet still had room for more. Is that normal? Chuanyu's complex gaze fell upon Chuanwen's small belly, realizing it resembled a large pot rather than a mere stomach. With a resigned sigh, Chuanyu accepted the situation. Chapter 10. Foraging for wild vegetables. The family meeting at the residence of the Marquis of Chongqing concluded at this moment, yielding the following insights. Firstly, the world in which they find themselves, this tangible realm where they can experience pain, shed tears, and endure the vicissitudes of life, is akin to a narrative tapestry. Secondly, this narrative tapestry possesses a defined storyline, with the protagonist being their own Chuanyu, while the male lead remains an enigma. Thus far, they are aware that the residence of the Marquis of Chongqing is destined to undergo a significant upheaval, one that is intricately linked to Princess Baohui and the third prince. Thirdly, regarding the malleability of the storyline, given that the Marquis of Chongqing is not yet deceased, it appears that the narrative can indeed be altered. Therefore, if they seize the opportunity, the fates of imprisonment and exile may also be transformed. Fourthly, there seems to be internal strife within the Marquis's household, stemming from a rivalry between Chuan Hai and Chuan Rui over the title of Marquis. Ultimately, it appears that Chuan Hai emerged victorious, while Chuan Rui's family met a tragic end. This possibility was dismissed after Chuan Rui solemnly vowed that he harbored no ambitions regarding the title of Marquis and had no desire to engage in politics. Fifthly, apart from their own circle, Princess Baohui can also perceive Chuanwen's innermost thoughts, though they have yet to discern the parameters governing who can hear Chuanwen's voice. Sixthly, there remains no further development. The following day, the Marquis of Chongqing visited the residence of Princess Baohui. Since Chuanwen was unable to articulate the narrative, those who could perceive his thoughts were nonetheless able to convey them. Despite knowing that Princess Baohui could hear Chuanwen's voice, they remained uncertain of her belief in it. To err on the side of caution, the Marquis decided to make the journey. Upon arriving at the princess's residence, he was informed that she was not present. When inquiring about her whereabouts, a servant informed him that Princess Baohui had departed for Yuqing before dawn. Yuqing? The Marquis's brow furrowed momentarily, but then relaxed. Was this not the place where the esteemed Zhou Tianhua had recently taken office? Previously, it was Princess Baohui who had exerted her influence to secure this proximity to the capital for Zhou. As for why she did not secure him an official position in the capital, it was merely Zhou's insistence that he could only realize his ambitions in the provinces, a sentiment echoed by Princess Chaoyang. Upon learning of the Marquis's identity, Zhou Yong displayed neither obsequiousness nor fear. His demeanor exuded a refreshing authenticity. Subsequently, Princess Chaoyang took a liking to Zhou Tianhua, but Princess Baohui opposed the match with the humble scholar Zhou Yong. The Marquis then vouched for Zhou Yong's character. In retrospect, he felt a pang of regret. What he had thought to be a facilitation of good fortune had inadvertently harmed Princess Chaoyang and jeopardized the reputation of his own household. Isn't that the Marquis of Chongqing? Lu Zhongmin and Lu Kala, descending from court, spotted the Marquis deep in thought. Observing his direction, Lu Kala stroked his beard, reveling in the unfolding drama. Lu Zhongmin, equally amused, remarked, "Surely the Marquis is here to seek forgiveness from Princess Baohui?" They both sighed, lamenting the Marquis's misfortune. With sympathy etched on their faces, they noted how early he had come, likely turned away by the princess, his demeanor suggesting a state of dejection and anxiety. Esteemed Lords Lu, are you leaving court? The Marquis, noticing their approach, greeted them. The two lords exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Not really, right? Are you all right, Marquis? Lu Zhongmin inquired tentatively, to which the Marquis responded with a perplexed look. I am perfectly well, thank you. He patted his chest affirmatively. That is good to hear. The two lords offered awkward smiles, their sympathy preventing them from probing further, and after a brief exchange, they took their leave. Even as they walked some distance away, they continued to shake their heads in pity, reflecting on how the usually resilient Marquis seemed so affected this time. Perhaps age had rendered him more vulnerable. By the way, have you heard? There was quite the commotion at the princess's residence last night. Lu Zongmin's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and Lu Kala chuckled in response. Of course. This news has spread through the streets since morning. They exchanged knowing glances, laughing at the scandal. It was said that the prince consort had sought the company of a paramour again, and when Princess Baohui arrived, the prince consort was found entangled with the woman in bed. Entangled in what? They exchanged mischievous smiles, understanding all too well. Lu Kala continued. Princess Baohui truly followed through on her threats and dealt with the prince consort decisively. Lu Zhongmin, impressed, raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "This prince consort is incorrigible. Seeking out trouble repeatedly. Surely this must be the 10th time." Indeed, Lu Kala replied, shaking his head in amusement. From now on, even if he wishes to pursue, he may find it difficult. The pair entered a tea house, eager to indulge in tea while listening to more gossip about the princess's residence. In Yucheng, in the fields on the outskirts of the city, the morning dew was just beginning to dissipate, leaving the air thick with humidity. A young woman, clad in meager attire, coughed violently against the autumn breeze. Once her fit subsided, she tightened her clothing and resumed her labor, digging for wild vegetables. As she toiled, a lavish carriage approached with a clatter. The sight of it stirred a flicker of recognition in her dusty eyes. "Young lady! Young lady!" An elderly woman aboard the carriage called out with tearful concern, her voice choked with emotion as she peered out. As the carriage drew near, a stately noblewoman revealed herself, and upon spotting the young woman brandishing a hoe, she was taken aback. Her daughter, once a delicate flower skilled only in poetry and music, adorned in the finest garments and jewels, now appeared as a ragged, gaunt figure clad in patched homespun, toiling as a peasant. The carriage came to a halt before Princess Chaoyang, who disembarked with astonishment. Yet, she was mistaken. Her daughter did still wear jewelry, an iron pair of earrings dangling from her ears. "Mother!" Princess Chaoyang exclaimed, a blend of joy and astonishment flooding her voice. But before she could utter another word, Princess Baohui delivered a sharp slap across her face. Chapter 11. Assault on the court official. The princess, upon hearing a cry from the old lady, hurriedly rushed to support Chaoyang, who had collapsed on the ground. "My dear girl, are you all right?" Regardless of whether Chaoyang's face bore the marks of pain, it would be preferable if it did, as Princess Baohui furiously dragged her daughter onto the carriage, even kicking over a basket of wild vegetables before boarding. Chaoyang wished to intervene, for those were the fresh steamed vegetables her mother-in-law consumed every morning. But the murderous glare from Princess Baohui silenced her, and the words caught in her throat. The carriage sped towards the city's medical clinic, with Princess Baohui maintaining a stormy demeanor. Upon hearing the physician enumerate her daughter's ailments, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap her foolish daughter once more. Malnutrition had exacerbated into pneumonia. Initially, she had doubted the claim that her daughter might be ground down to death, but after witnessing the prince's infidelity, she found herself believing it to some extent. Yet, now seeing her daughter in such a wretched state, her conviction was solidified. Chaoyang's cheeks had sunk in, rendering her almost unrecognizable. If this continued, she would surely perish within 6 months. "Mother, this has nothing to do with my husband. I have willingly endured it all." Chaoyang desperately grasped Princess Baohui, pleading earnestly. She understood her mother well. If she were to confront the Zhou household now, it would surely lead to tragedy. However, Princess Baohui was not one to relent easily, and a struggle ensued between them. In the midst of this tussle, Princess Baohui noticed the bruises on Chaoyang's arms and neck. She quickly rolled up Chaoyang's sleeve, revealing a once smooth and delicate arm now withered and marred by a tapestry of old and recent scars, some from whips, others from punches, causing both Princess Baohui and the old lady behind her to recoil in horror. "He struck you." Princess Baohui could hardly comprehend what she was witnessing. She had thought malnutrition and pneumonia were the extent of her daughter's suffering, but it seemed that the beast had dared to lay hands on her. Chaoyang hastily lowered her sleeve, attempting to mask her humiliation and suppress her grievances, forcing a smile as she said, "Mother, I am fine. It doesn't hurt anymore. My husband has apologized. It was unintentional. Princess Baohui struggled to contain her rising fury, but upon reflecting on her daughter's injuries, she restrained her impulse to lash out further. She patiently tried to reason with Chaoyang, explaining that if he truly loved her, he would not strike her. The toll of malnutrition and pneumonia could be somewhat justified as a consequence of filial duty attributed to his mother's influence, but now that he had resorted to violence, what was there to forgive? No, he loves me. No, he does not love you. No, mother, he loves me. No, Chaoyang, he does not love you. At this impasse, Princess Baohui relinquished her struggle. With a swift motion, she incapacitated her daughter's resistance and commanded her attendants to lift Chaoyang into the carriage. Meanwhile, Zhou Yong was in a tender moment with a concubine, presuming the door to be pushed open by Chaoyang. He casually instructed, "Prepare some bird's nest soup. Huana will want to eat." Huana was the concubine nestled in his embrace, cooing softly. Princess Baohui tightened her grip on the whip, a cold smile forming on her lips. Her daughter was suffering from malnutrition, yet he indulged in bird's nest soup? "I will send you both to the underworld to feast." The sound of the whip mingled with screams echoed throughout the house, spilling into the courtyard and resonating across the Zhou estate. "What is the meaning of this, princess? My son is a court official. How dare you act so brazenly?" An elderly lady adorned with gold hairpins and silver rings, dressed in fine silks, hastened forward, supported by two maidservants. Accustomed to Chaoyang's submissiveness, she had almost forgotten Princess Baohui's overbearing nature. Consequently, chaos erupted within the Zhou estate as Zhou Yong, his concubine, and his mother were relentlessly pursued and whipped by Princess Baohui. "How dare you? Your son's position as a court official was secured by me, and yet you presume to threaten me." Princess Baohui pointed the whip accusingly at the group, declaring, "Open your eyes and see clearly. This whip was bestowed upon me by the current emperor, specifically to punish treacherous scoundrels like you." The sound of the whip slicing through the air resounded throughout the Zhou estate, leaving Zhou Yong and his mother with no recourse but to flee in terror. The servants and attendants of the Zhou household were paralyzed by Princess Baohui's fierce presence and did not dare to approach. Zhou Yong and his family found themselves exposed to the wrath of Princess Baohui, causing an uproar that attracted a crowd outside the Zhou estate. When Princess Baohui emerged, she found more people rushing to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing her formidable demeanor, the onlookers instinctively shrank back, parting to create a path for her to pass. Princess Baohui arrived with fervor and departed with an even greater flourish. Assaulting a court official? I shall report this to the throne. Zhou Yong, blood trickling from his lips, could no longer stand and made a feeble attempt to raise his arm in protest, shouting defiantly. However, before he could finish, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Princess Baohui was torn between the urge to strike him again and the pain of her daughter's mistreatment, caught in a dilemma over whether to deliver another blow or not when someone from the palace arrived. "Princess, Lord Zhou has filed a grievance with the throne, claiming that you assaulted a court official. The emperor has sent me to request your presence for questioning." The eunuch bowed his head, fearful of meeting her gaze, lest her wrath be directed toward him. Princess Baohui was the twin sister of the current emperor, and they shared a close bond. Her requests were rarely denied unless they involved heinous acts. Prior to her marriage, she had always been under the emperor's protection, and post-marriage, he feared for her well-being, gifting her a whip to punish treacherous men as long as they remained alive. With a cold laugh, Princess Baohui declared, "Oh, so a grievance has been filed? Very well. I shall ensure you face a complete reckoning today." Grasping the whip, she took a few steps forward before pausing to instruct the old lady behind her. "Keep a close watch on Chaoyang. Do not let her escape." The old lady complied. The eunuch, bowing his head, shivered in fear, thinking to himself how terrifying Princess Baohui truly was. Even the air in her palace felt colder than elsewhere. In the grand hall of the palace, civil and military officials were arrayed on either side, while Zhou Yong knelt in the center, quietly sobbing. His face bore 2 crimson welts from the whip, making him appear quite fearsome. His features were swollen, and his left arm was bound in thick bandages, hanging from his neck, while one foot was trapped by a wooden plank, a cane resting beside him. Given the emperor's fondness for Princess Baohui, if the matter were resolved privately, it would surely be swept under the rug. Thus, He chose to bring his grievance before the court, knowing that under public scrutiny, even the emperor would tread carefully in shielding Princess Baohui. Chapter 12. Preserving dignity. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Zhou Yong wept even more mournfully. The emperor, seated in the higher position, looked upon him with disdain. How could a man of stature, reduced to tears by a mere woman, still dare to weep in the grand hall? Was there no sense of shame? The ministers on either side gazed at Zhou Yong with sympathy. The Princess Baohui was indeed ruthless. Could she still be considered a lady? She resembled a ferocious tigress, indiscriminately attacking those who crossed her path. Just days prior, she had castrated her own husband, and now she had assaulted her daughter's spouse. While most ministers were merely spectators, some felt an urge to retaliate. The princess had wreaked havoc in the capital, and many officials had suffered under her wrath. This was a prime opportunity to strike back. It was at this moment that Princess Baohui entered the hall. Upon seeing her, Zhou Yong's sobs intensified. The princess cast a cold glance at him before bowing to the emperor. Zhou Yong claims that I have reduced him to this state. But not only him, his 80-year-old mother lies in bed, nearly at death's door. Is that true? Indeed, replied the princess, her gaze condescending as she brandished a golden whip. Did our brother not say this whip was to punish unfaithful men? Her voice echoed powerfully within the hall, causing Zhou Yong to momentarily panic. However, he quickly recalled the simpleton Chaoyang, knowing that with a little coaxing, he would side with him, and his fear dissipated. Your Majesty, I assure you, I have never wronged Lady Chaoyang. Our relationship has always been one of mutual respect and affection. Zhou Yong proclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he passionately defended himself, portraying Princess Baohui as a villain attempting to slander him. Princess Baohui had never encountered such shamelessness before. If your relationship is so harmonious, why is my Chaoyang malnourished? Why has she fallen ill with a lung disease? She demanded. Why does she bear so many bruises? The princess's fury escalated. She wished to attribute all of Chaoyang's injuries to Zhou Yong, her eyes glaring with hatred. If they were not in the grand hall, with the emperor and officials observing, Zhou Yong had no doubt this madwoman would have lashed out at him again. Yet, he maintained his composure, emboldened by his confidence. How can the princess defame me so? My family's circumstances are humble. While we may not feast like those in the royal household, we certainly do not suffer from malnutrition. As for the lung ailment, it was merely a chill from the recent change in weather. I have diligently cared for her, preparing her medicine daily. How could I have let her condition worsen? And those bruises? They are merely the marks of a typical marital relationship, nothing more. Why must the princess resort to such slander? Princess Baohui was taken aback by his audacity, her finger trembling in rage. You are a master of deception, she stammered, her face reddening with indignation. Sensing her agitation, Zhou Yong felt a surge of confidence and continued, I know you have looked down upon me since the beginning, but we have been married to Lady Chaoyang for a year now. Why do you persist in your hostility? Your Majesty, if you do not believe me, summon Lady Chaoyang to testify. Zhou Yong bowed earnestly before the emperor, fully confident that his wife would support him. Princess Baohui, however, had intentionally kept her daughter away for fear of her siding with Zhou Yong. The princess's nostrils flared in anger. She had never encountered such a brazen individual capable of twisting the truth so shamelessly. As both Princess Baohui and Zhou Yong presented their cases, Minister Lu Zhong suggested, since both parties have their claims, why not summon Lady Chaoyang herself? She, as the party involved, will surely clarify the matter. The emperor sighed quietly. Although he wished to support his sister, he could not show blatant favoritism with so many eyes watching. He reluctantly agreed to summon Chaoyang. Huang Qi, fetch Chaoyang to the palace. As the chief eunuch prepared to depart, Princess Baohui interjected, if we are summoning Chaoyang, it would be prudent to call 2 more individuals. Who? The emperor inquired, puzzled, as the ministers turned to the princess, intrigued. Upon hearing her suggestion, everyone fell silent, realizing that those individuals seemed unrelated to the matter at hand. Yet, someone recalled that the Marquis of Chongqing had previously vouched for Zhou Yong's character. Bringing him forth would only assist Zhou Yong in his defense. Was the princess truly so short-sighted? Only one person grasped Princess Baohui's intent, the scholar Chuanwen. He lowered his head, pretending not to notice the glances from his colleagues. Caught between anxiety and anticipation. Would the emperor discern his thoughts? Chuanwen hoped to learn the truth, uncertain whether the emperor could hear his internal musings. But what if the emperor did hear them? It could lead to unforeseen consequences. Unaware of Chuanwen's distracted state, the emperor's gaze narrowed slightly. Although he was unsure of his sister's motives, he said nothing and nodded, allowing the chief eunuch to carry out his orders. Upon arriving at the Marquis of Chongqing's residence, Chuanwen was happily gnawing on a pig's trotter. Although he had upset Princess Baohui at the last banquet, she had since rushed to Yuqing, likely rescuing Lady Chaoyang. Therefore, Princess Baohui would not trouble them further. However, this incident had served as a wake-up call for the Marquis's wife. If they wished to navigate the intricacies of the capital's officialdom, they must adhere to Chuanwen and Su Yan's rules. This put Chuanwen and her daughter in a difficult position. Fortunately, under Chuanwen's insistence, they were allowed half an hour of rest for every hour of study. Meanwhile, Chuanyu watched in fascination as Chuanwen devoured the pig's trotter without gaining an ounce. Here, Chuanwen offered her sister a trotter, feeling a pang of sympathy. For days, Chuanyu had been staring at her while grinning with delight, making Chuanwen feel rather uneasy. Chapter 13. Brother Pighead. Chuanyu politely declined, expressing that her mother forbade her from consuming such delicacies, even if she were permitted. The thought of gnawing on a pig's trotter in such an unrefined manner was simply intolerable. You go ahead and eat. Merely watching you indulge feels as though I've savored it myself, she said. Chuanyu smiled again, her radiant face brimming with happiness and envy. Ever since she realized that Chuanwen seemed perpetually unsated and relished his meals so heartily, she found joy in observing him eat. It filled her with a peculiar bliss. Chuanwen silently mused, am I performing a food vlog for the heroine? Where's my reward? Perhaps a rocket launch would suffice, dear sister? It was at this juncture that Huang Qi arrived, leaving the Chongqing Marquis puzzled. He had no choice but to summon Chuanwen, who was engrossed in devouring the pig's trotter. Upon seeing Huang Qi's serious demeanor, the Chongqing family grew anxious, instinctively forming a protective circle around Chuanwen. Chuanwen, equally bewildered, was taken aback by the sight of Chuanwu, who was being pushed to the periphery by Chuanyu's surprising strength. Little sister, do not fear. Your brother will protect you, Chuanwu exclaimed dramatically after failing to break through Chuanyu's barrier, only to receive a swift reprimand from their mother. Fortunately, the matriarch of the Chongqing family proved reliable, inquiring of Huang Qi regarding the situation at the palace. Though Huang Qi was aware of the unfolding events, he couldn't decipher why Princess Baohui summoned these two individuals. He merely stated that the matter was urgent, and they could discuss it further on the way. Can we accompany you? Chuanwen expressed concern for his daughter venturing into the imperial palace, especially given the gravity of the situation. Yet, he also felt a twinge of excitement and curiosity about the palace's grandeur. Huang Qi gestured toward the Chongqing Marquis and Chuanwen, making his intentions clear. Disheartened, Chuanwen resigned to the fact that although he worried for Chuanwen, they could not refuse the emperor's summons. He reluctantly bid them farewell. Reassured by the Marquis's promise to protect Chuanwen, Chuanwen felt a flutter of apprehension. In the narrative, she had never set foot in the palace, and now she wondered if offending Princess Baohui had initiated a butterfly effect. Lost in thought, she boarded the carriage, only to discover that someone was already seated within. That individual, clad in simple, coarse garments, had her withered hair secured with a wooden hairpin. Upon noticing Chuanwen's exquisite attire, she hastily hid her calloused hands beneath her clothes. Once settled, the carriage rattled away from the Chongqing Marquis's residence. I am Chuanwen. May I ask your name? Chuanwen, ever lacking in subtlety, inquired out of sheer curiosity, though she graciously introduced herself first. The other woman, known as Chaoyang, found it difficult to speak. What kind of noble lady would present herself in such a manner? A refined lady ought to resemble the delicate maiden seated opposite her, adorned in finery and grace. I am the wife of Lord Zhou, she finally managed to reply. Chuanwen's eyes widened in disbelief. No, it cannot be. Are you the wife of Zhou Yong, the notorious romantic? Chao Yang's eardrums reverberated with the shock of the outburst, yet the girl in front of her had not uttered a word. However, Chao Yang's own eyes mirrored astonishment, The earlier exclamation must have originated from her. Chuanwen stared incredulously at Chaoyang, who returned her gaze with equal bewilderment. As Chuanwen rifled through the plot in her mind, she noticed the narrative's words scattering and rearranging themselves. What is happening? Has the story shifted?
Why?
More content was loading. Please wait. Chuanwen was utterly perplexed. She had done nothing to provoke this change.
Chaoyang,
Intrigued by the continuous whispers of confusion emanating from Chuanwen, shared in her bewilderment. The two exchanged glances until they arrived at the palace gates. As they disembarked, the Chongqing Marquis dismounted his horse and approached his granddaughter, softly reassuring her, "Do not fear, Wenwen. Huang Qi has assured us that this matter does not concern us. We are merely here to witness the world." However, Huang Qi's earlier words had been rather grave. The Chongqing Marquis had vouched for Zhou Yong's character, and he knew that his presence was unlikely to be for anything benign. Yet, upon hearing that it was Princess Baohui who had summoned them, he surmised that she likely wished for Chuanwen to testify or to lend her voice to the proceedings. To alleviate his inexperienced granddaughter's anxiety, he offered her empty reassurances. In truth, Chuanwen felt less apprehensive now. She would confront whatever came her way, ready to adapt. Ironically, it was Chaoyang whose steps grew heavier as they approached the grand hall. Previously, she had entered the palace with unparalleled dignity, but now she felt impoverished and diminished. Yet, her Zhou Lang was within. She must rescue him. Wow, this is the Imperial Palace. How splendid! The dark tiles and red walls are magnificent. The lion carvings are exquisite, each strand of fur meticulously detailed. Oh, how I crave some braised lion's head. The group entered the grand hall amidst Chuanwen's musings. "What is with that expression? Do you know her?" Wonkin asked, glancing curiously at the woman who dared not lift her head. His calm demeanor gradually transformed into shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Indeed, you recognize her. That is none other than Princess Baohui's cherished daughter, the esteemed Chaoyang." Not only Wang Ken, but everyone present in the hall, except Zhou Yong, Princess Baohui, and Chuanwen, was taken aback. It was only then that the Chongqing Marquis realized. Standing beside him was Chaoyang, and he nearly jumped in surprise. Chaoyang? The emperor could scarcely believe his eyes. The frail, patch-clad woman before him was indeed Chaoyang.
Chaoyang,
"You must tell them I have not mistreated you. We have always treated each other with respect and love. When you were ill, I tended to you diligently, preparing medicine day and night." Zhou Yong exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Chaoyang, oblivious to the incredulous stares surrounding him. Overwhelmed by the weight of everyone's gaze, Chaoyang felt her anxiety escalate. She lowered her head, unable to confront any of the scrutinizing eyes. However, upon seeing Zhou Yong's pitiful state, her embarrassment dissipated, and she rushed to him, her gray eyes brimming with tears. "How could mother be so harsh? Your Majesty." Chaoyang immediately lifted her gaze to meet her uncle's. If it were confirmed that Zhou Lang had harmed her, he would surely face severe punishment, while her mother would escape with mere reprimands. However, who is this brother Pighead? Chapter 14. I sell my talent. Not my body. Chuanwen was taken aback by Zhou Yong's sudden appearance, nearly stepping back in fright, but she managed to compose herself, patting her chest in relief. "Goodness! Whose ghost has been unleashed in broad daylight? I almost lost my composure in front of the throne. Fortunately, I am remarkably brave and exceptionally astute." The following is an extended monologue of self-praise. In astonishment, the emperor exclaimed, "Who is it? Is that ventriloquism?" The ministers echoed, "Who is speaking?" At that moment, the hall was unusually silent. If Chuanwen had looked up, she would have noticed that all eyes were fixed upon her. Except for the Marquis of Chongqing, Chuanhai, Princess Baohui, and Chaoyang, the gazes of everyone else were filled with shock. The Marquis and Chuanhai felt a mix of pride and worry. Chuanwen's inner voice could be heard by so many, including the one seated above them. Was this truly acceptable? Princess Baohui's displeasure faded, her previously dark complexion now flushed with joy. "Let us hear how this scoundrel Zhou Yong has wronged my daughter." Zhou Yong stammered. "Are you being polite?" The emperor, intrigued, observed Chuanwen, pondering the nature of her abilities. Chaoyang attempted to continue her interrupted conversation, but upon hearing Zhou Lang, Chuanwen's gaze fell once more upon the ambiguous figure of Zhou Yong. Indeed, she discerned the essence of a rogue within him. So this is Zhou Yong, the man who squandered the dowry of the princess of Chaoyang on concubines and treated her like a servant, often resorting to harsh words and violence. Yes, he was indeed a scoundrel. Princess Baohui internally concurred. The emperor's demeanor shifted to one of cold anger, realizing he had distinctly heard the voice of the young lady. Yet she had not spoken aloud. He assumed she was employing ventriloquism and could not suppress a scornful smile, dismissing her as a mere street performer daring to create mischief before him. The Marquis of Chongqing quickly urged Chuanwen to kneel, eager to clarify that she had not intended to offend the emperor, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, Chuanwen, like the Marquis, buried her face against the cool tiles, mentally protesting, "What is happening? Does the emperor's thought process leap from topic to topic so erratically? How did this conversation turn to me?" The emperor opened his mouth to speak, yet his admonitions were rendered silent, the hall remaining so quiet that a pin drop would have been audible. This silence was more startling to him than hearing Chuanwen's inner thoughts. The ministers, equally perplexed, speculated that the emperor was not jesting. "Your Majesty, my granddaughter is timid. Might she be permitted to retire for a moment?" The Marquis of Chongqing suggested cautiously, fully aware that the emperor recognized his desire to shield his granddaughter from the ongoing discourse. The emperor signaled to Huang Qi, who escorted Chuanwen from the hall to rest, leaving her with a head full of questions as she followed Huang Qi, who too bore a quizzical expression but dared not show it. The hall erupted into fervent discussion until the emperor decided, for the time being, to believe that Chuanwen was not a demon, but rather possessed a mysterious power that had inadvertently revealed her thoughts. It was only then that they recalled the true purpose of their gathering, the matter concerning Zhou Yong, their collective gaze shifting toward him who had been neglected in the corner. Zhou Yong timidly raised his hand, murmuring, I concur with the one called Chuanwen. She is indeed a demon." This statement earned him fierce glares from both Princess Baohui and the emperor, prompting him to promptly fall silent. When Chuanwen was summoned back to the hall, she sensed a notable shift in the way everyone regarded her. Frowning, she tightened her clothing, declaring, "I only sell my talent, not my body." The emperor and the ministers were nearly toppled over in shock, while the Marquis of Chongqing felt a wave of embarrassment, having forgotten to mention that Chuanwen possessed a rather shocking quality of speech. Only Zhou Yong sensed impending doom. If this woman truly knew not only the future but also the secrets of others, he would be unable to conceal his own misdeeds. "Chaoyang, what were you about to say?" Chaoyang, aware of Zhou Yong's thoughts, wore a troubled expression. Ultimately, she resolved to defend her Zhoulang. "Your Majesty, I have been well treated in the Zhou household, and Zhoulang has treated me with respect." Chaoyang. Princess Baohui was taken aback that her daughter would still side with Zhou Yong at this juncture. This young lady seems rather unwell, Chuanwen thought to herself. Living well means she wears fine silks while I wear patched coarse cloth. She dines on delicacies while I subsist on meager fare. All eyes turned to Zhou Yong and Chaoyang, one clad in silks and satins, the other in rough, patched garments. The disparity was glaring. Zhou Yong's face flushed crimson, inwardly cursing Princess Baohui for not providing Chaoyang with better attire during her stay. In truth, it was not that Princess Baohui had neglected to offer new clothes. Chaoyang simply refused to wear them, fearing Zhou Yong would accuse her of extravagance. "Your Majesty, since the Princess of Chaoyang has spoken, it seems there has been a misunderstanding." Lu Zhongmin interjected, asserting that no one could know the truth better than the party involved. Lu Zhongmin stood up to speak, skeptical of the notion of precognition or omniscience, suspecting the Marquis of Chongqing and his granddaughter had concocted some trickery. His words, however, were inadvertently directed at Chuanwen, who, unaware of the earlier discussions about her, assumed he was referring to Princess Baohui. "Lord Lu, what do you mean by that?" Princess Baohui protested, incredulous that Lu Zhongmin dismissed Chuanwen's inner voice so lightly. "Lord Lu? Which Lord Lu?" Lu Zhongmin remained oblivious to the impending consequences, unconcerned whether Princess Baohui was angry or amused. He sought to challenge her, believing that by opposing someone everyone else feared, he would demonstrate his integrity and pride as a court official. "Your Majesty," he began, puffing out his chest in righteous indignation. Is it the one who loves to hear his concubine's farts, which he claims smell of sweet potatoes? Or the one who once fell into a dung pit while relieving himself and choked on his own filth? Lu Zhongmin's words lodged in his throat, rendering him rigid as the hall fell into a profound silence. Loves to hear concubine's farts? And claims they smell of sweet potatoes? The assembly was taken aback. And after the initial shock, they struggled to suppress their laughter. Even the usually stoic emperor found it challenging to maintain his composure. A muffled laugh escaped from one minister, reverberating loudly in the stillness of the grand hall. Is someone daydreaming? Chuanwen mused. And why is Lord Lu struggling? Is his competence lacking? Lord Lu, please continue. The emperor urged, a hint of wicked amusement in his voice. Chapter 15. The third prince's unexpected affection for older men. The third prince, astonishingly, has an inclination for older men. Oh, so it's Brother Sweet Potato. Laughter erupted within the once quiet hall, soft chuckles echoing as the name Brother Sweet Potato was repeated. Lu Zhongmin's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a cooked shrimp. How could she possibly know? This peculiar preference was known only to a few of his concubines, and even his wife remained oblivious. Could it be that this young woman possesses some extraordinary ability? No, he could not concede. He had to maintain his dignity. Suppressing his embarrassment, Lu Zhongmin resolved to defend Princess Baohui, stating with utmost sincerity, Your Majesty. However, as he began, the emperor's cold gaze fell upon him. My dear minister, are you prepared to speak? Faced with the emperor's imposing presence, Lu Zhongmin shivered. Perhaps Princess Baohui's involvement was not entirely necessary. He steadied himself and declared, Your Majesty, Zhou Yong's disregard for the royal family's honor is truly unforgivable. I propose he be imprisoned immediately. Internally, Lu Zhongmin wiped away a cold sweat. His life was more precious than his face. The emperor could easily investigate him, unearthing any private matters with a mere inquiry. He certainly did not wish to jeopardize his career for Zhou Yong. Is Brother Sweet Potato being threatened? The emperor's favoritism towards Princess Baohui is glaringly obvious, openly intimidating others in front of the court officials. Chuanwen mused inwardly. Yet, Brother Sweet Potato appears out of sorts today. Wasn't he known for his hard-headedness, always present wherever there was commotion, seemingly eager for the emperor's intimidation to bolster his reputation? Of course, given his affection for his concubines, it seemed unlikely he would genuinely risk his life. Today, however, he immediately changed his tune at the emperor's threat. Chuan Hai was ready to commend his niece. Brother Sweet Potato, no, Lu Zhongmin, was indeed all bark, never truly daring to act. The metaphor of him as a stone in a latrine was strikingly apparent. Dear granddaughter, the material you provided today is incredibly useful. Who would want the emperor to send people to investigate their own preferences? But then again, this is typical of Brother Sweet Potato, ever the opportunist, adept at gauging the winds of change. Otherwise, how could he have so quickly allied himself with the third prince, who has recently gained the emperor's favor? The third prince, upon hearing his name mentioned, froze momentarily, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Fearing this unaware young woman might reveal more than she should, he looked up only to meet the emperor's penetrating gaze, prompting him to kneel instinctively, his defense unspoken. As Chuanwen's ominous thoughts echoed again. Why is the third prince kneeling? Chuanwen pondered. Has the emperor already uncovered the connection between Brother Sweet Potato and the third prince? Forgetting the current status of the third prince's rising influence, Chuanwen hurriedly reviewed the plot. Meanwhile, the emperor's expression grew increasingly grim, fixating on the third prince. The court officials, including the Longxing Marquis and Princess Baohui, along with the overlooked Zhou Yong, held their breaths in apprehension, awaiting Chuanwen's next revelation. Oh, Brother Sweet Potato and the third prince merely visited a hot spring together. The collective breath held by the officials was nearly released in a gasp, as they feared the implications of Brother Sweet Potato. No. Lu Zhongmin, colluding with the third prince in some nefarious plot. The third prince, under his father's gradually softening yet still probing gaze, discreetly exhaled, realizing he must proceed with utmost caution in the future. Just then, the infuriating young woman's voice rang out again. And also, how they went together to the pleasure quarters, shared tea and chess, and hunted in the countryside together. Chuanwen expressed her confusion. How many times can they be said to have done things together? If it weren't for the female lead, I would almost suspect the third prince has an affinity for men, older men at that. Cough, cough, cough. The third prince nearly choked on his own saliva. The emperor and the court officials were equally astonished. His son, their third prince, had a preference for men, particularly older ones. Nonsense. The once serene hall erupted in a sudden outcry, startling everyone, including Chuanwen, who looked up to see an elder glaring at her. What is this? Why is he glaring at me? The elder then spoke with authority. Your Majesty, if Zhou Yong is of poor character, why does the Longxing Marquis still vouch for his integrity before Princess Baohui? Is the Longxing Marquis mistaken, or are you merely playing tricks? The Longxing Marquis, taken aback, wished to defend himself, but realized that any attempt at justification would only sound like a feeble excuse. It's not that he was mistaken. Rather, Zhou Yong's acting skills are simply too remarkable. Chuanwen, once again fixated on the brick before her, mentally critiqued the situation. As Zhang Qingxiang spoke, Zhou Yong recalled the presence of the Longxing Marquis and prepared a plead for his support, only to hear Chuanwen's voice again, which sent him into a panic. Originally, Zhou Yong had his sights set on the female lead, the Longxing Marquis' legitimate daughter, Chuan Yu. After all, her beauty stood out among the noble ladies. Thus, he orchestrated a scene of heroically retrieving a lost wallet, which only served to deceive my kind grandfather. Who would have guessed that the county princess of Chaoyang would fall head over heels for Zhou Yong, declaring she would marry no one else? Zhou Yong felt a tinge of regret. After all, in comparison to Chuan Yu, the county princess's looks were lacking. Had it not been for her noble status and the promise of a generous dowry from Princess Baohui, he would never have considered her. Princess Baohui seethed with anger upon hearing Zhou Yong's disdainful remarks regarding her family. The county princess, on the other hand, refused to believe it, insisting that Zhou had professed his love for her, claiming she was the most beautiful woman in the world.
Meanwhile,
Zhou Yong's inner turmoil escalated as all his questionable actions were laid bare by Chuanwen. Your Majesty, please see clearly. This man is so hypocritical. The Longxing Marquis fell to his knees, filled with hatred for Zhou Yong. How dare he aspire to my Yuer? He can only dream. The Longxing Marquis questioned the motives behind the unfolding drama, wondering if there was an ulterior agenda at play to disrupt the court's harmony. He would not allow it. He absolutely would not. Chapter 16. Uncle Zhang, you are incapable, after such a long time. Who can vouch for it? Just let that scoundrel Zhou Yong endure the tortures of the law. I wonder what instruments of punishment await in the prison? The tiger bench? Goodness, that sounds excruciating. The branding iron? I can only imagine the scent of charred flesh. If it were me, would I not drool in agony? Chilly water? A spray to the eyes?
No, I cannot withstand that.
And more. With each method of torture that Chuanwen contemplated, Zhou Yong trembled, unable to bear even the thought of one. Raising his gaze, he noticed the emperor observing him, his eyes seemingly deliberating which form of cruel punishment to employ. At that moment, Chuanwen's inner voice echoed, with so many options, why not employ them all? I refuse to believe that Zhou Yong will not confess. Zhou Yong nearly wept. Dear sister, do I hold a grudge against you? Zhou Yong, I grant you a chance. If you confess truthfully, I shall spare you from punishment. The emperor regarded Zhou Yong with a silent gaze, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. He would not resort to torture on a courtier. Even if Zhou Yong confessed, it would be said that he had coerced a confession to favor Baohui. Your Majesty, I confess. I confess. Zhou Yong nearly shouted, desperate to avoid the torturous penalties. The once charming scholar now appeared utterly frightened, his dignity shattered. Zhou Yong revealed not only his deceit towards the Marquis of Chongqing, but also the maltreatment he inflicted upon Chaoyang at home. The Assembly of Ministers was taken aback, particularly regarding the winter's cruelty of not allowing her to use charcoal indoors and instead forcing her to wash clothes in cold water. While the family feasted on delicacies, Chaoyang had to subsist on meager fare, and even the servants fared better than she. Zhou Yong, in his displeasure, resorted to violence against Chaoyang. Slapping her was mild compared to the frequent beatings he administered. Crucially, during this torment, Zhou Yong maintained the family's expenses with Chaoyang's dowry. The revelations shattered the minister's moral compass. shifting their focus to the princess of Chaoyang. How could she endure such treatment and remain so devoted to Zhou Yong? They finally comprehended Chuanwen's earlier words. The princess of Chaoyang must be gravely unwell. Princess Chaoyang interjected, "No, it is not as you think. Your Majesty, Mother. The reason Zhou Lang treats me this way is my fault. My status is too elevated. Others will speculate that he is merely seeking power and wealth through me. I have tarnished his reputation, burdened him with troubles. If blame is to be assigned, let it be mine. Do not punish Zhou Lang." The hall fell silent once more, all present astonished by Chaoyang's perspective. Could one truly think this way? Thus, Zhou Yong is indeed adept at exploiting others. Marrying the princess of Chaoyang was for power and wealth, was it not? If he were truly noble, why did he slay his wife and child? Was it not to make space for the princess of Chaoyang, so that Princess Bao Hui could secure him a promising position? What a scoundrel! Murdering his wife and child. More content is loading. Please wait. Did he not doubt Chuanwen's omniscience? Zhou Yong, do you have anything further to confess? The emperor's expression darkened. Was this the flower scholar he had appointed? So ungrateful and devoid of humanity. Zhou Yong shook even more violently. Though he had struck Chaoyang, he had not taken a life. But should he be accused of murder, he would await his execution. Zhou Lang is not that kind of person. Your Majesty, please see clearly. Princess Chaoyang knelt, crying out in defense. How could her Zhou Lang be so cruel? How could he possibly covet power and wealth? Zhou Lang, quickly clarify to the emperor that you are wronged. Zhou Yong glanced at Chaoyang, hope igniting in his eyes. With her presence, the emperor and Princess Bao Hui would hesitate to act. Yet before he could voice his plea, the emperor called upon an individual. Minister Li, please enlighten us. What instruments of torture does your department employ when a criminal refuses to speak the truth? Zhou Yong was befuddled, looking towards the emperor, and saw a figure step forward. For those who murder but do not confess, a bone chisel is used starting from the chest, slicing flesh piece by piece until the criminal remains alive, once enduring as many as 1,356 cuts. Before Minister Li could conclude, the tremulous Zhou Yong collapsed in despair. Your Majesty, spare me. Have mercy.
Spare you?
Chaoyang stared, fixated on Zhou Yong, who was banging his head in desperation. I suddenly crave roast duck, freshly sliced and served. Li Tang, barely steadying himself, nearly stumbled. May I ask, dear sister, which of your words relates to roast duck? In the end, Zhou Yong confessed. He faced the death penalty, his title stripped and household slaves sold. Considering his aged mother and the lashes inflicted by Bao Hui, the emperor chose not to pursue further responsibility. Zhou Yong was dragged away amid wails, and Chaoyang remained in shock. No, this was not her Zhou Lang. How could he be capable of murder, so merciless? At that moment, Chuanwen seized the chaos to glance at the emperor, but in her hurried glance, she failed to see the emperor on the throne. Instead, she met the gaze of the distinguished elder. Standing 8 feet tall, hands reaching past his knees, eyes ablaze with intensity, he is no ordinary man. Who is this elder? Chuanwen rifled through the plot in her mind. Others too were intrigued, awaiting Chuanwen's next revelation. Does this not resemble the script of a quintessential power-hungry male protagonist? Oh, dear Uncle Zhang, you are indeed inadequate. Chuanwen continued to peruse the narrative, her inner thoughts resonating, capturing the attention of all present. Inadequate? The omnipotent Chancellor Zhang is indeed lacking. In what aspect, I wonder? Pray, enlighten us. Your esteemed self seems to have diverted your focus from work. Your household is rather chaotic, with 10 concubines engaging in infidelity. And not a single one of your 8 sons is your own. Fortunately, all 3 daughters are indeed your flesh and blood. Chuanwen sighed, yet, how tragic it remains. Chapter 17. Shifting blame emperor, civil and military officials. The morning sun still weeps. My Zhou Lang is not that kind of person. Civil and military officials. Prime Minister Zhang, this is simply too tragic. Emperor. My dear minister, are you well? What trick are you planning this time? The emperor silently sympathizes with his loyal minister, who is dedicated to such an extent. Truly, it is a hard life for you, my dear. Is your complexion not well? Chuanwen also feels for this devoted gentleman. Indeed, age has taken its toll. After all, he is over 50, rising so early for morning court, and still has to deal with official documents. No matter how strong one is, it cannot be sustained. Your Majesty, I am well. There is nothing amiss in my household. Those 8 sons are not even my own. How can one not know their own flesh and blood? Consider how many here are truly without blemish. If only that golden brick could be taken away. It is so resplendent. Surely it must be gold, yet one cannot simply gnaw on it, alas. Based on his understanding of Chuanwen, to utter such words is undoubtedly her style. However, this time, the Duke of Chongqing miscalculated. Chuanwen is far bolder than he imagined. Oh, the Emperor's golden dragon throne is also made of gold. I wonder what it feels like to relieve oneself upon it. A golden toilet. It is truly the pinnacle of life. The Duke of Chongqing stumbled upon the threshold of the hall, falling flat on his face. Grandfather, are you all right? Chuanwen, startled, rushed to help him up, and the entire court turned to look, their eyes filled with astonishment and sympathy, except for 2 individuals. One was Chuanhai, whose face was a mask of terror, as if he had witnessed the scene of his family being executed. The other was the Emperor himself, whose brow twitched rigidly as he sat upon his throne. Relieve oneself? What audacity! The Duke of Chongqing quickly grasped Chuanwen's hand, kneeling and bowing, while Chuanhai hastily followed suit. Both were on the verge of tears, while Chuanwen continued to criticize. What? Shifting blame? It was your poor eyesight that caused you to stumble. Why place the blame on me? More content loading. Please wait. Is it because I am young and easily bullied? How contemptible. The disparaged Duke of Chongqing and Chuanhai silently wept. Dear lady, may I ask if my life is still in question? High above, the Emperor rubbed his brow, silently reciting, I am a wise ruler, I am a wise ruler, I am a wise ruler. Forget it, I shall not hold a grudge against a young girl. He did not deny that he had sought to utilize Chuanwen. Whether she was truly clairvoyant or merely feigning, she had nonetheless assisted him in resolving the Zhou Yong issue. However, the disclosure of inner thoughts was far too mystical, and the Emperor remained ambivalent. At present, refugees inundated the capital, causing unrest, and a significant portion of the disaster relief funds had mysteriously vanished, with every official involved claiming their innocence. This was undeniably a thorny case. Thus, he would assign Chuanhai to investigate. If Chuanwen truly possessed foresight, Chuanhai would naturally uncover the truth. If she was merely playing tricks, then he would settle today a score with them all. Chuanhai, a leisurely official, was inexplicably burdened with this task. A seasoned bureaucrat, he could likely infer the Emperor's intentions, but could only wipe his sweat and accept the assignment. Upon seeing his family, the Duke of Chongqing, who had been bravely holding on, suddenly felt his legs weaken, startling them all. What has happened? Why has the Emperor summoned you to the palace? The Duke of Chongqing's wife, already anxious, became even more distressed upon seeing her husband in such a state. Something grave must have occurred. Chuanwen, utterly speechless, thought, is my grandfather's courage truly so feeble? It is merely a misstep before the throne. Does it warrant such terror? Hearing Chuanwen's unspoken thoughts, the Duke of Chongqing's wife and Chuan Rui were momentarily stunned. A misstep before the throne? What loss of decorum? The Duke of Chongqing's wife sensed something amiss. Her husband was not a man of such timorous nature. Moreover, the blame has been shifted to me, and the Emperor has declared he would not pursue it. Why then the fright? The Duke of Chongqing's wife. Why do I increasingly fail to comprehend? Chuan Rui looked at his father with an expression of reproach. Father, why do you implicate your own granddaughter? Su Yan hurriedly pulled Chuanwen aside, concerned. My daughter, are you well? Did the Emperor mistreat you? Chuanwu glanced at the wooden box in Chuanwen's hands. Little sister, what do you hold? Upon mentioning the box, Chuanwen visibly brightened, eagerly opening it. The golden glow nearly blinded Chuan Rui and the others. Gold. Su Yan stifled a squeal of excitement, but soon worry crept onto her face as she fixed her gaze on her daughter. Where did this come from? From the Emperor's favor. As Chuanwen spoke, Chuan Rui had already taken a piece and bit into it, unable to break it. It was indeed gold. Wait, something feels off. Chuan Rui mused as he looked at the box of gold, and then at his trembling father. Why did his daughter and father seem so out of sync? One calm and collected, the other quaking with fear? Having received a reward, why was there still such terror? The others were equally perplexed until the Duke of Chongqing relayed Chuanwen's words from the Golden Yuan Hall. A profound silence ensued, followed by a glance of disbelief directed at Chuanwen. To dare to relieve oneself upon the dragon throne, even if merely a thought, is unparalleled in all the realms. This had transcended the pinnacle of life, verging on the peak of absurdity. After court, the Duke of Chongqing and a few others quietly convened a family meeting. Upon waking from her afternoon slumber, Chuanwen searched for her mother but found no trace of her, nor her father or brother, leaving her puzzled. She inquired of her maid, Xiaobi, who was equally uninformed. Chuanwen immediately grew alert. Surely her 3 family members were not conspiring against her? Chapter 18. I had a dream. Chuanwen settled herself on a stone beside the artificial hill, beginning to organize the unfolding narrative. During her previous visit to the palace, she had discerned the reshaping of the plot, and now she found the perfect moment to arrange her thoughts. There were 3 notable alterations in the storyline. Firstly, the Longxing Marquis, who was destined to perish, had survived. However, the inevitable downfall of the Longxing Marquis remained unchanged. Secondly, the Princess of Chaoyang, who was supposed to meet her demise after the new year, was thriving, and Princess Bahui no longer harbored animosity towards the Longxing Marquis. Consequently, she was absent from the narrative of the third prince's obliteration of the Longxing family. As for the reason the third prince sought to destroy the heroine's family, it adhered to the customary tropes of tragic literature, necessitating the heroine's suffering before the male lead embarked on a path of redemption. Chuanwen lamented the melodramatic nature of the plot, expressing her exasperation, and continued to outline the third change. The emperor initially intended to retain her in the capital for an official position, yet she aspired for broader horizons, voluntarily requesting an assignment to the provinces. Subsequently, a drought besieged the region where she served, and with scant relief funds available, she commenced an investigation into the matter. After uncovering incriminating evidence, she endeavored to return to the capital alongside the refugees, but was ambushed. In a near-fatal encounter, she crossed paths with the third prince, which allowed her to narrowly escape. However, it also led to him discovering her secret regarding her true identity. This revelation would later enable her to assist the heroine in evading the third prince's estate. Zhang Qing, in a few days, would also venture to the capital with the refugees and face a similar ambush, but unlike her, he would not be saved by the third prince. As Chuanwen pondered this, her brows furrowed at the mention of a name, Chaoyang. She couldn't help but scoff, dismissing the notion that warmth and affection could arise between 2 women. Yet, upon further reflection, she mused that perhaps it was not entirely impossible, questioning societal norms that dictated otherwise. As she indulged in her thoughts, she suddenly perceived voices approaching her direction. "Why have you been so close to that country girl these past few days?" A reproachful voice echoed. "Do not forget your brother was sent to the countryside because of that commoner's family." A smaller voice retorted, "Mother? My brother's placement in the countryside has nothing to do with uncle and the others. He acted on his own accord, seduced by that mistress. How can you blame uncle for that? Also, did father not instruct you to refrain from calling uncle and the others commoners? It reflects poorly on them." More content was loading. Please wait. The Longxing Marquis' legitimate son was supposed to belong to uncle. We have taken advantage of the situation.
Please, do not speak of this again.
Why you? This voice was tinged with exasperation. How can you not distinguish right from wrong like your father? How is it that we have taken advantage? Their misfortune is their own doing. Why should I remain silent? Furthermore, you should avoid associating with that girl. Did you not see how she offended Princess Bahui? She was summoned to the palace for reprimand. Who knows what may come next? Do you wish to suffer the same fate? When Mei was not summoned for reprimand, she received a reward of a box full of gold. The defending voice, though quiet, was resolute. You will be the death of me," Mrs. Wang exclaimed, approaching the artificial hill, only to spot Chuanwen seated upon a large stone, her chin resting on her hands as she pondered. Their eyes met, and Mrs. Wang first felt a pang of guilt for being overheard, but it quickly morphed into anger. "How dare you eavesdrop on others?" With an innocent expression, Chuanwen replied, "Because I had a dream yesterday."
What?
Both Mrs. Wang and Chuanyu were momentarily taken aback. "What dream did you have?" Chuanyu ventured to inquire. I dreamed of an old immortal. Chuanwen blinked, pausing for effect as confusion washed over both Mrs. Wang and Chuanyu. And then, Chuanwen continued, the immortal told me that there is gold behind the artificial hill and instructed me to come and collect it at this very hour. Did you find it? Chuanyu asked, intrigued. Chuanwen glanced at the naive Chuanyu and smiled brightly. No, I didn't find it. Chuanyu was charmed by Chuanwen's cheerful demeanor. Just as she was about to comfort her sister, Chuanwen added, but I did step in a pile of dung. Chuanyu froze in place, and Mrs. Wang, who was about to ridicule Chuanwen for her foolishness, was momentarily stunned as well. Mrs. Wang's expression shifted dramatically, her face flushed with anger. Why, you little wretch! Are you mocking me? After several stammering attempts, Mrs. Wang, a lady of noble standing, could not articulate her thoughts. Fortunately, Chuanyu swiftly intervened, stopping her mother from striking Chuanwen. Mother, please calm down, Chuanyu urged, casting a warning glance at Chuanwen, signaling her to flee. Chuanwen made a face at Mrs. Wang and then, lifting her skirts, dashed away without a trace. Mrs. Wang fumed. This cannot stand. I am utterly infuriated, especially upon noticing the suppressed laughter of the nearby maidservant, Mrs. Wang felt even more humiliated. How could a mere maid dare to mock her? She glared in the direction Chuanwen had departed, clenching her teeth in anger. It's all that sharp-tongued wretch's fault for toying with me. With a final roll of her eyes, Mrs. Wang fainted. Chapter 19. Each one takes a share in the study of the Marquis of Chongqing. A gathering of individuals was engaged in a clandestine meeting. They had recently acquired more insights into the narrative, notably that the male protagonist of this illustrated tale was the third prince. When speaking of this prince, the Marquis could recount tales for 3 days and nights, but for the sake of brevity, he distilled it into a singular statement. This individual, though outwardly meek and respectful, possessed a profound cunning. The straightforward Marquis harbored a disdain for such duplicitous natures. When it came to matters of marriage, he would never allow his innocent daughter Yuer to wed such a man. Moreover, they sensed an impending crisis. Setting aside how the third prince intended to ensnare the Marquis's household, the manner in which Chuanwen spoke, his words resonating with a striking audacity, suggested their downfall was inevitable. The recent assignment from the Emperor to investigate disaster relief funds was a glaring example. Should the investigation yield results, Chuanhai would gain no accolades and instead offend many. Should it not, the very act of hearing Chuanwen's innermost thoughts would surely be spun into a tale of trickery and deception. At that moment, Zhang Yuan hurriedly knocked on the study door, exclaiming that the lady had fainted from anger caused by the second young lady. The Marquis, exasperated, placed his hand on his forehead, lamenting, "Oh, my ancestors, when will there be peace?" However, it fortuitously provided him with a reason to confine Chuanwen. In the courtyard of Wang's residence, Chuanhai rushed to visit her as the maid was preparing to send the physician away. Upon inquiring about the doctor's assessment, he learned that it was merely a case of excessive anger and posed no significant danger. Rest was all that was required. After the doctor departed, Chuanhai pressed Chuanyu for an explanation, but she hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Leaning against the bed, Wang made an exasperated sound. That girl shows no respect for her elders. Openly criticizing me in front of everyone, Wang struggled to articulate her grievances. Chuanhai sensed that Chuanwen was not one to stir trouble, yet he understood that his wife disapproved of Chuan Rui and her companions, suspecting she had uttered something unkind. Wang, however, dismissed his thoughts with a cold laugh, questioning why, if they truly did not covet his title, Su Yan, Chuan Wu, and the noble ladies and gentlemen of the capital were so fervently engaged with one another. Was it not to seize his connections and vie for the marquisate? Chuanhai was momentarily taken aback. This was news to him. After a moment's contemplation, he believed his wife must have misunderstood, as he did not think Chuan Rui and her husband were of such ilk. Wang scoffed, asserting that if he believed she was mistaken, time would reveal their true intentions. After a gloomy day, the rain finally began to fall, prompting Chuanhai to instruct the maid to close the windows. After advising his wife to rest, he departed to the study, his head throbbing with thoughts of the disaster relief funds. Once he left, Wang, incensed, smashed 2 teacups, berating her husband for being a simpleton who, even after being deceived, still counted the other's coins. The chill in the air provoked a fit of coughing from Wang, but upon hearing that Chuanwen had been confined, her coughing ceased, her complexion brightened, and the once frigid air now felt refreshing. Delighted, she downed a bowl of medicine, wishing for another. Truly, the old master possesses keen insight, she mused, but a mere confinement is far too lenient. He should face severe disciplinary measures. Early the next morning, Wang, in high spirits, set out to pay her respects to the elderly couple of the Marquis of Chongqing. However, upon arrival, she was taken aback. This was no secluded mansion of a marquis. It was, in fact, the most bustling street in the capital. Stalls selling candied hawthorn, wontons, steamed buns and fried dough, pastries, marinated delicacies, and even street performers filled the scene. The Marquis was directing operations, urging caution to the vendors. Be careful. Don't let the oil splatter on my Wenwen. And you, add more sugar to the candied hawthorn. My woman has a sweet tooth. Oh, and be mindful of that flame. Don't frighten my Wenwen.
Wang.
What brings you here? The Marquis instructed the couple at the wonton stall to prepare a bowl for his daughter-in-law, allowing Wang to choose whatever she desired. Wang forced a laugh, thinking to herself that this meal was simply not worth having. She silently gritted her teeth, recognizing that this was not confinement, but rather an indulgence elevated to celestial heights. The Marquis had never lavished such attention on Yuer before. After a night of rain, the weather turned brisk, and Chuanwen, reluctant to rise, lingered in bed until well past noon. Upon waking, she was greeted by the Marquis, eager to present her with an extravagant breakfast. Chuanwen blinked her sleepy eyes and declared, I'm not tired anymore. Let us have one of everything. However, in the next moment, disaster struck. She tripped over the hem of her skirt and fell. The Marquis rushed to assist her, but slipped as well, resulting in a collision with the wonton stall. A bench fell upon Chuanwen's fingers, eliciting a scream that startled the street performers. A large vat tipped over, rolling onto the marinated meat stall, scattering its contents. The broth scalded the feet of the vendor selling roasted snacks, who jumped, inadvertently knocking over the candied hawthorn stall, which then crashed down upon Chuanwen's foot, prompting yet another cry of distress. In an instant, the courtyard erupted into chaos, filled with cries of alarm and fear. Ultimately, Chuanwen did manage to indulge in her desired feast, albeit with her left hand bandaged and her right foot immobilized. Chuanyu, observing her sister enjoying her meal despite her injuries, asked, Wenmei, why aren't you the least bit disheartened? Disheartened? Whatever for? Chuanwen replied, glancing at Chuanyu and her circle of friends, who regarded her injuries with sympathy. She leaned in conspiratorially and asked, Do you know how Zheng Taisher lost that tooth of his? The group exchanged puzzled looks, unsure how her lack of sorrow related to Zheng Taisher's dental mishap. And they shook their heads in confusion. After all, with Zheng Taisher's advanced age, any manner of tooth loss seemed plausible. Chuanyu pondered that, at over 60, Zheng Taisher was older than her grandfather, so losing a tooth was hardly surprising. Chapter 20. The innocent culprit. Chuanwen extended her left hand. Oh no. It was her right index finger that waggled in a gesture of let me tell you this story slowly. One day, the lustrous Zheng Taisher succumbed to temptation and purchased a candied hawthorn skewer. Upon taking a bite, he inadvertently lost a tooth, which became stuck to the sugary treat. By the time he finished the skewer, he discovered his mouth was empty, and upon looking down, he found an entire tooth embedded in the sweet confection. Is this even possible? Several young maidens wore expressions that suggested they thought she was merely spinning a tale. What does this have to do with your lack of dismay? One of the girls in her close-knit circle inquired. She was the youngest among them, named Zheng Ning, aged 15, 1 year younger than Chuanyu and 1 year older than Chuanwen. People get false teeth and continue to indulge. I've got bandages and still gnaw away. Chuanwen raised the pig's trotter in her hand, eliciting laughter from her companions. You all should partake as well, she suggested, pointing at the copious food before them. Yet her sisters shook their heads in unison, declaring, We simply enjoy watching you eat. It wasn't that they lacked the desire to feast. Rather, they did not possess Chuanwen's enviable constitution. No matter how much she consumed, she remained slender, while they merely needed to sip water to gain weight, which deterred them from such indulgences. Vicariously living through her, they relished the sight of Chuanwen's enjoyment of food, often playfully prodding her plump cheeks with their fingers. At such moments, Chuanwen felt exasperated. She had lived 2 lifetimes and could easily be their mother, yet here they were, lauding her as adorable. With a curious blink, she entertained the gossip, for who does not delight in tales of intrigue? It appeared that Lady Lu had been the subject of ridicule at a banquet, though the specific reasons remained unknown to the young maidens. The girls speculated wildly, some suggesting that Lu Darren had been discovered keeping a concubine, while others insinuated that he overly indulged a favored mistress, or perhaps he had offended the emperor and was facing repercussions, prompting Lady Lu to preemptively evade calamity.
But why?
Has Lady Lu uncovered Lu Darren's peculiar penchant? They mused, unaware that Chuanwen had unwittingly become the source of the gossip. Another piece of gossip circulated regarding Lu Darren of the Ministry of Revenue, who, it was said, had once accidentally fallen into a latrine while squatting. And to add to the absurdity, he had swum a few laps in the muck. The maidens who had never heard such a tale were astonished. And even Chuanwen found herself questioning the narrative. Did he truly swim? She pondered, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. A round-faced girl named Cheng Wanrong exclaimed in disbelief, while Chuanwen wholeheartedly agreed. Could it be that their latrine was constructed to the specifications of a swimming pool, allowing one to swim while relieving themselves? She mused before shaking her head, realizing she could not dwell on such thoughts while still enjoying her meal. Noticing Chuanwen's conflicted expression, her friends quickly pivoted the conversation to matters concerning Prime Minister Zhang. Rumor had it that a thief had infiltrated one of the Prime Minister's concubines' quarters under the cover of night. When descending from the roof, he stumbled upon the clandestine rendezvous of a concubine and a guard. The ensuing chaos was ignited by a startled outcry, and soon, the Prime Minister's residence was in an uproar. Zhang rushed to the scene, but the thief had long since fled, leaving the illicit affair of the concubine and guard exposed. Enraged, Zhang conducted a thorough investigation, discovering that 8 out of 10 concubines were embroiled in infidelity, while the remaining 2 were new arrivals, likely still innocent. As the narrative unfolded, it became clear that Zhang was determined to ascertain whether the children born to those concubines were indeed his own. What an unexpected turn of events, Chuanwen thought, delving into the storyline, only to find herself perplexed once more. Not only did he scale the ill-fated concubine's rafters, but he also visited the others. Could he possess a peculiar obsession? Chuanwen shivered inexplicably and continued to listen to her friend's gossip. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the sons he had diligently raised were, in fact, not his. Zhang was so incensed that he spat blood and fainted on the spot, now bedridden. The group sighed in sympathy. But why were they engaging in such activities on the rafters? Chuanwen wondered aloud. Were they not afraid of falling? It was said that they feared discovery. Thus, even if they made a ruckus, the servants would merely think it was a rat. Is this truly feasible? They pondered silently, applauding the audacity of the concubine and the guard, who risked everything for their clandestine affair. After a moment of shared sympathy, the conversation shifted to the illustrious Princess Baohui. The tales of the county princess of Chaoyang left the more traditionally minded maidens speechless. Upon hearing that Zhou Yong had been imprisoned, the county princess refused to eat or drink, insisting on seeing him. Princess Baohui, though incensed, feared for the already malnourished Chaoyang's well-being, and thus consented. It was expected that upon their meeting, Chaoyang would plead tearfully for help, yet instead, the county princess delivered a resounding slap, leaving Zhou Yong dazed. The county princess devoted to Zhou Yong? Mu Qing, one of the girls, had previously felt pity for her but now felt a surge of joy. Cheng Wanrong, the most informed on the matter, recounted that the first words spoken by the county princess after the slap were a rebuke. "You are not Zhou Lang." She then resolutely exited the prison, leaving Zhou Yong in a state of bewilderment. The girls exchanged glances and finally, Chuanwen inquired, why did she do that? Perhaps it's because Zhou Yong is now unrecognizable, Cheng Wanrong speculated. Before his imprisonment, Zhou Yong had sustained injuries, and inside the prison, he received neither medical attention nor medicine, resulting in festering wounds and a countenance so ghastly that it was nearly unrecognizable. The group collectively sighed in dismay. Chapter 21. Preoccupied with seizing titles, the atmosphere was electrifying, as if a vital energy had surged through Chuanwen, enlightening her with profound insights. It became evident that the Princess of Chaoyang was a person of superficial tastes, and the only remedy for her shallow romantic notions was disfigurement. Princess Baohui, too, had inadvertently struck out, delivering 2 lashes in the direction of Zhou Yang's visage. Chuanwen found great satisfaction in this unfolding drama. As the group of young ladies engaged in lively conversation, a servant named Chuyue approached Chuanyu, requesting her presence, as their mother was suffering from a headache and wished to see her. In that instant, Chuanyu discerned her mother's intentions, having previously offended Princess Baohui. Her mother was understandably wary of potential retaliation, especially since the princess was currently irked by Zhou Yang's affairs. Thus, Chuanyu felt compelled to distance herself from Chuanwen, sensing that her mother's headache was likely feigned. Though she harbored these thoughts, Chuanyu prioritized her mother's reputation and rose to depart. Before leaving, Chuyue cautioned Chuanyu's circle of friends about Chuanwen's transgression against Princess Baohui. The young ladies, having heard of the incident, expressed their sympathy for Chuanwen, especially upon witnessing her blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation while indulging in candied hawthorns. Despite their trepidation towards Princess Baohui, they decided to lend their support to the innocent and charming Chuanwen. Second miss, someone from the princess's residence has arrived. The master is leading them into the courtyard. A young maid rushed in, prompting Chuanyu to furrow her brows and shield Chuanwen behind her. The young ladies exchanged glances at Chuyue's triumphant expression, then turned to Chuanwen, collectively retreating a step, their expressions resolute. "Sister Wen, we are with you emotionally." Chuanwen cursed their lack of loyalty, contemplating escape, but upon glancing at her bandaged feet, resolved to savor a few more candied hawthorns, pondering that there might not be another chance in the future. "Chuanwen, Princess Baohui has sent you a plethora of gifts," Longxing Ho announced with exuberance, followed by a procession of attendants bearing boxes and containers, all cheerfully delivering their offerings to Chuanwen's courtyard. "What is happening here?" The onlookers were taken aback as the leading attendant began to recite the list of gifts: a pair of gold and jade auspicious symbols, 12 strands of Nanhai pearls, 8 pairs of exquisite agate locks from the western regions. With each item mentioned, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The Nanhai pearls, a rare delicacy produced annually in limited quantities, had been generously bestowed by Princess Baohui. Furthermore, the agate from the increasingly tumultuous western regions had become even more precious, and the princess's generosity was nothing short of remarkable. All eyes turned to Chuanwen as they wondered how this celestial figure had captured the favor of Princess Baohui. Equally bewildered, Chuanwen could only respond, "I have no idea." Chuanyu blinked in confusion and stammered, "Grandfather, why has Princess Baohui bestowed such lavish gifts upon Sister Wen?" Longxing Ho, brimming with joy, explained that these were tokens of gratitude from the princess. Though he himself would not benefit from these gifts, he reveled in the honor bestowed upon their family. How many in the capital were regarded favorably by Princess Baohui? To have such esteem directed towards Chuanwen brought him immense pride. "Are you two on familiar terms?" The atmosphere grew tense as Chuanyu's friends were left in a daze. Even Chuanwen was taken aback, recalling the princess's previous hostile demeanor that seemed more akin to a predatory glare. Could it be that Princess Baohui is unwell? No, she was quite well. Longxing Ho chuckled, urging Chuanwen to graciously accept the gifts. Chuanwen bit into a hawthorn, conceding that although she was perplexed by the princess's erratic behavior, she would reluctantly accept the offerings. "Sister, choose whatever you desire," Chuanwen said to Chuanyu, who had been the only one to stand firm and protect her, casting a glance at the unfaithful companions, who shrank back in fear of the princess's formidable reputation. Though Chuanyu was thrilled by Chuanwen's invitation to select freely, she ultimately refrained from claiming any items, wishing instead for Chuanwen's collection to flourish. Nevertheless, Chuanwen insisted on gifting her a box of Nanhai pearls. That evening, Chuanwen finally encountered her elusive parents. Her brother had been sent by their grandfather to attend school with Chuanza, which was understandable. But the persistent absence of her parents was troubling. Upon seeing their beloved daughter wrapped in bandages, Chuanrui and Su Yan felt a pang of concern and frustration. How could their daughter sustain injuries in just one day without their supervision? In just one day? My dear daughter, your father and I have been preoccupied and failed to keep a watchful eye on you. It is entirely our fault. We thought that with Longxing Ho and his family looking after you, you would be safe. Who could have imagined this was the extent of their care? Rest assured, your father and I will seek justice for you, Su Yan declared, her indignation evident as she prepared to confront those responsible. Chuanwen chuckled mockingly, Mother. Don't try to evade responsibility. Su Yan halted, sighing at her daughter's cleverness, realizing that her sharp wit could be a double-edged sword. You both are strangers in the capital, unfamiliar with the surroundings. Even to reach the market requires inquiries along several streets. What could you possibly have been busy with? Just as Su Yan and Chuanwen sought to justify themselves, Chuanwen's inner thoughts echoed. Could it be that my parents are secretly plotting to seize a title? Chuanwen nearly choked, hastily clarifying, My dear daughter, your mother and I are genuinely occupied. Occupied with seizing a title? Indeed, we are engaged in serious matters. Serious matters pertain to seizing a title? Precisely. Seizing a title? Indeed, seizing a title. So it is true. Chuanwen lamented her father's lack of foresight. Chuanwen was taken aback. What did I just say? Su Yan exchanged bewildered glances with her husband, and the room fell into an uneasy silence. Chapter 22. The morning sun is again infatuated with love. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Yan prodded Chuanwen, who was smacking his forehead. His mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of his daughter and how she had come to know about the title dispute, causing him to inadvertently speak out of turn. Chuanwen quickly clarified, It's not about the title. Your mother and I have been occupied with business these past few days. Chuanwen, skeptical, scrutinized her troublesome parents, prompting them to recount the entire story in detail. Next door, the talented girl Yu had been excelling at embroidery. Su Yan's handkerchief was crafted by her, and during the last banquet, it caught the attention of Lady Yang from the Hanlin Academy, which led Su Yan to see an opportunity. They had not witnessed Yu's embroidery skills firsthand, so they hesitated to place a large order. Su Yan took a sip of tea to soothe her throat, but her spirits remained high. She had observed that Yu's craftsmanship rivaled that of the capital's best, had it not been for their superior materials. The garments crafted by Yu would have surpassed theirs in beauty. After this order, they would undoubtedly have more in the future, and those orders would only increase. Chuanwen glanced at the stack of orders in her father's hands and exclaimed, Is this not a lot? Mother, do you intend to work you to exhaustion? Su Yan playfully poked her daughter on the head, having just praised her for her intelligence. You needn't worry. I assure you, you will not be overworked and will earn a handsome profit. Su Yan was in high spirits, while Chuanwen, having been poked, felt less pleased. Mother, why do you speak in such a manner? What nonsense is this? Her father yawned, his words mumbled. Chuanwen only caught the phrase the red braised pork from ergo, and her eyes instantly lit up. Her mother's voice followed. Also, I have temporarily requisitioned your box of gold. Once we earn money, I will share the profits with you. In light of the promise of red braised pork, Chuanwen banged on the door, and Su Yan, halfway out of her outer garment, had no choice but to put it back on and open the door. Mother, come here. I have a surprise for you. Chuanwen spoke mysteriously, and Su Yan was puzzled as she was pulled into the storage room next door. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a magnificent sight, towering piles of red coral, jade ruby, chests overflowing with brocade, pearls, and jewelry. Oh my heavens! My cotton pants and jacket. My father and grandfather. My sleeves are half soaked, and my heart and lungs are nearly frightened out of me.
Susan Edgerlim.
Did you go robbing? She added, caressing the exquisite treasures and lamenting that her daughter had not taken her along. Had she accompanied her, they would have secured even more. Chuanwen beamed brightly. These are gifts from Princess Bao Hui, Mother. They are all for you. Su Yan's hand froze midair as she regarded her daughter, contemplating the situation. She ultimately accepted the lavish gifts from Princess Bao Hui, for after all, her daughter had saved the county lord of Chaoyang. She then embraced her daughter, showering her with kisses. My dear, I will surely build a legacy for you. I will not allow you to live any less splendidly than in this marquise. Su Yan was so moved that tears nearly welled in her eyes. Her daughter was exceedingly kind to her, offering all these treasures. Chuanwen nodded fervently. saliva almost spilling from her mouth. As long as you expand the business, perhaps you will come to the capital, and then Ergo might come with her. If that happens, I could enjoy Ergo's red braised pork at any time. Suyin thought, my worthless tears have ultimately been misplaced. Thus, the days passed by uneventfully. The weather turned cool, hinting at the approach of winter, and people donned their padded jackets. After several days of weeping behind closed doors, the county lord of Chaoyang finally emerged, sorrowfully heading towards the outskirts of the city. She had once lit a love lantern at the Famine Temple for herself and Zhou Yong, and now, with love lost, she felt compelled to extinguish that lantern. However, as the carriage navigated through the forest outside the city, a figure unexpectedly dashed out, leaping onto the carriage without a second thought. The county lord gasped, her complexion paling, about to scream when she caught sight of the handsome, refined face of the intruder, causing her cry to die in her throat. "Quick, let us go." The gaze of the man caused her heart to skip a beat, sending it racing. "County lord, are you all right?" The coachman steadied the startled horses, nervously inquiring from outside and preparing to lift the carriage curtain when the county lord's voice rang out from within. "I'm fine. Just leave this place quickly." Although puzzled, the coachman sensed that the county lord did not appear to be in danger. So he hastily helped the maid who had fallen from the carriage and urged the horses to gallop away. Not long after the county lord's carriage departed, another carriage approached, clattering along. Inside was the third prince, whose mood was far from pleasant. His narrow, dark brows knitted together as he pondered deeply. His mother held a lowly position in the palace, and since he could remember, they had been bullied by others, other concubines, princes, princesses, and even eunuchs and palace maids, all of whom towered over them. He still recalled the humiliation of having eunuchs spit in his food, palace maids openly mocking him as a lowly breed, other princes assaulting him, and princesses ordering him to kneel and serve them like a horse, along with the harrowing memory of his mother drowning in the lotus pond while seeking medicine for his fever. He had endured humiliation, lost loved ones, and felt bitter resentment. He desired to rise above his circumstances. Since the age of 10, after cleverly positioning himself beside concubine Shu, he had not felt so stifled in many years. And it was that country girl who had barged in and disrupted everything. The third prince narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them. Chapter 23. Afflicted by illness in recent days, the ministers have kept their distance from him, casting furtive glances filled with peculiar expressions. Even the emperor has hesitated several times, wanting to speak yet ultimately remaining silent, compelling consort Shu to select a bride for him and expedite the marriage process. However, which noble family would be willing to marry their cherished daughter to him at this juncture? Even if some were inclined, he might not reciprocate that desire. The selection for the third prince's consort had long been decided. He was not interested in marrying someone from an ordinary minister's household. He sought a partner who could serve as his ally. The third prince lightly tapped his fingers, his narrowed eyes relaxing slightly as he momentarily set aside thoughts of the primary consort. If this world were truly akin to the storybook realm described by that rustic girl, endowed with foresight and knowledge of worldly affairs, then why couldn't she be his ally? Nonetheless, this matter required careful planning. If he specified that he desired the rustic girl, it would undoubtedly arouse the emperor's suspicion. With a firm resolution, the corners of the third prince's lips finally curved into a smile. However, in the next moment, a group of masked individuals suddenly emerged from the thicket, surrounding his carriage with an overwhelming presence. "Hand over the person, or do not blame us for our ruthlessness." The leader of the masked group, a towering figure, shouted towards the carriage, his blade gleaming ominously in his hand.
How dare you?
"Do you know who is inside this carriage?" barked the two guards driving the carriage. The tall figure hesitated momentarily, but then scoffed. "I care not who you are. Hand them over." They had clearly heard the sound of the horses whinnying, and upon pursuit, discovered that the individual had vanished, presumably hidden within the carriage. Regardless of who was inside, they felt compelled to eliminate that person. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing the third prince's strikingly handsome face. He cast a grim gaze upon the masked assailants and stated, "There is no one here that you seek." His voice was measured, yet as frigid as ice, laced with a hint of sinister amusement. The audacity of attempting to assassinate someone in broad daylight at the foot of the imperial city suggested that their backing was far from ordinary. This situation had taken an intriguing turn. Without further ado, the towering figure barked an order, and his comrades sprang into action. Since they would not surrender the individual, they would take matters into their own hands. The mission from above allowed for no mercy, and they attacked with lethal intent. The third prince and his 2 guards were no pushovers, holding their ground against the dozen attackers. Sensing the tide turning against them, the leader commanded a retreat. However, the third prince was not inclined to let them escape so easily. With a swift motion, he kicked a dagger lying at his feet, sending it hurtling through the air, where it struck the tall figure in the calf with precision. The unfortunate man fell to the ground, helplessly watching as his companions fled in terror, leaving him behind. Initially, the third prince had intended to casually encounter General Feihu at the Fa Men Temple. Now, he found himself far more intrigued by this masked individual. As evening approached, the matriarch of the Chongqing Marquis received an invitation from the palace, requesting her presence the following day to enjoy the blooming flowers with her granddaughters, Chuanwen and Chuanwen. Upon receiving the invitation, the matriarch felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Having heard the recent rumors surrounding the third prince, and knowing that the emperor intended to find him a bride post-haste. Thus, this flower-viewing banquet was likely an engagement selection event. During dinner, the matriarch's gaze frequently fell upon Chuanwen. Once the meal concluded, she retained both Chuanwen and Chuanwen at the table. What kind of person do you wish to marry in the future? She inquired, masking her own concerns with a facade of care. Chuanwen bashfully lowered her head, replying, "Grandmother, why are you suddenly asking this? It cannot be ignored," the matriarch insisted, genuinely hoping that Chuanwen did not harbor feelings for the third prince. After all, he was the sort of person who could jeopardize their entire marquisate in the future, though the reasons for this uncertainty remained unknown. "We had hoped to keep you with us for a few more years, but now that you've grown, it is time to seek a suitable match." The matriarch smiled, envisioning a future where Chuanwen would be promised to another, thereby severing any ties with the third prince. Yet, such decisions rested solely with the elders. Chuanwen felt neither elated nor disheartened. She had long accepted that her marriage would not be her own choice and did not yearn for anything particular, though thoughts of her heart's true desire left her feeling somewhat melancholic. The matriarch nodded approvingly, recognizing Chuanwen's maturity, yet she glanced curiously at Chuanwen, who was engrossed in cracking nuts. The matriarch had kept Chuanwen behind to hear her thoughts, but the girl seemed entirely uninterested, focusing solely on her meal. Just as the matriarch pondered this, Chuanwen's inner voice surfaced. "It's pointless to seek a match. The third prince will surely be captivated by Yu Jia upon seeing her tomorrow, regardless of her engagement or marriage to anyone else. He will undoubtedly take her away." Initially, the matriarch thought her idea was sound, but upon hearing Chuanwen's thoughts, she froze in shock. What did she mean? Even if he were a prince, could he truly abduct someone? Are you feeling unwell?" she asked, turning her attention to Chuanwen and gently touching her forehead. Chuanwen was taken aback, responding, "Grandmother, I am fine. I see your complexion is off. Did you get caught in the rain yesterday and fall ill?" The matriarch disregarded the confused expressions of Chuanwen and Chuanwen, calling for a maid to fetch a doctor, instructing her to find several. "What is happening?" Chuanwen popped a fragrant pine nut into her mouth, glancing at Chuanwen's rosy and healthy complexion. "Yu Jia spent all day in the room watching me eat. When did she get caught in the rain?" Chuanwen shared her bewilderment, asking, "I am ill? When did that happen?" The matriarch continued her charade of concern. "Oh dear, how careless you are. Look at your cough. Your face is so flushed. How hot you are. Hongyu, go check why Chuiyu hasn't returned with the doctor yet." Hongyu, bewildered, nodded and hurried out. Chuanwen and Chuanwen exchanged glances, with Chuanwen remarking, "If the doctor arrives, let us have them examine this old lady. She seems quite unwell." "Grandmother, are you all right?" Chuanwen thought about reaching out to feel her grandmother's forehead, unsure if she had truly fallen ill. At that moment, the matriarch subtly exchanged glances with the 2 girls, and while Chuanwen remained oblivious to the situation, she understood her grandmother was not truly ill, prompting her to cough in agreement. Chuanwen stroked her chin, speculating, Is the matriarch trying to feign illness to prevent Yu Jie from attending tomorrow's flower viewing banquet? Chapter 24. My refusal of social engagement, however. Why is this happening? Chuanwen was perplexed, as this twist was not part of the narrative. Why are they all deviating from the script? Could everyone please adhere to their roles? Chuanwen, feeling indifferent, decided not to participate. Grandmother, I still have injuries and cannot walk. I shall not attend tomorrow's flower viewing banquet. A sense of joy filled her heart, for she thought, what is there to appreciate in flowers? It would be far more delightful to stroll through the snack alley on East Street. The elderly matriarch of the Chongqing Marquis glanced at Chuanwen's left hand and right foot, one wrapped in bandages and the other secured with a splint, and felt somewhat speechless. The injuries were not severe. It was merely that her grandfather had exaggerated the situation, leading to this fuss. Come here, my dear, let me help you remove these. Before Chuanwen could react, the old lady had already unwrapped the bandages and removed the splint. Gazing at her unscathed fingers and the slight bruise on her ankle, Chuanwen was momentarily bewildered. So, there really is nothing wrong? She touched her nose and laughed. I apologize. I simply found it amusing to be carried around. So, I didn't reveal my grandfather's antics. Oh, the days of lounging and indulging have finally slipped away from me. Oh, dear, the crooked neck tree. Wait for me. I have a customer who wishes to hang themselves here. The old lady nearly burst into laughter at Chuanwen's inner monologue. This granddaughter of hers, who seemingly inherited none of the family's love for wealth, exhibited an extraordinary laziness and an unparalleled fondness for food, making her all the more endearing. The following day, after the old lady led Chuanwen out, Mrs. Wang, in a fit of rage, smashed 2 more teacups. What was the old lady thinking? She instructed you to feign illness at home, yet took that girl to the palace for a banquet, completely neglecting her own family. Mrs. Wang fumed in Chuanyu's room, and Chuanyu hastily urged her mother to sit down and calm herself. Mother, please lower your voice. We must not let anyone hear us gossip. If the royal family discovers we are pretending to be ill to avoid the banquet, who knows what punishment awaits us? Punishment? So what? I fear no one. Mrs. Wang retorted, her frustration boiling over. Let this marquis be forsaken by all. She could not fathom what enchantment the family of mud-legged peasants had cast upon her in-laws, making them so considerate of that family while completely disregarding their own kin after decades of care. Mother, you are speaking nonsense. Chuanyu, though not particularly invested in the marquis, understood that her grandparents were not as indifferent as her mother claimed. Otherwise, her grandfather would not have been so busy these past few days, investigating her father's case. Chuanyu attempted to reason with Mrs. Wang, who then pointed a finger at her, accusing her of being ungrateful before storming out of Chuanyu's courtyard. Relying on others was futile. She would depend on herself and eventually make them see the true nature of that family. Among the flowers, the most exquisite and noble was a pot of deep purple chrysanthemums. The petals, layered and resplendent, perfectly showcased the elegance of the flower. Under the sunlight, the dew on the petals sparkled, exuding an aura of grace and vitality. This pot of purple chrysanthemums was the favorite of the Shufei, and several ladies accompanied by their daughters surrounded her, nearly exalting the flowers to the point of reverence. Uninterested in the third prince's wife and disinclined to curry favor with the Shufei, Chuanwen sat at a distance in a pavilion, sipping tea and nibbling on pastries. However, her brows were furrowed in concern. The lady known as Countess Pingqing felt a tremor in her forehead. Dear lady, given the current situation, aside from Chuanwen's family, it seemed that several officials and even the emperor could hear her thoughts. Uncertain which of the ladies in the imperial garden could also discern her musings, Lady Pingqing observed the countess's stiff expression and inwardly felt alarmed. So, there truly were those who could hear. The old lady of Chongqing Marquis swiftly offered a cup of tea to the countess. How have you been, dear countess? Please have some tea. The countess, wishing to maintain appearances, forced a smile and accepted the cup. After taking a sip, her spirits lifted slightly, and she intended to inquire which noble lady Chuanwen believed might be selected, when she suddenly noticed that the third prince had appeared beside the Shufei. Casting a discreet glance in their direction, the countess paused, realizing that in this pavilion, only she, the old lady of Chongqing Marquis, Chuanwen, and a few maidservants were present. Was the third prince, perhaps, looking at Chuanwen? She turned her gaze to the doll-like Chuanwen, who was obliviously critiquing the palace's pastries, comparing them unfavorably to pig feed. The countess, unsure of how to react, thought, well, they are somewhat unpalatable, but there is no need to voice it so harshly. Yet, Chuanwen had indeed refrained from uttering her thoughts aloud. Just as the countess felt relieved that Chuanwen's inner voice had escaped the Shufei's notice, she spotted the Shufei approaching with the group, while Chuanwen continued her silent lament. What is this ghastly green thing? It's not even as delectable as the fried concoctions made by the university students next door. Cough, cough, cough. The old lady of Chongqing Marquis did her utmost to signal a warning, yet Chuanwen, oblivious, passed her grandmother another cup of tea and continued her critique. And this one, while aesthetically pleasing, could someone please ensure the flavor matches? It's as hard as a rock. One could fend off robbers with it. What is the matter with the old lady? Why does she keep coughing? Observing her grandmother's persistent cough, Chuanwen thought, surely it's because the pastries are too dreadful, making her quite agitated. The old lady, nearly choking on her own frustration, thought, I'm the one who is being provoked. Seeing her grandmother's face redden, Chuanwen hastily attempted to soothe her, then resumed her remarks. The palace chefs must have been taught by art instructors. These are atrocious. 0 points. The old lady's complexion, which had just begun to improve, now soured again. With the Shufei's entourage drawing closer, she quickly shoved a piece of cake into Chuanwen's mouth, smiling. If you find it delicious, do indulge yourself. Lady Pingcheng was tempted to give the old lady a thumbs up for her cleverness. Chuanwen's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and as she raised her eyes, she noticed the group led by the Shufei entering the pavilion. Her mind raced. Why has everyone come here to play? I categorically refuse social engagement. The Shufei frowned, having received instructions from the emperor regarding this country girl, even going so far as to invite her specifically. Hearing Chuanwen's thoughts astonished her, but it also darkened her expression. This mere village girl, fortunate enough to enter the palace, dared to be so choosy. Chapter 25. The third prince picks oranges. Are you Chuanwen? The elderly matriarch of the Chongqing Marquis and her companions had tactfully vacated their seats for the Shufei, standing respectfully to the side. When called upon, Chuanwen hesitated momentarily, but then performed a standard bow, respectfully greeting the Shufei. Since you find these pastries delightful, I shall reward you with them, the Shufei declared, her tone suggesting an air of authority as if she were standing while Chuanwen was crouched at her feet. The Shufei gestured to a nearby palace maid, who promptly understood and placed the platter of pastries into Chuanwen's hands, casting her a sharp glare. Confused, Chuanwen wondered, what am I supposed to do with this? She glanced down at the unappetizing treats, contemplating, could I perhaps receive a different reward? Observing Chuanwen's discomfort, the Shufei's mood lightened, prompting her to summon a young lady from the crowd, warmly engaging her in conversation. In the face of the Shufei's affection, the young lady felt a sense of unease. Stealing glances at the third prince nearby, she could hardly believe that her long-admired cousin might prefer men, particularly older ones, yet she knew her father would not deceive her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt an urge to cry, grappling with her unspoken turmoil. After what felt like an eternity, her spirits lifted when she saw the third prince departing. Meanwhile, the Shufei had begun conversing with other noblewomen, allowing the young lady to discreetly exit the pavilion, following the third prince's retreating figure.
What are you looking at?
Second Miss Chuan? Suddenly, a voice broke through Chuanwen's reverie as she stood beneath an orange tree, gazing longingly at the small, red lantern-like oranges. Turning to see the third prince, her calm demeanor was abruptly disrupted. Third prince, she exclaimed, her thoughts racing. Is he here to relieve himself as well? The third prince's smile froze on his face. He had not come for that purpose, but rather specifically to see her. Would you like to eat some? I can pick a few for you, he offered, attempting to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Chuanwen, internally skeptical, thought such excessive kindness must have ulterior motives. Despite her reservations, she nodded obediently. The third prince's smile faltered slightly, ultimately deciding not to dwell on the matter with a mere girl. With a graceful leap, he perched upon the branches of the orange tree. Chuanwen, looking up, suddenly entertained a mischievous thought. What if I were to castrate the third prince? Would he then be unable to pursue Yu Jie? Over the past few days, she had grown fond of Chuanyu and wished to alter the narrative of Chuanyu's suffering at the hands of the third prince. As the third prince reached for an orange, he slipped slightly, nearly losing his balance. Chuanwen's inner musings returned. Never mind, the feasibility of such an idea is too low. Even if I did succeed, he might become more deranged and perhaps attempt to castrate all the men in the great Jin dynasty. As she envisioned her father, brother, and that troublesome grandfather becoming eunuchs, she felt a shiver run down her spine and decided to consider alternative solutions. The third prince, sensing a chill from his elevated position, decided it was best to descend quickly. Here, take this. The oranges from the palace are quite sweet, he said, though his heart was shrouded in darkness. Yet, for the sake of his ambitions, he endured the task of appeasing the girl before him. Thank you. Chuanwen gratefully accepted the orange, internally criticizing. He said he would pick two, and indeed he did. How stingy. It's merely an orange. Can he not spare another? The third prince's dismal thoughts deepened, though his exterior remained unblemished and radiant. Just as he was about to suggest sending a basket of oranges to her home, a young lady emerged from the bamboo grove, the very one who had chased after the third prince earlier. Upon overhearing their conversation, she concealed herself momentarily before jumping into view. "Cousin, what are you two doing?" she inquired, approaching and standing beside the third prince. Noticing the two oranges in Chuanwen's hands, she turned to the third prince with a pout. "Cousin, I wish to have some oranges too. Could you pick a few for me?" Chuanwen shuddered at the revelation. Is this the Shufei's niece, Hunuanger? The third prince, feeling a chill at the mention of picking oranges, called for a guard to fetch some for Hunuanger. Hunuanger, incensed, silently ground her teeth, realizing her cousin had not personally picked the oranges for her, while he had done so for this country girl. Anger welled up within her as she shot a glare at Chuanwen, who remained oblivious, lost in her own thoughts. As equally vile supporting characters, why is it that Hunuanger can ascend to the role of the third prince's consort while I am left unacknowledged? Chuanwen lamented internally. Even if Hunuanger plays the role of a stand-in, I possess my own narrative of mistaken identities. Why can't I survive a few more chapters? Chuanwen mentally called out. Come forth, author. Let us share a cup of tea and converse. The third prince felt a surge of delight. A malicious supporting character? He did not fully grasp the implications but recognized her interest in him and her desire to become his consort. Shermu, please gather more for second Miss Chuan. He instructed the guard, who complied eagerly. Hunuanger's expression twisted in frustration. It was supposed to be her turn to receive the oranges. Yet it seemed they were being given to Chuanwen instead. While Chuanwen delighted in the treat, she had little interest in the third prince's offerings, opting instead to accompany her maid, Xiaobi, away. The third prince considered pursuing her, but halted as he noticed Hunuanger's eyes welling with tears. Though he wished to secure Chuanwen's favor, he saw no need to provoke Hunuanger's ire, especially given the Hu family's considerable influence compared to the Chongqing marquise. He intended to reserve the position of consort for his cousin. Though he did not chase after her, he did catch the murmurs left in Chuanwen's wake. Curse that scoundrel. May he torment Hunuanger instead, and keep his distance from Yu. Quickly escape, or I shall suffocate from his toxic presence. The third prince's expression darkened, resembling the depths of a tarnished pot. Chapter 26. Your Majesty, please arrive a little later after fleeing. Chuanwen did not head to the pavilion but instead sought a secluded corner in the imperial garden to entertain herself. However, no sooner had she settled on a stone seat than her elderly matron dispatched someone to find her. The palace is not like our residence, miss. You mustn't wander aimlessly. The diligent maid, Tsueyu, who served the matron, felt a wave of relief upon locating Chuanwen. Although this young lady had recently joined the household, she was a cherished treasure in the eyes of the master and mistress, and nothing could go amiss. Thus, Chuanwen was once again summoned to the pavilion, where she stood while others sat, sipping tea, while she merely inhaled the breeze, unable to speak freely. Wasn't this a form of torment? With nothing else to do, Chuanwen surrendered her ears to the social exchanges among the noble ladies. Madame Shushi's ruby is truly exquisite. It sparkles brilliantly under the sun, one noblewoman effusively complimented, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. In good spirits, Shushi replied, it is nothing rare, merely something that appears pleasing to the eye, a mere trinket to wear. However, His Majesty is indeed considerate. Upon noticing my fondness for such items, he gifted me this singular box of gemstones from the western regions. I cannot wear them all. So, on that particular day, when the Duchess was present, I shared some with her. Is it not just a trinket? It is a rare treasure indeed, one that is hard to come by. There are scarcely 5 boxes in the entire Jin dynasty. The other noble women gazed enviously at the Duchess, who bashfully adjusted her hairpin. 3 green gemstones glimmering upon it in the sunlight, though smaller than Shushi's, they were still strikingly beautiful. The ladies were filled with envy. Even the elderly matron of the Duke of Chongqing's household revealed a glimmer of envy in her eyes. All were favored by the Empress. They cherished these gifts, intending to transform them into family heirlooms. The Duchess, basking in their envy, smiled subtly, her words drawing forth more admiration while flattering Shushi, filling her heart with delight. But then, a few noble women who could hear Chuanwen's inner thoughts were left bewildered. The Duchess's expression shifted suddenly, and she became restless, glancing up to see Shushi glaring at her. No, Your Highness. Please let me explain. After a moment of mocking laughter, Chuanwen began to dissect the unfolding drama. Ha! The Duchess has been fretting for days, unable to eat, washing and rewashing the trinket, reluctant to part with it, and ultimately had it set into jewelry, wearing it everywhere.
Ha ha ha.
Shushi expressed her disdain, while the other noble women who could hear Chuanwen's thoughts shared a silent camaraderie, casting looks at the Duchess, who was too embarrassed to raise her head, her green gemstones glimmering mockingly. The Duchess's face burned with embarrassment, caught between fear of Shushi's potential misunderstanding and the humiliation of her own aging visage. Whose idea was it to bring this girl here? At that moment, a noblewoman unaware of Chuanwen's thoughts continued to admire the Duchess, declaring that the gemstones only grew in value, making the Duchess's heirloom quite suitable. The noblewomen stifled their laughter, while the Duchess's face flushed, her smile more akin to tears than joy. The gossip-loving Countess of Pingqing nearly burst into laughter, a family heirloom that has been sullied.
Ha ha ha.
Meanwhile, the elderly matron of the Duke of Chongqing cast a sidelong glance at her granddaughter, questioning her decision to remove her bandages, feeling that perhaps the girl was better off at home. As the conversation shifted to another noblewoman, Chuanwen's attention wavered. Oh, who is that lovely young lady? She is quite stunning. Oh, she must belong to the matron behind her. The matron, Countess of Pingqing, seemed to find this title rather unflattering. What a juicy piece of gossip. Chuanwen mused, her mind rich with narrative, not limited to just the main characters, but encompassing every detail of this world, as if it were an encyclopedia. Initially, she had sought to uncover any scandal about the beautiful young lady, but upon closer inspection, she discovered that this lady had indeed appeared in the narratives of the protagonists, albeit only briefly. In the 22nd year of the reign of Emperor Xinda, the third prince ascended the throne, renaming it Tianyuan, and conferred the title of Princess Xianping upon the legitimate second daughter of the Countess of Pingqing, sending her to the western regions as a bride, thus ending 3 years of warfare there. The Countess's expression instantly froze in disbelief. The implications of Chuanwen's thought were monumental. Her immediate concern was that her daughter was to be sent to that barren land for a marriage alliance. The elderly matron of the Duke of Chongqing nearly toppled from her seat. My granddaughter must not speak of the throne so carelessly. Stealing a glance at Shushi's expression, she noticed her shock mirrored her own. The emperor was in his prime, robust in health. How could he possibly be gone in 3 years? Moreover, what of the crown prince? Surely, he was not also lost, she pondered. Considering the crown prince's frail constitution, it was a distinct possibility. Meanwhile, several noblewomen who could not hear Chuanwen's thoughts continued to praise the quality and rarity of Shushi's garments, while she and the Countess of Pingqing were lost in a whirlwind of anxiety, maintaining a facade of composure while straining to listen for Chuanwen's next thoughts. Shushi and her companions nearly toppled over in shock. Your Majesty, could you not arrive a little later? Indeed, they could no longer hear Chuanwen's innermost musings. Casting a glance, they beheld Chuanwen's sparkling eyes fixed on the direction of the emperor's arrival, and upon seeing him clad in the vivid yellow dragon robe, she whistled silently in her heart. Chapter 27. Grandpa Zhang's Literary Madness. Ah, Indeed, the third prince emerges as a paragon of beauty. The emperor, even in his 50s, remains remarkably dignified, his posture upright and commanding. The emperor quickened his pace, bolstered by the heartfelt admiration he sensed from Chuanwen, his back straightening even further. Indeed, he was no ordinary emperor. In his youth, he had captivated numerous young women. Behind him trailed several officials, who discreetly smirked, appreciating the girl's flattering prowess. Alas, he had entrusted her care to Sister Yu before leaving. With a chill in the air, he pondered whether Sister Yu had made her a warm garment. After all, with so little fur, would she not freeze? The imperial garden was fragrant with blossoms, butterflies flitting about under the radiant sun. Yet, the officials following the emperor nearly stumbled over stones, their eyes darting anxiously towards him, whose silhouette exuded an air of darkness. They found themselves torn between concern for the emperor's comfort and sympathy for the outspoken, simple-minded girl. At that moment, the emperor's heart trembled. How absurd to compare himself to a scruffy hen. He was the illustrious son of heaven, and she dared liken him to a mere chicken, moreover one afflicted with sores. The officials behind him felt a bead of sweat trickle down their backs, who did not know of the emperor's thinning hair. They had discreetly requested the imperial physician to concoct a remedy for hair loss, yet who would dare voice such thoughts aloud, especially in the emperor's presence? Unaware of the tension, Chuanwen stood bewildered, her gaze as lost as those noble ladies who could not hear her thoughts. Why did the atmosphere suddenly become so tense? The emperor seemed pleased moments ago. Why the sudden frown? The old matriarch of the Chongqing marquis covered her face, praying to the heavens for a reversal of time. She would have never dismantled her granddaughter's bandages. Your Majesty, the officials greeted as the emperor approached, the concubine Su quickly composing herself. The emperor smiled, yet his expression held no warmth, and when he bade them to rise, only Chuanwen remained crouched. Chuanwen thought to herself, why did the emperor allow everyone to rise but me? Why was I singled out for this? Her inner self transformed into a detective, pondering the situation, while others, equally perplexed, remained silent, some even delighting in her predicament. Before she could unravel the mystery, a figure leaped from the chrysanthemum bushes, rushing towards them, shouting, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! I have finally found you! The emperor and his officials froze in place upon seeing the approaching figure. The emperor contemplated fleeing, but such an act would be unbecoming of an emperor. How could he appear fearful of a subject? How unfortunate that he had sought refuge here, only to be pursued by the chancellor, who had been bedridden days prior, but now appeared revitalized. Frustration welled within the emperor. Yet he could not treat this matter as he did with Chuanwen. After all, the chancellor had recently faced numerous trials, having lost 8 beloved sons. Thus, he steeled his expression and addressed the breathless official with kindness. My dear minister, your health has returned. But it would be prudent to rest at home for a few more days. Allow others to handle the affairs of state. No, Your Majesty, I must report Minister Gao Ming of the Rights Department. The diminutive official was taken aback, fearing that his small relative's indiscretions had come to light. Gao Ming, a high-ranking official, had been caught spitting in public, a scandalous act unbecoming of his position. What would the people say? How would foreign merchants perceive the integrity of the Jin dynasty? Your Majesty, I suspect Gao Ming is a spy from an enemy nation, deliberately tarnishing our reputation to weaken us from within. I propose we imprison him immediately and conduct a thorough interrogation. The stunned Gao Ming could hardly comprehend the accusation. Spitting? Was this how he was to be labeled a spy? What if he had committed a more serious offense, such as public defecation? Would that not warrant execution? Chuanwen was left bewildered by the chancellor's outrageous claims, while those who could hear her thoughts nodded in astonishment. A plump official swallowed nervously, relieved he had not engaged in such indiscretions himself. Yet, his gulp caught the chancellor's attention. Your Majesty, I must report. The plump official was suddenly drenched in sweat. I must report on Deputy Minister Zhao Dai. He too is a spy from an enemy nation. Zhao Dai was surely complicit with Gao Ming in acts detrimental to our esteemed Jin dynasty. I implore Your Majesty to incarcerate them both at once. The plump official trembled, hurriedly denying, I did not, I'm not. Then why do you tremble? Are you not merely distressed at the exposure of your accomplices? Your Majesty, I must report. Your Majesty, I must report. Glancing at the officials kneeling before him, he felt a deep sympathy. Haha. Chapter 28. Grandfather is here. However, as he lifted his gaze, he noticed the Chancellor casting a sidelong glance in another direction. Following that gaze, he saw Chuanwen, nearly leaning against a pillar, deeply engrossed and inching closer to it. Your Majesty, I have more to report. Chuanwen paid no heed, her ears barely registering the words, indifferent to the proceedings, as it had little bearing on her. Yet the Emperor and the courtiers gazed upon the 14-year-old girl with sympathy and pity. Chuanwen, the legitimate second daughter of the Marquis of Chongqing. A strange silence enveloped the scene, and the elderly matriarch of the Marquis's household felt utterly embarrassed. Casting a glance at Chancellor Zhang, she noted his face was shrouded in darkness. Although she had grown up in the countryside, now that she was in the capital and had entered the palace, such a lack of decorum was utterly unacceptable. What a scandal it would be if word got out. Could it be that old Master Zhang has been driven to madness by the chaotic affairs at home? Let them laugh at us, not at him. Chuanwen, bewildered, silently scoffed. After all, who told him to climb onto the roof of his concubine's quarters? Otherwise, he wouldn't have discovered the concubine and the guards on the beams. Silence. The Emperor and the officials, kneeling on the floor, wore expressions of astonishment for a brief moment before their faces transformed into looks of enlightenment. It turned out that the little girl's earnest complaints had led to her own clandestine escapades atop the rooftops. No wonder that thief had been elusive. The realization soon morphed into suppressed laughter, and the officials, who had been publicly admonished, suddenly felt a surge of relief. Their faces brightened, their spirits lifted, and their postures straightened. Even the Emperor was momentarily flabbergasted by the punishment, which seemed tinged with personal vendetta. Yet, he swiftly acquiesced, setting a deadline for Chuanwen. 10 days hence, present your work to the Chancellor for inspection. Should it fail to meet expectations, you shall rewrite it. Several officials internally applauded, agreeing wholeheartedly. Let her deal with the mess she created, sparing them from further trouble with the Chancellor. Particularly, a shorter official, fearful of potential repercussions, could hardly contain his amusement. The Emperor himself chuckled with satisfaction, reveling in the notion that his actions were in favor of his beloved ministers, ensuring they remained free from the Chancellor's wrath. And not merely a response to the girlesque comparison of him to a common chicken. Regret washed over Chuanwen. Having entered the palace, she gained nothing but a plate of unpalatable pastries and the burden of rewriting 1,000 lines. She lamented that her tantrums were in vain. Oh dear, you're the one laughing the loudest, are you? Does your wife know you keep a concubine and have 2 bastards older than your legitimate heir? Hey, old man, is that mouth of yours wide enough to catch flies? Let us hope you're still laughing when your 80-year-old father keeps a young man around. And you, delighting in the little girl's plight? Just wait until the Emperor discovers your embezzlement of disaster relief funds. You'll be dining in a prison cell. Provoked, Chuanwen began to indiscriminately air grievances, albeit only in her thoughts, oblivious to the fact that her inner musings could be heard. Initially, the onlookers laughed at her remarks, but realization dawned upon them. Prison sentences. Embezzlement. In recent days, they had gathered some leads, yet upon reaching the Ministry of Revenue, Chao Huan found himself at a loss. Even if suspicions lingered, there was no solid evidence. Today, despite Chuanwen exposing the Deputy Minister Chiu He, the Emperor had commanded an investigation. But the absence of proof left them helpless. With furrowed brows, Chuan Hai and the Marquis of Chongqing spent ages murmuring in the study before bringing a box of pastries to Chuanwen's courtyard. At that moment, Chuanwen was bent over her desk, scribbling something. Of course, she wouldn't be copying those 1,000 lines. Instead, she aimed to expose the officials involved in the embezzlement to atone for her misdeeds, hoping the Emperor would absolve her of the punishment. However, she needed to be discreet, ensuring her writing revealed nothing of the plot while still indicating the corrupt officials. Alas, it was a daunting task. Chuanwen held her pen, pondering for an extended period without inscribing a single word. Just then, Chuan Hai and the Marquis entered, seeing her with the pen and assuming she was copying the lines. They quickly presented the pastries. Come now, it's late. Don't continue copying. Have a bite of these treats. The Marquis handed her a translucent persimmon cake. internally berating the emperor for his cruelty in mandating such an arduous task for a little girl within 10 days. Exchanging glances of excitement, the Marquis and Chuanwen shared a silent understanding. Chapter 29. He is actually a short-lived emperor, Chuanwen continued reading, nearly dropping the persimmon cake from his mouth in shock.
What?
The little note written by the princess of Chaoyang was picked up from the floor of the temple, and it was tossed aside by the little monk after he finished administering rat poison. Chuanwen was astonished. Is there no sense of public decorum? How could one litter so carelessly? And what about that troublesome note from the princess of Chaoyang? Is there no sincerity? Must one use discarded scraps of paper for love letters? Duke Chongqing blinked in confusion. What's this about the princess of Chaoyang? Has she become involved as well? The temple? Chuanwen immediately thought of the famous temple outside the city. Time was of the essence. They must ensure no one succumbs to poison. Chuanwen and Duke Chongqing rushed in a flurry, and as they departed, Chuanwen watched their retreating figures, feeling utterly bewildered. In the palace, the emperor practiced calligraphy, while the consort Shu ground ink beside him. After several attempts to voice her thoughts, the emperor set down his brush, satisfied with his work, and turned to the obviously distracted consort Shu. My dear, are you yearning for something again? Whenever consort Shu desired jewelry or garments, she would bring him a bowl of silver fungus and lotus seed porridge, diligently assisting him with grinding ink before gently massaging his shoulders and legs while playfully asking for this and that. Of course, as long as her requests were not excessive, he would grant them all. As he lifted the bowl of porridge to drink, he found it particularly delicious during these moments. However, after taking a sip filled with anticipation, he spat it out in disgust. Consort Shu, does silver fungus and lotus seed porridge come in a salty version? It must have been seasoned with an entire jar of salt. Consort Shu hurriedly poured him water to rinse his mouth, bustling about for a while. Consort Shu, what is it that you truly want? The emperor held his forehead in exasperation, uncertain why everything seemed to go awry lately. Consort Shu hesitated, stammering, but ultimately revealed the sentiments she had overheard from Chuanwen in the imperial garden. She felt compelled to speak, as many had been present to hear it. After a while, the emperor finally grasped her words. Are you saying that I shall pass away in 3 years? Consort Shu nodded. He inquired again. And the crown prince will be gone as well? Another nod. And it will be the third prince who ascends the throne? A final nod. The emperor fell silent, sitting in a daze upon the dragon throne, his gaze unfocused. He is indeed a short-lived emperor. His legitimate son is also a short-lived crown prince. How is the investigation into the embezzlement of disaster relief funds progressing? After a long pause, the emperor finally asked, to which consort Shu shook her head, admitting she was unaware. The emperor quickly realized and ordered someone to summon Chuanwen. Before the eunuch sent to fetch him could exit, another eunuch rushed in with a report that Chuanwen had arrived. The emperor immediately invited him in, inquiring about the case. Chuanwen presented a ledger, reporting, Your Majesty, the investigation has been completed. The emperor was taken aback. Just yesterday he was fraught with anxiety, and now it had all been resolved. He thought of Chuanwen, and a heaviness filled his heart as he opened the ledger. The more he read, the darker his expression became, until he ultimately slammed the ledger in fury. The records detailed when the disaster relief funds were distributed, how much was given, the extent of embezzlement along the way, and the remaining amounts, along with the corruption details of officials ranging from second-rank ministers to ninth-rank clerks. The emperor was not only enraged by the corruption of these officials, but also because it confirmed all of Chuanwen's sentiments, from trivial matters to the private affairs of the chancellor, culminating in this massive embezzlement case. Under the weight of the emperor's wrath, a seed of panic began to sprout. Could it be true that he would die in 3 years? Would his crown prince truly fall ill and pass away? What of the empress? In a single night, losing both husband and child, how heart-wrenching that would be. In the following days, Chuanwen was exceedingly busy with promotions and investigations. Yet amidst the chaos, he also entertained the third prince, who had delivered an assassin. This further solidified the evidence. None of the officials involved in the embezzlement of disaster relief funds would escape justice. Upon exiting the Ministry of Justice, The third prince wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead, having surmised that Chuanhai's rapid unraveling of the case was undoubtedly due to Chuanwen's influence. That girl seemed to know everything about the realm, and thus, he could not keep his secret of harboring the assassin hidden any longer. Initially, he had intended to use the assassin to strengthen his own power, but given the swift downfall of these officials, there was no need to keep this assassin any longer. Moreover, the third prince hastily handed over the assassin for another reason. For some inexplicable cause, his father, the emperor, was particularly furious about this embezzlement case. He needed to distance himself from the turmoil lest he inadvertently arouse suspicion of forming factions for personal gain. As he settled into his carriage, the rhythmic clatter of the hooves against the stone echoed his thoughts. He needed to expedite his plans regarding Chuanwen, otherwise, he would feel increasingly constrained in all his endeavors. When would he ever ascend to that coveted position? However, the intentions aimed at Chuanwen were not solely the domain of the third prince. After the morning court session, Chuanhai was retained by the emperor. With a heart full of trepidation, he dared not meet the emperor's gaze, fully aware that his retention was due to his niece. Uncertain of what the emperor intended for Chuanwen. "My minister, how old is that little girl Chuanwen now?" the emperor asked with an amiable smile. Chuanhai shivered involuntarily, every cell in his body on high alert. What could this mean? A sigh of relief escaped him. Thankfully, it was not a summons for Chuanwen to enter the palace as one of the emperor's consorts. The emperor had indeed contemplated it. Such an extraordinary individual deserved to be close at hand. Yet he feared that should he invite Chuanwen to be his concubine, she would scold him in her heart, and he might lose control and end up executing her on a whim. At that moment, Chuanwen was at the Duke Chongqing's residence, pondering how to reveal the hidden plot without drawing attention to herself. Suddenly, she sneezed unexpectedly, causing Chuanyu, who was equally troubled beside her, to exclaim nervously, "Could it be that you've caught a chill?" Chuanwen turned to look, momentarily dazed. That expression and those words seemed strangely familiar. Chapter 30. A ruthless individual then. Chuanyu's hand reached out to Chuanwen's forehead. "Oh, dear, you're burning up. Sister Wen, you're so ill. How can you possibly continue to transcribe the female precepts? Perhaps we should ask father and grandfather to plead with the emperor on your behalf?" Chuanwen's expression darkened. "Sister, are you just learning as you go?" However, this did provide Chuanwen with a hint. It was not necessary to exchange anything with the emperor. What if I were to smash my finger with a brick? Who would dare to be so cruel as to compel a charming girl like me to continue transcribing with a broken finger?
Ha ha ha.
I truly am a remarkably ordinary little genius. Just as Chuanwen's thoughts echoed in the air, the newly arrived Marquis of Chongqing nearly stumbled in shock. Raising his gaze, he saw his unremarkable little genius granddaughter wandering about, seemingly searching for something to put her earlier thoughts into action. He hurried to intercept her. "Your uncle will plead for you today. Perhaps you won't have to transcribe after all." Chuanwen and Chuanyu exchanged puzzled glances, both clearly questioning whether the emperor would grant such a favor to her uncle, her father. The Marquis cleared his throat. "Is Chuanhai so useless in your eyes? He just resolved a case of embezzlement of disaster relief funds, and the emperor intends to reward him." As he explained, their confusion deepened. So quickly resolved? However, Chuanwen soon broke into a smile. "Oh, thank goodness, my fingers are safe." The Marquis couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. His granddaughter was undoubtedly a fierce character, capable of being so ruthless even towards herself. Chuanwen tossed aside her paper and brush, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she turned to the Marquis. "Grandfather, shall we go shopping?" Both the Marquis and Chuanyu shook their heads, chuckling. Youth truly brings simplicity and joy. Lady Wang had no intention of involving herself in the affairs of the Chuan family, especially as she was bedridden. How had she fallen ill again? The reason was that after storming out from Chuanyu's room in anger, she had hurried too quickly and twisted her ankle on the threshold, causing it to swell significantly. She had intended to check on Su Yan's activities, but found herself too occupied. The emperor summoned Chuanwen to the palace. Chuanhai's words caused the Marquis to spit out his tea. The Marquis, his lady, and Su Yan were all taken aback, staring at Chuanhai with expressions that demanded clarification. "Explain yourself." Seeing their misunderstanding, Chuanhai quickly clarified. I mean to have Chuanwen enter the palace as a companion for the little princess. The room was filled with gasps. The Marquis shot Chuan Hai an incredulous glare. Is that how you speak? You nearly gave us all a fright. Everyone expected her to refuse. Yet to their surprise, Chuanwen readily agreed, spending the afternoon indulging in food and drink without a hint of abnormality. That night, as Suyan lay down, someone suddenly climbed through the window. Just as she was about to grab her pillow to deliver a fierce blow, she caught sight of her own daughter in the moonlight. What are you doing? Not sleeping properly? Suyan exclaimed, patting her startled heart. Yet, Chuanwen tugged at her, insisting they escape through the window. Mother, we can't stay here any longer. We must flee. What on earth is going on? Suyan grasped her daughter, pulling her back. Everything is perfectly fine. She had already secured a shop and hired several reliable assistants and embroiderers, all set to open once the moon girl arrived. To leave now would render all her efforts and hard work in vain. She still hoped to save up a dowry for her daughter. Mother, you haven't been to the palace. You don't understand that it's no place for people, Chuanwen lamented, her voice filled with sorrow. I was only there for a day, and already I was punished to eat inedible snacks, forced to pay respects, and made to transcribe books. If I stayed any longer, I would surely perish. This was only one reason. Chuanwen had suddenly realized that the plot had unraveled. What she could see had transformed into a blur of events that had occurred prior, and the fates of the characters ahead became indistinct. Chuanwen added fuel to the fire as Suyan looked perplexed. Mother, think about it. Being a companion to the emperor is like being with a tiger. I am still young. I do not wish for an early demise. Suyan furrowed her brow tighter, gazing at her daughter's youthful face illuminated by the moonlight. Resolutely, she declared, then we must go. Given her daughter's personality, it was certain she would attract trouble. If she entered the palace without anyone to watch over her, she would be left to fend for herself in case of misfortune, which would lead to nothing but suffering. Suyan hurriedly donned her clothes, intending to pack their belongings, but Chuanwen stopped her. There is no time. We must leave now. We won't starve. As she spoke, Chuanwen patted the large bundle on her back, which was noticeably full. Surely, it contained many treasures. Suyan recalled the vast trove of gifts bestowed by Princess Baohui and praised her daughter's resourcefulness. Without further ado, they swiftly climbed out the window. But before they could locate Chuanwu, they were surrounded by a group, torches illuminating the night. Lady Wang was pushed forward, her leg encased in thick bandages. But her face shone with triumph in the firelight. Where do you think you're going at this hour? Lady Wang felt an overwhelming urge to laugh in glee. She had long placed her informants in Su Yan and Chuanwen's courtyard. The moment Chuanwen attempted to escape through the window, she had known. At that moment, she clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "The fox's tail has finally shown itself. Ha! Bring me their bulging bundles. Let us see what they have stolen."
Hey.
What are you doing? Su Yan and the maids struggled as the contents of the bundles spilled onto the ground with a clatter. Just then, Lady Wang's servant, sent to summon Chuan Hai and the Marquis, arrived with others. Lady Wang smiled smugly, ready to announce their crime when she discovered that the scattered items were nothing but pastries. Even Su Yan was momentarily stunned. Filled with treats? Suddenly remembering her daughter's words about not starving them, it became evident that they truly had enough to eat. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, only Chuanwen felt a pang of sorrow for the pastries scattered on the ground. They represented her entire fortune. The Marquis glanced at Chuanwen, then at the pastries littering the ground. It was clear to him. Chuanwen was attempting to escape. Chapter 31. Oh, hero. The family began to take turns analyzing the situation for Chuanwen and Su Yan, insisting that they could not flee. What would happen if you ran away? Wang Shi appeared bewildered. If they run, what does it have to do with us? Interrupting the lengthy discourse of the Duke of Chongqing, Wang Shi finally comprehended that the emperor intended to summon Chuanwen to the palace to serve as a companion to the young princess. A wave of incredulity washed over her. How could it be that Chuanwen was to enter the palace as a companion? While Wang Shi was grappling with this shocking revelation, Chuan Hai expressed relief that his wife had stayed up late. Otherwise, Chuanwen might have slipped away. Wang Shi, who had deliberately stayed awake to catch the two, felt disoriented. Is it possible to turn back time? I must have been sleeping like a log. Ultimately, Chuanwen did enter the palace. Despite the exaggerated fears of the Duke of Chongqing and Chuanhai regarding the consequences of disobeying the emperor's edict, the Duke, in a moment of insight, mentioned Zhao Jueyu, the mother of the young princess. He proclaimed, Zhao Jueyu is a culinary virtuoso. She adores cooking, and anyone who dares to oppose her will face her wrath. Moreover, she is exceptionally amiable, sharing her culinary creations with the palace maids, who all praise her talents. The following day, within the palace, Chuanwen held the still nursing young princess and looked bemused at Zhao Jueyu in the distance, who was serving a platter of burnt delicacies to the palace maids. Irate if they refused to eat.
Companion?
Chuanwen's brow furrowed. Does your infant require literacy skills? A culinary expert? Clenching her fists, she thought. Is it too late to feign ignorance? Dear grandfather, how could you deceive me so? Chuanwen promptly added the Duke of Chongqing to her blacklist, lamenting her carelessness for not investigating Zhao Jueyu's culinary skills before entering the palace. Meanwhile, the Duke, sipping tea in his residence, felt a pang of guilt as he thought of his granddaughter. My dear, it is not that I deceived you. It's simply that you have already made your presence known to the emperor, and there is no turning back. Su Yan continued to focus on her own endeavors, reassured by the Duke's words that the emperor would not harm his daughter. She deemed it more prudent to save up dowry for her daughter. In the past, marriages in the village required little dowry, but times had changed. Her daughter was now the daughter of a prominent family and would need a respectable dowry for her marriage. Wang Shi, meanwhile, found herself bedridden again. Initially intending to confront the family, she inadvertently aided them instead, contemplating that perhaps it would have been better to let them slip away unnoticed. Aren't you the one who befriended that muddy girl? How is it she has been summoned to the palace while you remain? Wang Shi fumed upon witnessing her daughter's complacency. Chuanyu, silent and obedient, served her mother medicine, which only fueled Wang Shi's irritation further. How could I, with my competitive spirit, have raised a daughter so lackadaisical? Despite Wang Shi's reproach, Chuanyu remained unperturbed. She had no desire to enter the palace, where freedom was non-existent. Outside the palace, there were still people she wished to see. Mother, drink your medicine, Chuanyu said nonchalantly, igniting Wang Shi's fury. In a fit of frustration, she downed the bitter concoction, the taste causing her tongue to curl. Fortunately, Chuanyu quickly offered her a sweet treat. Sighing, Wang Shi ultimately resigned herself to the fact that her daughter was not ambitious. Thus, it fell upon her as a mother to make arrangements. Tomorrow, the Countess of Pingcheng was to host a polo event, the last of the season before winter set in. This occasion was different from the usual, as the Countess had invited many young talents from the capital. You must dress beautifully for the event, Wang Shi urged. Upon hearing this, Chuanyu's eyes brightened, but Wang Shi continued, the third prince will also be attending. Seize the opportunity to speak with him. With your beauty, he will surely take notice of you. With the crown prince in poor health, the third prince was the only viable candidate among the emperor's sons, and should he ascend the throne, marrying him could very well lead to becoming the empress. Chuanyu's expression dimmed at her mother's words. But, mother, everyone says. Nonsense. Wang Shi interjected firmly. I just want you to converse. It is not as if anything will happen. She added, while you speak, observe and discern for yourself if the rumors hold any truth. Chuanyu, reluctant, merely acquiesced, aware that with so many vying for the third prince's attention, her chances of speaking with him were slim. Meanwhile, the emperor found himself in distress, pondering when this situation would come to a close. 13 years had passed since he last saw his daughter, and he was taken aback by the circumstances. Although unaware of her true identity, the emperor's disdain for her remained unchanged, just as it had been 13 years prior. Zhang Qing, suppressing a self-deprecating smile, allowed his expression to grow cold as he bowed to the emperor, his voice icy. Your Majesty, I too must speak. He continued, there is no need for dismissal or investigation. Your Majesty, self-cultivation and family harmony are essential to govern the nation and maintain peace. Yet, Prime Minister Zhang's personal morals are lacking. He remains oblivious as his concubine engages in infidelity, raising a son for over a decade, without realizing it. How can such a blind and deaf individual be entrusted with the responsibilities of a prime minister? If our great Jin's prime minister is of this character, what will the common people and even foreign merchants in the capital say about us? I implore your majesty to see clearly. What a hero. Chapter 32. The Cycle of Destiny. The Prime Minister. The ways of fate spare no one. My dear minister, what troubles you? Quickly, summon the imperial physician. Hurry. Prime Minister, hold on. If it comes to it, I can adopt a few of my sons to you. Is that a boast? Look at the glaring example before us. Be wary, for those sons of yours may not be your own. The speaker was met with the collective gaze of death from the onlookers and promptly fell silent. Mr. Zhang, who had been breathing just moments ago, slumped over upon hearing the mention of adoption, his head tilting as he passed away. Where is the physician? Physician. Prime Minister, awaken. At that moment, Consort Zhao and Consort Meng were embroiled in a heated quarrel, while Chuanwen held the little princess, bewildered by the scene. The emperor arrived just in time, taking a couple of steps back to avoid being caught in the fray, and inquired of Chuanwen what had transpired. Chuanwen shook his head earnestly, recounting the events. They were dining peacefully, calling each other sister and sibling, most affectionate. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Consort Zhao's teeth began to grind, and she cast a peculiar look at Consort Meng. Then, Consort Meng gripped her chopsticks with increasing force, snapping them in half. Their eyes sparked with fury, and soon, spittle flew as they hurled vegetable leaves at each other, escalating into a full-blown brawl. As he spoke of Consort Zhao, he pointed towards her, and when mentioning Consort Meng, he gestured towards her. The emperor, bewildered by the rapid shifts in direction, finally grasped the situation, turning to the instigator, Chuanwen, with a smile. What do you think prompted their altercation? Chuanwen was at a loss for words, having already stated he did not know. However, he pondered internally. Could it be that Consort Zhao is aware of Consort Meng's whispers behind her back, accusing her of being a gluttonous creature who only takes without giving? Alas, her father is an accountant. Such frugality is but a professional affliction, needing to compare prices across numerous shops before even purchasing a thread. The emperor found this quite amusing. Last month, Consort Zhao was at the window, witnessing Consort Meng performing a striptease for you. Cough. The emperor choked on his water, breaking into a fit of coughs. Chuanwen cast a puzzled glance his way, and the emperor quickly turned his face, thinking, this girl has no sense of propriety, revealing everything. Quickly, separate them, the emperor ordered, his expression darkening. The palace maids and eunuchs, hesitant to enter the battlefield, steeled their resolve and rushed in. After successfully pulling apart consorts Zhao and Meng, the palace staff emerged with various injuries. Some grimaced in pain from pinched arms, others bore scratches on their faces, and one unfortunate soul had been struck on the head with a brick, blood streaming down, causing both the emperor and Chuanwen to recoil in shock. If we were to unleash consorts Zhao and Meng onto the battlefield, would the western regions dare to be so audacious for 3 more years? They would be obliterated in moments. Chuanwen once again learned the invaluable lesson of never provoking women. The emperor, invigorated by the moment, realized the timing was perfect. Speak more. When shall we commence war with the western regions? What are our strategies for warfare? Share. The emperor, eager to know, was finally pulled aside by the palace attendants, only to see consorts Zhao and Meng rushing towards him, each clutching a leg, crying in unison, Your Majesty, you must stand up for us. The emperor silently regarded the unfortunate eunuch being escorted away, bloodied, and wondered if these two truly needed his intervention. I observe that both of you are quite valiant. Coincidentally, our Dragon Wu army is in need of reinforcements. You too shall report for duty. The cries of consorts Zhao and Meng ceased abruptly. Consort Zhao sniffed, Your Majesty, as a frail woman, how can I venture to such perilous lands? Indeed, Your Majesty, as a woman, I cannot possibly go to a place filled with men. Consort Meng echoed, sniffling and drawing circles on the emperor's thigh with her finger. The emperor stiffened, hastily commanding that they be taken away. What kind of decorum is this? There are children present. Chuanwen, oblivious to Meng's subtle actions, caught the emperor's eye, wondering, what is it? Cough. The emperor masked his embarrassment and swiftly departed the scene with Chuanwen and the little princess. The emperor led them to the empress's palace. Just as the empress was dining, Chuanwen felt a surge of joy. After the earlier commotion, there was now a chance for a feast. However, Upon seeing the 2 dishes of scallions with tofu and stir-fried cucumbers, his spirits plummeted. Oh, I had forgotten. The Empress has been a strict vegetarian for 3 years, praying for her son's health to improve. This was the first time the Empress heard Chuanwen's thoughts and, intrigued, glanced at the palace maids nearby. Seeing they were preoccupied with their tasks, she feigned normalcy, requesting more bowls and chopsticks while eagerly listening. Chuanwen sighed as he picked at his plate, lamenting his fate.
Oh,
Crown Prince, why must you feign illness? If you do not wish to be the Crown Prince, why not simply say so? Are you not afraid of being exposed one day? This charade could lead to your demise. Alas, in the original story, this foolish Crown Prince managed to keep his secret, but no one would need to concoct a reason for his death. It would simply be deemed a natural illness. After all, he never leaves the palace, even skipping morning court, always claiming to be too ill to rise. Is he not digging his own grave? Chuanwen mused about the Crown Prince, feeling despondent at the sight of the vegetarian feast. The Emperor and Empress stared in disbelief, realizing their son was merely pretending to be ill. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation. Chapter 33. The Crown Prince loses his disguise. Please, you all eat first. I have a matter to attend to. Chuanwen's troublesome antics raised eyebrows. What could possibly be so urgent as to disrupt a meal? The Emperor's heart raced with excitement. If his son was indeed feigning illness, he would reward Chuanwen handsomely. Not merely a lavish feast, but the chef would be bestowed upon her. A group rushed towards the East Palace, and before they even entered the Crown Prince's chamber, a fit of violent coughs echoed from within. The Emperor and Empress, once buoyed by anticipation, felt their hearts sink. Could it be true that their son was merely pretending? Yet the sound of coughing felt so painfully genuine. The Empress's hand trembled as she pushed open the door, and upon entering, the gravity of the situation fully dawned upon them. The air was thick with the pungent scent of medicine, a telltale sign of prolonged illness. Behind the white curtains, the frail form of the Crown Prince trembled with each harsh cough. The Emperor's regal eyes misted with emotion, but as a man, he must remain steadfast, gently patting the Empress's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Alas, the Crown Prince's grave condition was not a fleeting ailment. Perhaps this was all merely a jest by Chuanwen. Chuanwen, upon hearing the coughs from behind the curtain, felt a pang of sympathy. This poor fellow is gravely ill. Even if he survives, his days are likely numbered. What? The Emperor and Empress paused, incredulous. Was the figure behind the curtain not their son? Yet, in their quest for the truth regarding the Crown Prince's health, the Empress cautiously approached the curtain, where the Crown Prince's weak voice broke the silence. Mother,
please just stand there.
the Empress hesitated, her heart aching. It has been many years since we last met. Allow me to see you properly. The Crown Prince's ailment had begun 5 years prior, initially manifesting as fatigue and sweating, which eventually escalated to persistent coughing and debilitating weakness, rendering him bedridden for the past 3 years. However, today, the Emperor, after a brief moment of indecision, swiftly moved behind the curtain before the palace attendants could react. What he found left him in shock. The figure on the bed bore hollow cheeks and a sickly pallor. Despite the beads of sweat dotting his forehead, he seemed cold, swathed in heavy blankets. The exposed arm resembled a lifeless tree bark, and his murky eyes widened in fear at the unexpected intrusion. The Emperor was stunned by the frail visage of the man before him, even more so by the realization that this was not his son. Although he knew it was morally questionable, a wave of relief flooded the Emperor's heart, and he felt an urge to laugh at the absurdity of the situation. However, this fleeting joy was swiftly eclipsed by fury, particularly when the real Crown Prince's head peeked out from behind the bed. The Empress, sensing the silence, entered the room only to see her son's head emerging from behind the bed. A gasp escaped her lips as she rushed forward, inspecting him from all angles. You truly are unharmed? How could this robust figure, capable of devouring half a pig in a single meal, appear to be ailing? The Crown Prince, feeling guilty, turned to Chuanwen, his expression one of surprise. Before he could voice his thoughts, a sharp, resounding slap echoed through the room. The force of the blow sent his head askew, and the Empress winced from the impact. The Emperor hurried over, blowing on her hand. narrowing his eyes at the innocent-looking crown prince. Jean Mei, step back. You wouldn't want to be splattered with blood. As he rolled up his sleeves, the empress retreated, pulling Chuanwen back from the fray. Come, dear Wenwen, what would you like to eat? I shall have someone prepare it for you. The empress, now charmed by Chuanwen, was eager to please, while the starving crown prince watched with envy, aware that he would not be allowed to partake until matters were resolved. The tale began 5 years ago. Despite the best efforts of the royal physicians, the cause of the crown prince's malady remained elusive, and it was unclear if he had been poisoned. Thus, he lived in a state of cautious vigilance until 3 years ago, when he was rendered too weak to rise. One fateful day, while seated and reading, a gust of wind swept through an open window, dislodging dust from the rafters above, which settled onto his book. As he reached to brush it away, he realized it was not mere dust but ash from incense. Confused, he looked up at the beams, pondering why there would be incense ash there. Daring not to act hastily, he instructed his trusted guard, Yi Li, to investigate that night. They soon discovered traces of incense ash. Though minimal, it suggested someone had been burning incense in his room. For the following weeks, Yi Li diligently monitored the rafters, and after half a month, they finally caught the culprit. Yet, before they could interrogate him, the man bit down on a hidden poison capsule and perished. While the identity of the mastermind remained unknown, they obtained the incense stick. Before they could uncover the true orchestrator, the crown prince opted for subtlety, sending Yi Li to the black market, where they learned it was a slow-acting poison from the western regions. Antidoting it was no simple task. It took the crown prince an entire year to rid himself of the poison, all while maintaining the guise of a terminally ill patient, avoiding court and public appearances, determined to uncover the instigator. However, after capturing the cloaked figure, the true mastermind seemed to vanish, leaving no further attempts to poison him. Chapter 34. Who is the pawn? At this juncture, the crown prince felt a twinge of guilt. He had no desire to attend court or pursue the throne, so he decided to play along with the scheme. He found someone with a similar ailment to impersonate him while he retreated to the secluded gardens to tend to the fields. Tending to fields, the emperor could hardly believe his ears, forsaking the crown prince for farming. The crown prince lowered his head further, knowing how his father would react, which was why he had kept this from them. While some aspired to be the crown prince or emperor, fighting tooth and nail for power, not everyone shared that ambition. He merely wished for a simple life of farming, filial piety, fraternal harmony, and perhaps marrying a gentle and demure maiden. Living free from the intrigues of the court, the emperor, infuriated and eager to reprimand the crown prince once more, found himself hindered by a sudden twinge in his back from a previous chastisement. Angrily, he commanded, "You will attend court tomorrow, without fail." The crown prince obediently shook his head, and thereafter, the trail grew cold, leaving no avenues for investigation. Indeed, there were no leads, for the third prince had ceased all activity. Chuanwen sat nearby, munching on melon seeds, feeling rather disappointed that the crown prince had not been punished further. At that moment, both the emperor and the third prince were overwhelmed with thoughts. The third prince was indeed cautious. As soon as the plan was uncovered, he promptly withdrew. Otherwise, he could not have remained concealed for so long, only to be discovered by the emperor when his ambitions had grown out of control. Alas! By the time the emperor realized the third prince's fierce ambitions, it was too late, and the third prince had become a lamb to the slaughter. The emperor's mind buzzed with confusion. So, it was the third prince who sought his life for the throne? Sighing, the emperor reflected on the third prince's plight. After all, he had been a negligent father, only concerned with siring offspring rather than nurturing them. It was no wonder the third prince harbored resentment. Yet, the emperor could hardly reconcile this with the memory of the third prince personally preparing medicine for him when he was ill, displaying great concern for his father. How could he harbor hatred? However, the emperor's countenance soon darkened. While he did not oppose his sons vying for the throne, what man with ambition would not desire to be the sovereign? His foolish crown prince was likely an exception. He would never allow any son to risk their life in this pursuit. After all, he could not allow concubine to wreak havoc in the harem, only to later realize she had caused the demise of many, including the third prince's mother. The next morning, the crown prince, having shed his disguise, attended court with remarkable vigor. The ministers, astonished by his apparent health, were even more surprised to see another chair placed beside the dragon throne. In the Golden Hall, the emperor sat regally, flanked by civil and military officials, while Chuanwen cradled the still infant princess at the emperor's side. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Chuanwen felt awkward, wishing he could simply retreat to the harem to enjoy a pig's trotter instead of being in this predicament. He worried that being seated here, he might overhear too much and face dire consequences. How tragic it was that he had transformed from a mere pawn into a tool for other schemes. Why couldn't the emperor, a doting father, hold his daughter himself instead of imposing her upon him? The innocent little princess nestled in Chuanwen's embrace, sucking her fingers, while the ministers, privy to Chuanwen's inner thoughts, internally wiped their brows. It was not that he had heard too much, rather, he knew far too much. The ministers discreetly glanced at the emperor's expression, expecting to see a scowl. Instead, the emperor appeared unperturbed by Chuanwen's silent complaints, his lips curling into a smile, radiating an air of delight, as if to say, "Gentlemen, a springtime of opportunity awaits you." The civil and military officials felt a chill run down their spines, suddenly dizzy. Would it be prudent to request a leave of absence? "Where is the third prince?" Chuanwen queried, glancing around and noticing his absence from the front row. The ministers exchanged nervous glances, furtively searching for the third prince. Indeed, he was nowhere to be found.
Goodness.
The emperor has dispatched the third prince to Qingzhou for military training, far from the capital. Is he not concerned about a potential rebellion? Chuanwen mused while enjoying his melon seeds, while the emperor's smile transformed into a cold smirk. He welcomed the prospect of rebellion. The ministers' expressions varied as they processed the implications. The crown prince's robust health rendered the third prince practically obsolete, while it appeared the emperor still valued the third prince's military power. Sending him to Qingzhou was effectively a means of banishing him from the capital. As long as the crown prince remained, the third prince would never ascend to the throne. Interests began to shift among the ministers, those once aligned with the third prince now contemplating how to switch allegiance to the crown prince's camp. Those who had steadfastly supported the crown prince rejoiced. "At last, you have not disappointed us, Your Highness." "Zhao Aiqing, what has happened to your face?" the emperor inquired.
Zhao,
who had intended to request leave, instead resolved to attend court, hoping to showcase his diligence despite his injuries. Upon being addressed by the emperor, he felt a surge of pride. The other ministers shot him disapproving glances, recognizing him as the embodiment of a conspicuous workplace nuisance. Zhao straightened his back, sensing jealousy from his peers. "Ah, it seems you've had quite the mishap. Let me see what transpired," Chuanwen interjected, shifting his attention to the unfolding drama.
Zhao,
momentarily caught in his triumph, suddenly remembered the girl's presence. "The candle has burned out, so let us navigate in the dark, without winter clothes. Wear extra layers of spring and autumn garments. If the vegetables are gone, scavenge for discarded leaves at the market. After all, the aim is to avoid spending a single coin. These matters are forgivable, but the other day, when we ran out of toilet paper, an unexpected stack appeared in the latrine." Lady Zhao was puzzled, thinking her husband had actually bought some, only to find something amiss while using it, discovering yellow stains. Chuanwen could no longer contain himself, biting his lips to suppress laughter. The emperor, momentarily taken aback, and the ministers, astonished, gaped in disbelief. Surely, it could not be as they imagined? So that stack of toilet paper was scavenged from someone else's refuse. Zhao Aiqing was so concerned about being discovered by his wife that he painstakingly flattened out the particularly dirty ones before discarding them. The ministers were caught in a whirlwind of astonishment and suppressed laughter, each struggling to contain their amusement. Chapter 35. Can the Marquis of Chongqing withstand it? The emperor's gaze towards Zhao Dejia gradually turned disdainful. "Zhao Dejia, you are truly repugnant." The emperor could no longer bring himself to utter the words, "my beloved minister." Huang Wang, the financial officer, who had originally stood beside Zhao Dejia, now edged away towards his colleagues. Zhao Dejia felt so embarrassed that he wished he could bury his head in the ground, utterly ashamed to face the world. One cannot entirely blame Brother Dejia. He mused inwardly. As an orphan raised by an old monk, most of the meager offerings at the temple were spent on his education, leaving little for food and daily necessities. Growing up in such an environment, one could understand his frugality. Chuanwen nodded in understanding, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Zhao Dejia's pitiable background. However, Zhao Dejia was not ashamed of his origins. Rather, he took pride in his resilience. Who else could remain steadfast in poverty, endure solitude, and emerge victorious to become a scholar and a government official? Yet today was different. They, too, felt a hint of pity for Zhao Dejia. "Brother, there's still some toilet paper left at my residence. We need not scavenge what others have used." They erupted in laughter. Throughout the morning court session, Zhao Dejia kept his head bowed, silent as a ghost, attempting to render himself invisible. Initially, he had intended to plead for his daughter, but found himself too intimidated to speak. Chuanwen, after indulging in the latest gossip, grew disinterested in the political discussions among the older gentlemen. Just as he began to doze off, a loud shout startled both him and the little princess awake. The two exchanged innocent glances before the little princess pouted, her eyes glistening with tears, on the verge of a full-blown cry. Chuanwen quickly began to gently rock her, fearing that if he hesitated, she might wail, drawing the emperor's ire for not properly attending to her. Fortunately, the little princess was easily consoled. Perhaps it was Chuanwen's gentle touch that calmed her. Her tiny mouth gradually relaxed, and her eyes began to close again. Chuanwen breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly averting disaster. A smile crept onto the emperor's lips. Despite the intense atmosphere of the court, he kept an eye on Chuanwen, whose restless nature led him to doze off. The sight of the two, one large and one small, drifting off together was heartwarming. The emperor couldn't help but wish that Chuanwen were his daughter. Just as he entertained this thought, a commotion erupted in the court, startling Chuanwen and nearly causing him to drop the little princess. The emperor felt a bead of sweat form, ready to intervene, but thankfully, the little princess remained secure. At that moment, Chuanwen awoke, glaring down at the chaos. The emperor smirked, anticipating the unfolding drama. In the court, several officials were embroiled in a heated argument over positions vacated by the embezzlement case related to disaster relief funds. The factions of the third prince and the crown prince were eager to promote their own candidates, vehemently opposing each other's proposals. The debate grew increasingly intense. However, upon hearing the latter half of the conversation, one official froze, realizing the third prince's preference for men. This loyal official, momentarily stunned, launched an even fiercer attack. Women, women, women! The official, who had just intensified his onslaught, nearly stumbled in his fervor.
What?
Why are they fighting? Chuanwen mused, observing the official, who almost fell. He then glanced at the nearest bearded man. That one looked strong. He must have instigated the commotion. The bearded official quickly jumped back, wide-eyed and innocent. "I am wronged. Look at you, running so far. That's a clear sign of guilt." The bearded official protested. "It's you. It's you." Chuanwen, in the crowd, searched for Zhang Dajuan but found him absent. Instead, he spotted his uncle and beamed with pride. "Uncle, look at me. I am taller than you and closer to the emperor." Zhang Hai silently wiped his brow. "Dear niece, just please refrain from oversharing. I fear our residence cannot withstand any more scrutiny." After enduring her husband's incessant lamentations, Mrs. Zhang could no longer contain herself. "If you have nothing to do, go take a walk instead of moaning incessantly. Those who hear you might think you've turned into a fly." He rose, seizing her needlework. "You only know how to embroider. Do you not realize even a snot-nosed brat dares to bully me now?" Mrs. Zhang paid no heed and continued her stitching, retorting, "You deserve it.
Ah!
Do you not understand that a woman must regard her husband as her heaven? If you continue this way, do you believe I will not divorce you?" Chapter 36. Speak your mind. She was quite eager, having received her divorce papers from the Zhang family today. She planned to take a horse-drawn carriage to Lansao tomorrow. Yet, in the next moment, unable to contain her frustration, she snatched the lady's embroidery work and threw it to the ground, stamping on it furiously while shouting, "Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions. You merely wish to seek out that third party, but I assure you, that is impossible." Pointing emphatically towards the door, Madame Zhang declared with unwavering authority, "Leave." "Madame, she began, but then sighed, lamenting the state of affairs. What kind of chancellor behaves in such a manner? As she wallowed in self-pity, she caught sight of a familiar figure sneaking into an alley. Under the sunlight, the jade ring glimmered with a lustrous sheen, unmistakably of the finest quality. After all, how could a modest official afford such exquisite jade? What a curious situation. However, the emperor had already called out to him, "Ah, my dear minister, you've arrived. What brings you here? Oh, dear. Why the rush? If you have any grievances, do share with the young lady so we may find some joy together." "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report," he replied. Yet upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible. Perhaps Zhao Dejia had merely hidden his wealth, reluctant to spend it. Despite his outward appearance of integrity, it seemed he had been secretly dishonest. Chuanwen disagreed, deepening his disdain for old Master Zhang. The emperor and his ministers were momentarily taken aback. Hidden? Some toil from dawn till dusk, unbothered by dirt or fatigue, rummaging through heaps of refuse, occasionally contending with others. And when fortune does not favor them, they may even endure a few blows. "My dear sir, we must not slander others." The emperor, feeling somewhat disdainful, thought, "Is it too much to ask for a bit of normalcy among my ministers? Some have peculiar habits, while others find themselves in unsavory situations. And now we have someone who delights in scavenging." Minister Huang Wang furrowed his brow, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the ring. "Ah, here we go again. Brother Dejia is off on another treasure hunt in the trash, ha ha ha." "A treasure hunt?" Huang and several colleagues struggled to contain their laughter. But someone inadvertently let out a sound not from the mouth but from below. Chuanwen was taken aback. "The emperor is present. Can we not maintain decorum? Is it not possible to voice our concerns without resorting to such means?" The disrespected emperor had no desire to pursue the source of the flatulence. He merely wished to escape the situation before he succumbed to laughter. Resolving to take action, he declared, "If you wish to ascertain whether Zhao Dejia has engaged in corruption, my ministers, follow me, and we shall see for ourselves." As he departed, he did not forget to scoop up the little princess, instructing Chuanwen to follow. Internally, Chuanwen grumbled, "I am a reader, not a wet nurse. Must I accompany them everywhere?" Suddenly, one of the ministers, Chuan Hai, stumbled on level ground, and Chuanwen rushed to assist him. How can one trip on flat ground? Alas, thank goodness I am here. Truly, I am distressed for this family.
Chuan Hai, Zenini
Met the sympathetic gazes of his colleagues, pondering how long he could endure such trials without succumbing to fear. He sighed silently, filled with unspoken sorrows. Unaware of the silent exchanges among the others, Chuanwen continued to grumble inwardly, but cheerfully kept pace with the emperor. Eager to witness Brother Dejia rather than remain cooped up in a room listening to tedious political matters. Nevertheless, Chuanwen pondered, does the emperor know where Brother Dejia is now? Whether he knew or not, it was of no concern. After all, he had Chuanwen. The emperor strode confidently onward, unperturbed by the possibility of losing track of Zhao Dejia. In the capital's Hibiscus Street, most of the residences belonged to officials, among which one estate sprawled extensively. Though its exterior appeared unremarkable, the interior boasted flowers, trees, and furnishings. All exquisite, all rare, all remarkable. Chapter 37. Please withdraw an emperor. As mealtime approached, the 28 chefs had completed their preparations, waiting for someone to serve the dishes. They idly sat down and engaged in conversation, leaving only the lower servants, tasked with the laborious chores, busy with their work. They loaded barrels of kitchen waste onto carts, accumulating 10 full carts, and then pushed them through the small back gate. Not far from there lay a deep pit, the designated dumping site for the estate's refuse, which had now been filled halfway. Make way, shouted the servants, dispersing those scavenging for scraps. Disguised as a beggar, Zhao Dejia covered most of his face with a tattered cloth, blending in with the crowd. He watched with glee as barrels of waste were dumped onto the heap, a smile spreading across his face. Look, there's quite a bit of meat today. Nearby, a disheveled, middle-aged beggar pointed at the white duck intestines and stomach in the slop bucket, his eyes gleaming with hunger. How about we have roasted duck intestines today? Zhao Dejia immediately tensed, readying himself for a sprint. He was determined to procure those duck intestines and stomachs to prepare a soup for his lady. As the servants departed, the scavengers surged forward, with Zhao Dejia leading the charge, diving into the refuse to seize the precious duck parts, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, they are mine. However, a grimy hand suddenly slapped him across the face. The thin beggar and his companion restrained Zhao Dejia, while another snatched the duck parts and fled. I found them first. I found them first. He bellowed, his eyes wide with fury, casting aside any semblance of dignity, wrestling with the beggar. In the midst of the struggle, Zhao Dejia felt an unsettling sensation, as if numerous eyes were watching him. Just a trick of the mind, he thought.
Return them to me. Return them to me.
Overpowered by the thin beggar, he found himself on the ground, desperately reaching for the fleeing figure, tears and snot streaming down his face, crying out for the white duck intestines and stomach. Suddenly, he was struck by confusion, pondering why he was seeing the emperor amidst the chaos. The emperor? The emperor? The emperor? 3 question marks seemed to materialize above his head, followed by beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Not only the emperor, but he also recognized several colleagues and the young lady from the Longxing Marquis' household. At that moment, the emperor and his companions gaped in astonishment, witnessing a dignified official, disguised as a beggar, scavenging for trash. Not only was he scavenging, but he was also engaging in a brawl with true beggars over food. And, to make matters worse, he was the one being subdued. How pitiful! Zhao Dejia received another punch, his face twisting sideways, drawing a sympathetic wince from the onlookers. The emperor and several officials silently shared the sentiment. How truly pathetic. Zhao Dejia's face flushed crimson. At that moment, he felt he had lost all dignity. Woe is me, he thought, yearning to cry. A gentleman may be slain, but never humiliated. Suddenly, rage surged within him, and he viciously bit down on the beggar's hand. He glanced toward the emperor, but instead of admiration, he saw disdain. How could one eat with such filthy hands? The sight of the beggar's grimy claws made him recoil in disgust. Zhao Dejia felt overwhelmed, wishing to howl at the heavens. What have I done to deserve this punishment? Oh heaven! The incident did not conclude there. The bitten beggar refused to rise from the ground. Consequently, the tussle over the duck intestines ended with Zhao Dejia being extorted for money he did not possess, which was instead provided by Chuanwen. Zhao Dejia cast a resentful glance at Chuanwen. Is it not the young lady again? Though he found the charming Chuanwen too endearing to scold, he refrained from glaring at her, knowing she was close to the emperor. Instead, he directed his ire at Chuanwen, who could do little but endure the silent reproach. My dear minister, I trust you have made a fair profit from selling your jade ring. Why then, are you still bickering with beggars over scraps? The emperor produced a jade ring, his tone laced with amusement, tinged with a hint of reproach. Upon seeing the jade ring, Zhao Dejia's expression shifted dramatically, stuttering in response. Dare I not speak? Could it be that my wealth was ill-gotten? You stand before the emperor. Do you not owe him and the common folk your integrity? Zhao Dejia gasped, Your Majesty, I assure you, I am innocent. He dropped to his knees, unbothered by the laughter of onlookers, recounting the tale of how he came to possess the jade ring. Indeed, he had found it while scavenging, donning a disguise each evening to rummage through refuse. The jade ring had been a treasure uncovered amidst the debris. As for the secret of transactions, he merely wished to conceal the shame of scavenging from a colleague's refuse. If discovered, he feared his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, though after today, he doubted he could ever restore his dignity. And what of the money earned from the sale of the jade ring? Huang Wang inquired, curiosity piqued by its apparent value. I donated it, Zhao Dejia sighed, recalling the emaciated victims of disaster in the dilapidated temple. He felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders, acknowledging that while he received a modest salary sufficient for his needs, those suffering souls faced dire hunger and illness, awaiting death. The emperor and his aides were momentarily taken aback, compelled to applaud Zhao Dejia. Brother, how noble. After such a lengthy exchange, I wonder why Chuanwen has remained silent. Does she have nothing to contribute? The emperor pondered. Chuanwen, however, was entirely preoccupied, her focus diverted to the magnificent estate in the distance. 8 delicacies: chicken, hibiscus shrimp, powdered steamed pork ribs. A single lunch comprising 108 dishes. What immense wealth! The tears of envy streamed down her cheeks as she mused. Moreover, they even serve steamed bear paw. I have yet to taste bear paw, let alone even see it. The emperor, momentarily taken aback, realized he had never encountered such a dish either. 108 dishes, you say? I must see the extent of your wealth. Esteemed ministers, have you not yet dined? The emperor inquired, exchanging glances with his aides, sensing impending misfortune for someone. The little princess, nestled in the emperor's arms, awoke with an innocent yawn. Her small, doe-like eyes fell upon Chuanwen, and she reached out, babbling for her to hold her. Chuanwen, blissfully distracted, whistled, gazing at the sky, the ground, and Zhao Dejia, deliberately ignoring the little princess. Whose child is this? Let them hold her, Zhao Dejia retorted. Then why do you look at me? She is not my child. The emperor's mouth twitched, contemplating Chuanwen's delicate form. He decided against further provoking her. After all, he had heard far more audacious remarks before. Gently, he comforted his pouting daughter, little one. Father will take you to enjoy delicious food. The princess, ever gracious, smiled, her lips curving into a delightful expression as the emperor's fingers coaxed her into laughter. The sweet sound melted his heart, leading him to tease. Once we finish our meal, shall we empty their home? The officials, hearing the emperor's words, broke into a cold sweat. Empty their home? Are you truly contemplating a seizure of assets? Upon observing the emperor's curled lips and contemplating the considerable toll that the recent fiscal burdens have taken on his thinning hair, a wave of cold sweat cascaded down his back. It was uncertain who among them was the unfortunate soul responsible for this predicament. When he finally laid eyes on the grand plaque of the Chiu residence, Huang nearly twisted his ankle ascending the steps. He remarked how familiar the jade ring appeared, recalling it was worn by his distant cousin from his uncle's side, the esteemed Minister of War, Lord Chiu, the gatekeeper of the Chiu residence. Upon noticing the procession of officials clad in official robes, swiftly deduced that they were no ordinary individuals, and hurriedly went inside to deliver the news. Before long, Lord Chiu emerged with great urgency, prostrating himself before the emperor. The emperor, visibly impatient, raised his hand to interrupt, stating, I happened to pass by your residence and, seeing it was lunchtime, thought to request a meal. I hope I have not disturbed you, my dear minister. Not at all, Lord Chiu replied, as he stepped aside to arrange the meal, already sweating profusely. He typically indulged in 108 dishes. How could he possibly present such a feast to the emperor? Surely, a virtuous official cannot afford such extravagance. If he were to serve the emperor such a banquet, the emperor might demand his head. Soon, Lord Chiu had prepared the meal, a plate of cold cucumber salad, a dish of stir-fried loofah, fried peanuts, green beans with meat, scrambled eggs with chili, winter melon soup, and a platter of pickled vegetables. Is this truly all? The emperor's expression darkened, disbelief etched across his face as he looked towards Lord Chiu. Throughout the serving process, Lord Chiu had furtively glanced at Chuanwen several times. Having only dared to present these dishes due to the absence of any objections from him, all the while praying that Chuanwen was unaware of his usual 108 dishes. However, it was not just the emperor who looked incredulous. Chuanwen, Chuanhai, and the others awaited a sumptuous feast, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief at being served such meager fare. Chapter 38. Where to seek treasure next, however. Xiao Gao did not lift his gaze, oblivious to the expressions of those around him, feeling a small sense of pride within. Your Majesty, I usually eat these humble fare. Indeed, I am such an incorruptible official, too poor to afford anything better. Your Majesty, please commend me generously. Ha ha ha. The emperor, however, was not amused. His hands itched not for praise, but for execution. Wang, anxious behind the emperor, finally saw Qiu Gao raise his head and gestured vigorously. Qiu Gao was puzzled, glancing around dazed. Sir Huang, is your eye twitching? Noticing Qiu Gao's gaze, the emperor also looked over, prompting Huang to stop blinking and feign indifference. Staring at the ceiling. Forget it, there was no saving him now. Let that distant cousin of his uncle meet his demise. The emperor's smile was a veneer. Though he uttered words of praise, the sinister curl of his lips was chilling. Qiu Gao felt a twinge of suspicion. He had been curious about the emperor's intentions. Why was he passing by his residence? And that tone, that smile, sent shivers down his spine. Little Baldy, you are not being honest. Chuanwen squinted at the even balder Qiu Gao, thinking to himself, Qiu Gao's heart raced. You feast on delicacies while serving the emperor vegetarian dishes. Does he resemble a giraffe? He is a lion. A lion. Though he may be shedding fur, one cannot dismiss a lion as less than a lion. He also needs meat. He needs meat. Chuanwen silently roared in his mind, envisioning a steaming bear paw.
Meanwhile,
Chuan Hai nearly collapsed on the spot. Balding was one thing, but calling the emperor a lion was entirely another. Why add an adjective? Crack, crack. The sound of something shattering echoed in their minds as they cautiously glanced at the emperor's expression, which twisted from a cold smile to a frozen grimace, then back again.
Iamawise monarch, Iamawise monarch, Iamawise monarch.
Last time it was a scraggly chicken. At least this time it was a lion. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. The emperor mentally reassured himself, fearing the wrath of his formidable blade. Huang Wang's legs turned to jelly. While he enjoyed the gossip with Chuanwen, these unexpected moments were too much for his heart to bear. Unbeknownst to Chuanwen, the officials around her were trembling in fear, the emperor emanating a dark aura, Qiu Gao sweating profusely, and the tense atmosphere was all her doing. Yet she continued to criticize inwardly. 10 carts of scrap and this is all they can make? Do they think the emperor's mind is filled with scrap as well? I wonder how this little bald fellow amassed such wealth, selling positions, selling government posts to line his own pockets. What a lucrative venture. That little bald man has quite the business acumen. Selling positions. The room was once again in shock. The emperor was already itching for action. Outraged that someone dared profit from him. Oh, so this is how it operates. Those with connections receive positions, while those without simply pocket the money and wash their hands of responsibility. If anyone causes trouble, they are thrown into prison. Just like that wealthy landlord from Li's village and that petty landowner from Wu's village, all eliminated by him. Utterly despicable. The emperor slammed the table, startling Chuanwen and causing Qiu Gao and the others to kneel in fright. The room was suddenly filled with the piercing cries of the little princess. The emperor hastily attempted to console her, too furious to remember he was still holding his daughter. Be good, little Tuan, do not cry. Shall father take you to see some heads being chopped off? Everyone was astonished. Who suits a child with the prospect of executions? Strangely enough, the little princess ceased her tears, reaching out her tiny hands to grasp the emperor's fingers. Chuan Hai and the others felt a chill run down their spines, recalling the tragic fate of Princess Baohui, hoping their little princess would not be molded into a second Baohui. Meanwhile, Qiu Gao trembled uncontrollably, pleading, Your Majesty, spare me. Ultimately, Chuanwen never got to taste the steamed bear paw. The emperor, filled with fury at the sight of the 108 dishes, ordered them sent to the disaster victims in the dilapidated temple. Qiu Gao was imprisoned, awaiting judgment. Whether banishment or execution was yet to be decided, but his estate would be confiscated regardless. Chuanwen remarked, another day of envying the disaster victims in the broken temple. Chuan Hai, Huang Wang, and the others secretly wiped their brows, thinking, goodness, yet another scandal. Serves him right. Corrupt officials who plunder the people's wealth deserve death. Embracing the little princess, the emperor smiled with satisfaction. My treasury, at last, is flourishing. Among the crowd, only Zhao Dejia displayed a mix of emotions, tinged with melancholy. Where would he scavenge for scraps now? Imprisoned, Qiu Gao stared blankly at the flickering torchlight in the dim corridor, perplexed as to why the emperor had passed by his residence. This question lingered in his mind for days, finally prompting him to inquire when Huang Wang came to check on him. Seeing the eagerness in Qiu Gao's eyes, Huang Wang sighed and relayed the information, leaving Qiu Gao momentarily stunned. He handed Qiu Gao the clothes he had brought, lamenting that despite Qiu Gao's rampant selling of positions and the burden of numerous lives on his shoulders, the emperor's mercy in sparing his family was a rare act of grace. After Huang Wang departed, Qiu Gao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his previously vacant eyes now blazing with intensity as if piercing through the prison walls. Zhao Dejia, you have caused me great suffering. Just as Zhao Dejia was preparing to attend court, he shivered unexpectedly, tightening his garments. Indeed, the weather had turned chilly, and he realized he was a bit underdressed. But with no place to scavenge, he sighed, reminiscing about the refuse pile at Qiu Gao's home. Zhao Dejia, I have some spare clothes at my residence. If you don't mind, feel free to come by after court, his colleague Fong Darren said with feigned concern, the mockery evident in his smile. As if he were on the verge of laughter. Zhao Dejia snorted in response, straightening his back to appear unaffected by the cold. If it weren't for Fong Darren being affiliated with the Crown Prince, he would have certainly retorted. However, today, he opted for silence, merely casting a disdainful glance before striding away. Fong Darren, undeterred, continued to smile, his mind already racing. Ever since witnessing the third prince courting Zhao Dejia, he had ceased to treat him kindly, leading to numerous confrontations. Yet today, Zhao Dejia seemed unusually quiet. Chapter 39. Is it too late to resign? Wang Shuren and Zhao Dejia share a similar background. Both are orphans. Zhao Dejia lost his parents and was raised by an elderly monk in a small temple, subsisting on meager offerings. In contrast, Wang Shuren also faced the early demise of his father and was nurtured by his devoted mother through hardship.
Now,
both have attained official positions despite their humble beginnings. However, Wang Shuren markedly differs from Zhao Dejia. Though Wang's attire is patched and tattered, he maintains the dignity expected of a Confucian scholar and refrains from scavenging, unlike his counterpart. Moreover, their differences extend beyond mere appearances. Zhao Dejia, for instance, is a conspicuous presence in the workplace. To portray himself as exceptionally diligent, he arrives at court half an hour earlier than his peers, seemingly casting them in a lazy light. Even when injured, he insists on attending morning sessions to garner attention from the emperor, disregarding his own health. This reckless behavior has left him unwell and too afraid to take leave. Truly despicable. In contrast, Wang Shuren embodies humility and grace in all his endeavors. Unlike Zhao Dejia, who, despite being a mere sixth-rank official, looks down on others with an air of superiority, Wang remains respectful and unassuming, earning him admiration rather than ridicule. As the civil and military ministers took their places in the grand hall, the emperor soon settled into his seat, accompanied by the young princess and Chuanwen. However, Chuanwen quickly succumbed to slumber, while the princess, still an infant, slept soundly in her cradle. It is indeed a challenge for them to rise so early. After all, a 14-year-old girl needs her rest, yet here she is, summoned to court. Chuanwen, disturbed from her dreams by the cacophony of arguments below, felt increasingly vexed. The discord had persisted for days without resolution, and the incessant noise was exhausting. The source of this uproar traces back to the emperor's recent mention of the western regions in court, inadvertently revealing the impending threat of an invasion in the spring due to the empire's depleted coffers. Since that day, the court has been embroiled in heated debate. Should they adopt a strategy of aggression or seek to pacify and negotiate? If they choose diplomacy, it would necessitate sending the princess for marriage or offering substantial wealth as a gesture of goodwill. This has been the pattern historically. To demonstrate the grandeur of a powerful nation, it is customary to provide riches to smaller states in exchange for allegiance. The emperor, however, is resolute in his desire for direct confrontation, insisting that the princess of Dejin is not a pawn to be traded. Moreover, the emperor is acutely aware of the ambitions of the western regions. Even if they were to temporarily placate them, the potential for renewed hostilities looms large. Yet the advocates for peace pose a pressing question. Where will the funds come from? Winter is approaching, and provisions for the soldiers must be secured. Winter clothing, durable footwear, weapons, and sustenance all necessitate significant funds. Despite recent confiscations, the meager resources barely suffice to support the vast army, with no clear timeline for their maintenance. The emperor has been plagued by mounting stress, losing clumps of hair in the process. What is there to argue about? Just strike. Chuanwen rolled her eyes, intending to shift positions and continue her attempt at rest. The emperor, sharing a similar sentiment, nevertheless felt compelled to expose the young princess to court proceedings, insisting she accompany him to witness the morning assemblies. Yet, his ministers were fraught with concern, deliberating over every matter excessively. As the emperor pondered, he mused that once the issue of military funding is resolved, the ministers would have little to contest. But how could this be achieved? Must you disturb my slumber? Chuanwen's sudden thought startled the emperor, momentarily halting the ministers' bickering. Yet, they quickly resumed their animated discussions, some even relishing the opportunity to deny her rest, as it had become a rare occurrence for her to disrupt their usual antics. Scanning the assembly, Chuanwen's gaze settled on the most boisterous official, who appeared quite pleased with himself. This fellow is quite portly. His household must be affluent. Let's investigate. The well-fed official flinched as the argument intensified. Why should I be targeted? And that rotund one over there, resembling a glutton, surely indulges in lavish feasts. He should be scrutinized too. The officials who had been called out turned pale, their voices faltering, while those not named breathed a sigh of relief, secretly wiping sweat from their brows. Chuanwen continued her pointed remarks, relishing the power she wielded over the assembly. The emperor, watching with delight, saw the ministers as mere vessels for his financial ambitions. The ministers, feeling the weight of the emperor's gaze, shivered in unison, contemplating whether it was too late to resign. Yet, the emperor would not follow through on Chuanwen's threats of confiscation. He needed these officials to manage state affairs and did not wish to be remembered as a tyrant. Nonetheless, he required their contributions. My esteemed ministers, why not consider a donation? Those with ample resources may contribute generously, while those less fortunate can offer what they can. With a clever manipulation of language, the emperor subtly implied that regardless of their means, he expected everyone to contribute generously. Many ministers, upon hearing the word donation, secretly exhaled, only to realize that a cold sweat had broken out on their backs. The morning chill made them shudder involuntarily. How peculiar, they thought, having just relaxed only to be on high alert once more. Why is the outspoken Lord Zhang so silent? Has he fallen asleep? Chapter 40. Surely one cannot hold it in any longer. How peculiar. The ministers discreetly exhaled the breath they had been holding, contemplating that. Given the age of the esteemed official, it was only natural for him to occasionally lose focus. Thus, they furtively turned their gazes toward Chancellor Zhang. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. In the current era of Dejin, merchants are considered to be of lowly status and are barred from participating in the imperial examinations for official positions. However, the thoughts of Master Zhang transcend the constraints of time. Anyone, regardless of their social standing, who possesses talent and can succeed in the examinations, should be considered a worthy candidate for the Dejin court. This would not only benefit the merchants, but also greatly enhance the court itself. Behold, one can see why he is a chancellor. While others are still embroiled in disputes, he is already contemplating the sources of military funding and has proposed actionable solutions. Truly, he is a loyal minister of the emperor. The emperor felt a swell of pride. Indeed, the chancellor was worthy of his title, alleviating the emperor's concerns. He then cast a scornful glance around the other ministers, particularly at the most vociferous proponents of peace, as if to convey his disdain for their ineffectiveness. The officials who caught his gaze blushed crimson, filled with shame, wishing they could vanish into the earth. Chancellor, please spare us a path to survival. To obtain the emperor's esteemed calligraphy, merchants would go to great lengths, even risking their lives to present gifts to the court. The emperor and the ministers were momentarily taken aback. If there were anyone to rival the chancellor, it was indeed him, for he had even managed to outsmart the emperor. Nevertheless, the emperor remained pleased. After all, it was merely a matter of writing a few characters. As long as the treasury was replenished, he would gladly oblige. In the midst of his contentment, he inadvertently glanced at the crown prince, noticing his unusually grave expression. Is there something amiss? The emperor inquired, eager to hear the prince's insights, for his son had always been perceptive and possessed unique perspectives. The crown prince, absorbed in thought, seemed oblivious to his father's inquiry. His brow furrowed as if grappling with a weighty matter. The emperor cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and raised his voice. If you have any thoughts, please share them. We shall deliberate together. All ministers turned their attention to the crown prince, except for Zhao Dejia, who shrank back, attempting to become as inconspicuous as possible. The emperor frowned, sensing that the crown prince's demeanor was not indicative of someone without thoughts. Just then, laughter erupted, piercing their ears. Ha ha. No wonder the crown prince has been wearing such a sour face. The emperor and the ministers exchanged puzzled glances, while the crown prince's eyes brightened. He had intended to speak with the messenger after court, and now was the opportune moment to listen closely. To toil so hard, digging pits, burning ash, and fertilizing, only to have it all taken away overnight. Who would not wear a scowl in such a situation? Fertilizer. The emperor's eyes widened in shock, while the expressions of the ministers mirrored disbelief. The crown prince, having openly confessed to his father and the empress that he wished to tend to the fields rather than rule, had liberated himself from restraint. What once was a secret pastime had now become a blatant endeavor, as he had opened a door in the walls of the prince's residence, clearing a patch of wasteland for cultivation. Since he was merely growing a few crops and tending to some poultry, he had not deemed it necessary to assign guards, thus granting thieves an opportunity to exploit his negligence. The crown prince seethed with resentment, recalling the arduous labor he had invested only to have someone audacious enough to steal even his manure. He vowed to expose the thief. The emperor's expression stiffened. So, his astute and insightful son had been preoccupied with thoughts of his stolen fertilizer?
Ah, I see.
It turns out to be Brother Dejia. How could he be so unscrupulous as to steal someone else's manure? Zhao Dejia. The crown prince's eyes gleamed with determination. He had found his culprit. Fong Darren, noticing Zhao Dejia in the distance, recalled the faint, peculiar odor that lingered whenever he conversed with him before court. Zhao Dejia, feeling increasingly anxious, attempted to shrink further into invisibility. Father, I have a matter to present. The crown prince declared boldly, his voice resonating through the hall. However, the emperor remained silent, thinking, this court is not a venue for such trivial disputes. The crown prince's supporters instinctively covered their ears. Your Highness, please do not say anything. We do not wish to hear it. Our crown prince is the heir to the throne, a beacon of hope, a refined gentleman who should be occupied with state affairs, not digging pits and dealing with manure. The faction of the third prince found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to be more shocked by the crown prince's fertilizer dilemma or by Zhao Dejia's audacity to steal from him, or even more so by the fact that Zhao Dejia had resorted to such a disgraceful act after being imprisoned. Let us conclude today's affairs. Court dismissed. The emperor decisively declared, hastily departing, while the crown prince continued to call out, Father, Father, I have something to present. Present this. The emperor thought, tuning out his son's pleas and quickening his pace, leaving the attending eunuchs bewildered. They promptly announced the dismissal and hurried after him. The ministers were left in disarray. Who am I? Where am I? The crown prince lamented. Father, I have something to present. The messenger mused. Why is the emperor in such a hurry? Surely he cannot hold it in any longer. But one must forgive the human condition. Just as the emperor was about to stumble, a senior eunuch caught him just in time, preventing a fall. The ministers exchanged sympathetic glances. Poor emperor. You bear so much. Zhao Dejia felt a chill run down his spine as he stealthily retreated, realizing he was not alone. However, one cannot entirely blame Brother Dejia. The crown prince's fertilizer was so foul that it could be detected from 3 miles away. Not only could Brother Dejia not bear it, but the residents nearby must have found their meals tainted by the stench. Even if Brother Dejia did not act, those residents would inevitably create a scandal over the manure. A scandal? Today marked the first time the ministers had all remained in the court after the session, and upon hearing the messenger's thoughts, they felt a twinge of guilt for their inability to contain their laughter. The messenger took his time, savoring the unfolding drama, while the crown prince steadfastly approached Zhao Dejia, his resolve wavering as he pondered whether it was indeed his foul fertilizer that prompted Dejia's theft. Had he disturbed the peace of the neighborhood? Chapter 41. I do not know her. The weight of the law had long been pent up within, ready to erupt. Upon hearing the heartfelt words of Chuanwen, the crown prince, who had vowed to hold Zhao Dejia accountable for his shameless actions, stood before Zhao Dejia, eyes brimming with tears. Where have you hidden my fertilizer? In that moment, Chuanwen could only see the prince's back, noticing his convulsions and mistakenly believing he was on the verge of fury. Surely, the prince does not intend to strike Brother Dejia? Given the prince's robust physique, might he not unleash his biceps upon Brother Dejia's head? By the way, does the prince possess a set of 8-pack abs? How I long to feel them! Alas, in my 2 lifetimes, I have yet to experience the touch of an 8-pack, and not even held a man's hand. As Chuanwen's thoughts spiraled into frustration, Zhao Dejia's anxiety deepened, envisioning a gruesome scene of his blood spilling upon the golden hall. The prince, meanwhile, felt increasingly aggrieved, tears falling for his precious fertilizer. The ministers stood in silent contemplation, casting glances toward Chuanwen, who stammered, I do not know her. How dare this girl covet the crown prince? Not only that, but it seemed she wished to touch other men. At such a tender age. How could she so brazenly disregard the principles of womanhood? What a disgrace. Due to the countless admonitions of female propriety, a rift had formed between Chuanwen and Elder Zhang. Just then, the little princess nestled in Chuanwen's arms stirred awake, her drowsy eyes landing on Chuanwen's comical face, mistaking it for a playful jest and bursting into giggles.
Ha ha ha.
Little Tuan, do you find Elder Zhang, who is green as a leaf, amusing? Henceforth, shall we call him Zhang de Lu instead? In high spirits, Chuanwen playfully teased the little princess and sauntered away. Chancellor, are you well? Inquired the Minister of Works with utmost caution. You are the one who is green with envy. You are Chuan de Lu. Your entire family shall be known as Chuan de Lu. It was a rare sight to witness the Chancellor in such a state of emotional upheaval. Chuanwen wiped his face, surprisingly unafraid, though he pondered whether the Chancellor had consumed garlic that morning, for an odd odor lingered. Realizing the resilience of his heart had been significantly fortified by his niece's antics, he acknowledged the tumultuous morning court session had come to an end amidst chaos. The prince followed Zhao Dejia, lamenting for his fertilizer, while the prince's faction trailed behind. Weeping, "O prince, you are the heir to the realm." Meanwhile, the third prince's faction strolled out, seemingly unperturbed, leaving various bewildered eunuchs in their wake, pondering what had transpired. It was indeed the deeds of his granddaughter, his daughter, capable of such mischief. Their gazes fell upon Chuanwen and Su Yan, their expressions inquiring how they had raised such a daughter. Chuanwen and Su Yan quickly distanced themselves from the situation, affirming that while their daughter might excel in some aspects, she adhered to decorum in serious matters. On the surface, their daughter seemed quite proper. After all, she had neither acted nor spoken out of turn. The group fell into contemplation, having gleaned from Chuanwen's thoughts that she was a reincarnation, one who had not consumed the Mengpa soup at birth. What kind of person had Chuanwen been in her previous life? As they pondered, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Rushing out, they spotted a maid pinned to the ground by several servants, pleading for mercy, her cries attracting the attention of other attendants. Lord, this maid attempted to poison the supper. I caught her red-handed. The imposing figure before them, with eyes as small as mung beans yet shining brightly, commanded respect. The Marquis of Chongqing treated him with deference, not merely due to his intimidating presence, but because he was sent by the emperor for their protection. Despite presently being a servant in their household, he was a member of the Qianniu Wei, tasked with safeguarding the emperor's life. His martial prowess was commendable, and his vigilance surpassed that of ordinary men. A bulge in his attire hinted at the formidable Qianniu knife he carried. Not only he, but those restraining the maid were equally capable. The Marquis of Chongqing wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to have survived another day, and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the burly man. Chuanwen hesitated, unsure of how to communicate with his wife, when Wang Shi suddenly speculated, is it that family of mud-legged peasants? This conjecture left her paralyzed in her seat, her face turning pale. How could they be so malicious? It cannot be them, Chuanwen replied, exasperated by his wife's wild assumptions. How can it not be? Wang Shi insisted, her conviction growing stronger. That wretched girl has entered the palace, believing she has gained the emperor's favor, and now seeks to harm us. Is she not attempting to eliminate you to allow her mud-legged father to inherit the title? Chuanwen groaned. My head aches. Can I not have a moment's respite? Awakening to the gravity of the situation, he realized he had forgotten about that young man amidst the whirlwind of events. Hastily donning the boots he had just removed, he set out to find his father, anxious about leaving Ir alone outside, hoping nothing untoward had occurred. In a remote village outside the city, enveloped in the inky blackness of night, the farmers slept soundly, except for one house, where a dim yellow light flickered. Inside, Chuanwen's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he urged the slightly older youth across from him to continue his tale, while the other two, oblivious to the aroma of the food and drink on the table, mirrored Chuanyi's eagerness for knowledge with their own longing gazes. Chapter 42. Oh. My little nobleman, the young man leisurely sipped his drink before lowering his voice and murmuring, "The female ghost has taken a liking to this scholar, eager to share a night of passion." She floated slowly to the door, gently pushed it open, and drifted inside. The scholar was engrossed in his reading when he heard the door creak. Suddenly, the door to the courtyard emitted a distinct squeak, causing several young men to stiffen in shock, drenched in cold sweat. They remained frozen for a moment, and, aside from the creaking, all that could be heard was the rustling of leaves in the wind, rendering the room unsettlingly silent. "Surely there can't be a female ghost, can there?" One youth, nearly the same age as Chuanyi, whispered, his tongue stumbling over the words. The others turned their expectant gazes toward the storyteller, their eyes filled with anticipation. "Big brother, it's all up to you now." The young man stuttered in response, "I won't go." Then his eyes darted about as he reasoned, if there truly is a female ghost, who among us do you think she would fancy? The others furrowed their brows in contemplation, and then, in unison, their eyes fixed upon Chuanyi. Though Chuanyi was somewhat unreliable, he had inherited the admirable traits of the Chuan family. Handsome and fair-skinned, he exuded an air of youthful nobility. It was no wonder he had caught the attention of many young maidens upon his arrival at the village. Why do I feel a thrill of vengeance? Chuanyi mused silently, recalling how, prior to his arrival, he had been acknowledged as the most dashing youth in the village. Just as the tension eased a bit, and the group considered pushing Chuanyi forward to rendezvous with the ghost, a sudden chill swept through, extinguishing the candles. Then the tightly shut door creaked ominously, and something began to enter, slowly and quietly. "Aha!" The group screamed, clutching their heads in panic. In the pitch darkness, they stumbled blindly, colliding with walls or each other, their heads spinning. Only Chuanyi, terrified of the ghost possessing him, grasped a stool beneath him and began to swing it wildly, smashing it repeatedly. Whether he struck a companion or the ghost, he could not tell, but something was definitely hit. Once he made contact, his screams intensified, as though the ghost were about to drag him away at any moment, prompting him to swing even more frantically. He continued until exhaustion overcame him, collapsing onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably, his cries echoing for miles. The villagers, roused from their dreams by Chuanyi's wails, sat up abruptly, some still groggy, shouting, "Get up, get up. We're being robbed. We're being robbed." After a moment of confusion, they listened closely, and aside from the mournful cries, there were no sounds of chaos. They hesitated, then hurriedly donned their clothes and seized torches, rushing out of their homes. One by one, the villagers gathered, and the steward, glancing toward the source of the cries, exclaimed, "Oh no, it's the young master." The steward had always treated Chuanyi with utmost care, and hearing the pig-like wailing sent a chill down his spine, fearing something terrible had happened. When they finally reached the source of the commotion, illuminated by the torches, they beheld a chaotic scene. The young master was seated amidst the disorder, wailing loudly. The wreckage included shattered plates, overturned tables and chairs, spilled food and drink, and 4 motionless figures sprawled on the floor. "Dog brat." One villager recognized one of the 4. It was his son, who often mingled with the young master. He rushed over, only to find his son's bloodied head on the ground, his heart racing in terror. Trembling, he extended a finger to check for a pulse, then collapsed beside his son, relieved to find he was still breathing. 3 simpletons. Cow hair. 2 others were also recognized. One lay on his back with closed eyes and bloodstains, yet still breathed, while the other curled up, seemingly uninjured but unconscious. "Who is this?" the steward wondered, nudging the figure in black who lay by the young master's feet, appearing the most injured, blood streaming from his head. Turning him over, the steward discovered the man's mouth was also covered in blood, his face bruised beyond recognition. Yet, he was not entirely unconscious. His mouth twitched as if trying to speak. The steward hesitated, pressing his ear closer to listen, and discern the words, "Kill. Kill?" Processing this, the steward was startled, glancing between the still-crying Chuanyi and the bloodied stool at his side. "Oh, my noble young master." The steward's gaze toward Chuanyi transformed into admiration. He then looked at the 3 young men sprawled on the ground, utterly embarrassed, Usually so boastful, they had failed to protect the young master and now lay defeated, relying on him for salvation. The carriage from the Longxing Marquis' estate hurriedly arrived in the late hours of the night.
By now,
Chuanwen had recovered somewhat after drinking 2 bowls of ginger soup, and the 3 young men had received treatment. 2 with minor concussions had regained consciousness, while the third had merely fainted from fright and was revived by a few slaps from his mother. Chuanwen learned from the steward that assassins had come to kill him, but Dogbrat, 3 simpletons, and Cowhair had bravely wielded stools to confront the attackers. Alas, they had suffered a crushing defeat, and the assassins had advanced upon him. Fortunately, he, with his extraordinary valor, had ultimately seized a stool and subdued the assailant. The steward recounted the scene with vivid detail, complete with hand gestures, leaving Chuanwen in awe.
Is
that truly how it happened? He blinked, his innocent eyes wide with disbelief. He had been so frightened that he had been unaware of the dramatic events unfolding in the darkness. He turned to Dogbrat, 3 simpletons, and Cowhair, his heart swelling with gratitude. Brothers, thank you for not cowardly fleeing. This kindness would be remembered. The 3, overwhelmed, were momentarily dazed. Is this really how it went down? They pondered, having done nothing but flee in terror from the ghostly presence, only recalling the dull thuds that had struck their heads. Oh dear, I cannot think about it. My head hurts. Just then, Chuanwen entered, and upon seeing the chaotic scene in the room, he froze in shock. Chapter 43. The heinous killer. In the center of the room lay a comatose figure clad in black, securely bound with hemp ropes. On the table rested a gleaming, yet somewhat dull, and chipped butcher's knife. Indeed, a killer was present. Chuanwen's face turned pale with fear as he hurriedly searched for his youngest son. At that moment, upon seeing his father, Chuanwen, who had narrowly escaped danger, was immediately overwhelmed with a sense of grievance and burst into tears, running to embrace Chuanwen's leg, snot and tears streaming down his face. Seeing his son so vibrant and seemingly unscathed brought immense relief to Chuanwen, although he was soon filled with disdain, struggling to detach his son from his robes now stained with tears and mucus. To his surprise, this incident had also led to the capture of a notorious criminal. The authorities had issued a wanted notice long ago, yet the whereabouts of this individual had remained a mystery until now. Chuanwen felt a twinge of confusion. He had heard whispers of the tragedy at Zhua family village, rumored to be haunted, with ghostly lights and wails echoing through the night. However, he pondered, how could such a ruthless murderer wield such a dull knife for his heinous acts? It seemed scarcely capable of slicing through even a melon, let alone a human. Meanwhile, in the palace, the elderly matriarch of the Marquis of Chongqing, accompanied by Su Yan and Chuanwen, visited Chuanwen, who was engrossed in reading a scroll, his enunciation clear and resonant. This delighted both the matriarch and Su Yan, the latter thinking, my daughter can read, perhaps she will become a top scholar. However, the next moment, the words escaped Chuanwen's lips. The bright moonlight before my bed, Li Bai sips soy milk, fried dough sticks paired with soy milk. How delicious. The 2 nearly toppled over, their smiles frozen on their faces. It was clear that Chuanwen would not engage in anything serious. The queen, gently rocking a cradle nearby, was taken aback but soon found joy in the lively atmosphere that had filled her palace since Chuanwen and her little one moved in. Chuanwen was also elated, having not seen her sister for many days. She longed to watch Chuanwen eat heartily and share intimate conversations. Upon noticing their arrival, Chuanwen desperately wished to drop her book and rush into her family's embrace, yet she refrained. Su Yan had prepared to welcome her daughter's embrace, but seeing Chuanwen's distressed expression, she hesitated, recognizing the struggle within her daughter to remain focused on her reading, though her voice betrayed a hint of frustration. Confusion arose in their hearts, prompting the queen to quickly seat them and explain the situation. The emperor had suggested that Chuanwen read to the little princess to aid in her enlightenment, but the queen felt somewhat awkward. Knowing that apart from attending court and mealtimes, Chuanwen could not afford a moment's rest. Though Chuanwen occasionally misspoke, she had indeed rendered significant assistance to the court. The emperor's punishment had left the queen feeling somewhat guilty. More content was yet to unfold, and Chuanwen was eager to know what had transpired with her sister. The expressions on her grandmother's and aunt's faces hinted at an understanding that she was not privy to. Initially, The queen had entertained the thought of Chuanwen becoming her daughter-in-law, but recognizing her tender age and having discreetly consulted with the heir, who expressed interest in Chuanwen, albeit not in a romantic context, she decided to nurture Chuanwen as her daughter instead. Observing Chuanyu, the queen's eyes sparkled with approval, while the matriarch felt a shiver of concern. She hoped the queen would not develop any further intentions. With the third prince now exiled from the capital, it seemed Chuanwen's fate had been upended, and she regretted her earlier carelessness in bringing Chuanyu into such dealings. While engrossed in her reading, Chuanwen's keen eyes scanned the room, sensing the queen's intentions. One prince leaves, another heir arrives. Will my sister ever find fulfillment with her childhood sweetheart? The queen paused, realizing that Chuanyu had a childhood companion. Glancing at the matriarch, who also appeared surprised, the queen inquired about this development. Clearing her throat, she redirected the conversation to the safety of the Marquis's estate, lamenting that although her son heir was a good catch, he had unfortunately delayed in finding a suitable partner. As the conversation flowed, they discussed the harrowing events of the previous night, including the brutal massacre at Zhua family village. Zhua family village? Chuanwen's curiosity was piqued, her attention drawn away from her book as her mind raced to unravel the tale. She was astonished, speechless, and only wished to express her incredulity. What a tragic calamity, all stemming from a packet of rat poison. Chapter 44. A missing piece previously. Brother De Jia fought fiercely over duck intestines, and now Zui Yushan resorted to a cunning scheme to procure chicken by stealthily sprinkling rat poison mixed with grain in the henhouse. Tempted by the grain, the hens gobbled it up and soon succumbed, frothing at the mouth and collapsing lifelessly. His mother, heartbroken at the sight of the deceased fowls, spent a sleepless night, ultimately succumbing to sorrow and preparing one for the family meal. The chickens were consumed, and the family of 8 was reduced to a solitary Zui Yushan. Yet, the tragedy did not end there. The remaining hens were spared from disposal as Zui Yushan, unable to part with them, concocted a large pot of stew. Villagers eagerly flocked to partake, reveling in the rare opportunity for meat. Lady of Chongqing Marquis and the Empress listened in stunned silence, foreseeing the village's grim fate. As expected, they heard the lamentations of the narrator. Thus, the entire village fell victim to him. Poor Zui Yushan, after all his toil, had not a morsel to eat himself, only to step outside and witness the lifeless forms strewn about. Alas, what had the villagers done to deserve such a fate? The Empress blinked, her expression one of newfound enlightenment. Rumors of haunting at Zua's homestead circulated, with cries echoing through the night, accompanied by ghostly flames. Although Chuanyu had not heard the narrator's innermost thoughts, she had gleaned much from her companions, finally able to join the discourse regarding Zua's village. What nonsense! That is merely Zui Yushan hiding in Zua's village, having been wanted, she exclaimed, her mirth barely contained. Despite the sorrowful nature of the tale, the narrator found it somewhat amusing. Surrounded by the deceased at night, who would not quail in fear, shivering as they dug graves for the fallen while weeping and burning paper money in hopes of a swift rebirth, lest they return to haunt him. Thus, the cries were attributed to Zui Yushan's despair, and the flickering flames were merely remnants of burnt offerings. The three exchanged glances, suddenly unafraid of the eerie rumors, even sharing a tacit understanding of the absurdity. Yet Chuanyu and a few maidens felt a chill run down their spines. After all, these were the restless souls of an entire village. The lady of Chongqing Marquis recalled the assassination attempt from the previous night and cast a sidelong glance at her granddaughter, who feigned deep concentration in her reading. Why would one seek to harm Ari heir? She mused aloud. Su Yan also voiced her confusion. Indeed, what could be the reason? They were genuinely perplexed. There was no connection between them and Zua's village. So could it be a hired assassination? As they pondered, the narrator's curiosity was piqued. Why do so many harbor animosity towards the Chongqing Marquis' household? In just a few days, multiple assassination attempts have arisen. Perplexed, the narrator's focus wavered as she hastily flipped through scripts, nearly wearing them out, yet found no evidence of who the Marquis had offended. Suddenly, a realization struck her. It must be the individuals angered by my uncle's investigation into embezzled disaster relief funds. The more she contemplated, the more convinced she became of this reasoning. After all, When one is caught embezzling, not only is their life at stake, but their entire household is also at risk of being implicated. Who would not seethe with resentment? Fortunately, the emperor had dispatched the Qianniu guard. Otherwise, not only would her uncle's family have faced dire consequences, but her parents and brother would have suffered as well. The narrator felt a surge of relief, while the lady of Chongqing Marquis and Su Yan exchanged expressions of dismay, reflecting on the fact that it was indeed due to the narrator's uncle that they were in such peril. They wished to caution the narrator to be mindful and avoid attracting enmity to their family, but found themselves unable to voice their concerns, resigning to silent exasperation. With a collective sigh, they shifted the conversation, and the lady of Chongqing Marquis took her leave, bestowing upon the narrator a box of her beloved golden cake. After a long wait, mealtime finally arrived. The narrator cast aside her book without a second thought, having strained her eyes from hours of reading. Having endured the relentless demands of the modern work culture, I never expected to face a similar intellectual burden in ancient times. All I desire is to lounge in tranquility, she mused. Summoned to the banquet by the emperor, the narrator wore a frown. The emperor furrowed his brow, puzzled by her mention of 996 and her previous life of labor. He felt a pang of sympathy, offering her a generous chicken leg, recognizing that her past must have been fraught with hardship, which explained her willingness to work in such a manner. This newfound sense of compassion led the emperor to absolve her of any penalties. What a delightful surprise! Although the reasons behind his sudden kindness remained unclear, the narrator felt elated and, in turn, shared her box of golden cake, offering him 2 pieces. In light of your protection of the Chongqing Marquis' household and the lifting of my punishment, though I remain unaware of the peculiar reasons behind it, I shall overlook any minor grievances and share with you, she declared. Peculiar grievances? What does she mean? Why is she calling me a minor character? The emperor pondered, feeling a mixture of amusement and confusion. Nevertheless, he decided that if indulging her in delicacies brought her joy, then he would allow her to relish this happiness. Taking a bite of the golden cake, the emperor was pleasantly surprised by the explosion of flavor. He had assumed that after a meal, he would have little appetite, yet he devoured both pieces with ease. Each piece was small, barely the size of a thumb, and delicately thin. However, the taste was exquisite, subtly sweet yet not cloying, with a hint of saltiness that created a delightful contrast. The emperor glanced at the box of golden cake in the narrator's hands, noticing her instinctively clutching it closer as she turned away to savor her portion. 3 pieces remain, reserved for the empress, the narrator's thoughts echoed in his mind. Flushed with embarrassment, the emperor wondered at her implication. Was he, the sovereign, truly competing with a mere maid for treats? A moment of indignation struck him. Why did the empress receive 3 pieces while he only had 2? Casting a glance at his own sister, he noted her triumphant smile, which only deepened his sense of injustice. Why should he receive less when he had dispatched the Qianniu guard for their protection and absolved her punishment? With a resentful glare at the narrator, he lamented his misplaced sympathy, realizing that she should be confined to her studies instead. He looked to his sister for comfort, desperately needing to be appeased. Chapter 45. The queen couldn't help but chuckle to herself, observing the child at her side and noting how the emperor's demeanor was becoming increasingly childlike. His promise to prepare plum blossom pastries brought forth a smile on his face. The emperor felt a surge of joy as he discovered yet another attribute in which he surpassed the young girl, though he mused that it was far more worthwhile to share heartfelt conversations with Jean Mei than to compare himself to her. Upon returning home, the sky had just begun to darken, indicating that it was still too early to retire for the night. Chuanwen playfully pinched the soft cheeks of the little princess, and after indulging in that, they engaged in a game of idiom relay. Whoever failed to respond would owe the other a meal. The maidservants nearby cast several curious glances at Chuanwen, their expressions seemingly questioning. Are you serious? Playing idioms with an infant who can't even speak yet? Surely, you cannot be serious. Oblivious to their scrutiny, Chuanwen effortlessly recited idioms, while the little princess blinked her large, dark eyes at her, giggling in response to Chuanwen's delight. The nurse watching them felt a pang of sympathy for the little princess, thinking to herself, is she not being exploited, counting coins for others? The swordsman stationed by the door discreetly smiled, his resolute gaze softening slightly. It wasn't until the little princess had accumulated a debt of 20 meals to Chuanwen that the latter finally ceased this one-sided game, primarily because she had grown weary. As she closed the door to her chamber, she cast a glance at the handsome guards stationed outside and marveled, once again, at the perks of being part of a story, surrounded by striking individuals. Even a seemingly insignificant guard possessed an alluring brow and captivating eyes. However, before the guard could display a smile upon hearing Chuanwen's inner musings, he overheard her exclaim, "I wonder about his hair quality. I hope he doesn't end up like the emperor, balding with age. The image is too vivid to contemplate." Ha! The guard froze, feeling a mix of gratitude and disbelief. "But why has the emperor assigned me a guard? I've never heard of such treatment for guests in the palace. Others did not receive such privileges. Only this young girl warranted the protection of a general of the Thousand Bulls Guard throughout history." The guard's expression softened considerably as he contemplated this. Listening closely to the sounds within, he noted that Chuanwen's breathing had gradually steadied, prompting a gentle smile to form on his lips as he realized she had fallen into a deep sleep. Chuanwen enjoyed a restful night, though her slumber was abruptly interrupted before dawn, as she was compelled to rise for the morning court. As Chuanwen departed, the emperor arrived at the Ganlu Hall, glancing at the bowl of rice porridge presented by Huang Qi, but found himself lacking appetite. Although the national treasury had recently seen an influx, the impending war made the emperor reluctant to indulge. The porridge he consumed had thickened over the days, and after so many consecutive meals, it had lost all flavor. Recollecting the golden cake he had eaten the previous day, the emperor decided to treat himself and ordered Huang Qi to venture outside the palace to procure some delicacies. Outside, the marketplace bustled with life, exuding a sense of tranquility amidst the chaos. Fong Darren strolled through the streets, shaking off his earlier frustrations and marveling at the prosperity around him. Just then, he spotted a colleague. Was that not the Minister of Works, Wang Shuren? Wang Shuren emerged from a nondescript, dilapidated pastry shop, holding a small bag of treats. Upon seeing Fong Darren, the two exchanged pleasantries and engaged in conversation. Fong Darren suddenly became aware of a bruise on his forehead and instinctively raised his hand to cover it, attempting to mask his embarrassment as he stammered, "It's nothing. Just a careless bump against the door frame." Curious, he inquired, "Brother Wang, what brings you to such a shabby shop? Are these treats any good?" Fong Darren had no intention of belittling others. Rather, he genuinely believed that the offerings from such a rundown establishment could not be palatable. If it were otherwise, surely it would have expanded and renovated, indicating a lack of customers. Wang Shuren chuckled shyly, "I currently possess little silver, so I can only afford these inexpensive treats." Realizing his earlier gaffe, Fong Darren awkwardly smiled, contemplating whether to invite Wang Shuren to the neighboring Tianqin Tower for something more exquisite as a gesture of goodwill. However, they were not particularly close, and he worried that such an overture might be perceived as intrusive. Just as the two were at a loss for words, Zhao Dejia swaggered out of Tianqin Tower, next door. "Zhao Dejia!" Fong Darren exclaimed in surprise, noting that Zhao, who was so impoverished he scavenged for scraps, could afford to visit the most expensive pastry shop in the capital. Tianqin Tower was renowned for its exquisite delicacies, with even the cheapest treat costing a tael of silver. Yet Zhao Dejia carried 4 bags. Zhao Dejia, in high spirits, spotted Fong Darren and became even more elated. This was a prime example of a fortunate encounter with a rival during a moment of triumph, and he could not resist flaunting it. "Oh, if it isn't Lord Fong. What happened to your head? Ha ha ha, did your wife give you a beating again?" Zhao Dejia's exaggerated expressions and mocking tone epitomized what it meant to be insufferable, inciting Fong Darren to grind his teeth in frustration. The notorious Fong family matriarch was well known throughout the capital, yet this boorish individual had the audacity to vocalize it. Why couldn't he learn from Brother Wang and refrain from speaking of such matters? "I don't require your concern. However, how is it that you, Zhao Dejia, who scavenges for scraps from your colleagues, can afford such luxuries at Tianqin Tower?" However, Zhao Dejia, whose piercing gaze could almost penetrate Fong Darren, suddenly erupted in laughter. What reason did he have to be upset? The crown prince, indifferent to state affairs, simply wished to be a farmer, leaving Fong Darren, who was aligned with the prince, to bear the brunt of the displeasure. Zhao Dejia's laughter was bewildering, and as Fong Darren began to question his sanity, Zhao raised the 4 bags of pastries and delivered a statement that nearly made Fong Darren choke. The crown prince rewarded me with these for returning the fertilizer. Zhao Dejia's sense of triumph was palpable. Having endured ridicule for days, he finally had the opportunity to savor a moment of vindication, relishing the sweetness of his victory. Fong Darren watched as Zhao Dejia strutted away, his hands trembling as he pointed at Zhao's retreating figure, unable to form a coherent response. Lord Fong, do not be angry. Lord Zhao likely did not intend any offense, Wang Shuren gently advised, prompting Fong Darren to dismissively wave his sleeve and retract his finger. Brother Wang, pray tell, how is it that Zhao Dejia, with a background akin to yours, has not cultivated the same humility and integrity as you? Instead, he has become a loathsome figure, all the more shameful considering his origins from a monastery. Chapter 46. Golden Cake. If every minister were like Lord Wang, I would have far fewer troubles. Huang Qi. Please deliver this box of golden cake to Lord Wang. Huang Qi obeyed the command and brought the delicacy to Wang Shuren's residence. Beneath a tree, 2 quilts were being aired on bamboo poles, and a woman was beating them. Upon seeing the pair dressed in palace attire, she hurriedly called for Wang Shuren. At the sight of Huang Qi, the emperor's trusted grand eunuch, she was momentarily taken aback, but quickly welcomed him into the house. Once inside, Huang Qi surveyed the modest furnishings. The interior was devoid of opulence and appeared rather shabby. Even the wardrobe had a broken leg propped up with a brick, and a plate of open pastries lay on the table. Is this the golden cake? Huang Qi thought, observing that the cake resembled the one the emperor had instructed him to procure, though the one on the table appeared coarse and unappetizing. Likely purchased from that dilapidated little shop. Indeed, I have no particular indulgences, except for this treat. If your excellency does not mind, would you care to try some? Wang Shuren spoke with a respectful demeanor, albeit a tad bashful. Huang Qi smiled and handed the box of golden cake from the young eunuch behind him to Wang Shuren, saying, I shall refrain from tasting it. However, it is a treat for you from the emperor himself. Wang Shuren accepted the delicacy with a sense of bewilderment. May I inquire why His Majesty has bestowed this upon me? I have made no notable achievements of late, nor have I erred. What could have drawn the emperor's attention? Huang Qi patted Wang Shuren's arm, reassuring him, do not be anxious. Our emperor appreciates your humble lifestyle and has chosen to reward you. Wang Shuren pondered this in his mind and, having confirmed that he had committed no missteps, quickly knelt in gratitude, his sincerity palpable. Huang Qi's impression of Wang Shuren improved further, a good official, loyal to his emperor. The emperor would surely be pleased to witness such fervent loyalty. Just then, his wife entered the room with the quilts, noticing his pale complexion, and inquired about his state. Wang Shuren then displayed the box of golden cake to her, his brows knitting together. What do you think this means? Why has the emperor suddenly bestowed this golden cake upon me? Is it possible he has learned something? Startled, Wang's wife quickly regained her composure. You have always been cautious, and for many years you have committed no errors. There should be no cause for concern. Perhaps it is because Lord Zhao has been in the limelight recently that the emperor thought to acknowledge you, recognizing your ongoing modesty. Wang Shuren nodded in agreement, as their similar backgrounds often led to comparisons between him and Zhao Dejia in court, making this reasoning plausible. As they contemplated this, a voice called out from outside, Father-in-law, your son-in-law has come to visit. Upon entering, the visitor greeted Wang Shuren and his wife, placing a heavier-than-usual box of pastries upon the table. Father-in-law, I have brought you your favorite golden cake. The newcomer, with dark skin and a prominent nose, was none other than Wang Shuren's son-in-law, Wu Zhu. Wang Shuren instructed his wife to prepare some wine and dishes, inviting his son-in-law to sit and converse. Noticing the 2 open boxes of golden cake on the table, Wu Zhu expressed his surprise. Father-in-law, is this the golden cake from Tianqing Tower? Did you truly purchase it? Wang Shuren shot him a glance and replied nonchalantly. It was granted by the emperor. Wu Zhu nearly spat out his tea in astonishment. The emperor granted this? Their eyes met, one pair filled with incredulity, the other with calm indifference. Fear not, it has nothing to do with our matters, Wang Shuren assured him. Nevertheless, Wu Zhu remained uneasy, glancing at the box he had brought. Father-in-law, perhaps we should let this go for now and discuss it later. What are you afraid of? Wang Shuren scoffed, disapproving of his son-in-law's timidity. I told you it has nothing to do with us. The emperor is currently preoccupied with matters in the western regions and has no time to concern himself with us. Despite his father-in-law's reassurances, Wu Zhu still felt apprehensive. However, the heavy box of pastries had already been taken by Wang Shuren, who placed it in the wardrobe and retrieved a piece of paper. Wang Shuren handed the paper to Wu Zhu, who glanced at it and found it to be the deed to the land in the western part of the city, hesitantly accepting it. After sharing a few drinks with his father-in-law, Wu Zhu took his leave. Once outside, he spat on the ground and muttered, "That old man is bound to be greedy." That evening, the dim candlelight illuminated their humble abode. Wang's wife sat at the table mending her husband's attire, which had a torn cuff. Though the garment appeared worn and shabby from the outside, she diligently sewed with golden thread. Upon opening the fabric, it revealed an inner lining woven entirely of gold thread, a splendid garment indeed. In stark contrast to the daytime image of a poor woman, Wang's wife adorned herself with gold hairpins, jade ornaments, and numerous strands of pearls. The weight of her attire must have been heavy, for her hands struggled to lift as she stitched, yet she stubbornly refused to remove any piece. Meanwhile, Wang Shuren had shed all semblance of poverty. Clad in a brocade garment and exquisite boots, his hair bound with a precious red jade ornament. What is this brocade garment? It is the most exquisite silk from the south, worth its weight in gold. And what are the boots? They are adorned with luminous pearls, each as large as a dove's egg. The red jade ornament, a pearl tear from deep-sea mollusks, is a rare treasure, with only a few in existence even within the palace. In the flickering candlelight, the couple's opulence stood in stark contrast to their modest surroundings, their brilliance almost blinding. At that moment, Wang Shuren slowly unwrapped the golden cake he had placed in the wardrobe earlier, peeling away layer after layer of paper, revealing the radiant gold within. Chapter 47. The exposure. Wang Shuren's lips curled greedily as he hastily lifted the mattress, revealing a bed of gold that shone brightly before him. The resplendent glow illuminated his face, casting a sinister reflection that belied any semblance of a scholarly gentleman. What purpose does hoarding such wealth serve? I cannot even wear a single piece of this jewelry. Lady Wang glared at him in discontent. Do you not realize how my family mocks me? What good is marrying a government official if I still live on meager porridge and vegetables, worse off than they are? Wang Shuren, with great care, concealed the gleaming gold within the bed, scoffing dismissively. What do you know? If I flaunted our wealth, I would have met the emperor's wrath long ago. After stowing away the gold, he felt elated, rearranging the bedding before lying down carefully, squinting in satisfaction. He began to hum a cheerful tune, which brightened Lady Wang's spirits. Gazing at her own adornments, she eagerly anticipated the day when their fortunes would change, which fueled her sewing with renewed vigor. That night, Wang Shuren dreamt of gold, and upon awakening, reluctantly donned the humble attire that Lady Wang had stitched for him the previous night, wearing the worn side outward, before slipping into a similarly patched official robe as he hurried to the palace. The splendid garments of the previous night felt like a mere figment of his imagination, and once again, he transformed into the impoverished scholar in the eyes of others. In the grand hall, he furtively cast glances at Chuanwen, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Clad in an official robe, Zhang Qing stood tall, his youthful vigor tempered by the wisdom of a seasoned courtier, embodying both confidence and composure. A striking figure among the crowd, Chuanwen, mesmerized, could hardly contain her admiration, wondering why the county princess had so quickly turned her affections elsewhere.
Pa!
How dare he compare himself to me? As the court session neared its end, the emperor unexpectedly turned his attention to Wang Shuren. I noted yesterday that despite his humble circumstances, Minister Wang Shuren generously donated 100 taels. Let this be an example for the rest of you. The emperor's gaze briefly lingered on Zhao Dejia, who had only donated 50 taels, the least among them, causing Zhao to blush with shame as half of that amount was borrowed. Wang Shuren quickly knelt, explaining, I lead a frugal life, which has allowed me to save some funds, supplemented by the gifts of my sons-in-law. It is my honor to contribute, however modestly, to the great Jin. Zhao Dejia, filled with embarrassment, questioned his own worth, feeling inadequate as he was unable to assist the common folk or the nation in times of war. And even his wife had left him. "My loyal minister, I take great comfort in having you in my court," the emperor declared, gesturing to Huang Qi, who presented a scroll. "I bestow upon you these 4 characters: integrity and purity, and I hope you will not disappoint my expectations." Huang Qi displayed the elegant calligraphy before handing it to Wang Shuren. The other ministers nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in the emperor's choice. Wang Shuren, now feeling a surge of anxiety, quickly bowed in gratitude, vowing, "I shall not fail your majesty." Yet, the scroll felt like a hot potato in his hands, something he desperately wished to avoid. The emperor's gesture had inadvertently elevated him to a status he wished to keep low profile, and the thought of envy from others loomed ominously. As he hoped to retreat from the spotlight, he was met with the dreadful voice of Chuanwen. "Who? Integrity and purity? That Wang Shuren?" She blinked in disbelief. "Surely. He is known as the greatest of gluttons." Sweat beaded on Wang Shuren's brow as he struggled to steady the scroll, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, permit me to explain. Wow. Living in a house of gold, wearing golden clothes, and sleeping on a golden bed," Chuanwen exclaimed, her excitement palpable. How extravagant. She had only heard tales of golden toilets, unaware that wealth could be displayed in such a manner. Wang Shuren broke into a cold sweat, silently pleading for her to cease, but she continued with merciless taunts. "Ha ha ha, he craves that golden cake, not the other one. And the emperor, bless his heart, is so concerned for his beloved minister, sending him golden cakes." The emperor, baffled, could only wonder about the meaning of her words. His fury was not solely directed at Chuanwen. The imagery of golden houses and beds had made him realize the implications of her jest. The anger simmered within him, and he directed his gaze at Wang Shuren. "Tell me, can you truly be honest and pure?" The emperor's voice remained calm. Yet all present understood that it masked his profound fury, turning their eyes toward Wang Shuren. As they scrutinized him, doubts arose. How could a man in patched robes, seemingly impoverished, be guilty of such corruption? Wang Shuren appeared gaunt, a testament to his meager diet. If he were truly wealthy, how could he neglect his own well-being? Chapter 48. The desire to sever one's own hands. Wang Shuren stammered, unable to utter a single word. He yearned to vehemently deny any wrongdoing, to proclaim that he had never coveted a single coin. Yet, casting a glance at Chuanwen, he found himself ensnared in inner turmoil, unable to voice his thoughts. For no matter how he attempted to conceal the truth, the girl possessed an uncanny ability to unearth the core of the matter and articulate the veracity. "Bring forth his garments," commanded the emperor, his gaze heavy with authority. "Since Wang Shuren is reluctant to speak, I shall speak for him. Did the girl not claim that he donned garments of gold? Let us strip him of his pretense, rendering him speechless." 2 guards complied with the order, swiftly disrobing Wang Shuren of his official robes and the garments beneath. The glimmer of golden attire met the eyes of the assembly, eliciting gasps of disbelief from the civil and military officials. "Indeed," they exclaimed, "could it be true? A paragon of virtue? A model of integrity?" The emperor's expression darkened further, reiterating his dismay with a series of good. The ministers dared not breathe, their hearts heavy with foreboding for Wang Shuren, while a few trembled in fear. Nearly unable to remain upright, cast him into the dungeons for thorough interrogation, the emperor declared through clenched teeth, his countenance still clouded with ire, until the pleas of the departing Wang Shuren faded into silence. The grand hall fell into a stifling silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chuanwen sensed the emperor's fury and refrained from uttering a word, merely sighing inwardly. "It seems we shall unearth more corruption. Alas, with so many corrupt officials recently exposed, will it not instill fear in the hearts of the people?" Many officials nodded in silent agreement, living in constant trepidation, silently beseeching that no further revelations would arise, as they could scarcely afford to lose even a penny, nearly reduced to eating mere scraps. Yet, some officials scoffed dismissively. "Fear? Nonsense. Those of us who are upright need not fear shadows." They hoped that the girl would root out all corrupt officials, restoring justice to the common folk. The emperor, still grim-faced, consented, yet he too was curious to witness the spectacle, donning common attire and departing the palace alongside Chuanwen. Didn't we agree to visit the Chongqing Marquis as estate? Why the detour? As they traversed the streets, Chuanwen pondered until they arrived at Wang Shuren's residence, where the realization dawned upon her. So the emperor is eager to behold the golden mansion and gilded bed. The emperor was not merely interested in the opulence, but sought to uncover the extent of Wang Shuren's avarice. Leading the raid was Pu Yingguo, the vice minister of the Justice Department, who, despite standing before a modest abode, bore a solemn expression. It was not until a subordinate shattered a wall with a hammer, revealing a glint of gold within, that Pu's countenance shifted from gravity to astonishment. With several more strikes, the entire golden wall was unveiled, leaving the gathering crowd in stunned silence. Among them were commoners from the capital, affluent merchants, noble lords, and officials of varying ranks, all equally astounded by the sight of the resplendent golden dwelling. If not for Pu Yingguo and his entourage from the Justice Department, many would have rushed forward to seize the treasures. Behold the golden mansion. Before they could fully absorb the shock, Pu stomped the ground beneath the peach tree, sensing something was amiss, and promptly summoned workers to excavate. Soon, a chest filled with gold bricks was unearthed. The emperor clenched his fists, harboring an overwhelming urge to smash Wang Shuren's head in fury. The officials mingling in the crowd stared in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground.
Li Biao,
the head of the Ministry of Revenue, who believed himself to be quite corrupt, now appeared as a mere novice in comparison to Wang Shuren. Feng Yuxiang, a lowly official who dared to pilfer only 2 strips of cured meat, gasped in horror. Chun Run, the Minister of Works and Wang Shuren's superior, clutched his chest in anguish, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am guilty." Meanwhile, the officials from the Clearwater Court wept tears of envy. The emperor's fury was palpable, recalling how Wang Shuren had donated a mere 100 taels, claiming he had managed to gather such a sum. The emperor exhaled blackened breaths, reflecting on his previous belief in Wang Shuren's integrity, lamenting the desire to sever his own hands for having penned flattering words about him. As people flowed in and out, over a dozen chests were removed from the modest courtyard, each brimming with gold bars, jewelry, and exquisite fabrics.
Alas,
how tragic is Wang Shuren's fate. Amidst the mingled emotions of shock, resentment, and envy, Chuanwen sighed inwardly. Having endured a childhood of hardship, living from meal to meal, it is no wonder that he became infatuated with gold, the key to acquiring everything, needing to clutch it to sleep soundly each night. The emperor could bear no more. Abruptly departing, his mood soured, abandoning Chuanwen to the protection of Zhang Yan. Upon arriving at the Chongqing Marquis' estate, Chuanwen discovered her parents were absent. After inquiring, she learned that they were busy tending to their shop. After a brief conversation with the elderly Marquis and his wife, Chuanwen prepared to seek her parents and visit their shop. However, before she could leave, she was detained by Chuanyu. Chuanyu led Chuanwen through the bamboo grove in the backyard, expressing her longing for her younger sister. "These days without you at home have been dreadfully dull. With Chuanze, Chuanwu, and Chuan-Yi away at school, I have been subjected to our mother's incessant chatter about the merits of various young gentlemen, which has exhausted me." Chuanwen sifted through the narrative and realized that the two had progressed to exchanging tokens of affection. Just as she was contemplating whether the third prince, who was currently absent from the capital, could still intervene for love, Chuanyu sighed, finally broaching the subject. "Sister Wen, I had a dream the other night. A very long dream." Her gaze drifted, as if peering beyond the bamboo grove into distant horizons. Curious, Chuanwen listened intently as Chuanyu recounted her lengthy dream. In her childhood, a timid boy, a year her senior, had suddenly moved into their home, possessing delicate features and a pale complexion. Yet he was shy and reluctant to join them in play. Chapter 49. A long dream as Chuanyu grew into a poised young lady. Her childhood was marked by mischief. She would often tease a handsome little boy, causing him to cry, only to feel remorse and seek ways to amuse him until he laughed again. They shared 3 years of joyous and sorrowful childhood moments together. However, the boy, Su Wuyu, was taken to the border, and they did not see each other for a decade. Their paths crossed again recently at the polo match at the Earl of Pingcheng's estate. The timid young master had transformed into a resolute young man. His skin tanned, but his eyes shone with greater brilliance and depth. Chuanyu's heart raced with excitement. Yet, their happiness was fleeting. Despite their mutual affection, a third party emerged, the third prince. He claimed that during her childhood visit to the palace, she had given him a piece of candy, which opened his eyes to the myriad of delicacies and beauties the world had to offer, ultimately dissuading him from thoughts of self-harm. With a heavy sigh, Chuanyu recalled the incident. She remembered accompanying her grandmother to the palace to express gratitude after her grandmother received a title. On the way, they encountered the Shufei who, noticing Chuanyu's beauty, gifted her 2 candies. The first was so unpalatable that she could not bear to discard it, especially since it was a gift from a noble lady. Spotting a child by the lake sobbing uncontrollably, she offered him the second candy. Alas, that candy was indeed dreadful. And the boy wept even more after tasting it. Is it possible he was moved by the gesture? Chuanwen pondered. However, she concurred that the Shufei's confectionery was truly unappetizing. The two shared a laugh, acknowledging their mutual fondness for food, albeit constrained by the rigid expectations of the Wang family. After discussing the abysmal culinary offerings of the Shufei, their conversation continued. Eventually, the third prince somehow acquired an imperial decree that made Chuanyu his concubine. At that time, she was deeply enamored with her childhood companion and naturally resisted. Yet, the third prince threatened the lives of everyone in the Longxing Marquis household, leaving her no choice but to comply. Once in the third prince's courtyard, he catered to her every whim with great tenderness, and her heart gradually softened. However, her life there was far from idyllic. The legitimate wife envied her closeness to the prince and constantly created difficulties for her. In minor matters, the prince would mediate. But when the legitimate wife escalated her grievances, he often allowed Chuanyu to endure, later offering her treasures as an apology, which she reluctantly accepted. One fateful day, the legitimate wife orchestrated a trap that led the third prince to believe Chuanyu was still entangled with Su Wuyu. During the harsh winter, while pregnant, she was confined to a storage room, resulting in a miscarriage. Chuanyu paused, taking a deep breath to steady herself as she recounted those nightmarish days to Chuanwen. I cannot fathom how I behaved in that dream. If someone professed love while trampling on me, I would surely declare never to meet again. Yet in the dream, I found myself ensnared by his ephemeral sweet nothings. Chuanwen contemplated this notion, wondering if it felt as though she were being manipulated, compelled to engage in actions contrary to her true desires. Chuanyu looked at her in surprise, struck by how accurately Chuanwen had captured her feelings. Chuanwen nodded silently, acknowledging the complexity of the narrative. Though it exists in its own realm, some characters awaken to their consciousness, yet continue to play their roles within the unfolding plot. Chuanyu, noticing Chuanwen's serious demeanor, smiled softly, realizing the girl was only 14 and perhaps too young to grasp the intricacies at hand. Yet, having bottled up her feelings for days, she continued her tale. After her miscarriage, despondent and heartbroken, she escaped the third prince's residence with the help of a minor concubine and Su Wuyu. However, just as they fled, news of the Longxing Marquis household facing imprisonment and exile reached her. The concubine who aided her was executed by the third prince, while Su Wuyu met a tragic fate on the battlefield, torn apart by horses. Had it been her nature, she would have sought vengeance with poison. But within the confines of her dream, she inexplicably forgave the third prince and bore him several children. Chuanyu struggled to comprehend why she behaved so differently in the dream. Firstly, her heart belonged to Su Wuyu. Not only was the third prince inferior to him, but even if someone more outstanding appeared, her affection would remain unchanged. Secondly, though she was gentle, she was neither weak nor foolish. The dream's portrayal of her as easily swayed was a far cry from her true self. Chuanwen hesitated to offer comfort, but she felt compelled to clarify. Sister Yu, you are not weak. Who was it that kept your brother at bay? However, sensing the gravity of Chuanyu's sadness and indignation, she refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to remain quietly supportive. As a cool breeze swept by, Chuanyu wrapped her cloak tighter around herself and smiled, feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, expressing her feelings lightened her heart. Yet she mused, perhaps it was merely a dream. Those events seemed implausible. In the dream, she had feelings for the third prince, even plotting against herself. What a preposterous notion. Her beloved Chuanwen could never harbor affection for such a person, nor would she ever conspire against her. Chuanwen felt a twinge of guilt as she recalled her role as the antagonistic character who foolishly pursued the third prince, enacting numerous schemes against the protagonist. Moreover, the notion of a disguised concubine escaping unnoticed was utterly absurd. Chuanwen fell silent, aware that such a deception would likely be discovered. With a conspiratorial glance, Chuanwen signaled to Chuanyu, and on tiptoe, she stealthily approached the archway, prompting Chuanyu to continue speaking as if unaware. Sister Wen, I have so much more to share with you. Chapter 50. It's just a book. As she approached the archway, Chuanwen spotted a corner of fabric and, upon closer inspection, realized it belonged to a young man. A sudden thought crossed her mind, prompting her to lean out and make a large, exaggerated face. Chuanwu and Chuani, who were eavesdropping, were taken by surprise and both fell backward onto the ground with a yelp. Delighted, Chuanwen put her hands on her hips. But her expression faltered as she noticed Chuani was not alone. Chuanwu was right behind him. When did my brother start hanging out with this fool? She wondered. Just then, Chuanyu dashed over, clearly incensed to find the two eavesdropping on her conversation. Chuani shrank back, fearing his sister's wrath, and quickly turned the tables, saying, Sister, you must have a guilty conscience to be having such bizarre dreams. I'll tell mother. He turned to flee, dragging Chuanwu along for good measure. However, Chuanyu, with a playful smile, picked up two small stones and threw them at their ankles. The two boys cried out in pain, and Chuanwen looked at Chuanyu in disbelief. The plot didn't mention the heroine possessing any martial skills. Chuanyu smiled sheepishly. When I was young, Su Weo taught me a set of boxing techniques. I practiced when no one was around. While I may not be exceptionally skilled, I can certainly handle these two. This was yet another reason she believed her dream was implausible. How could she be a delicate damsel in distress? Chuanwen wanted to shake the heroine, bewildered at how a refined and graceful lady could exhibit such behavior. Although most of the time, Chuanyu remained as tranquil as bamboo, dignified as the moon, and elegant as orchids, there was an undeniable resemblance to Lin Daiyu's mischievous antics. Chuanwu looked at his sister in astonishment. Are you sure Chuanyu is the virtuous heroine from your story? She looks far more like a fearsome villain now. It was no wonder Chuanyu felt compelled to intimidate them. The words she had spoken could not reach the ears of those two mischievous boys. Even if she didn't mind, the Longxing Marquis could not afford to be suspected or mocked. After Chuanyu outlined the pros and cons to the two, they managed to extort a considerable amount of jewelry and accessories from her, which she accepted as a necessary expense to avert disaster. What do you need all that money for? Chuanwen couldn't help but inquire. Just as Chuani was about to respond, Chuanwu covered his mouth, smiling at the two. It's a secret. With that, they dashed away. Chuanwen scoffed, just because you don't share doesn't mean I don't know. With the script in hand, the world was hers. However, after being pulled into a lengthy conversation with Chuanyu, she lost track of time and finally departed the Longxing Marquis by afternoon. Emerging from the Marquis, Chuanwen made her way to the shop her parents had established on Lianshui Street. It was quite a large establishment, spanning 2 floors and featuring a courtyard for the seamstresses to work. In the courtyard, she encountered Su Yu, who expressed her astonishment at being able to conduct business in the capital. She spoke gratefully of Su Yan and Chuan Rui, mentioning her plans to bring her younger brother Ergo over after the new year to prepare for the upcoming imperial examination. Thinking of Ergo made Chuanwen crave his braised pork, wishing he could arrive immediately. Upon seeing Chuanwen, Su Yu handed her the little princess to prevent her from making excuses to leave. Chuanwen sighed inwardly. The working class is indeed a reality. She dutifully placed the little princess in the cradle, gently rocking her while listening to the discussions among the emperor and his officials. After a while, the conversation became tedious, revolving around the secret military operations in the western regions. Chuanwen pondered, when did the emperor learn that the western regions were planning to strike at Dejin? Their preparations seem exceptionally thorough. The civil and military officials smiled, acknowledging the princess's presence as a blessing for Dejin. However, their sentiments would soon shift. Enough of that. I'd rather see what my brother and that fool Chuani are up to, she thought. Upon witnessing the scene, Chuanwen exclaimed, My brother is truly talented. Her astonishment drew the attention of the emperor and the others. Even the otherwise distracted crown prince perked up. My brother can write books, and they are being snatched up immediately upon publication. I must see what he has written. Oh, it's merely a book, they thought, initially believing it to be inconsequential, and their interest waned as they returned to discussing state affairs. Domineering princes force love? Dragon out yen. I laugh proudly in the Zhonghu. Sweet romance after marriage with my little darling? Chuanwen found herself speechless, her emotions a whirlwind of surprise and delight. Could it be that my brother has also traversed time? As the emperor pondered the absurdity of these titles, he realized that the girl's brother might also be from another world. What a boon for Dejin. Even General Su is following my brother's book? The scheming minister falls in love with me? Ha ha ha. Chuanwen struggled to contain her laughter. The emperor turned his gaze toward General Su Yunfei, his expression peculiar. My dear minister, you have a penchant for such literature? Su Yunfei's face flushed crimson. No, it's not what you think. Let me explain. To pursue it, I stayed up all night last night, Chuanwen remarked, throwing a glance at Su Yunfei. No wonder General Su has such prominent dark circles under his eyes. He must be exhausted. Su Yunfei stiffened, sensing impending doom as he glanced at the emperor, who was now narrowing his eyes at him. He had just claimed to the emperor that he had been studying the geography of the western regions all night. The crown prince and others looked at Su Yunfei in surprise. General Su, we had no idea you were such a character. Su Yunfei felt utterly mortified, wishing for a hole in the ground to swallow him whole. Yet, in the capital, he was unable to train troops or engage in warfare. Could he not indulge in a personal interest? Besides, the book was genuinely well written, intricately woven with twists and turns that had drawn forth both laughter and tears from him. Chuanwen mused. General Su is reading a book titled The Scheming Minister Falls in Love with Me, and the male protagonist bears a striking resemblance to Lord Zhang. Could it be? The emperor braced himself for whatever Chuanwen might say next, already anticipating the worst. Is it possible that General Su harbors some secret affections for Lord Zhang? Su Yunfei coughed. I do not. Minister, please let me explain. Meanwhile, Zhang, the prime minister, shot a glare at Su Yunfei, his eyes wide with shock. You. Chapter 51. The sudden blow of not having a son. Will General Su identify with the female protagonist while reading? I'm eager to witness the love and hate entanglements between the general and the powerful officials. We too wish to see that, several ministers thought silently, unable to suppress the smiles curling at the corners of their mouths. Based on the online novels previously read, one could easily imagine a grand spectacle unfolding. And the more they imagined, the more engrossed they became. I wonder who takes the dominant role between the general and the powerful official? Each title sounds so imposing and majestic. Suddenly, the crown prince remarked, I feel like farming has lost its charm. The ministers quickly coughed to disguise their awkwardness, their hearts racing at the sensational gossip. If one were to consider who takes the upper hand, it should be General Su, for he is a man of valor, unflinching in the face of battle. However, a glance at the prime minister revealed a stern countenance that suggested a powerful official might also be a fitting candidate for dominance. What is happening here? The ministers looked at each other, seemingly struck by a heavy blow, their gazes wandering. Discussing significant military matters without focus? Poor review. The crown prince retorted. It's not that we are unfocused. It's just that the gossip you've served is too enticing to ignore. Laughter erupted, echoing through the hall. Su Yunfei's face flushed crimson, mortified at the thought of the girl revealing his secret. If she did, he would truly be unable to face anyone. Your Majesty, he boomed, hoping to attract attention and interrupt the girl's musings, but after the book gained immense popularity, old Master Zhang became a sensation, showered with gifts on the streets, and his entrance was always filled with various offerings from fans, hairpins, fans, sachets, and even a belly band. General Su sent one too. What did he send? Surely not a belly band. The emperor was taken aback, the crown prince astonished, and several ministers wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Su Yunfei dared not lift his head, bowing deeply, insisting he did not send such a thing. What use is a handkerchief? Look at old Master Zhang coughing. Next time, remember to send him medicine to warm his stomach and touch his heart. A handkerchief, indeed. The emperor and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief, their cold sweat now drying. General Su isn't the only one sending gifts. Let us see who else has contributed. Who else? Speak up, so we may all enjoy a laugh. The Crown Prince was now fully engaged, contrasting sharply with his earlier distracted demeanor during discussions concerning the western regions. The Emperor felt a twinge of discomfort, but soon resolved to intervene. The Crown Prince remained blissfully unaware of the looming danger, eagerly awaiting more gossip, while the Emperor smiled, thinking that perhaps the gossip would be even sweeter when he was not feeling troubled. He shifted his focus back to the girl's thoughts. The Minister of Personnel's wife sent a hand-embroidered sachet, the Minister of Work's concubine sent a handkerchief bearing her kiss, and Madame Fong sent her most treasured Buddhist scripture. In the midst of this revelation, Fong Darren suddenly paused, realizing his wife had also sent something. When did this happen? Why was he completely unaware? However, in the next moment, the girl erupted into even more laughter, a sound so boisterous it seemed capable of lifting the roof of Gonlu Hall. Someone even sent a son. Haha, is it common knowledge now that old Master Zhang has no sons? Who is so creative as to send a son? Isn't that a sore spot? The Emperor suppressed a laugh, wondering if he ought to say something. Otherwise, the girl might become suspicious of their prolonged silence. He glanced at the Prime Minister, who looked ready to explode, deciding it best not to disturb him. His gaze then fell upon Su Yunfei, whose head was nearly buried in the ground, no point in bothering him either. Finally, he looked at Fong Darren, who was lost in the absurdity that his wife had sent gifts to the Prime Minister. The Emperor's eyes then landed on Zhao Dejia, who seemed to be in a trance. What was going on? The Emperor shifted his focus to the Crown Prince, who was wide-eyed with anticipation for more gossip. Utterly oblivious to the Emperor's gaze, let alone the implications of needing to speak. The Emperor rolled his eyes, lamenting how he had raised such an oblivious child. Fortunately, Huang Wang displayed some discernment and spoke up. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister's previous methods have proven effective. As of now, reports from the capital indicate that over 56 donations have exceeded 10,000 taels, and 18 have surpassed 100,000 taels. The national treasury is now comfortably filled, more than sufficient to address the matters in the western regions. The Emperor regarded Huang Wang with appreciation, nodding in satisfaction. The young man showed great potential. Well done. The Emperor felt a sense of relief. Wealth was now within reach. The girl continued to relish the gossip. In just a few days, old Master Zhang has received 28 sons. That's far more than the 8 he lost. It's a profit. Would you like this profit? Huang Wang inhaled sharply, suppressing a smile, and continued. Your Majesty, the western regions are remote, and the logistics of supplies require our attention. Such vast quantities cannot be concealed. We need a suitable rationale. The Emperor, still absorbed in the gossip, nodded absent-mindedly. Indeed, you make a valid point. The girl was fully engaged in her gossip, her eyes sparkling with mirth. There's a charming widow from the southern city who sent gifts, and the wife of the Minister of Revenue sent. Minister Yu Heng's smile faltered. What on earth? His son was being sent away. The Crown Prince burst into laughter, while Fong Darren felt fortunate that his youngest son was already 18 and thus not at risk of being sent off. Sympathetic glances were exchanged among the ministers. Unspoken yet palpable. Why has everyone fallen silent? The girl, realizing she had momentarily drifted off, glanced up to see a range of expressions, some furious, some silent, and others pleased or devastated. It dawned on her. It seems the situation in the western regions is indeed quite challenging. Look at how these ministers are racking their brains. Thankfully, I'm merely a disposable pawn in this game, spared the burden of such intricate matters. Her proud declaration of being a disposable pawn momentarily left everyone speechless. First, shouldn't one feel shame in considering oneself a useless entity? How did this girl manage to take pride in it? Secondly, she was far from useless. She had exposed numerous corrupt officials and prepared them for the Western region situation. Her contributions were invaluable to the kingdom. Lastly, were they truly consumed by the complexities of the Western regions? It was all due to the scandalous gossip she had released, causing embarrassment and turmoil. One lost face. Another faced threats. 2 wives were on the verge of infidelity, and one had lost a son. Chapter 52. The mistaken son. The Emperor coughed, and Huang Wang immediately understood. hastily pausing his leisurely activity. Your Majesty, what shall we discuss? Chuanwen suddenly stumbled over his words, but his mind raced to find a topic. Winter is approaching, and while we have prepared some winter boots and clothing for the soldiers, it would be prudent to make further provisions should we go to war. Listening to their discussions, Chuanwen continued to indulge in his pastime. Good heavens, even the daughter of Prince Rong has sent a son to Lord Zhang. Isn't this girl only 17 or 18 and yet unmarried? Where did this child come from? The emperor was taken aback. Prince Rong was his youngest brother. Although they had different mothers, that brother had been just a child during their struggles for the throne. By the time he matured, the emperor's position was secure, rendering him no threat. Thus he was granted the title of prince to enjoy a life of luxury. Over the years, Prince Rong had remained low-key, mostly staying at home. Yet he could not even raise a child properly, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy. The courtiers dared not laugh. This matter involved the royal family, and even with all the courage they possessed, they would not risk it. However, the crown prince showed no such restraint. Let's see what is happening at the house of Prince Rong. I must pay a visit soon. After leaving the Ganlu palace, the crown prince nudged Su Yunfei's arm. Remember to deliver the medicine, to warm his stomach and touch his heart. Su Yunfei's face, which was as dark as night, flushed crimson. And he attempted to explain but was silenced by the crown prince's gesture. General Su, you need not say more, I understand. He laughed heartily and departed, leaving Su Yunfei in a state of confusion and embarrassment. Crown Prince, you don't comprehend. It's not as you think. In the dark of night, with the biting cold wind, Su Yunfei's heart sank into despair, akin to plummeting into an abyss. Regretful, he stomped his foot. Why did I waste time looking at that drawing book? Upon returning home, Su Yunfei resolved to meticulously study the geography of the western regions. He vowed to fight valiantly in the upcoming battle to cleanse his shame. Before dawn the next day, Su Yunfei left the palace while the populace still reveled in dreams. He quietly exited the city with his troops. Meanwhile, someone lurked in the shadows of a street corner, observing everything and subsequently disappearing into the darkness. Some were spiritedly heading for the frontier, while others trudged to court. The Minister of Water Affairs stepped forward, proposing the construction of irrigation canals to prevent future droughts from wreaking greater havoc. The officials from the Ministry of Revenue turned their gazes toward Zhao Dejia, who was known for vehemently opposing any expenditure. However, today, Zhao Dejia appeared distracted, standing there expressionless and unresponsive to the proposal. This was quite alarming. The Minister of Revenue, Yu Heng, who was seething with frustration, leaped to vehemently oppose the suggestion. His rationale was robust. The treasury has only just begun to replenish. We must allocate resources to the war in the western regions. If we build canals now, during fierce battles, we may find ourselves short of funds. Who will provide then? Upon hearing this, the Minister of Water Affairs could only widen his eyes in astonishment. He merely made a suggestion. Why the fierce backlash? Yet, knowing the other held a higher position, he remained silent, merely glaring. The Minister of Works, witnessing this exchange, could no longer remain passive. What is this? Do you think I am invisible? To bully my subordinate in front of me? He stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the Minister of Revenue. The merchants in the capital alone have filled a significant part of the treasury. When the states contribute, it will amount to a substantial sum. The expenses of several Western region campaigns will not deplete it. Shall we let the canals rot instead? The conversation continued with rising tension. Perhaps Minister Yu has some thoughts on this matter? Minister Yu, taken aback, exclaimed, What do you mean? Are you insinuating that I would covet those funds? The Minister of Works, feigning indifference, wiped his face, chuckling. I didn't say that, but your agitation suggests you might have been exposed, perhaps feeling ashamed? You, Minister Yu, defeated in the verbal duel, seethed in anger, his face flushed. Meanwhile, the Minister of Water Affairs wore a triumphant grin, reveling in the chaos. It's fitting. Everyone knows that our leader is the most protective of his own. This will surely infuriate you. Chuanwen, initially attempting to doze off, found himself wide awake amidst the commotion. Let the battle commence. Minister Yu, you must stand firm. Your opponent is no match for you at such an advanced age. Do not fear being wronged. We shall witness it together. The crown prince echoed with excitement. Indeed. Being wronged is hardly a grave matter. If you lack funds, I shall provide. The officials were left in a quandary. If a conflict arose, which side would they take? Their gazes shifted between the robust Minister of Revenue and the frail Minister of Works, each weighing their options within their hearts. The revenue officials discreetly resolved to support their leader, while the Works Minister, despite his age, had several strong and youthful allies who would certainly back him. Thus, they could not allow their leader to fight alone. Many were already sizing up their adversaries. Chuanwen calculated that he was on good terms with the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Chen, and deemed him unsuitable for conflict. Instead, he set his sights on a seemingly weaker opponent nearby, whom he believed he could easily best. Should he falter, Mr. Chen might lend him a hand. As everyone was selecting their opponents, their eyes sparking with anticipation, the voice of Chuanwen resonated in their minds. Given your age, Minister of Works, perhaps you should concede to minister you. After all, his youngest son has been sent to Lord Zhang, and last night he mistakenly stole away. How pitiful. Minister Yu, preparing to retort against the Minister of Works, suddenly lost his footing and fell, landing at the feet of the Minister of Works. Instead of spitting insults, he found himself bowing in an unintended gesture of respect. Delighted, the Minister of Works hastily extended a hand to assist him, feigning a search for a red envelope. Alas, I have not brought a New Year gift. It seems I have unwittingly gifted you an offering, Minister Yu. Minister Yu was filled with rage and embarrassment, shaking off the Minister of Works' hand. Chuanwen lamented, if only Minister Yu had not erred in his son's abduction, he could have held his wife accountable. Now, he cannot even recognize his own flesh and blood, having been outmaneuvered by his wife, who cast him and the betting out last night. What began as sympathy turned into mockery. The emperor, devoid of compassion, simply reveled in the misfortune. You Hung, who has ever escaped the heaven's judgment, you would not part with the construction of my palace. Chapter 53. This blessing is yours. We have no need for it. The Minister of Works was in high spirits, his laughter stretching from ear to ear. Lord Yu, you appear rather haggard with dark circles under your eyes. Did you not sleep well last night? He chuckled. The Minister of Works was adept at reading the room, while Lord Yu felt his face flush, adhering to the principle that a gentleman should not engage in verbal skirmishes with the petty. Petty? Who are you calling petty? The Minister of Works, with a fiery temper, was tempted to engage further, but, upon observing the sullen expression of the Minister of Revenue, thought better of it. It was evident that the latter was troubled by a multitude of family matters, and further provocation might lead to his untimely demise from indignation. Despite his companion's loquaciousness, Lord Yu chose to rise above the fray. Just then, an unbearable stench wafted down from the hall, prompting the assembly to stifle their noses, fearful it might be the emperor's doing. Then, a resounding wail pierced the air as the little princess in Chuanwen's arms was overwhelmed by the foul odor, her face contorting in distress. What is wrong with her? The emperor and the crown prince pinched their noses, casting a glance towards Chuanwen, while the officials held their breath in anticipation. She soiled me. A moment of silence ensued, followed by uproarious laughter. The emperor and crown prince, the least inhibited of the lot, summoned a wet nurse to carry away the princess, only to be met with the sight of Chuanwen covered in yellowish filth, which prompted them to cover their mouths in disgust. The princess had been swaddled for warmth, as winter had set in, and the hall was heated with charcoal fires. Concerned she might overheat, and having made her a lovely new outfit, the empress had inadvertently allowed the princess to don it, necessitating a change for Chuanwen. In the grand hall, the emperor and all the officials witnessed my disgrace. Chuanwen lamented, feeling humiliated. What about my dignity? If circumstances permitted, she would have rushed to embrace the emperor, but upon seeing his repulsed retreat, she thought better of it. Wait, perhaps I should perform a dance? A spectacle to share the embarrassment. Chuanwen's infectious laughter echoed, sending shivers up the spines of the crown prince and the officials, who could only imagine the embarrassing scene as they beheld her poised to descend. This was a crisis far more pressing than any battle. Father, Your Majesty, think of a solution. The emperor, sensing the impending calamity, rose abruptly and declared the court adjourned, hastily making his exit. With the proclamation of court dismissed, the officials surged out of the hall as if granted a reprieve, even the elderly Minister of Works sprinting with remarkable speed. In the wake of their hurried departure, the once bustling hall fell silent, leaving only Chuanwen, who had barely taken 2 steps, and the bewildered eunuchs. Puzzled, Chuanwen mused, why the haste? Did someone pilfer the cured meats at home? Glancing at the now empty court, she shrugged it off, turning her gaze to her own soiled attire, which reeked to high heaven. Ah, it matters not. As someone once said, a child's excrement wards off evil spirits. This year shall surely bring me fortune and prosperity. They are the ones lacking in luck, truly. After running 100 meters from the hall, the officials, still catching their breath, faintly heard Chuanwen's musings. They felt a wave of relief. Patting their chests, this blessing is yours. We have no need for it. Such waste not to share this filth with others. Chuanwen sighed contentedly. Upon entering her chamber, Zheng Yan remained in a daze, his ears flushed with embarrassment. This was his first embrace from a girl. Lord Zheng. Perhaps you should change into fresh garments, he was advised. After changing, Chuanwen was informed that she need not escort the princess to the Hall of Sweet Dew. She scoffed. Who is being disdainful now? The Empress, playfully engaging the freshly attired princess, overheard Chuanwen's thoughts and suggested, shall we bring some snacks and pay a visit to His Majesty? Under normal circumstances, Chuanwen would have been delighted, but recalling the Emperor's aversion in the hall, she felt mischievous and readily agreed. The Empress entrusted the now sleepy princess to the wet nurse, and the two made their way to the Hall of Sweet Dew. Upon arriving, Huang Qi entered to announce their presence, but rather than allowing them entry immediately, he lingered for a moment before returning to grant them access. What gives? Chuanwen wondered, equally perplexed as the Empress. Once inside, the Empress placed the snacks on the table and inquired about the Emperor's health. While Chuanwen's attention was drawn to a pile of memorials on the Emperor's desk, curious about what lay concealed within. Aha! Something is amiss. She hurried to investigate, causing the Emperor to stiffen, aware that not all the servants were there for his benefit. Come, come, have some treats, one girl, he beckoned, attempting to divert her attention. But it was too late. Chuanwen had already unearthed the truth. The Emperor is snooping on my brother's writings. Your Majesty, did you call for me? What is it? Nothing. I merely noticed you have put on some weight. Perhaps you should eat less. Chuanwen looked at him in bewilderment. What is wrong with being a little plump? Are you so miserly that a child could deplete your household's resources? The Emperor ignored her thoughts. Neither poor nor can I afford to feed you. He then extracted several colorful illustrated books from the pile of memorials. Look at these volumes, Jean Mei. They are quite remarkable. The Empress stared in astonishment at the Emperor's sudden interest in illustrated books. Since when did you develop an affinity for such things? Hastily, the Emperor offered an explanation, eager to preserve his image as a stalwart man in Jean Mei's eyes. These books contain incredible knowledge, such as this device called a cannon. If we could produce one, no small nation would dare defy us. Moreover, it mentions that the land we inhabit is called Earth, and it is round, with many nations existing beneath our feet. The Emperor's excitement was palpable. He had summoned these texts to discern whether Chuanwen's brother, a time traveler, could impart any insights. It appeared that her brother possessed significant knowledge, a talent that would be a grave error not to recruit. Chuanwen, now intrigued, thought, cannon? Earth? My brother is indeed a time traveler. The Empress remained skeptical, having never encountered such concepts or claims before, and was uncertain of their veracity. Chapter 54. The relationship between Meng Pin and Zhao Jiu. Upon glancing at the titles of those books, her worldview shattered. The overbearing boss only loves me. My sweet wife runs away with a baby. The real heiress returns for revenge. What kind of illustrations are these? The Empress held a book titled Brother, Don't Run, and thought that at least this one seemed somewhat normal. However, the Emperor felt awkward, unsure of which nostril to breathe through. He snatched the book from his beloved sister's hands, for she should not be tainted by such material. He then carefully selected a few titles, deliberately pulling out The Cunning Minister Falls in Love with Me, and placing several volumes into the Empress's hands, saying, Sister, take these to pass the time. Noticing the Emperor's subtle actions, Chuanwen chuckled internally. Surely the Emperor isn't afraid the Empress might send Lord Zhang a small gift. Ha! The Emperor's expression darkened. Did he? He had great faith in his sister, after all. The Empress, however, was somewhat perplexed. It was merely a collection of illustrated books. What did it have to do with Chancellor Zhang? At that moment, a young eunuch rushed in, flustered. After being scolded by Huang Qi, he managed to calm himself and reported, "Your Majesty, General Shirshin from the left guard reports that Zhao Jiyu and Meng Pin have gotten into a fight." The emperor feigned surprise, but the empress, knowing him well, detected a hint of excitement hidden within his astonishment. She couldn't help but wonder what game the emperor was playing. The emperor summoned Shirshin, inquiring about the details. It turned out that after Zhao Jiyu and Meng Pin were sent to the left guard, they regarded each other with animosity, believing the other was the cause of their predicament. Thus, skirmishes ensued every few days. Being women of the emperor, Shirshin dared not punish them. To motivate them, he even granted them minor official titles to guard the city gates. As a result, they not only quarreled but also intensified their efforts, leading to a more stringent inspection at the gates, causing widespread anxiety among the populace. With the flow of people entering and exiting the city halved, this situation might have been acceptable, but today, someone attempting to take a cart of refuse out of the city was stopped by Zhao Jiyu. The man, likely unaware of the feud between Zhao Jiyu and Meng Pin, claimed to be a relative of Meng Pin. This statement only fueled Zhao Jiyu's refusal to let him pass. Upon hearing this, Meng Pin, stationed at another gate, rushed over with her guards. The two sides clashed, resulting in chaos at the city gate. The emperor furrowed his brow, while the empress was baffled. "General, they are utterly unarmed. How can you still arm them?" Shirshin glanced at the emperor, recalling that the emperor had privately expressed a desire to train Zhao Jiyu and Meng Pin. Although he was uncertain of the emperor's exact intentions, he assumed that since they were placed in the 16 guards, it was meant to develop their management skills, hence the provision of guards. Chuanwen, meanwhile, was piecing together the puzzle. Was that relative who pushed the refuse cart sent by the emperor? And the informant who tipped off Meng Pin was also deliberately arranged by him. The empress and Shirshin were astonished. However, why? Surely it wasn't merely for amusement? The emperor cleared his throat, then slammed his hand on the table in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "What sort of behavior is this? My loyal minister, do not hesitate. Punish them as the law dictates." Shirshin hesitated, but the emperor's unwavering resolve, refusing to show favoritism because they were his women, compelled him to say, "According to the law, they should be executed." Shirshin began to sweat. Is that truly the case? Yet the emperor remained resolute. What can one do when the emperor is unwilling to feign ignorance? It's up to your own conscience, my friend. Can't you grasp a single workplace principle? The sweat on Shirshin's brow increased, while the empress pondered, "My dear, are you speaking in riddles?" With a smile, she suggested, "Perhaps, my minister, since it is their first time guarding the city gates and they are unfamiliar with the rules, could we not consider leniency?" Chuanwen. Shirshin quickly interjected, "Indeed. Given that both ladies are novices at gatekeeping and unfamiliar with the law, it is entirely reasonable to impose a lighter punishment, perhaps a fine of 5 taels of silver." Chuanwen coughed, "From execution to a mere fine of 5 taels. My friend, you certainly know how to flatter." The emperor chuckled, clearly pleased with this punishment. Shirshin sighed in relief. Being a sycophant was certainly better than losing one's life. However, given the chaos they had caused, the emperor decided that they were ill-suited for guarding the city gates and would instead transfer them to the Golden Guard, sparing his minister further trouble. The emperor, ever considerate, made this decision, and Shirshin was immensely grateful, bowing to express his thanks. As he exited the Ganlu Hall, his demeanor was markedly different, light and buoyant, as opposed to the dejected state he had entered in. Simultaneously, he silently mourned for the Golden Guard. With these two ladies, they would have their hands full. The empress was somewhat perplexed by the emperor's intentions. The emperor, with a gentle smile, wished to articulate his thoughts but, catching sight of Chuanwen nearby, refrained, fearing that if she learned of his plans, it would soon become common knowledge, thwarting his strategy. They needed to be tempered. The emperor spoke truthfully. These two were indeed the most restless in the harem, and this was a perfect opportunity to temper their spirits. Yet, within just 2 days, they stirred up further trouble, drawing complaints from all corners. The catalyst for this commotion occurred one night when Zhao Jiyu, while patrolling the streets with the Golden Guard, apprehended a thief. Meng Pin, feeling competitive, insisted, "If you can catch one, so can I." Zhao Jiyu could not abide such a challenge, declaring, "Let us compare our catches and see who captures more." Thus, the Golden Guard was forced to increase their patrols by at least 20 times each day, leaving no time for rest. As a result, the streets became deserted, and business owners hastily closed their shops. On one occasion, a child playing outside was stopped by Meng Pin, who interrogated him thoroughly, scaring the poor child to tears and nearly dragging his parents into jail. Meng Pin, ever rationalizing, reasoned that the child's parents seemed anxious and evasive during her questioning. Surely, they were hiding something. Moreover, officials heading to court began to avoid the Golden Guard, for if Zhao Jiyu and Meng Pin laid eyes on them, they would inquire about every detail of their daily lives, even their dreams at night. Not only would this delay their attendance at court, but a careless mistake could land them in prison. Meng Pin's father, Lord Meng, was even summoned to the jail by Zhao Jiyu, accused of harboring ill intentions for eating garlic that morning. He merely wished to stave off drowsiness during court, yet Zhao Jiyu insisted he had ulterior motives, claiming, "Who eats garlic at dawn unless they wish to mask something?" Upon witnessing her father apprehended by Zhao Jiyu, Meng Pin felt targeted and retaliated by attempting to capture Zhao Jiyu's father, as if no one else had a father to speak of. Chapter 55. A few dishes and such a state of affairs subsequently, Zhao Dejia was apprehended, yet he had not consumed garlic. Meng Pin's justification for this was that he bore dark circles under his eyes. Just ponder this. Dark circles imply a restless night, and if one claims to have been awake, what were they doing? Staring blankly until dawn? Who would believe such a tale? Perhaps he was off committing heinous acts. Your Majesty, Zhao Jiyu and Meng Pin, as consorts, ought to remain secluded within the palace, yet they now serve in the Jinwu Guard, which seems rather improper. Many officials nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite inappropriate. Among the court officials, apart from Zhao Dejia and Minister Meng, the Minister of Works faced the most unfortunate incident. He was innocently on his way to court when he was startled by the sudden appearance of the Jinwu Guard, causing him to trip and lose a front tooth, leaving him to speak with a lisp. Chuanwen, reveling in the spectacle, found today to be the most entertaining after attending court for so many days. The Minister of War, in an attempt to evade the Jinwu Guard, took a shortcut through a dog hole to enter court, much to the amusement of others. The Minister of War blushed, and his colleagues looked on in disbelief, questioning whether he truly had something to hide. Meanwhile, the Assistant Minister of Revenue, Sun, nearly got taken away for failing to lift his head, only to be slapped by Zhao Jiyu for his incessant glances, leading to a rather unfortunate outcome. Sun's face still bore the marks of his recent humiliation, and the emperor looked upon him with pity. "My dear minister, you have endured much." Chuanwen continued to enjoy the unfolding drama, while the other ministers grew increasingly indignant. Some argued that the Jinwu Guard was no place for women, while others insisted that consorts should remain in the inner palace, asserting that women should not engage in political matters. The outburst from Minister Yu Heng, claiming that only women and petty men are difficult to nurture, caused an immediate hush to fall over the court, all eyes turning towards him. "Minister Yu, how dare you refer to Zhao Jiyu and Meng Pin, esteemed consorts, as petty?" The implications of his words were not lost on anyone, especially not in the presence of the emperor. Yu Heng quickly realized the gravity of his statement, stammering an apology. "Your Majesty, I did not mean it in that way." His predicament was worsened by his own wife, who had caused quite a scene at home, leaving the entire city aware of the turmoil. As Yu Heng struggled to explain himself, a colleague of Fong Darren discreetly patted his arm. "Brother Fong, it seems having a fierce wife must be quite a burden." Fong Darren, engrossed in the unfolding drama, merely chuckled in response. "Fear not, dear Minister Yu. Your observations are not entirely unfounded. I hold no grudge against you," the emperor remarked, acknowledging the tension. However, Zhang Qing stepped forward, unafraid to confront the emperor. "Your Majesty, I am astounded that such an outdated notion as only women and petty men are difficult to nurture is still entertained in this court." Zhang addressed Zhang Qingxiang directly. "Speak plainly. There is no need for veiled insinuations." The atmosphere between them grew tense as the emperor shifted in his seat, now a mere spectator to the unfolding debate. Unbeknownst to them, the crown prince, who had produced a handful of melon seeds, was enjoying the spectacle with great delight, much to the dismay of the observing ministers. Chuanwen's eyes sparkled with admiration for the crown prince's boldness, contemplating that she too should bring a snack for future court sessions, as it made the experience all the more enjoyable. How many women in this world can be compared to Emperor Zhao Ming? Most are but shallow and ignorant, understanding only trivial affections. Zhang Qing's smile dripped with sarcasm. Is it their inherent ignorance, or have you denied them the opportunity to truly know? Emperor Zhao Ming, fond of reading from a young age due to his father's favor, gained knowledge in governance, history, and civil affairs. What of the women in this realm? Those fortunate enough to receive some parental affection might learn a few characters before being halted, told that a woman's lack of talent is her virtue. Those less fortunate are deprived even of the simplest education. Does Zhang's theory not sever their wings and then lament their inability to soar? Throughout history, this has persisted. If women were trained in the arts of combat from youth, why could they not excel? The two continued to volley their arguments back and forth, neither yielding an inch. As the sun rose high in the sky, their debate far from resolution. Chapter 56. The unmistakable clarity of a scoundrel enough, my esteemed courtiers. There is no need for further disputes. I propose this. I shall grant Lady Zhao and concubine Meng a troop of soldiers to train diligently. 1 month hence, they shall compete against the imperial guards. If Lady Zhao and concubine Meng emerge victorious, I shall establish a women's academy, permitting women to partake in the imperial examinations. Should they fail, then women shall return to the domestic sphere, dutifully managing households and nurturing children. Lady Zhao and concubine Meng? Your Majesty, might it not be more prudent to simply declare Lord Zhang the victor? To pit these two unprepared ladies against the seasoned imperial guard seems an egregious bias on your part. Lady Chuanwen voiced her discontent, for she too was a member of this assembly of women. Although she harbored no aspirations to become a career-driven woman, she believed that certain rights were worth fighting for. Zhang Qing glanced at the crown prince, pondering whether it was truly appropriate to bluntly declare the consorts ineffectual. The crown prince, however, merely laughed heartily. Oh, Lady Zhao and concubine Meng are not as petty as you presume. Zhang Qing frowned, perplexed by the crown prince's familiarity with the two consorts. Are you well acquainted with them? Not particularly, the crown prince replied with a casual air, departing with an amused chuckle, clearly satisfied with the unfolding drama. As she watched the crown prince's graceful retreat, a myriad of thoughts swirled in Lady Chuanwen's mind. What secrets did he hold? Such arrogance. Yet beneath his brashness lay a flicker of cunning, a keen awareness that must have earned him the late emperor's favor during tumultuous times. In the ensuing days, patrols resumed their normal cadence. Nevertheless, the outskirts of the city echoed with the clamor of battle cries and clashing weapons, disturbing the peace of the townsfolk both day and night, and often distracting the emperor during court sessions. Consequently, the emperor dispatched Lady Zhao and concubine Meng to Pinggu, a remote locale devoid of villages, ideal for military exercises. That night, Lady Chuanwen was deep in slumber when she felt a gentle shake. Groggily, she opened her eyes and murmured, "Is it time for court?"
No, it is I.
The voice was unmistakably male, a departure from the usual maid who roused her. With the dim light of the moon filtering through the window, she discerned a distinctly defined silhouette before her. As the moonlight illuminated his proud and unyielding features, her drowsiness dissipated entirely. "Prince Sam, what brings this foolish boy to my chamber?" Upon recognizing him, the corners of the prince's mouth turned upward, only to freeze upon hearing her internal monologue. It took him a moment to regain his composure. "Will you come with me?" His gaze was filled with earnest emotion, as he continued, "To any place you desire. I shall show you the wonders of the world beyond these palace walls." Prince San believed he had her completely in his grasp, his expression growing ever more tender with each passing moment. Lady Chuanwen, however, fell silent and posed a question. "Prince San, do you know who I am?" The prince appeared momentarily bewildered, recognizing her simply as the maid from the Chongqing Marquise. Yet, as he met her steady gaze, doubts crept in. Did she possess another identity? "I am Chuanwen, not Chuan Yu. I am Chuanwen, not Hunuanyuan." Upon hearing the names of Chuan Yu and Hunuanyuan, the prince began to comprehend her intent. In his heart, he knew Chuan Yu was more beautiful, while whose family wielded considerable military power. Regardless of his choices, he ought to have dismissed Chuanwen. However, given that she could hear his innermost thoughts and was privy to the affairs of the world, he could not afford to overlook such a valuable asset. Yet, who decreed that he could only choose one among the three? Why not have them all? The Hu family had already aligned with him, offering military support. Once he ascended to the throne, he would grant them the power they sought. As for Chuanwen, she was merely a young girl, easily swayed. With her heart won, she would be but a pawn in his game. And then there was Chuanyu, the one he had cherished since childhood. She had once gifted him a piece of candy, and in return, he would bestow upon her the treasures of the world. Fortuitously, Lady Chuanwen remained oblivious to the prince's inner musings. Otherwise, she would have surely found his blatant scoundrel behavior utterly repugnant. Chapter 57. Perhaps we are gazing at the moon beneath the silvery glow of the moonlight. The third prince professed his deep affections. Winner, my heart yearns for you. Would you consent to leave this palace with me? The mere utterance of Winner sent shivers down Chuanwen's spine, yet she sensed something amiss. If the third prince truly harbors such feelings for me, why not confess at a more appropriate time? What compels him to intrude upon the harem in the dead of night? Fearing she might uncover his intentions, the third prince grasped her hand. Winna, let's depart together. I have an aversion to scoundrels. Moreover, you have athlete's foot. Chuanwen rolled her eyes internally as the third prince nearly stumbled, leaving her bewildered. Struggling to maintain his composure, the third prince cleared his throat. Noticing his pallor, Chuanwen feared for her life and quickly replied, I can leave, but I need to gather my things. The third prince's fervent declarations were instantly shattered by her retort. He stifled the urge to retaliate. Mustering all his strength to appear unfazed, speaking gently, there is no need to prepare. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you once we leave the palace. Chuanwen's procrastination proved futile. She felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. The palace's security is abysmally lacking. Not only did they allow someone to slip in unnoticed, but how has no one detected this for so long? Help! The heavens are rumbling. The blind man is emerging to play cards with the monk.
Help!
The third prince pulled her along, contemplating whether to simply knock her unconscious. Her incessant noise would surely attract unwanted attention, even if he had an insider within the palace. As he swung open the door with one hand, preparing to strike Chuanwen, the sight that met his eyes left him utterly astounded. Outside, the moonlight cascaded like a waterfall, and the emperor, donned in a dragon robe, stood amidst the courtyard. Before him were the Qian guards wielding their swords, flanked by a row of armored generals whose piercing gazes seemed to hold a mocking glint. Behind them stood archers in formation, their arrows glinting ominously in the moonlight. Why have you not come to visit me, my son? The emperor's smile belied a chilling gaze that was even colder than the moonlight itself. The third prince was taken aback. How could his father possibly know of his presence in the palace? He had arrived under the cover of night, and Chuanwen was peacefully asleep. There was no way his whereabouts could have been exposed. Meanwhile, Chuanwen boldly exclaimed, Long live the emperor! At least my life is spared. The third prince's resolve hardened. If he could not possess her, he would eliminate her and retain his chances. A cold dagger slipped from his sleeve into his grasp, and he swiftly attempted to strike Chuanwen's neck. In a flash, she felt a sudden chill, only to be enveloped in a protective embrace. The rush of wind blinding her momentarily. The sound of clashing weapons echoed as the dagger fell to the ground. The turn of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. When Chuanwen opened her eyes, she found the third prince held at knife point by Zheng, the very dagger that had nearly sealed her fate lying innocuously at the third prince's feet. Although reassured that Zheng would keep her safe, the emperor exhaled deeply. Noticing Chuanwen's dazed expression and fearing she might have been frightened into silence. Then, he heard her excited voice. What a thrill! The emperor, it seems I have overthought this. The girl shows no signs of fear. Her eyes clearly yearn for another round. The generals regarded Chuanwen with increasing admiration, noting her boldness. A far cry from the timid Longxing Marquis. The third prince was escorted to the Ganlu Hall for tea, where the emperor looked down upon him. And the third prince maintained his pretense that he had ventured into the harem solely out of longing for Chuanwen. The emperor felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. Can you hear yourself? To absolve your guilt, you tarnish the reputation of a mere 14-year-old girl? How did I raise such a shameless and selfish son? As the third prince recounted his deep yearning for Chuanwen, She felt utterly perplexed. When did this happen? I have hardly seen him more than a few times. How could he be so infatuated? Then, a sudden realization struck her. Could it be that the third prince has lost his mind due to his athlete's foot? The emperor's face twitched. The girl had a remarkably clear perception of her standing, preferring to suspect the third prince's sanity rather than accept his genuine affections. As the third prince fabricated tales of his instant infatuation, he abruptly found himself at a loss for words, realizing that perhaps securing her was not worth the trouble after all. Bring Huzong to me. The emperor cast a sidelong glance at the third prince, who immediately sensed impending doom. Huzong, the father of Hunwaner and the brother of the Shushi concubine, was brought in bound and gagged. The third prince's earlier irritation faded to pallor as he confronted Huzong. Pray tell, how did the third prince so effortlessly infiltrate the palace? And why did you command troops outside the walls? Could it be that you were merely enjoying the moonlight? Enjoying the moonlight. Huzong was grateful for Chuanwen's timely excuse and hastily replied, I observed that the moonlight tonight was splendid, hence I took the soldiers out to appreciate it. The moonlight is indeed splendid? Chuanwen peered out the window, where a bright moon hung overhead, casting shadows among the bamboo and cypress trees. However, Minister, do you take the emperor for a fool? Who would venture out to admire the moon at such a late hour, especially accompanied by soldiers? Who would believe such a flimsy excuse? Huzong was at a loss for words. How could he argue against such a blatant absurdity? Chuanwen finally pieced together the situation, glancing between Huzong and the third prince. Goodness! Are they plotting a coup? Goodness? The emperor's eardrums nearly shattered from Chuanwen's exclamation, furrowing his brow in confusion at her expression of astonishment. The room fell into a heavy silence, followed by immediate denials from the third prince and Huzong. I did not. Neither did I. Chuanwen's innocent gaze was filled with questions.
What do you mean by not?
Not enjoying the moon? Third prince. What do you have to do with this? You weren't even wall-hopping with Minister. How could I be so oblivious to such a significant event? It seems I have been neglecting the protagonists. Chuanwen sighed, returning to her script as the third prince and Huzong grew increasingly panicked. The third prince's frustration was palpable. After successfully entering the palace, he should have eliminated Chuanwen instead of plotting to take her away. If only he had done so. He would not now find himself without any excuses. Moreover, he had not anticipated Huzong's incompetence. Before he could signal, this fool had been captured. The third prince glared at Huzong with murderous intent, deciding that death was preferable to allowing Chuanwen to unearth any further truths. Thus, before Chuanwen could voice her thoughts, he bowed his head and confessed, Father, I acknowledge my error. I was momentarily blinded by foolishness, yet I never intended to harm you. Father, I am also your son. Why can you not see that? Chapter 58. The moonlight tonight is truly enchanting. The third prince felt increasingly unsettled as he spoke, for it was precisely this sentiment that had sparked his desire for a palace coup. Originally, he had intended for his father, the emperor, and his lamb-loving elder brother to face dire consequences should his plan succeed. Yet, who would know if he remained silent? After all, the script that Chuanwen referred to could only recount events that had already transpired. It had no knowledge of the unmanifested. The third prince wept bitterly, crafting an image of himself as a victim who had erred in his actions due to a lack of paternal affection. Who could fault him for that? The emperor scoffed coldly, for he understood this son of his all too well. Such a blatant acknowledgement of the crime of treason could only signify the presence of even graver transgressions.
Speak.
My dear, reveal to me the secrets my son harbors. Third prince, yes, do tell. Indeed.
Indeed, what?
The third prince's heart raced with alarm as he shouted to interrupt Chuanwen's thoughts, but before he could articulate more, she exclaimed, the third prince, surprisingly, also defecates and passes gas. The words lodged in his throat, and the emperor nearly toppled from his chair. So what? Does he not relieve himself like any other? My dear, are you not a bit off the mark? Were we not discussing the monumental matter of the coup? It is hard to fathom that this handsome protagonist, radiant and unparalleled, shares such mundane human experiences. The image struck Chuanwen, and she quickly shook her head in distaste. It was a rather pungent thought. Indeed. Appearances can be deceiving. After all, who isn't human? The third prince's expression turned rigid, only to be further ridiculed by Chuanwen. Why the uproar, dear father? Have you run out of tales to spin? The third prince replied, if you would cease your chatter, I could still weave a narrative. With little hope for reliable assistance from Chuanwen, the emperor's demeanor darkened, commanding the third prince to continue. The third prince gathered his thoughts and began. Father,
Do you know that in my youth?
wow. Third prince, you are quite the charmer. At the Qingzhou night gathering, you spent a night with 18 women. No wonder you struggled to fit into your shoes. It must not only be due to athlete's foot, but perhaps your shoe soles were smoking from overuse. Haha. The third prince feigned ignorance, pondering the life he had led. Each woman gifted him a token, and fearing confusion, he labeled them all. One with a large frying pan, another with a green frog motif, another with a shaven head, and yet another with a small-eyed honeybee. Ha ha ha. What peculiar encounters have you had, third prince? Where are the normal ones?
Ha ha ha.
And, oh, third prince, you truly are a master of naming. The third prince retorted, I cannot hear you. I am deprived of food and am subject to beatings. The emperor pondered, at this moment, should he be amused by his son's escapades or lament his troubled childhood? Hu Tong gazed at the third prince with newfound respect. The third prince was indeed a man of great ambition. To cultivate alliances, he truly went to great lengths. What is this white-eyed young master doing here? The third prince visibly faltered, but Chuanwen, engrossed in her gathering of scandalous tales, remained oblivious. And the revelations continued to shatter expectations. The third prince, he is incredibly bold. He even spent a night of debauchery with the wealthy and flamboyant Shen Mian. Chuanwen examined the third prince's exquisite features, the high bridge of his nose, the delicate curve of his lips, the chiseled contours of his face, before comparing them to Shen Mian's appearance. Half-arched brows, mung-bean eyes, triangular nose, aged, sparse hair like the emperor's, a protruding belly, slick and greasy. With each descriptor, the warriors stationed outside the palace felt their brows furrow, and the emperor's countenance darkened further. Upon hearing about the sparse hair, the emperor internally mused, I have been offended. Hu Tong gazed at the third prince in shock. His admiration had transformed into profound reverence. The third prince was indeed ruthless. Hero, hero, hero. Third prince, return to me my hero. Chuanwen screamed internally. Although she had never held high hopes for the third prince, he did possess a certain charm. Now, however, she found it impossible to regard him without discomfort. Were Shen Mian an attractive man, she could perhaps still indulge in the fantasy, but instead, he was a rotund and greasy fellow. How can I indulge in this? The warriors outside were collectively bewildered. The third prince, truly, has a preference for men. Shirshin signaled to his companions, I told you. There were rumors about the third prince's fondness for older men. It seems to be true. You owe me 2 taels of silver. His colleague, with a sorrowful expression, lamented that losing money was trivial, but this royal secret was not something they could afford to hear. While Shirshin struggled to comprehend his colleague's dismay, another friend understood the gravity of the situation. Should we retreat? But if we do, what if the third prince were to harm the emperor, incurring charges of dereliction of duty? As they hesitated, the third prince suddenly felt an icy chill, the cold wind making his voice tremble. Cautiously lifting his gaze, he discovered the source of the chill. The emperor was glaring at him with a fury that surpassed even that of his earlier acknowledgement of treason. As a son of the great Jin, a soldier may be slain, but must not suffer disgrace. As a member of the royal family, he ought to set an example. Yet here he was, willing to trade his body for power. The third prince recognized the gravity of the situation and knelt, straightening his posture to explain, Father, I did not. Oh, you startled me. So the third prince has not lost his virtue. He merely drugged Shen Mian, who, upon being touched, fell into a slumber, leading to a night of vivid dreams. Chuanwen, relieved, patted her chest. Such jest should not be taken lightly. It was too provocative. The third prince nodded earnestly. Father, I assure you I have not. The emperor's expression softened slightly. Had the third prince truly acted in such a manner, he would have ordered his immediate execution. Hu Tong, still astonished, felt a twinge of admiration mixed with guilt. I owe you an apology, Third prince, I never anticipated your sacrifice would be so great, yet you have not achieved your aim, and I have already been apprehended. Woe is me. Once more, the warriors outside gazed skyward, marveling at the exquisite moonlight, uncertain if they would be fortunate enough to witness another dawn. The third prince's treachery was undeniable. He was thus expelled from the royal family and confined to a dungeon, awaiting his fate. The emperor, nearly gritting his teeth, uttered these words, still uncertain of how to deal with his son. However, his decision to cast him out was resolute. The royal family could not afford to harbor such a disgrace. He had foreseen the dire consequences of failure, yet at this moment, the third prince found himself despondently seated upon the ground, utterly defeated. He had lost his princely status, and the defeat was catastrophic. He placed the blame squarely on that wild girl from the Marquis of Chongqing's household. Casting a glance at Chuanwen, his eyes brimmed with malice and murderous intent, yet he was swiftly dragged away. Chuanwen, bewildered by his gaze, thought to herself, is this truly my fault? Why did you all stray from the script? Why not kidnap the heroine instead of me, a mere pawn? Such misfortune is simply absurd. I shall ensure your demise. The third prince's words echoed as he was taken away, leaving Chuanwen to sigh at his disheveled state. How could he be dragged away like that? The third prince has yet to account for the death of the seventh prince. Suddenly, the third prince, who had been issuing threats, trembled with shock. The emperor, already nursing a headache, was filled with a mix of admiration and guilt towards the third prince. The generals outside the palace were left in a state of disbelief. Child, how many royal secrets do you possess? Please, grant us a path to survival. The emperor could scarcely fathom that the third prince was merely 7 years old when the seventh prince drowned. How could a child so young be so cold-blooded as to cause his own brother's demise? It seemed he had truly aged, the emperor mused, as he was escorted step by step toward the prison by Huang Qi. An hour later, the emperor emerged from the dungeon, his demeanor even more obscured than when he entered. The third prince believed the emperor had gleaned all the sordid truths from Chuanwen's revelations, the heinous act of sacrificing the seventh prince for the favor of consort Shu, the machinations against consort Da, and the subsequent drowning of her in the latrine after she was cast into the cold palace. In his desperation, the third prince confessed to all, pointing an accusatory finger at the emperor, lamenting the merciless nature of the imperial family. The emperor had relished those fleeting moments of pleasure without regard for him, neglecting his very existence. In the emperor's eyes, he was but a shadow, overshadowed by the crown prince. Thus, the third prince harbored a deep-seated hatred for the emperor, for all within the palace walls. For the sake of seizing the highest position, what was the murder of a brother in comparison? Even the emperor himself would not be spared. Chapter 59. Chuanwen goes to watch the competition yet. Whether as a father or an emperor, he would never allow himself to be threatened so brazenly. In that instant, he decreed the death penalty for his son. A heartless individual who would harm his own sibling and even plot against his father did not deserve to live. The emperor's illness was compounded by the failed coup instigated by the third prince, which had involved the maternal family of the consort. Although the consort was unaware and the emperor did not punish her, she could not absolve herself of the guilt of not having properly raised the third prince. She felt she had let down her family. Had the third prince not been under her care, her family would not have allied with him to incite such calamity. The prince's failure was fortunate, but had he succeeded, any misfortune that befell the emperor would have made her culpable. Thus, the consort voluntarily sought residence in the cold palace, living a life of solitary reflection by the dim light of a lamp. Winter had set in, yet this year's chill seemed especially biting. In the palace, no one dared to breathe freely, except for Chuanwen. After all, she was already deemed a person who should have perished long ago. Each additional day of life felt like a gift. Moreover, with the emperor absent from court, she could sleep in and relish her meals, which tasted more delightful than usual. One day, as Chuanwen played a game of idioms with the little princess, the latter had accumulated a debt of 108 meals. Chuanwen had even written an IOU, ensuring the princess would not escape her obligations when she grew up. The crown prince glanced at the IOU with disapproval, directing a look of reproach at Chuanwen for seemingly taking advantage of his little sister. Poor child, she was still innocent and had unwittingly incurred such a burden. The wet nurse nearby beamed with satisfaction. Finally, someone was advocating for the little princess. Your Highness, do speak to Miss Wen. Our princess is being terribly bullied. The crown prince's momentary disdain for Chuanwen and sympathy for his sister swiftly transformed into keen interest as he joined the game.
Now.
The little princess not only owed Chuanwen meals, but also the crown prince's. Your Highness, what brings you here today? The crown prince recalled that Zhao Jiyu and Meng Pin were to compete with the Jinwu guards. Would you care to watch? He asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He wished for Chuanwen to attend. Her absence had dulled the excitement of recent days. Of course, Chuanwen exclaimed, eagerly jumping out of bed. Though she could not assist Zhao Jiyu and Meng Pin, offering them encouragement was certainly worthwhile. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the city, the two factions were already assembled. In stark contrast, the Jinwu guards presented an imposing sight, with several robust generals arrayed before them, their fierce gazes and muscular soldiers exuding an aura of strength. The disparity was palpable. Surrounding them were throngs of spectators, and Chuanwen surmised that the citizens of the capital had turned out in droves. Perhaps half of them had come to witness the spectacle, with vendors likely capitalizing on the excitement. As Chuanwen surveyed the crowd, Zhao Jiyu and Meng Pin exchanged glances, their eyes sparking with tension, nearly igniting a quarrel. Chuanwen soon grasped the situation. Zhao Jiyu had denied the soldiers their rations, compelling them to forage for wild vegetables, leaving the once lush Pinggu area barren. Chuanwen was at a loss for words. It was a travesty worse than a locust invasion. She turned to Meng Pin, questioning the rationale behind making soldiers consume spicy peppers at every meal. You may relish spicy food, but what does that have to do with masculinity? Chuanwen was utterly baffled. Goodness, they've been left with stomach issues and must endure the night winds bare-chested, all in the name of training for so-called masculinity. As the coup unfolded, the officials gradually came to realize that the emperor had strategically dispatched some of the city as soldiers while leaving behind Hu Tong's guards to ensnare the third prince. Little did the prince know that Su Wuyo and his men would emerge from their extended absence to thwart his plans. Though the emperor emerged victorious in this round, it was a bittersweet triumph, for it had contributed to his ill health. However, the most pitiable were those soldiers who had been sent away. Zhang Qing cast a scornful glance at him, uninterested in further discourse. The first round of the competition featured a one-on-one duel, with each side nominating a representative. The Jinwu guards presented Su Xia, a formidable figure. Zhao Jiyu glanced back at her soldiers, who averted their gazes upon meeting her eyes. Frustrated by their cowardice, she declared, "If no one will step forward, I shall." Su Xia hesitated, concerned for her safety, but Zhao Jiyu brandished her weapon and charged forward. Chapter 60. Someone had indeed consumed a few bites of excrement from the latrine. Su Xia should have unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, yet faced with Zhao Jiyu, he hesitated to strike too hard, fearing he might shatter her delicate bones. It appeared that Zhao Jiyu was destined to lose this round. However, the next moment, Chuanwen glanced at Su Xia, a glimmer of mirth hidden in his eyes, his brows nearly soaring with delight. Can a child's excrement ward off evil spirits? Who claimed such a thing? The crown prince was taken aback, as were the officials who overheard Chuanwen's thoughts, including Su Xia, who is currently competing against Zhao Jiyu. Did you not say that? Thus, what relevance did this competition have with the notion that a child's excrement could repel malevolent forces? The crown prince subtly cast a glance at Chuanwen, realizing that the earlier tranquility was merely a guise for gathering gossip. How amusing! Please do elaborate. Chuanwen's inner laughter erupted. Ha ha, does this Lord Su have a malfunctioning brain? To believe in the existence of spirits is one thing, but to bathe daily in a child's urine? Ha ha ha. You truly are beyond reason. The officials momentarily stood in disbelief, their gazes shifting to Su Xia, who appeared increasingly flustered. Just moments ago, he had been dominating Zhao Jiyu, and now he was being forced to retreat step by step. Lord Su, do not lose your composure. Your current task is to fight earnestly. Do not falter. Standing nearby, Lu Carla, who had come with his friend Lu Zhongmin to witness the spectacle, wore a rigid expression. If you wish to win, maintain your dignity. Just as everyone assumed Su Xia was merely a foolish figure, Chuanwen unleashed a greater wave of laughter. The thief who broke into the residence of Prince Rong yesterday was none other than Lord Su.
Ha ha ha.
The reason nothing was stolen is that he only pilfered a child's diaper before making his escape.
Ha ha ha.
Not only from Prince Rong's household, but also from the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Works, as well as the Deputy Chief of the Court of Judicial Review. The families mentioned either discovered a burglary or remained oblivious, yet their gazes fixed upon Su Xie were filled with astonishment. Su Xie's face reddened, nearly glowing, while Zhao Ji smirked, her voice barely above a whisper. Who would have thought that Lord Su not only has a poor memory, but also such peculiar habits? Su Xie's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, his movements sluggish. Although the audience's attention was primarily on the duel, Su Xie's discomfort made him feel as though all eyes were upon him, save for those soldiers and commoners who could not hear Chuanwen's inner monologue. In a moment of distraction, Zhao Ji swung her sword, delivering a fierce kick, sending Su Xie tumbling off the stage in a parabolic arc. What harm is there in stealing a few diapers? Can it truly outweigh a man's dignity? At that moment, Magistrate Liang approached, whispering to Su Xie, Lord Su, was it truly you who committed the theft? Seeing Su Xie's increasingly dire expression, Liang hastily clarified, I assure you, I did not intend to mock you. It's just that several citizens have come to report the incident. Liang hesitated, but quickly reassured, if it truly is you, fret not, I shall handle it. Liang's face radiated loyalty, and inwardly, he reveled, thinking of the connections he was forging by aiding Lord Su. However, Su Xie's expression was beyond merely troubled. It was as if he had ingested something foul. What? A few diapers warrant a report? Noticing Su Xie's incredulity, Liang hastily explained, though diapers hold little value, the thief's penchant for stealing them has instilled fear among the populace. I assure you, I do not imply that you are a pervert. It's merely that the citizens are frightened. Su Xie's body stiffened in disbelief. Pervert! Heaven above, strike me down with lightning. I cannot endure this humiliation. Before Liang departed, Minister Yu also approached, exclaiming, Ah, Lord Su, if you require diapers, simply say the word. We are colleagues after all. I would be more than willing to lend them to you. Su Xie fell into a state of despondency, rising to dust off his clothes before haughtily walking away. His head held high. What if he bathed in urine? What if he stole diapers? As long as he remained unembarrassed, it was others who should feel awkward. Su Xie, in his pride, ignored both Liang and Yu, boldly observing the second match, while the crowd, which clearly saw him as the underdog, jeered at his inexplicable fall. He chose to remain deaf to their mockery. Wait, Zhao Ji won? The realization struck Chuanwen, his mind filled with questions. What transpired? Surely Lord Su did not throw the match? Could it be that he was reluctant to strike against such a beautiful adversary? A bead of sweat began to form on Su Xie's proud brow. The crowd pondered. Could it be that he was not merely flustered by his exposed theft, but rather distracted by infatuation? How dare you, Lord Su? That is the Emperor's woman. Under the intense scrutiny of his peers, Su Xie's perspiration gradually increased, ultimately leading him to gaze skyward, pursing his lips to whistle. The crowd observed, Lord Su, you truly cannot conceal your feelings. At that moment, Chuanwen uncovered the connection between Su Xie and Zhao Jiyu.
So,
they have known each other since childhood. How delightful. They were nearly eloping before she entered the palace.
Ha ha ha.
I can just picture Zhao Ji waiting under the willow tree, shivering in the cold, while Su Xie mistakenly remembered the date. Ha, what a tale. It was in her fury that she entered the palace. No wonder during the duel, Zhao Ji fought as if to slay Lord Su. Shirshin glanced at Su Xie, his expression complex, ultimately dissolving into a sigh. You, my boy, may soon find yourself summoned for tea by the Emperor. Su Xie's whistling grew increasingly strained. Please spare me. Do not expose my secrets any further, or I may find myself stripped of all dignity. Chapter 61. The Fragrance of Tea from Lord Feng.
Ah.
No wonder Su has yet to take a wife at nearly 30. He remains deeply enamored with Zhao Jiyu. Each evening, he gazes at her portrait, reminiscing, while penning countless love letters, none of which he dares to send. Alas, it is a pity that Zhao Jiyu is already married. wedded to one of the most formidable figures in the realm, leaving little room for any fleeting indiscretions. The crown prince, caught off guard, spat out his tea. Poor father, having just endured the pangs of familial affection while unwell, is now confronted with the prospect of being cuckolded. The second contest involves formations, with Meng Pin leading a battalion alongside the valiant cavalry officer Ma Zheng, who commands a unit of the Imperial Guards. However, the attention of all who can hear the whispers of Chuanwen is diverted from the competition. Occasionally, they glance at the perspiring Su, unable to produce a whistle, and then at Zhao Jiyu, whose eyes brim with affection and unshed tears directed at him. The tiger-like gaze shifts towards the crown prince who, taken aback by the intensity of the gaze from the chancellor, contemplates whether to send Su away tomorrow. Chuanwen, engrossed in the unfolding drama between Su and Zhao Jiyu, is startled when the crowd erupts in cheers, prompting him to look up. Lost in the excitement, we forgot to watch the match. Your Majesty, concede. A voice calls out from atop a horse, belonging to cavalry officer Ma Zheng, whose face radiates confidence, as though victory is assured for his side. Indeed, Lord Su bathes in the urine of children, believing it wards off evil spirits. He thinks himself cursed, haunted by the cries of a vengeful spirit at midnight beneath the second willow tree by his wall, which is actually the result of Ma Zheng lurking there to frighten him. Ha ha ha.
Cough. Cough.
Ma Zheng nearly choked on his laughter, inadvertently catching sight of Su's expression transforming from embarrassment to incredulity and rage. Now it is Ma Zheng who is left whistling aimlessly. Who is this Lord Ma? I don't know him. Why is that? The crown prince and the officials urge, intrigued, as they recall the seemingly amicable relationship between the two, questioning why Ma Zheng would attempt to frighten Su. However, Feng Zhe, the officer of the right guard, is entirely unfazed, laughing heartily and internally cheering for Su, hoping for a clash between him and Ma Zheng. Right here, it turns out Lord Feng is saying that Su has been speaking ill of Ma Zheng behind his back, claiming he is either of poor character or a heavy drinker, always resorting to drunken insults. If one were to argue with him, they would merely appear petty. What nonsense! Su immediately glared at Feng Zhe, nearly grinding his teeth. Feng Zhe, when did I ever say anything like that about Ma Zheng? His voice was low, as several officials stepped closer, eagerly straining to hear the gossip. So, is Ma Zheng's drinking reputation good or not? He nudged Su's arm. Brother, I support you. What support? He never said those things. He considered Ma Zheng a good friend and, after every drunken tirade, would worry that others might harbor resentment, often bringing gifts to smooth things over. He shot daggers at Feng Zhe, who hastily shielded his face with his sleeve, wishing to become invisible, while internally berating Chuanwen for exposing Su's supposed slander. Yet, it did not end there. Lord Feng also claimed that Su said Ma Zheng not only becomes unruly when drunk, but is quite lecherous, unable to resist the sight of a woman. He has been pining for a concubine of the general of the Imperial Guards ever since he laid eyes on her. Yet he does not reflect on his own shortcomings, like a toad dreaming of swan meat. Once again, Su glared fiercely at Feng Zhe, whose sleeve trembled as he shielded his face. Please stop. The general of the Imperial Guards, suddenly implicated, looked bewildered. Whose concubine? He then shot a furious glare at Ma Zheng. You dare covet my woman? Prepare to face the consequences. Positioned conveniently near Su, he quickly approached, nudging Su's arm. Well said, Lord Su. I admire you. In that moment, Su wished to howl at the heavens. I did not say that. While everyone enjoyed the unfolding spectacle, no one noticed Meng Pin gradually making her escape, and most of Ma Zheng's attention was fixated on Chuanwen's thoughts. One moment, he cast a hateful glare at Su for his alleged drinking reputation, and the next, he looked at Su with a mockery that suggested he deserved the fright. The soldiers, now without Ma Zheng's guidance, floundered like headless flies, unable to cope with Meng Pin's advance. Chuanwen had lost interest in the match. It was clear Meng Pin was destined to lose, so it was far more delightful to relish the gossip. Indeed, no matter the place, friendship cannot accommodate a third party. Lord Feng is quite the tea master, stirring discord between Su and Ma Zheng, ensuring their friendship is strained, with only himself remaining as the true ally. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Su seized Fengze, who was attempting to slip away, a sinister smile gracing his lips. My dear friend, where do you think you're going? Finally, Chuanwen returned his attention to the match. Has Meng Pin lost her mind? Why is she so pleased despite her impending defeat? The Crown Prince, ever the kind-hearted soul, offered an explanation. Meng Pin has won. Chuanwen, taken aback, exclaimed, "Won?" The Crown Prince nodded affirmatively, his satisfaction evident, savoring the gossip. The first 2 rounds were victories for Zhao Jieyu and Meng Pin. It seems there is no need for a third contest. Chapter 62. Surrendering is preferable to being left with nothing but tattered underwear. Losing is merely a pretext. Is the Prime Minister not a man? He wished to convey that one of them had deliberately lost while the other had been influenced by Chuanwen's nearby revelations, which affected their performance. However, with Chuanwen present, he could not disclose the true reason and could only vaguely articulate the oddity of the loss. Zhang Qing seized upon his inability to express the real cause, relentlessly pressing his advantage, exclaiming, claiming a peculiar loss? Must the Jinwu Guard continue to compete indefinitely in defeat? Indeed, is this not a form of cheating? To assert an oddity in losing, are they unable to accept defeat? And yet, they are esteemed officials, supposedly capable of handling both victory and loss. Women ought to remain within the confines of their homes, dutifully managing household affairs and raising children. The notion that a woman's lack of talent is her virtue prevails. Even if educated, all she does is cause harm. Prime Minister, what has transpired? What is this sudden commotion? The officials, perplexed, observed as the crowd erupted with cheers for Zhao Jieyu and Meng Pin, exclaiming the prowess of the 2 ladies. Chuanwen, puzzled, murmured an acknowledgement, and upon reflection, he comprehended why Zhang had fled. Zhang's old ailment has recurred. He has collapsed, expelling blood, and rendered unconscious. The crowd gasped in shock. What was the third contest meant to entail? Chuanwen inquired curiously of the Crown Prince, who glanced at Shen Tsongliang and gestured towards him. The third contest was supposed to test strategy, with the Jinwu Guard's general, Shen Tsongliang, as the competitor. Chuanwen observed Shen Tsongliang, a robust man with thick eyebrows and a pronounced beard, who appeared to be anxiously pushing through the crowd. Chuanwen wondered, is there something urgent at home? Shen Tsongliang nearly stumbled but quickly regained his composure, pressing onward. The Crown Prince and the officials remarked, "It is evident that you have pressing matters, Lord Shen." Then came Chuanwen's epiphany. He must be in urgent need. Shen Tsongliang stumbled over a clod of earth, nearly falling, hastily retreating in a rather frantic manner. The Crown Prince and the officials exchanged glances. Lord Liang, the county magistrate, seemed invigorated. An opportunity to expand connections has arisen, he exclaimed, hastily pursuing Shen Tsongliang. I possess a remarkable remedy for your ailment. It proves highly effective. Chuanwen cheered and dashed into the bustling crowd, where he found Chuan Yu and her circle of friends. Wow, Sister Wen, Zhao Jieyu and Meng Pin are incredible. Can we attend school like them in the future? Chuan Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration for Zhao Jieyu and Meng Pin. The other young ladies chimed in, each praising Zhao Jieyu and Meng Pin while expressing their yearning for education. Chuanwen chuckled dismissively. Who knows what luck Zhao Jieyu and Meng Pin stumbled upon to achieve victory? Zhao Jieyu and Meng Pin exchanged glances, their lips twitching in disbelief. Our success is due to genuine skill. The Crown Prince and the officials looked skyward in exasperation. Indeed, perhaps they did encounter fortuitous luck. Wen, how do you find life in the palace? Asked the Duke of Chongqing, offering Chuanwen a portion of lion's head meatball with concern. Although Chuanwen was accustomed to jest, she now resembled a child far from home, sharing only joy and concealing her troubles, knowing that expressing discomfort might prevent her from returning to the palace. It's quite pleasant. That is good to hear. Chuanrui, Su Yan, and Chuanwu observed their sister's bowl overflowing with food, courtesy of the Duke of Chongqing and his wife, while Chuanyu placed an additional chicken leg atop the pile, leaving little room for their own contributions. On one side, harmony prevailed, while on the other, Wang's demeanor was laden with tension. She glanced at her husband, who remained blissfully unaware, enjoying his meal with gusto. He even served Chuanwen, neglecting his own children, Chuanza, Chuanyi, and Chuanyu, who were indeed his flesh and blood. Sister Wen, do eat more, Chuanyu urged after Chuanwen polished off a chicken leg, promptly adding a duck leg, which made Wang's teeth grind in frustration. Why not serve your own mother some food? I am seated right here. What sound is that? Chuanhai, seated next to Wang, inquired. Wang halted her gnashing of teeth. Seething just a mouse. Oh, then you should instruct the servants to prepare some rat poison for tomorrow. I am too busy. Chapter 63. Thankfully, my little sister isn't very bright. Though her voice was not loud, her anger was apparent. Chuanhai was puzzled. She had seemed fine moments ago. He assumed Wang was blaming him for influencing her and helplessly said, All right, I'll take care of it. Let's eat. Sister Wen, come, have another crab roe bun. Chuan Yi, with an ingratiating smile, offered a small bun to Chuanwen, who was perplexed. Isn't he supposed to dislike us? Has he suddenly changed? She glanced at her older brother. Speaking of which, the last time I saw my brother with him, he was too busy devouring my brother's books to notice how they got along. Chuan Wu observed Chuan Yi serving soup to their little sister, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the newly acquired younger brother. Fortunately, the younger brother was oblivious to his sister's inner turmoil. Otherwise, his expression would surely be unthinkable. Meanwhile, Wang, who was equally unaware of Chuan Wen's thoughts, glanced at her younger son, feeling disheartened. How did she end up with such unambitious children, both of whom were so enamored with that wild girl? I'm full, Wang declared, sensing that staying any longer would trigger her recent ailment. She certainly did not wish to witness her elder son fawning over that wild girl. Chuanze, engrossed in his meal, caught a glare from his mother as she departed, leaving him feeling innocent and helpless. Had he upset her? Did she leave the table out of anger towards him? What was happening? The table was filled with puzzled faces, particularly Chuanhai, who was utterly bewildered by her sudden outburst. It was merely a matter of getting some rat poison, after all. Come, let us continue eating. Among them, only Chuanyu seemed to comprehend Wang's sentiments. Their mother had never been fond of Wen, and it was clear that seeing everyone treat Wen kindly unsettled her. For someone so seemingly simple-minded, she actually possesses quite the business acumen. One writes while the other sells, and both are profiting handsomely. Chuanwen thanked Chuan Yi for the soup, yet inwardly scoffed. With all that money in his hands, he wouldn't dare to keep a mistress, would he? Chuanhai's alarm bells rang. He exchanged glances with the elderly couple, recalling how Chuan Yi had nearly caused trouble for the Longxing Marquis. This cannot be allowed. He must not have that much money. The thought of his younger son straying down the wrong path made Chuanhai's gourmet meal taste like ashes. As soon as they finished eating, he promptly summoned Chuan Yi to the study. Chuan Yi went to check on Wang, while Chuanwen pulled her older brother aside for a stroll to share whispers. Su Yan and Chuan Rui, who had intended to converse with their daughter, found themselves feeling a mix of disappointment and pride. Their daughter had grown and seemed to have forgotten them after being away for so long. Brother, dear family, have you awakened your memories too? By the bamboo grove, beside the rockery, under the moonlit flow of water, Chuanwen looked at her brother, her eyes filled with hope. Chuan Wu was taken aback. He knew his little sister had awakened her memories, but he had not. Chuanwen patted Chuan Wu's shoulder. Oh, brother, I've read all those illustrated books of yours. If you weren't a modern person, how could you write those? Stop pretending. Those illustrated stories depict cannons and airplanes. Unless one has seen them firsthand, they must possess an extraordinary imagination. Surely, my brother cannot be the latter. Chuan Wu mumbled, nervously touching his nose. Before coming to the Longxing Marquis' residence, his little sister spent her days at home, either eating or reminiscing about what she called modern life. For instance, during the cold winters, she would long for a device called air conditioning that could warm an entire room. When the bumpy carriage rides made her long for trains, high-speed rail, subways, and taxis, she would think of those supposed means of transportation, and when bickering with the neighbor's cat, she would wish for the kind of weaponry that could blow her opponent to smithereens. Thus, she was well acquainted with the modern world. As for the plots in those illustrated books, most were gleaned from her thoughts, which he had processed and transformed into stories. However, it seemed inappropriate to share this with his little sister. Chuan Wu scratched his head, uncertain how to explain himself. I made all that up myself, he asserted firmly, convincing himself as he met his sister's scrutinizing gaze. maintaining an air of composure while his heart raced with anxiety. Could my brother really be that talented? Chuanwen felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. No, can he truly imagine cannons and airplanes? Another wave of sweat. No. Did he really write those modern-style illustrated stories? The cold sweat continued. No. My brother. Chuanwen paused, realizing too late that he had not awaited his little sister's conclusion. Could my brother truly be a once-in-a-century genius? Chuanwen chuckled nervously. Haha, really? It's not. You're quite impressive, brother. Chuanwen exclaimed, slapping his shoulder, her face alight with the discovery of a treasure. Chuanwen felt a mix of relief and anxiety. Thankfully, his little sister wasn't particularly sharp, or else she might have seen through his ruse. As he spoke, Chuanwen shivered. The weather was growing increasingly cold. Indeed, Chuanwen nodded enthusiastically, boasting about her brother. How handsome is he? Chuanwen felt a tightening in his chest. He hoped this girl didn't harbor any feelings for his little sister. He rolled his eyes. It's just average. Then he cautioned his little sister. You cannot focus solely on looks. Character matters too. Character? Chuanwen echoed, then mused internally. I'd like to see Jingyan, but he might not be willing. Still, he looks like a human clothes hanger even fully dressed. He must look quite impressive without his clothes. He is also a martial artist, so surely he has an 8-pack. I want to touch. Chuanwen's eyes widened in shock, nearly covering his little sister's mouth. Zheng Yan's face turned crimson at her thoughts. If she desired to look, he might not refuse. Realizing Zheng Yan's thoughts, Chuanwen felt an inner scream of alarm. No. No. His little sister, pure and innocent, was the finest of treasures. She must not be sullied, even if Zheng Yan appeared to be a handsome pig. When I spoke of character, I meant to consider his integrity. Chuanwen clarified, correcting his sister's misunderstanding. Chuanwen quickly covered her mouth, relieved to find she wasn't drooling. Does my brother know what I'm thinking? Chuanwen felt embarrassed. Little sister, even if you're not drooling, your expression conveys more than words ever could. I know. Seeing her brother's exasperated expression, Chuanwen realized she had been overly obvious in her attraction and quickly smiled sheepishly, promising to behave. Chapter 64. Wang Sanlang and Lady Zhao Dejia eloped what? What did you say? Chuanwen exclaimed, her voice piercing the air, only to be hushed by Su Yan's firm grip on her arm. Yet her eyes remained wide as saucers, fixated on Chuanwen. The latter felt a chill run down his spine under his father's intense gaze. Father. It was that Zheng Yan who had ill intentions towards my sister. Why are you glaring at me? It's quite unsettling. Exactly, calm down. Su Yan soothed Chuanwen before turning to her son. Are you certain that boy harbors feelings for our Wenwen? Upon hearing of his sister's admiration, Chuanwen could hardly contain his disdain. He was practically glowing with excitement when he caught sight of her, though he refrained from voicing his sister's inappropriate remarks. His ire towards Zheng Yan was palpable. Chuanwen suddenly slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "This is unacceptable. I must speak to the emperor. Surely, he can assign a female protector for our Wenwen." This time, Su Yan did not restrain him, and Chuanwen rolled his eyes. Father, you're not second uncle. Do you truly believe you can simply meet with the emperor? Even if you did, could you command him? And even if he listened to you, which woman possesses the martial prowess to safeguard my sister? Chuanwen was consumed with frustration, lamenting the decline of talent in Daijin. I heard the emperor is establishing a girls' school and allowing women into the court. Speaking of women, Su Yan suddenly recalled the buzz surrounding this topic. She had been preoccupied with her store and missed the day's competitions. Chuanwen, engrossed in his writing, had also not attended, but he nodded as his classmates animatedly recounted the events. It seems two ladies had consecutive victories, and the third match wasn't even held. Mother, you wouldn't want one to attend school and become an official, would you? Chuanwen asked, astonished. Su Yan quickly shook her head, fully aware of her daughter's capabilities. Even if she were to attend school, she lacks the aptitude for an official's position. I heard many academies require uniform attire, Su Yan mused, rubbing her hands together in anticipation of yet another lucrative opportunity. Chuanwen interjected, "Are we not straying off topic?" "Yes, indeed. We were discussing Zheng Yan. You noticed that long ago." Chuanwen exclaimed in disbelief. Suyan shot him a disapproving glance, wondering why he was so surprised. In truth, she had a favorable impression of Zheng Yan, but their idle chatter was futile. The key was whether Wenwen reciprocated his feelings. Casting a glance at Chuanwen and Chuanwu, she noticed their puzzled expressions. After a moment's thought, they shook their heads, bewildered. They're clearly enamored. Surely she must like him. However, they were aware their sister was still quite young, her mind preoccupied with food rather than romantic sentiments. Yet Wenwen was a soul who had lived 2 lifetimes. At 14 in this life, what of her past? Perhaps she had married and borne children, and thus understood the matters of love. So, what was her true feeling toward Zheng Yan? Suyan sighed, observing the 2 rough men's perplexed faces. She believed her daughter was astute. Nothing escaped her understanding. Although her daughter sometimes spoke without discretion, if Zheng Yan were to stand before her in his entirety, she would likely be frightened away. Thus, the nature of her feelings toward Zheng Yan remained to be discerned. The following day, after being cooped up in the palace for days, Chuanwen entered a frenzied shopping spree, exhausting herself until both her and Chuanyu's shoes were worn thin. Finally, she collapsed onto the Kong at the Longxing Marquis's residence, exclaiming, "What a delightful shopping experience." The next day, she transitioned into a food broadcast mode, indulging in all the delicacies she had purchased: savory pig knuckles from East Street Luhua Lane, assorted pastries from Tianjin Tower, fried snacks from West Street, braised pig trotters, and candies. The audience comprised Chuanyu and her circle of friends, along with the Longxing Marquis and his wife. The elderly couple found their appetites whetted, nibbling on sunflower seeds and sampling pastries. It was no wonder that Chuanyu and her friends enjoyed watching women eat. It was, indeed, a source of comfort. The Longxing Marquis's wife sighed and began conversing with her husband. How is it that Wang Sanlang, a married man, could simply abandon his family? The two exchanged quiet remarks, while Chuanwen, seated nearby, perked up at the mention of Wang Sanlang. Bored with her food, she began to investigate this man's affairs. And what she uncovered was scandalous. Wang Sanlang has eloped with someone. The Longxing Marquis spat his tea in shock, startling the others, while his wife hurriedly patted his back, her face a mask of concern mingled with disbelief. How could he forsake his wife and children? That is truly disgraceful, she thought, while simultaneously chiding her husband for being careless. Be careful, the tea is too hot, he replied, wiping his mouth. After this brief interlude, the group remained unperturbed, and Chuanyu and her friends continued to chatter about gossip while watching Wenwen's broadcast. Their favorite topic of discussion was the girls' school, but Wenwen had little interest and instead delved back into the gossip surrounding Wang Sanlang. The Longxing Marquis's wife shot her husband a glare when no one was watching, prompting him to retract his neck in a sheepish manner. Together, they leaned in to listen to Wenwen's next revelation. Oh my! The woman who eloped with Wang Sanlang is... Chuanwen was astounded, while the elderly couple was beside themselves with excitement. Who could it be? It is Zhao Deijia's wife. Zhao Deijia?
Who is that? What?
Wang Sanlang has eloped with Zhao Deijia's wife. Once again, the Longxing Marquis and his wife reacted in synchronized astonishment, though this time they managed to maintain a semblance of composure, their expressions carefully restrained. They glanced over at Zheng Yan, who sat calmly with his eyes closed, sword in hand. In this room, the only ones who could hear Wenwen's innermost thoughts, besides the Marquis himself and his wife with her rank, were the 17-year-old general of the Qianniu Guard, who also held a title of nobility. Yet he appeared utterly unfazed, as if he were not the least bit shocked. Chapter 65. The icing on the cake. Though his eyes were closed, Zheng Yan could still keenly sense the gaze of the elderly couple, the Marquis of Chongqing. With a faint smile, he thought to himself, what is this? I have witnessed that girl covered in filth, attempting to dance and fling it at everyone in the court. This is merely a case of elopement. It hardly stirs any emotions within me. While Zheng Yan's thoughts remained inscrutable, the couple understood the meaning behind his smile. Were they being looked down upon? One was vexed by a wife lacking in romantic sensibilities, while the other could not tolerate a husband who was excessively frugal. A love-hungry miserly man and a middle-aged woman still possessing charm, both finally succumbed to temptation, successfully sneaking away together. The words of Chuanwen painted this scenario in vivid colors. The elderly couple of the Marquis of Chongqing thought, being looked down upon? Let it be. The excitement of gossip takes precedence. Selfish individuals pursue their own happiness, leaving those behind in despair. The couple concurred with Chuanwen's sentiment. Indeed, how could Wang Sanlang's wife manage with 2 children? And what of Zhao Dejia? Had there been any news about him? It was strange. There had been no reports of his wife running away. Something was amiss. The couple sensed an anomaly. Given Zhao Dejia's boisterous nature, if his wife had truly left, surely he would have posted notices throughout the city seeking her. How unfortunate for Wang Sanlang's wife. One moment she was devoted to her family, and suddenly she receives a letter from her husband announcing his departure, claiming he has found true love, insisting she is not the woman he wished to marry, and assuring her that she will find her own happiness.
Pa.
Just listen to these words of a scoundrel. You claim she is not the one you wish to marry, yet you have 2 children with her? If you have found true love, where were you all this time? You complain about the taste of the food after having made a mess of your own affairs. Is that not asking for trouble? Chuanwen expressed his indignation, and the elderly couple echoed, Indeed, such a scoundrel. Do tell, has Zhao Dejia encountered any trouble? Chuanwen delved into the affairs of Zhao Dejia and, upon discovering the details, felt a deep sympathy, exhaling a heavy sigh. First, he was caught by the emperor in a brawl with a beggar over duck intestines, ridiculed by all his peers. Then, to add insult to injury, his wife ran off with someone else. While he was heartbroken, the emperor publicly admonished him for being stingy with donations, using him as a contrast to Wang Shuren's supposed integrity. Although Wang Shuren was later revealed to be corrupt and imprisoned, the damage inflicted upon Zhao Dejia was substantial. Then, while attending court, he was dragged away by Meng Pin for questioning. Poor Zhao Dejia began to doubt himself, spiraling into depression. The elderly couple exchanged glances. Depression? What was that? It did not seem to be of great concern. Moreover, today, Zhao Dejia has attempted suicide 8 times.
Suicide.
The couple gasped in astonishment, and Zhang Yan's brows twitched. Who is it? It is I. I merely wish to check on you. After hesitating outside, not wanting to disturb their refined gathering, he finally entered. The Marquis chuckled. Do you think I believe you? You are merely feigning concern. It is your granddaughter you truly care about. Chuanwen and Chuanyi looked on in confusion. What refined gathering! They had merely been discussing matters of women's education. As Chuanwen caught the gaze of the Minister of Works, who was looking at her with a twinkle in his eye, she felt bewildered. What are you looking at? Do you want some? Holding half a pig trotter, she glanced between the Minister of Works and the delicacy. Should I share? I've barely taken a couple of bites. I am somewhat reluctant. The minister's expression stiffened as he fixated on the pig trotter, thinking, I certainly do not wish to consume your saliva. Keep it for yourself. In an effort to prevent Chuanwen from truly parting with the pig trotter, he quickly redirected the conversation to engage in amiable banter with the Marquis. How have you been lately, young brother? Quite well, quite well. Their smiles were forced, both hearing Chuanwen's discreet sigh of relief. The minister's smile became increasingly strained, while the Marquis appeared more genuine, chuckling. Let this old rogue eavesdrop. The Marquis had no objections, but upon witnessing a crowd of officials gathered at Zhao Dejia's residence the following day, he turned to the Minister of Works with a puzzled expression. Sir, just how many people have you summoned? The minister, equally bewildered, replied, I only informed the Minister of Revenue, Yu Heng, as Zhao Dejia is under his jurisdiction. Perhaps a little attention from superiors might uplift his spirits. The Marquis queried, Then pray tell, why are there not only officials from the Ministry of Revenue but also from the Ministries of War, Personnel, Rights, and Justice? Even the Crown Prince has arrived. The Minister of Works protested, I assure you, I did not inform so many people. At that moment, the Minister of Revenue, Yu Heng, who had been eavesdropping, approached. I merely heard that Zhao Dejia is friends with Guan Jia from the Ministry of Rights, so I notified him. Having a friend to console him during such times can only be beneficial, right? The Marquis and the Minister of Works pondered briefly before nodding slightly, agreeing it made sense. However, they wondered why the entire Ministry of Rights had also shown up. Just then Guan Jia, who happened to be passing by, chimed in, "Ah, I only informed Lord Zhou, Lord Li, Lord Shin from the Ministry of Justice, Lord Wang from the Ministry of War, and Lord Xiao from the Ministry of Personnel." And so on. The group turned to Guan Jia, finally realizing that the friend Yu Heng referred to was indeed him, the one whose every utterance seemed to echo throughout the city. Under the accusatory gazes of the Marquis and the Minister of Works, Yu Heng, belatedly realizing he should not have notified Guan Jia, offered an awkward grin. "I meant well." Guan Jia quickly defended himself. "The crown prince was not summoned by me." They glanced at Guan Jia, who wore a triumphant expression, having found a way to deflect blame. However, Guan Jia's voice was far too loud. The crown prince, catching wind of the commotion, approached with an inquisitive demeanor. "Why is there such a stir at Zhao Deijia's residence today? What has transpired?" The crown prince nudged the Marquis of Chongqing, casting a sidelong glance at Chuanwen, who had accompanied him. Indeed, having heard that the Marquis intended to visit Zhao Deijia, Chuanwen followed, eager to witness the unfolding drama and, of course, to offer solace to the troubled Zhao Deijia. Alongside Chuanwen was Chuan Yu, who, oblivious to the events, had simply joined her sister for a breath of fresh air after being cooped up at home for too long. The Marquis wore a complex expression, knowing this was not a matter easily explained, and thus inquired of the crown prince, "What brings you here?" A chill wind swept through the early winter air, prompting the crown prince to adjust his cloak as he casually replied, "Zhao Jiyu and Su Xia have eloped. I came to gather information from Zhao Deijia." What utter nonsense! The Marquis, the Minister of Works, the Minister of Revenue, Yu Heng, Guan Jia, and both Chuanwen and Chuanyu were all left in shock. Zhao Jiyu, the Emperor's consort, eloping with a military officer, Su Xia. Chapter 66. Now we know. The gazes of several individuals slowly turned towards the only remaining intact room, filled with sympathy for Zhao Deijia. "Do you think Zhao Deijia is aware of this?" the Minister of Works asked, his expression troubled. The crown prince innocently shook his head. "I have no idea. That is why I am here to inquire." "Haha, your eagerness to witness the drama is unmistakable, Your Highness," remarked Lord Chongqing. "Zhao Deijia has been ill, having attempted suicide several times." The group looked at the crown prince with hope, wishing he would extend some compassion towards Zhao Deijia. The Minister of Works continued, "Wasn't there a time he was ridiculed for scavenging?" The Minister of Revenue added, "And then his wife ran off with someone else." Guan Jia chimed in, "Moreover, he has been portrayed in court as a negative example of integrity and virtue." With a sigh, Lord Chongqing lamented, "How pitiful! Who wouldn't feel heartbroken upon encountering such misfortunes?" The crown prince was taken aback, realizing how much he had missed. "I failed to bring any snacks today, what a blunder," he thought. It turned out that Zhao Jiyu's elopement was rooted in familial issues. The crown prince couldn't help but reflect, while others wondered if this was truly the focal point. What had transpired to leave the courtyard in such disarray? He glanced again at the chaotic yard, which originally contained 3 houses. Now, one had collapsed into ruins, another was reduced to a mere frame after a fire, and only the middle house remained standing. Yet, this standing house was not without its flaws. It trembled precariously, its walls blackened from the adjacent fire's heat. They were left baffled by how Zhao Deijia had ended up in such a dire state. This, I know, although Chuanwen was aware, he only dared to voice it internally. The house collapsed because Zhao Deijia attempted to hang himself, and due to its dilapidated state, it could not withstand the pressure and fell, leaving Zhao Deijia with only minor injuries. As for the burned house, after failing to hang himself, Zhao Deijia tried to set himself ablaze. But a gust of wind caused the flames to spread, destroying his neighbor's home entirely. As Chuanwen's thoughts echoed, everyone's attention shifted to the neighboring house, now reduced to rubble. They had initially thought the fire had spread from the neighbor's house to Zhao Deijia's yard. It turned out that Zhao Deijia was indeed the architect of his own misfortune. Being Zhao Deijia's neighbor is truly unfortunate, the Minister of Works muttered under his breath, his eyes landing on the couple huddled amidst the debris. Out of goodwill, and perhaps to atone for Zhao Deijia's actions, he approached and discreetly offered them a few pieces of silver. "That old man is quite generous," Chuanwen mused, and others nodded in agreement. However, the Minister of Revenue, Yu Heng, scoffed, "Bah, he is merely putting on a show." "Your Highness, did you see? I am a good person." But does he not realize that after the fire, that couple has been blocking Zhao Deijia's door daily, demanding compensation? When Zhao Deijia could not pay, they looted his house clean, leaving him with not a grain of rice. Upon returning, the crown prince and Chuanwen found themselves no longer in the yard. He hurried inside, only to find it crowded with people. Lord Zhou from the Ministry of Rights and Lord Wang from the Ministry of Justice were there, attempting to console Zhao Deijia. "How can you not eat, Brother Zhao? You must at least have something," Lord Zhou urged. "Indeed, one cannot neglect sustenance. No matter the troubles, one must eat," Lord Wang added. What they said was true. One cannot function without food. The Minister of Works was about to step forward to offer comfort when suddenly he realized something. "Wait a moment, Lord Wang." His gaze returned to the white-bearded Lord Wang, the very father of Wang Sanling, who had eloped with Zhao Deijia's wife. What an absurd situation. Not only was the Minister of Works taken aback, but Lord Chongqing and the others were equally bewildered. "What is happening? Lord Wang, have you settled your own family's affairs before coming here to console someone else? Shouldn't you be avoiding Zhao Deijia at this moment?" Even Chuanwen felt as though he were witnessing a weasel paying respects to a chicken, yet he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhao Deijia is unaware that it was Lord Wang's son who ran off with his wife. It seemed that no one in the room knew the truth, and they collectively exhaled, dodging a potential bloodbath. However, their relief was short-lived, as it suddenly dawned on them that Zhao Deijia could hear Chuanwen's thoughts. Doesn't that mean he knows now? The crown prince glanced at Chuanwen, contemplating whether to have her removed. Lord Wang, completely oblivious, continued to console Zhao Deijia. As he spoke, he began to sense an unusual atmosphere around him. "Brother Zhao, what do you have hidden in your room?"
I detect on odd odor.
Zhao Deijia remained unresponsive, but those nearby frowned, particularly those closest to him, who had sensed something amiss earlier. Huang Wang pinched a bit of yellow substance stuck in Zhao Deijia's hair, discovering more as he examined it, and asked, "Brother Zhao, what is this on your head?" Curiosity piqued. Everyone turned to look, yet Zhao Deijia remained silent. However, when Lord Chongqing noticed his granddaughter staring at Huang Wang, who was bringing the yellow substance closer to his nose, he felt a peculiar sensation, one that was difficult to articulate. "Brother, that is the residue from Zhao Deijia's near drowning in a cesspool." Huang Wang's fingers froze, and a wave of nausea surged through him. His colleagues stifled their laughter. While Chuanwen commented in thought, "It is challenging to discern good from evil," although Zhao Deijia's neighbors ruthlessly robbed him upon seeing him dive into a cesspool. They assumed he was starving and promptly rescued him, even leaving him a bag of rice. Alas! Yet, Zhao Deijia's resolve to end his life was unwavering. Having filled his belly in the cesspool, he looked at the bag of rice and thought, "Why not starve myself instead?" Upon hearing the words "filled his belly," Huang Wang could no longer contain himself and bolted outside, retching loudly. This startled Chuan Yu, who asked, "What is happening?" The room fell into an eerie silence, with only Chuanwen's thoughts echoing. Thus, one must not indulge in excessive curiosity. "Lord Zhou, do you not think Brother Zhao's eyes appear even duller now?" Lord Wang nudged the nearby Lord Zhou, who agreed, noting how Zhao Deijia seemed more despondent than before. It is all this Lord Huang's fault. How could he not endure the unpleasantness and vomit before the main subject? It is no wonder Zhao Deijia is so disheartened. Chuanwen felt indignant. Is this truly a visit to offer comfort, or merely to add insult to injury? Chapter 67. Your departure is his greatest consolation outside. Huang Wang, retching, was consumed with profound guilt. "I am truly sorry, Brother Zhao." Meanwhile, silence enveloped the room. It seemed that Zhao Deijia's despondency was not merely due to Huang Wang's public display of illness, but rather the fact that Chuanwen had once again unearthed his embarrassing moments. The crown prince suggested, "Perhaps we should simply expel this girl." Alas, if Deijia were to learn of Zhao Jifu's elopement with Su, he would surely sink into deeper despair. Zhao Deijia lamented, "I am indeed a failure. Even my daughter has forsaken me. I am not fit to live. Why have I not starved to death?" Observing Zhao Deijia's ashen demeanor, the crowd urged, "The Marquis of Chongqing must bid farewell to everyone. I have suddenly recalled pressing matters at home. I must take my leave." The others nodded in agreement, eager to depart. "What is it, grandfather?" Chuanwen inquired as the Marquis of Chongqing pulled her outside, her face a mask of confusion. I have yet to comfort Brother Dejia. Your departure is indeed the greatest solace for him. The crowd resolutely watched Chuanwen leave. Chuanyu, filled with curiosity, followed closely behind. Before she could catch up, she overheard Chuanwen's voice as she was hastily ushered away by their grandfather. I heard that chili peppers can cure this ailment. Should we not give it a try? To which the Marquis of Chongqing replied, there is no need for us to concern ourselves with that. With Dr. Yao present, we are in good hands. Chuanyu hurried to catch up, and the room fell silent once more, all eyes turning towards Dr. Yao. Suddenly faced with so many questioning gazes, Dr. Yao felt somewhat flattered. He stroked his beard and said, I have not encountered such a case before. But it is true that poor spirits can be treated through diet. We might as well give it a shot. The young lady from the Marquis of Chongqing is well informed. She must be right, Dr. Yao thought to himself. The others quickly complied, bringing forth a basket brimming with vibrant red chilies, yet no matter how they coaxed Zhao Dejia, he refused to eat. If he will not eat, then we must force it upon him. Dr. Yao deliberated, reasoning that it was better for Zhao Dejia to suffer a little than to watch him starve to death. Thus, after being forcibly fed half a basket of chilies, Zhao Dejia finally reacted. He cried out in anguish, I want to die of hunger, but I could very well perish from the spice. Clearly, this tactic was ineffective. Dr. Yao shook his head. Although Zhao Dejia had shown some reaction, his once vacant eyes now burned with a fervent desire for death. Shall we try submerging him in water? The suggestion from Lord Wang was met with incredulity. Your son has eloped with another man's wife, and you wish to drown him? Seeing the misunderstanding in their expressions, Lord Wang hastily clarified, in the Ministry of Justice, there is a method used on criminals, tightening a noose around their necks to instill a fear of death, which prompts them to confess everything. The crowd looked at Lord Wang with even more astonishment. Who would have thought he would suggest such a thing? You intend to strangle Zhao Dejia? No. That's not what I meant. I merely suggest that Brother Zhao experience the terror of near death. Perhaps in his fright, he will choose to live.
Oh.
Why didn't you say so earlier? They broke into a cold sweat, nearly dissuaded from befriending anyone from the Ministry of Justice. There is no need for such elaborate measures. A water vat would suffice, Dr. Yao remarked, stroking his beard, and the others began to bustle about. Soon, Zhao Dejia, his face a mess of tears and snot, was placed in a large vat filled with water.
Fine.
Drowning is also a viable option. However, Dr. Yao, keenly aware of the limits of human endurance, quickly instructed them to pull Zhao Dejia out. Soaked and shivering from the cold, Zhao Dejia emerged from the vat, and the others instinctively wrapped their garments tighter around themselves as the weather was quite chilly. Lord Wang approached with concern. Brother Zhao, do you not find death too terrifying? Is it not better to live? Zhao Dejia, trembling with frostbite, managed to utter through his chattering lips, You may as well drown me. I do not deserve to live. The crowd exchanged glances and finally, Dr. Yao tentatively suggested, Shall we try a few more times? Everyone nodded in agreement. And so they repeatedly submerged Zhao Dejia, pulling him up multiple times, yet instead of igniting his will to live, they merely exhausted him further. Ah, Chiu! After yet another emergence from the water, Zhao Dejia sneezed forcefully, spraying Lord Wang with a mist of water. Clearly, this method was futile. Wiping his face, Lord Wang was at a loss. I believe we must revert to dietary remedies. The Crown Prince still holds hope in that regard. He believes Chuanwen possesses knowledge that could prove useful. Though everyone respected Chuanwen's wisdom, they had just attempted chilies, which had yielded no results. If chili peppers are ineffective, then let us explore other options, the Crown Prince suggested. What about Sichuan pepper, garlic, or tobacco leaves? Strong flavors may yet stimulate Lord Zhao. The crowd turned to Dr. Yao, who hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. After all, what harm could come from consuming such items? He nodded in agreement. Before long, Zhao Dejia was subjected to an array of peculiar tastes, and Guanjia even ran 2 streets over to procure his favorite stinky tofu. This particular stinky tofu was not the kind that was deep-fried and dressed with various seasonings. Rather, it had been left to fester in a jar until it transformed color and emitted a foul odor, filling half the room with its pungency upon entry. This is Brother Zhao's absolute favorite, Guanjia explained, chuckling at the others who were wrinkling their noses in distaste. Indeed, it seems to be your favorite as well. The crown prince, holding his nose and keeping his distance, noticed remnants of stinky tofu at the corner of Guanjia's mouth, revealing he had indulged on the way. Guanjia quickly wiped his mouth, offering an embarrassed smile as he approached Zhao Deijia's bedside. Brother Zhao, I have brought your favorite stinky tofu. Do you have a taste? Why at his bedside? Because Zhao Deijia had been so worn out by their antics that he could not even rise from his bed. Originally, he sought death, but at least it would have spared him such torment. Now, his mouth burned as though on fire, his eyes were bloodshot, his face flushed, and he coughed from the repeated submersions, leaving him feverish. As a former friend approached his bedside, the feeble Zhao Deijia turned his gaze, his bloodshot eyes unable to focus. Yet he could see someone holding something toward his lips. With great effort, he summoned his strength to grasp the person's hand and hoarsely croaked, Die, why still fixated on death? Guan brother, quickly feed him that stinky tofu. Stimulate his senses, urged Lord Zhou, anxiously pacing. Guan Jia did not hesitate. He shoved the entire plate of stinky tofu, broth and all, into Zhao Deijia's mouth. Before Zhao Deijia could finish a sentence, he felt something strange forced into his mouth. The foul liquid flowed down his throat, causing him to choke violently, spewing stinky tofu all over the bed. However, as the peculiar substance exited his mouth, Zhao Deijia found a moment to speak. Clutching Guanjia tightly, he fixed his gaze upon him, declaring, If I do not die, then I shall live. Upon hearing this, Guanjia was overwhelmed with joy, yet before he could fully express his relief, Zhao Deijia's head lolled to the side, and he fainted. Chapter 68. The Wang family opens a shop and Su Yan competes for business. Dr. Yao. Dr. Yao. Startled, Guanjia hurriedly called for help. Dr. Yao dashed over, took Zhao Deijia's pulse, then let out a long sigh of relief, reassuring everyone, it's nothing serious, just a case of excessive anger. I will prescribe some medicine. Only then did the crowd relax, their expressions shifting from concern to relief and pride. Saving a life was akin to constructing a 7-story pagoda. Though Chuanwen did not partake in the rescue, she could still enjoy the spectacle from afar, anxiously hoping for Zhao Deijia's survival. It truly is a miracle that Zhao Deijia is still alive. Beside her, Lord Chongqing, sweating profusely, remarked, My granddaughter, I suspect they trust you too much.
Ha!
Wang Sanlang's retribution has finally arrived. Just after arriving in Longshire, he was robbed clean by a thief, and now both of them are forced to sleep on the streets. Isn't that fitting? Longshire? Lord Chongqing pondered. It was not far from the capital. He then headed to the study to find Chuanhai, who was swamped with official business. So busy that he hadn't even taken a lunch break. Upon seeing Lord Chongqing, he was taken aback. Isn't this a leisurely task? Why so many affairs? Chuanhai sighed in resignation, and Lord Chongqing instantly understood. It seemed their family only wore such a uniquely weary expression when it came to Chuanwen. The scandal of the Minister of Revenue, Yu Heng, had indeed been exposed by their own Chuanwen, who had also witnessed Yu Heng fail to recognize his own son, becoming the subject of ridicule among his peers. Yet, he could do nothing to Chuanwen. Making things difficult for a subordinate was far easier. My dear son, you have borne the brunt of this. Lord Chongqing sighed, patting Chuanhai's shoulder. Chuanhai managed a bitter smile. What could he do but endure? He then asked, Did father come to see me for something specific? Only then did Lord Chongqing recall his purpose, relaying the news of Wang Sanlang's current predicament in Longshire. Chuanhai sighed again. Wang Sanlang is indeed a source of trouble. Indeed, Lord Chongqing concurred, shaking his head helplessly. Wang Shi did not harbor excessive doubts, merely chiding him for not informing her sooner. Rest assured, he won't be going anywhere. He was robbed of all his funds. Chuanhai chuckled. This is what one calls poetic justice. Wang Shi contemplated, fearing her third brother might escape, and ordered someone to prepare a carriage. She intended to visit the Wang family. I've told you, Sanji has no funds. He can't go anywhere. Wang Shi had been working tirelessly these past few days, growing gaunt, much to Chuanhai's concern. She shot him a glance. Do you think I've been going to my family all this time? Where else could it be? Chuanhai wondered. Wasn't she merely comforting her mother and sister-in-law? She had 2 brothers and sisters-in-law. There was no need for her to run about so. Chuanhai received another disapproving look from Wang Shi. Every day, besides visiting the Wang family, I am also busy with the shop. This puzzled Chuanhai further. Couldn't she just have the accounts delivered from each shop's bookkeeper? Who is checking the accounts? Wang Shi replied, exasperated. Haven't you seen that couple? They are never home. Running a clothing store, constantly on the go. Now, many distinguished officials in the capital are ordering clothes from them. Chuanhai pondered her words and absorbed the implications. So, you also wish to open a clothing store? He chuckled. Even if you did, you could not seize their business. Wang Shi was unaware. But he certainly was. Those who sought to order garments from Chuanwen and his wife were not merely drawn by their unique designs but also by the allure of Chuanwen. For instance, the Minister of Works, the old man who delighted in Chuanwen's gossip, would rush over upon hearing that Su Yan and Chuanwen were her parents. There was also General Shirshin, who, after betting that the third prince was of dubious character, won and in high spirits, took his winnings to the store to commission clothes. Then there was the Earl of Pingqing's household, who, upon learning from Chuanwen that their daughter would be sent to a marriage alliance, hastily married her off. The young couple was now blissfully happy. Although the third prince had been captured and lost his chance at the throne, preventing their daughter from being sent off, they were genuinely grateful to Chuanwen. The entire Earl of Pingqing's household, from the matriarch to the servants, sourced their clothing from Su Yan's shop. And then there was Princess Baohui, among others. So, on what basis could his wife compete for business? However, Wang Shi did not appreciate Chuanhai's remarks, retorting, "Who says I cannot compete?" She counted on her fingers. The Earl's wife is my close friend. It would take just a word for her to source clothes from my shop. And then there's Lady Zhou and Lady Xin. Perhaps you should take a breather, Chuanhai suggested, wiping his feet as he lay down on the bed, exhausted from the day's toils. Yet, no sooner had he reclined than Wang Shi pulled him up. Do you think I am competing for business for my own sake? I see their shop as a pretense, a means to build connections. Look, in just a few days, nearly half the officials in the capital have ordered clothes from them. Is it merely because their daughter has caught the emperor's eye? What is so remarkable about that? You seem to have strayed far from the point. Chuanhai interrupted her lengthy discourse. To claim that Chuanwen was calculating was akin to saying pigs could climb trees. The girl was clever, but more often than not, her wits were not particularly sharp. You needn't worry. Chuanwen and his wife will not contest this title with me. Chuanhai reiterated to his wife, urging her to rest. Wang Shi felt that Chuanhai was being overly optimistic. Why would they not vie for the title if they were drawing so many officials to their store for clothing? Was it merely for profit? Where are you off to? Chuanhai inquired as he settled back down, noticing Wang Shi heading toward the door. I am going to the Wang residence. Wang Shi exclaimed, her frustration mounting. She felt increasingly disconnected from her husband, and not just him but also their daughter and youngest son. There seemed to be no common ground. Whenever those two were around, they either extolled Chuanwen's virtues or praised Chuanwu's intelligence, which only served to infuriate her further. At the Wang residence, the matriarch listened to Wang Shi's words without rushing to summon anyone. Instead, she turned to the third daughter-in-law and asked, "What do you think we should do?" The third daughter-in-law, her eyes swollen from tears, seemed to have cried many times but now appeared calm, even unperturbed by the news of Wang Sanling. The individuals in the parlor exchanged glances, surprised by the third daughter-in-law's resoluteness. Chapter 69. A betrayal. The eldest brother's wife had good intentions. Yet the third sister-in-law could not overcome her emotional barrier. She retorted, questioning whether the eldest sister-in-law would simply let it go if the eldest brother ran away, leaving behind a heart-wrenching letter. The eldest sister-in-law was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She might very well have exploded with anger. She shot a fierce glare at her husband, who instinctively recoiled, his expression one of grievance. The third sister-in-law was merely making a comparison. It was not as if he had actually left them. Why was she glaring at him? Moreover, times were changing. With the establishment of girls' schools and opportunities for women to take civil service examinations, who could say what the future held? The third sister-in-law firmly believed that a woman with 2 children could indeed survive. Regardless, she refused to live in a state of oppression. Her resolve was unwavering, prompting the elder matriarch to sigh, lamenting that her son had wronged the third sister-in-law. If the Wang family were to regard Sanlang as deceased and plan a funeral for him by tomorrow, would she choose to remain? The family exchanged glances, once more. Though the matriarch's words were not heavy-handed, their weight was undeniable. Although the third sister-in-law understood her mother-in-law's sense of righteousness, she was surprised that her mother-in-law would choose her over her own flesh and blood. The matriarch huffed emphatically, declaring that if Sanlang had abandoned them for that woman, he had forsaken not only the mother and children but also her and the Wang family. If he deemed that woman more important than them, then let him spend his life with her. The third sister-in-law felt a twinge of emotion. Her previously dry eyes grew warm once more at the thought of her mother-in-law's support. If she were to remain a widow, at least she would have a roof over her head, and her children would carry a legitimate name and identity. Although Wang Shi felt some pity for her third brother, the resolute stances of both his mother and sister-in-law left her with no choice but to acquiesce to their decision. With a huff, she dusted off her clothing and strode inside, grumbling about her ungrateful son, who even in death continued to bring her misfortune. Meanwhile, far away in Longshire, Wang Sanlang sneezed, prompting Wang Tsuehua, Madame Zhao Dejia, to inquire with concern, "Sanlang, are you all right?" Not wanting to worry Tsuehua, he waved dismissively, assuring her he was fine. Tsuehua did not press further and requested, "Could you fetch me 2 sesame cakes? I am hungry." "Certainly, I shall go at once." Tsuehua licked her fingers, still savoring the taste. They were delicious, but had not filled her up. Wang Sanlang reflected that he had not had a single bite to eat or even a drop of water since morning. Never mind, he thought, swallowing hard. Let's head to East Street. Perhaps we can gather more there, as it is bustling with people. Thus, the 2 impoverished souls, now without any means, set off towards East Street to beg for food. In the capital, at the Earl of Pingcheng's residence, Wang Shi and the Countess of Pingcheng strolled through the garden while engaging in casual conversation. Wang Shi spoke of her newly opened ready-made clothing shop. "Of course, I shall support your venture," the Countess responded readily, prompting a smile to blossom on Wang Shi's face. Just then, a servant arrived to announce that the 2 young gentlemen and a young lady had come, bringing local specialties from their hometown as gifts. The Countess laughed, playfully chiding them for making a special trip when they could have kept the items for themselves. Wang Shi couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. The daughters of other families brought their husbands to deliver gifts, while her own son remained unbetrothed. She mused that her current fortunate circumstances were partly due to the efforts of that girl from the Pingcheng family who had played a role in her success. The Countess, with a beaming smile, remarked that her 2 daughters were happily married and living harmoniously, which brought her great contentment. However, Wang Shi found herself perplexed, as the Countess offered no further explanation, needing to attend to her sons. Wang Shi took her leave. For several consecutive days, Wang Shi worked diligently to attract clients. Yet her shop's business remained bleak. The noble ladies she visited, while supportive, placed only a few orders, with the majority still going to Su Yan's shop. Had it not been for the orders from the Earl's family, her shop might have faced closure by now. "Chuya, go find out where Su Yu resides," Wang Shi muttered. Since she could not outdo them in business, she would steal their talent. The reason everyone flocked to Su Yan's shop was Su Yu's innovative designs. If she could lure Su Yu away, she wondered how Su Yan's shop could possibly survive. As evening approached, with the sky dimming slightly, Su Yu encountered a noble woman and a maid at her doorstep. "Who are you looking for?" Su Yu asked, growing cautious as the 2 appeared unfamiliar. "You need not be alarmed. We mean you no harm," Chuye reassured her, adding, "My lady wishes to discuss a business matter with you. Shall we step inside to talk?" Wang Shi smiled, indicating her goodwill. After all, they were both women, and the other appeared to be a noblewoman, which suggested no ill intent. However, Su Yu did not invite them inside. Upon hearing the mention of business, she immediately understood their intentions. Su Dinyang's shop had become quite prosperous lately, attracting jealousy and many eager to poach her. "What salary does Su Yan offer you?" "I shall double it," she sneered, glancing dismissively at the modest courtyard and residence. "I can arrange accommodations for you that are 3 times larger than your current place." Unmoved, Su Yu recalled that those who had approached her previously had offered similar or even better terms, yet she had no intention of leaving. "I can also provide you with annual bonuses," Wang Shi continued, observing Su Yu's slight smile, gritting her teeth before sweetening the deal further. State your demands. I will fulfill them all. Chapter 70. Mrs. Wang was being followed. My presence at Sue's shop is not solely for financial gain. It is evident that others wish to recruit her, yet Su Yu is genuinely reluctant to part ways with Sue's establishment. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the other party, she asserted, though I may not possess the wealth or education of a lady, I understand the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Were it not for Madame Su, I would still be struggling to survive in my village, let alone find prosperity in this vast capital. She is merely exploiting you to enrich herself. Mrs. Wang scoffed, looking at Su Yu as if she were a simpleton. However, Su Yu remained unperturbed, responding with a smile. And what of it? At least it signifies my worth. Moreover, is it not true that your intention in seeking me is also to utilize my talents? Upon meeting Mrs. Wang's gaze, Su Yu perceived the discomfort in her demeanor, as if all her thoughts had been laid bare. Disregarding the master and servant, Su Yu proceeded to close the door, locking it securely behind her. Mrs. Wang, now confined outside, felt her face flush with indignation as she stomped away, muttering curses about Su Yan being a cunning fox, surrounded by equally sharp-minded individuals. Listening to the vitriol outside, Su Yu merely chuckled, choosing to ignore it. Inside, she lit a lamp and prepared a simple meal of noodles, all the while calculating her savings in her mind. Although Su's shop is indeed a commercial establishment, it has expanded significantly. The previous small building was no longer adequate, so Madame Su had acquired several additional branches. The group of embroideresses she had brought along could now take apprentices, allowing Madame Su to focus solely on design, which considerably lightened her workload, albeit with increasing wages. In just 2 to 3 months, she had already amassed over 2,000 taels, and with the promise of year-end bonuses from Madame Su, she anticipated a substantial sum awaiting her. The small courtyard she currently inhabited was secured by Madame Su, boasting good safety, allowing her to reside without worry. Even if trouble arose, the proximity to the Chongqing Marquis's residence offered a potential source of assistance. In truth, Su Yu understood the distinction between those who sought to recruit her and Madame Su. The latter genuinely cared for her well-being, while the former merely wished to use her as a pawn against Madame Su. Despite the attractive offers presented, they would never have her best interests at heart. Yet, since the courtyard was rented with Madame Su's funds, she resolved to repay her by the year's end and then purchase the property, bringing her brother over to prepare for the upcoming imperial examinations. After finishing her meal, Su Yu sighed while washing the dishes, reflecting on the peculiarities of life. Who could have imagined that the humble merchant, earning a living through trade, was, in fact, the long-lost son of the Chongqing Marquis's household? She had long perceived her brother's feelings for Chuanwen, but now he was a favored grandchild of the Chongqing Marquis, having caught the emperor's eye and been summoned to the palace to accompany the young princess. It seemed her brother's prospects were dim. While Su Yu looked forward to her future, Mrs. Wang's mood was far from bright. Unfortunate circumstances seemed to compound her distress. As she hurried along, she twisted her ankle and nearly fell, only to be steadied by the ever-watchful Qiu Yi. "Is something amiss, madam?" Mrs. Wang suddenly felt a twinge of fear, as she had sensed an unsettling presence over the past few days, a feeling that someone was shadowing her. Upon returning to the Chongqing Marquis's residence, her unease deepened. Who could be following her? After much contemplation, she concluded it must be Su Yan and her associates. Perhaps the opening of her own shop had instilled a sense of competition in Su Yan, prompting her to send someone to sabotage her. Such nefarious schemes were not beyond them. Ever since Chuanwen had exposed numerous corrupt officials, the Chongqing Marquis's household had attracted various adversaries. Although Chuan Hai had mentioned that the investigation into the misappropriated disaster relief funds had offended certain individuals, Mrs. Wang was skeptical. Many had investigated corrupt officials without encountering assassins. Surely, Chuan Rui and his cohorts were behind this, if not entirely responsible, then at least opportunistically exploiting the situation. The more she pondered, the more her resentment grew. Upon capturing an individual red-handed, she would ensure that everyone recognized their true nature. Thus, the following morning, Mrs. Wang set out early, ignoring Chuan Hai's inquiries about her destination, her spirits buoyed by determination. Upon exiting the city gates, she instructed the coachman to take a less traveled route. Inside the carriage, she furtively glanced back and indeed, noticed movements in the grass behind them, catching glimpses of a poorly concealed figure. A smile crept across her lips. How foolish to challenge her. As the figure drew closer to their carriage, Mrs. Wang suddenly commanded the coach to halt, instructing 2 guards to apprehend the follower. The pursuer's skills were hardly remarkable. As soon as the guards exited the city, they detected the presence of someone tailing them. Following their mistress's orders, the guards exchanged glances, with 2 positioning themselves by the carriage and the others stealthily moving back. Upon entering the rustling grass, they swiftly seized a filthy beggar. The beggar, in pain from their grip, began to shout, "What are you doing? I am your mistress's brother. You dare treat me this way? I shall have your mistress by your freedom." The guards exchanged incredulous looks, one of them retorting, "How could our mistress be related to a beggar like you?" They recalled that her family had prominent connections in the Ministry of Justice, with only 3 brothers, 2 of whom served in the court as dignified men, and one recently deceased, having just held a funeral. Where had this beggar brother emerged from? With that thought, the guards unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the unfortunate beggar, all the while chiding, "This is what you get for following us." As the beggar cried out for help, "Sister, save me," the guards only intensified their assault. On the carriage, Mrs. Wang suddenly recalled her 3rd brother, who had been robbed of his travel funds at Longshore, and rushed out to see the beggar's face, desperately pulling the guards away. Chapter 71. The abduction of Wang. As the guardian was puzzled, he witnessed his lady lifting the filthy hair that obscured the beggar's face. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried out for her elder brother, embracing the beggar in a fit of sorrow. The guardian, the coachman, and several servants exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention back to the 2 weeping figures. The guardians who had just beaten the beggar exchanged a difficult glance, realizing that indeed, he was the lady's brother. "Brother, what brings you here?" After weeping enough, Wang Shi finally recalled the matter at hand. Upon mentioning this, Wang Sanlang felt the urge to weep anew, his eyes glistening as he gazed at Wang Shi. "Sister, I never imagined that woman could be so cruel." He recounted his recent tribulations with a mixture of grievance and rage. After losing his money in Longshore, he and Wang Suihua were unable to pay for their lodging and were thus expelled by the innkeeper, left to beg for sustenance. That Wang Suihua has an insatiable appetite. Wang Sanlang gritted his teeth as he recounted, "I never managed to eat a morsel of the food we begged for. It all went into Wang Suihua's belly, and still, she complained that I asked for too little." He recalled how, when he had money, Wang Suihua was attentive and caring, but once he fell on hard times, she berated him for his uselessness and gradually resorted to physical violence. Each day, he starved, a mere shadow of the robust Wang Suihua, who mercilessly beat him, leaving him battered and bruised. As time passed, Wang Suihua became entangled with a passing wealthy merchant, intending to elope. Naturally, Wang Sanlang opposed this. It was Wang Suihua's actions that had led him to such dire straits, and he could not bear to see her escape unscathed. He would rather endure her beatings than allow her to live a life of comfort. Wang Shi, upon realizing Wang Suihua's absence beside her brother, understood that she had indeed run away, but the reality was harsher than she had anticipated. Wang Suihua, tired of Wang Sanlang's clinging, deceived him into selling himself.
Sold.
Wang Shi could hardly believe her ears, feeling the weight of Wang Sanlang's resentment and sorrow. The circus that purchased him sought a performer after losing their monkey, intending to skin him and use his hide to adorn the monkey for its fire axe. In a stroke of fortune, he managed to escape when a fire broke out in the circus, but instead of the warmth and care he had envisioned, he faced the terror of his father, who beat him while shouting about ghosts. The gatekeeper, alerted by the commotion, pulled him away from his father's grasp and cast him out, while his father fled into the house, locking the door behind him. Wang Shi's mother decided that her brother had died on the night their father was absent, leading him to believe that Wang Sanlang was indeed lost. A touch of embarrassment washed over Wang Shi, and she coughed lightly before asking, "Have you sought out your sister-in-law and mother?" "I have," Wang Sanlang replied, feeling even more aggrieved. "My wife spat in my face, and my mother did not recognize me." Wang Shi was not surprised by this. Wang Sanlang grasped her sleeve, pleading, "Sister, I have followed you for several days, fearing you would not recognize me. You won't abandon me, will you?" Wang Shi's brows twitched, It dawned on her that it was her brother who had been shadowing her these past few days. Meeting his beseeching, tear-filled gaze, she closed her eyes momentarily, resigning herself to the fact that he was indeed her brother. However, an idea suddenly struck her. Su Yan was seeking help. Why not place her brother in that position? She provided Wang Sanlang with some silver, instructing him to freshen up and change into decent attire before applying at Su's establishment. She also whispered her plan into his ear, to tamper with the fabrics at Su's shop, ensuring that anyone who procured garments from them would suffer from skin irritations, thus deterring future orders. Wang Sanlang readily agreed, vowing that anyone daring to contest her sister's claim to the Marquis of Chongqing would find it impossible to remain in the capital. Wang Sanlang, puzzled, glanced at Wang Shi, who looked in the direction of the Fahua Temple. I am going to offer incense. May they be cursed. However, before she could proceed far, a horde of bandits emerged. Despite the Guardians' valiant efforts to fend them off, they were outnumbered and swiftly overpowered. Wang Shi and her companions were bound tightly, their mouths gagged, their heads covered in black cloth, and they were subsequently transported in barrels through the city. As they jostled along, Wang Shi's limbs ached from the bindings, and after what felt like an eternity, the black cloth was finally removed. Adjusting to the light, she found herself face to face with a greasy old man who approached her menacingly. Terrified, she shouted, "What do you want? Were you sent by Su Yan?" The oily man halted before her, a grin spreading across his face, making him appear even more repugnant. "We weren't sent by Su Yan. We are here for her." Wang Shi was momentarily taken aback, then nearly laughed. "You've made a mistake. I am not Su Yan. I am not," she insisted, shaking her head fervently. The oily man inquired, "So, you own a ready-made clothing shop?" Wang Shi nodded in affirmation. "Then we have not erred," he declared, setting down his teacup with finality. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Shi hurried to clarify. "I do own a shop, but I am truly not Su Yan. I am from the Marquis of Chongqing's household." The oily man dismissed her explanation, convinced that she was merely concocting excuses to elude captivity. He ordered one of his men to silence her. The man shot Wang Shi a glare, urging her to quiet down before he followed orders and gagged her, leaving her to emit muffled sounds of distress. "Send a servant to deliver a message to the Marquis of Chongqing's household," the oily man commanded before exiting. The man who had silenced her glared once more, cautioning her against making noise, before he too departed, leaving 2 guards stationed outside. Tears streamed down Wang Shi's face as she lamented her misfortune. She had unwittingly borne the brunt of Su Yan's calamity. What if something terrible had occurred? Chapter 72. The fate of the cannon fodder female supporting character. The guard was bruised and battered, and it was evident to all that something had gone terribly awry. In his hand, he clutched a letter written by the kidnappers. Chuan Hai hastily took it from him to unfold and read, and as he did, confusion washed over him. The others, noticing Chuan Hai's reaction, turned their gaze towards Su Yan, equally puzzled. The Marquis of Chongqing took the letter and read aloud, leaving the family in a state of bewilderment, all eyes fixed on Su Yan. "Mother, have you been kidnapped?" Chuanwen asked, cracking a nut, his curiosity piqued. Su Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "I have been kidnapped?" The family quickly grasped the situation, and the Marquis of Chongqing resumed reading the letter, eager to uncover the kidnapper's demands. However, what he discovered made his legs weak with shock, and he had to be steadied by Chuan Rui and Chuan Hai to avoid collapsing. The kidnappers wanted Chuanwen to poison the emperor. Chuan was left in stunned silence, thinking, what is happening? Why me among so many people around the emperor? Just when she began to enjoy a few peaceful days, trouble, of the most dire sort, had found her, one that could lead to the annihilation of her entire family. Was this the inevitable fate of a cannon fodder character, destined for demise? The Marquis of Chongqing and the others speculated that while there were many people surrounding the emperor, only Chuanwen had unrestricted access to the palace. This indicated that the kidnappers had no connections to the palace and could only reach her. The letter stated that they must not raise an alarm or report to the authorities, or else Su Yan's safety could not be guaranteed. However, the family turned their gaze to Zheng Yan, who was always by Chuanwen's side, contemplating how the kidnappers could be so uninformed about the presence of imperial associates. Zheng Yan's expression grew serious, While this matter could remain undisclosed, the emperor must be informed. Chuanwen, feeling overwhelmed, began to fret internally. What should I do? I've never poisoned anyone before. I'm not skilled at this. I'm so clumsy. Surely I would be caught. What if Zheng Yan kicks me out on the spot? Zheng Yan, sensing the gravity of the situation, reassured her that won't happen. Yet Chuanwen's imagination spiraled further, envisioning herself vomiting blood after being kicked out, leading to a tragic demise that would endanger her parents and the Marquis of Chongqing.
Shuhui, Shuyao.
And the Marquis of Chongqing felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat forming on their backs. Just then, Chuanwen had a sudden epiphany. Why should I heed the kidnappers' demands? They have taken my aunt, not my mother. The group momentarily paused, unable to comprehend her intentions. Su Yan felt a twinge of guilt, as the kidnappers had aimed for her, and she was reluctant to involve others. Just as she contemplated advising her daughter to rescue the unfortunate victim, Chuanwen's thoughts continued to unfold. Perhaps I should poison the emperor. If I succeed, would I not be immortalized in history? Though not in a glorious light. Any notoriety is still fame, and the thought of my name appearing in history books centuries later is rather exhilarating. No, this is too much. The Marquis of Chongqing struggled to breathe, while Chuan Hai stared wide-eyed at Chuanwen, as if she were a dangerously reckless individual he wished to confine behind numerous locks. Chuanwen cautiously reminded, Uncle, it's not my desire to poison the emperor, it's what the kidnappers want me to do. So could you please refrain from looking at me like that? It's quite unsettling. Although Chuanwen's assertion held truth, it seemed she was also inclined to poison the emperor for the sake of her name in history. Chuan Hai took a deep breath to calm himself, while Chuan Rui and Su Yan could only face balm and exasperation. Daughter, how does your mind work? Why do you think so differently from everyone else? Daughter, you must think twice before acting. Your parents wish to live a few more years. Chuan Rui practically pleaded with her. Yet Chuanwen glanced at Chuan Hai, blinking innocently. What does my father mean? Doesn't he want me to follow the kidnapper's orders to poison the emperor? But can we perhaps discuss this privately and not in front of Uncle? It seems inappropriate to neglect saving someone. Just as Chuan Hai had begun to regain his composure, his countenance soured once more as he exchanged glances with Chuan Rui. At that moment, Chuanwen interjected, Look, Uncle can understand your intentions. How do we explain this now? I didn't mean it that way. Chuan Rui felt a pang of sorrow. His true intention was to dissuade his daughter from poisoning the emperor for the sake of notoriety. However, before he could finish his thought, Chuan Hai patted his shoulder, signaling understanding. Chuan Rui was momentarily taken aback, seeing the sympathy in Chuan Hai's eyes, as if to say, to raise such a daughter is no small feat. You have my respect. A warm sensation flooded through him as he recalled the pain of being blamed for his daughter's mischief. Whether it was stealing sweet potatoes from a neighbor or breaking his wife's cosmetics. Countless such incidents had occurred over the years. Today, finally someone understood him. And with that thought, Chuan Rui felt tears welling up, leading to an emotional embrace between the two brothers. The others, including Chuanwen, were left in utter confusion. Eventually, Chuan Hai and Chuan Rui ceased their tears, and the Marquis of Chongqing, feeling somewhat better, took on a contemplative demeanor. Chuanwen, meanwhile, began to piece everything together in her mind, her thoughts racing. Wait a moment. The kidnapper is Shin Mian, the wealthy magnate from Qingzhou. That greasy old man who dreams of currying favor with the third prince.
What?
Shin Mian intends for me to poison the emperor to create chaos, and, in the meantime, rescue the third prince. What? Shin Mian never intended to release my aunt. He plans to have her killed after rescuing the third prince and display her head in the streets. What kind of grudge could lead to this? Chuanwen, accustomed to civilized society, was astonished. She had only seen such brutal acts on television, and witnessing it up close felt shockingly cruel. Now it was Chuan Hai who felt faint. Although his wife had a sharp tongue, she had never made such powerful enemies. Wait a minute. The target had been Su Yan, so it was not his wife who had offended someone, but rather his sister-in-law. Chuanwen, realizing the truth, was equally shocked.
What?
This is all because of me. Chapter 73. Captured so soon Shin Mian believed that the third prince was apprehended while attempting to find her. He perceived her as a rival due to his affections for her. He intended for her to poison the emperor, leading to widespread outrage amongst the officials, after which he would orchestrate her downfall. How ruthless! What a cunning plan! Chuanwen exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, the Marquis of Chongqing slammed his hand on the table, realizing that this was not the moment to admire the kidnapper's cunning. General Zheng, please report this matter to the emperor. We need to keep the kidnapper placated for now. The Marquis's demeanor shifted from despair to one of fierce determination. They think they can scheme against the Chongqing house?
Iam no siklikat.
Zhang Yan glanced at Chuanwen. Since the kidnapper was targeting Chuanwen, he could not leave her side. If he did, who knew what the kidnapper might do? Fortunately, the Chongqing house had members of the Qian Guard. Zhang Yan summoned a subordinate, instructing him to act discreetly. Since the kidnappers demanded silence, they must proceed with utmost caution to prevent any harm from coming to Wang Shi. The subordinate vanished into the night, while Chuanwen sat in distress. Damn it! Why can't I reveal the plot? If only I could tell them where the kidnapper is, they could apprehend him. This is akin to revealing the plot. Speak up. Where is the kidnapper now? What should I do? Should I go after him myself? Chuanwen looked at her petite frame, realizing that if she went, she would likely just be captured. The Marquis and the others were nearly frantic. Dear girl, just articulate the kidnapper's location in your mind. The rest we shall handle. Chuanwen felt torn. I'm exhausted. Why must I know everything yet remain unable to disclose it? The others were close to tears, overwhelmed by this torment.
Aunt!
You must hold on. Even though no one knows you are confined in the third room of the second courtyard on Pingan Street, we will surely rescue you. Excellent. Chuanhai's eyes brightened, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The matriarch of the Chongqing house clasped her hands in prayer, invoking blessings. Chuanyu was deeply worried, wondering how they would manage this predicament. In the palace, upon receiving the report from the Qian Guard, the emperor, in a state of declining health, sat upright in shock. So, they wish to kill me. They shall see if they possess the audacity to succeed. Gritting his teeth, he downed the medicine offered by the empress, who was astonished as the emperor, usually needing coaxing to take his medicine, consumed it with such resolve. With Chuanwen unknowingly revealing the kidnapper's whereabouts, capturing him became an effortless task, especially with the emperor concurrently dispatching both the Jinwu Guard and the Qian Guard. At the moment of his capture, Shen Mian was lost in memories of beauty before a throng burst into his courtyard, illuminating the space with a crimson glow. He shouted for the guards, but none responded. In a panic, a man kicked open the door, followed by several others who bound him tightly. As he was dragged away, Shen Mian, still clinging to hope, shouted, I am an honorable merchant. I possess an imperial decree. You cannot arrest me. One of his captors swiftly struck him, admonishing, Behave yourself. You sought to poison the emperor and yet expect to be spared by an imperial decree? Whether it was the shock of the blow or the revelation of his treachery that left him dazed, Shen Mian was taken to the Ministry of Justice's prison. The third prince was meditating when the prison erupted in commotion as a lavishly dressed rotund man was thrown into the cell next to his. The dim light in the cell did not obscure the third prince's recognition of the man. The newcomer, noticing him, rushed to the cell door, calling out, Huai'er.
Huai'er. It's me.
The third prince's expression twisted in disgust as the surrounding inmates turned their attention to the commotion. He buried his face in a tattered blanket, questioning why. Even in such dire straits, fate continued to torment him. Who is this person? Asked Xiao Gao, the Minister of War, curious about the commotion. The third prince had no desire to engage with anyone. The man calling out to him clearly had a close relationship with him. In the adjacent cell was Zhou Tanhua, the former husband of the Princess of Chaoyang. Seeing the third prince's indifference, he whispered to Xiao Gao, who found Zhou's observations rather insightful. However, the way the man called the third prince Huai'er sounded rather awkward. The third prince buried his face deeper into the blanket, wishing to ignore them and their conversation. His brows furrowed in irritation until he heard Shen Mian declare that he would certainly rescue him. How can you rescue me now that you are in here? The third prince finally lifted the blanket, looking towards Shen Mian. Shen Mian's face lit up with a smile, eager to claim credit. Though I have been captured, I have a backup plan. He glanced at the other prisoners, whose eyes glimmered with interest upon hearing his intent to rescue the third prince. He beckoned the third prince closer and whispered, "I possess leverage over Lord Rong. He will assist us." The third prince frowned at the mention of Lord Rong, his cautious uncle, who was notoriously wary of their father's suspicions and rarely left his estate. "Are you certain?" he asked, skepticism lacing his tone.
Shen Mian,
Brimming with confidence, reassured him, "Rest assured, he will come to our aid." Hearing Huayr again sent shivers down the third prince's spine as he met Shen Mian's nauseatingly affectionate gaze, instinctively retreating a few steps. "Third prince, when you escape, take me with you. I shall follow your every command." Qiu Gao, sensing a chance for escape, hurriedly pledged his loyalty. Zhou Tanhua chimed in, "Count me in, third prince. I will follow your lead." The third prince merely urged them to lower their voices, neither affirming nor dismissing their offers. His hesitation stemmed from the uncertainty of their escape, rendering any promises meaningless. Yet, he did not refuse due to his own ambitions. Should they escape, he would undoubtedly rise again. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the prison, hidden from light, Hu Tong smirked maliciously, thinking, "Escape? In your dreams." After killing his own nephew, he dares to wish for freedom. That beast, the third prince, shall never escape. As Shen Mian remained confident that Lord Rong would rescue them, the crown prince, burdened with state affairs, received a letter. The note contained a grave message. "Lord Rong, I am aware of your daughter's collusion with the Western region's prince. If you wish for this matter to remain undisclosed, you must ensure our escape." The crown prince was utterly shocked. This revelation was monumental. He had to report it to the emperor. But after a few steps he hesitated, pondering if he had heard something about the little royal uncle's daughter recently. Scratching his head, he wondered who had mentioned it. Chapter 74. The Emperor's inspection of assignments is unfitting for me suddenly. The crown prince struck his forehead in realization. It was about that evening when they discussed deploying troops to the western regions, and he remembered the girl when mentioning how the daughter of the little imperial uncle had left her son at the doorstep of Prime Minister Zhang's residence. Therefore, this collusion, could it possibly be of the nature he feared? Regardless, it was imperative that his father, the emperor, be informed. The crown prince had the messenger apprehended and began to inquire. Initially, the man was uncooperative, but being a coward, he soon divulged everything upon the crown prince's intimidation. He was a servant of Shen Mian, who had instructed him to deliver a letter to the royal prince's residence should anything happen to her. Upon realizing that he was not at the royal prince's residence, but rather at the crown prince's, the servant turned pale. The crown prince kindly explained, to reach the royal prince's residence, one should turn right at the end of Qingfeng Street, not left. The crown prince had initially resided in the palace, but since falling ill, he had moved out, claiming he feared transmitting his illness to the emperor and empress. In truth, he was concerned they might discover he was feigning sickness. The crown prince's residence was adjacent to the royal prince's, both situated near the palace. Qingfeng Street split left and right at its end. The servant's face paled further. He had indeed taken the wrong path. The crown prince ordered someone to keep an eye on the servant and proceeded to the palace with the letter. Upon arrival, he found the emperor engrossed in counting the members of Shen Mian's family, reveling in the task. The crown prince thought to himself, at this moment, my father resembles a bloodthirsty tyrant. It appeared that the emperor had redirected his wrath towards Shen Mian, leaving the crown prince uncertain whether he should present the letter to the emperor. The emperor seemed in good spirits, though his contentment was built upon the foundation of vengeance. The crown prince sensed that revealing the little imperial uncle could lead to dire consequences for him, prompting the crown prince to seek an excuse to withdraw.
"Ah, what do you have in your hand?"
The emperor inquired, spotting the letter before the crown prince could conceal it. In his jovial mood, the emperor expressed curiosity and requested the letter be handed over. The crown prince silently wished for the little imperial uncle's well-being and complied. To his astonishment, the emperor, after reading the letter, did not exhibit anger. Rather, he tossed it aside nonchalantly. Your little imperial uncle has already informed me of this matter. Is it not merely a prince from the western regions? If our Qinghuan is fond of him, we shall support him. The emperor jovially marked names on the memorial, glancing at the crown prince with a smile. adding, "Not only shall he be well fed and well cared for, but I shall also provide him with troops. Grant him power." Lost in thought, the crown prince felt a chill run down his spine and raised his gaze, only to meet the emperor's cheerful yet piercing eyes.
Here.
"Your health has improved. You shall move back to the palace tomorrow." At that moment, the emperor appeared as a benevolent father, but when the crown prince hesitated, the emperor's hand reached beneath the table, grasping a rattan switch, lifting it slowly, with a gentle smile. "Ear, have you made up your mind? Will you not move?" The implication was clear. Should the crown prince refuse, he would undoubtedly face a reprimand. Realizing the predicament he had placed himself in, the crown prince regretted coming today. Surely, enjoying tea at home would have been far more pleasant. With no other option, he reluctantly agreed to relocate to the palace to maintain his dignity. As the crown prince departed, the emperor felt satisfied. Despite his third son's shortcomings, he still had the crown prince, who was obedient and could surely be nurtured into a commendable heir. The more he contemplated, the more elated he became, envisioning a future where the crown prince diligently worked towards the prosperity of the great Jean. "Bring me the memorials the crown prince has reviewed these past few days." The emperor commanded the chief eunuch, his mind brimming with excitement over inspecting his son's assignments. Soon, Huang Qi presented the memorials, but the emperor's expression grew increasingly stony as he perused them. The crown prince had annotated, reviewed. The characters were elegantly inscribed, indicative of a favorable mood during writing. The emperor's lips twitched as he struggled to suppress his irritation. "Remain calm," he reassured himself. The crown prince was merely indulging in idle gossip. Who doesn't he enjoy a bit of gossip? It was inconsequential. The emperor could already envision the sour expression of the person who received the memorial, yet at that moment, his own countenance was hardly pleasant. Confounded as to why the crown prince had inquired about the Minister of Rights, he soon discovered that the individual lived adjacent to the Minister of Revenue. The report detailed how, during the night, he had heard chaos from next door, where the Minister of Revenue's wife had hanged herself. The emperor then realized that the subsequent memorials were primarily exchanges of gossip between the crown prince and the official from the Ministry of Rights concerning the Minister of Revenue's household. Taking a deep breath, the emperor set those memorials aside, concluding that inspecting assignments was ill-suited for him. He picked up his brush once more. He preferred marking names. Chapter 75. "What you have lost is the heart of your minister." The crown prince followed closely behind, suggesting, "Speak to me. Perhaps I can assist you." Zhang Qing paused, contemplating the crown prince's words. Although he was rather unreliable, his mere utterance could compel the Ministry of Revenue to disperse funds. The crown prince patted his chest confidently, proclaiming, "Leave it to me. By the way, you have yet to visit the residence of the Marquis of Chongqing, have you?" Upon their arrival at the Marquis's estate, they were enveloped in an atmosphere of profound sorrow. The Marquis and Chuanwen emerged to greet them, and the crown prince stated that they were there to see Chuanwen, prompting the Marquis to hastily summon her. "What has transpired within the estate?" the crown prince inquired as they awaited Chuanwen's arrival. The Marquis and Chuanwen expressed their gratitude, and soon after, Chuanwen was brought forth. Upon seeing her, the crown prince smiled, leaving Chuanwen perplexed. She did not consider herself particularly amusing, so why did the crown prince react as if he had encountered a jest? Observing their solemn demeanor, Chuanwen assumed there was a grave matter at hand, only to have the crown prince inquire her opinion of the Minister of Works. Chuanwen glanced at the Marquis and Chuanwen, uncertain of the crown prince's intent. Could it be that ancient officials' year-end assessments included questionnaires? Although they understood assessments, the concept of a questionnaire puzzled them, yet they maintained their composure. While Chuanwen articulated her thoughts, she discreetly monitored the crown prince's expressions, fearful that a misstep could impact the elder's performance evaluation. Internally, she murmured, "The crown prince must be unaware that the Minister of Works' wife once used a scepter bestowed by the emperor to strike dates, subsequently damaging it, and he feigned ignorance as an excuse to avoid using it." The crown prince smiled knowingly. He then inquired about the Minister of Revenue. Chuanwen retorted, "Surely, not every official requires inquiry." She expressed that he was diligent during court sessions and proactive in offering counsel. Each time she dozed off during meetings, it was invariably the Minister of Revenue's booming voice that roused her, as he was involved in every discussion. While he disturbed her slumber, she found him rather amusing. His wife often threatens him with hanging, yet the rope is cleverly rigged to break halfway through. Frustrated, he replaced the rope, leading to a near-fatal incident last time she attempted it. How comical! A moment of silence ensued, and they collectively recognized that the Minister of Revenue had inadvertently crossed a dangerous line. We have only posed 2 questions. Why have we departed? The Marquis and Chuanwen exchanged glances, realizing that perhaps the matter was not related to the year-end evaluations. However, they were preoccupied with more pressing concerns. As Wang was still bedridden, the Minister of Works had visibly changed demeanor, readily agreeing to matters concerning women's education. The Crown Prince patted his shoulder, satisfied with the outcome. What a brazen act! Zhang Qing thought, bemused by how the Crown Prince managed to execute such a duplicitous deed with such ease. Upon reaching the Minister of Revenue's residence, they replicated their earlier tactics successfully. As they departed, the Crown Prince playfully nudged the minister's arm, assuring him that if he executed his duties well, they would keep his secret. The Minister of Revenue smiled thinly, responding, "My gratitude, Your Highness, though you may have won a laugh. You have lost the loyalty of your minister." The following morning, the Crown Prince awoke to discover that the vegetables in his garden had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Who could have done this? Clutching his chest in despair, he lamented the loss of the verdant produce he had nurtured for a month. In a fit of indignation, he rushed to the chicken coop and counted. 2 chickens were missing. He had counted 18 just the night before. Who was responsible? Could it be the Minister of Works or the Minister of Revenue? Recently, he had only offended these 2. In a furious state, the Crown Prince stormed to the Marquis of Chongqing's residence, where the Marquis and Chuanwen rushed to greet him, puzzled by his insistence on seeking Chuanwen again. The Crown Prince expressed his ire, and the Marquis explained, "You are too late. Arwen girl was summoned to the palace by the Emperor just after you left yesterday." Fuming, the Crown Prince hastened to the palace, determined to unearth the culprit behind the theft of his vegetables and chickens. Such audacity to steal from the Crown Prince himself. They would surely face severe consequences. Meanwhile, in the palace, Chuanwen was dining with the Emperor and Empress, savoring 2 dishes of stir-fried greens and a pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms. Although she complained about the morning's greasy fare, she relished the meal, having risen early to fortify herself. The Emperor, who had not attended court, declared his intention to take her on a tour of the vegetable garden, leading Chuanwen to wonder where the Emperor's garden was, only to realize they would be visiting the Crown Prince's garden. Chapter 76. Such fortunate misery. Let the revelries continue. However, Chuanwen was foolishly contemplating that perhaps the Crown Prince might bestow upon her a few vegetables. To her astonishment, the Emperor did not enter through the main gate of the Crown Prince's residence, but stealthily slipped in through the back garden. Fortunately, the garden was enclosed by wooden fences. Otherwise, Chuanwen would have been unable to scale the wall. Although the 2 were discovered by the guards, the guards dared not utter a word. Would they really summon the Crown Prince to apprehend the Emperor? The Emperor, ever vigilant, directed Chuanwen to harvest the vegetables from the shed. The duo, 1 tall and 1 small, managed to carry away 2 bags of vegetables. As they passed the chicken coop, the Emperor declared his intent to treat Chuanwen to an additional feast. Chuanwen felt a flicker of joy at the prospect, only to find herself tasked with the chickens, once again under the Emperor's watchful eye. Chuanwen wanted to voice her frustration. Isn't this a bit unfair? Ignoring her silent protest, the Emperor observed Chuanwen's adeptness at her task, effortlessly retrieving 2 chickens without a sound. He mused that the young girl must have engaged in such activities often. Bestowing a thumbs up upon her, Chuanwen beamed with pride, exclaiming, "I'm quite experienced. You think those eggs from the plump lady next door and the goose eggs from the old man at the village entrance vanished on their own? That was all me and Ergo's doing." The Emperor chuckled inwardly at her enthusiasm. They had unwittingly enriched the Queen's modest kitchen. When the Crown Prince arrived, they were savoring their meal. Upon seeing the Crown Prince, Chuanwen felt a twinge of discomfort and glanced at the Emperor, who remained unfazed, enjoying his food and drink while inquiring about the Crown Prince's early visit, radiating the demeanor of a caring father. "Old fox, how skilled you are at feigning innocence." Chuanwen inwardly scoffed, while the Emperor feigned ignorance. Though the Crown Prince appeared puzzled, he did not dwell on it. The Emperor instructed the servants to set an additional pair of bowls and chopsticks for the Crown Prince, personally placing a chicken leg into his bowl. suggesting they could discuss matters after the meal while the food was still warm. Thank you, father. The crown prince, who every morning checked on the vegetable patch, hadn't he yet eaten. Seeing the golden chicken leg, he couldn't help but salivate. The queen added some greens to his plate, and the crown prince began to eat, reasoning that he could inquire about Chuanwen after his meal. This is delightful, fresh. The crown prince sipped his rice porridge, paired with vegetables, and took a bite of the chicken leg, noting the dish was rich, yet not greasy. The queen, blissfully unaware, continued to serve him more food.
Chuanwen,
Observing the crown prince, felt as if she were gazing at a great fool, and she added a piece of chicken to his plate, encouraging him to enjoy it. After eating the chicken, you can't blame me. Startled, the crown prince paused, contemplating her words. He glanced at the chicken and vegetables on the table. The emperor, still unaffected, noticed the crown prince hesitating to eat and inquired, "What's the matter? Why aren't you eating?" Chuanwen's heart raced. "It was all your father's idea. He stood by and directed me to do all the mischief. If you're looking for someone to blame, it should be him." The emperor maintained his composure. Though his eating slowed, the girl was far too anxious, revealing everything before the questions even arose. Nevertheless, he took it in stride, placing more chicken on the crown prince's plate and reminding him of its deliciousness. "Didn't you just say it was delightful? Eat up." The crown prince looked to his father and saw a warning glint in his eyes. If he dared retaliate against the chicken, his father would surely wield a punishment. "My food. My chicken. I'm so sorry." Tears brimmed in the crown prince's eyes as he buried his head in his meal, fearing to voice his plight. Is the crown prince onto it? But the chicken isn't anything extraordinary. How did he figure it out? Is there an unspoken connection among the livestock? Chuanwen pondered as she observed the pot of chicken and mushrooms, while the crown prince continued to eat with a tear-streaked face. The emperor engaged in casual conversation with the crown prince, who merely grunted in response, unwilling to engage. Eventually, the crown prince took residence in the palace, where the emperor strictly prohibited him from tending to the fields again. The crown prince did not contest, but expressed his disinterest in being the crown prince, only to be met with a pillow thrown at him by the emperor. That night, feeling dejected, the crown prince drank some wine, which ignited a restless spirit within him, prompting him to wander outside to enjoy the night air. However, just as he opened his door, a maid entered, leading him towards the bed without a word, and began to remove his clothing. Shocked, the crown prince suddenly became sober, realizing the intoxicating effect of the wine had not diminished, but intensified. Having grown up in the palace, he quickly understood he had been drugged. Summoning all his willpower, he pushed the maid away and bolted out, shouting for help. The palace servants witnessed the spectacle of the disheveled crown prince fleeing, pursued by an equally disheveled maid. However, she did not chase him far, retreating upon seeing more people. The crown prince, following the route etched in his memory, sprinted towards the imperial hospital, disoriented yet determined not to stop until he collided with someone. "Antidote! Antidote!" he cried, seizing the shoulders of the person before him and shaking them vigorously. "What antidote? I have none." The bewildered individual looked around, realizing he had stumbled into the Hall of Divine Favor, a completely different direction from the imperial hospital. As they stared at him in confusion, Chuanwen's excitement echoed in her thoughts. "Oh my! The crown prince has been drugged." The emperor nearly choked on his food, though they had already discerned the crown prince's unusual state without hearing Chuanwen's thoughts. Yet, witnessing the flushed, disheveled crown prince and hearing her exclamation was undeniably shocking. Not suitable for children. Not suitable for children. Yet who could resist? One cannot force a cow to drink water if it refuses. He was not a tyrant. Zhang Qing, of course, wished to avoid the situation altogether. Although the crown prince had a decent appearance, and the encounter would not be to his detriment, she had no desire to reveal her identity as a woman, and thus kept her distance. Zhang Qing's retreat only left the crown prince feeling slighted, interpreting her actions as disdain, and he hastily exited. However, his flight was not born of hurt but rather a desperate need to escape the scrutiny of so many onlookers. No one knew how the crown prince resolved his predicament, for no one dared to follow him. Everyone merely felt sympathy for him. Truly, such fortunate miseries are best left uninvited. Chapter 77. The Crown Prince gains renown through battle. The Crown Prince had been poisoned, a matter of grave concern for both the Emperor and the Empress, who swiftly traced the source to a young palace maid. This maid, however, proved to be loyal, persistently claiming that her actions stemmed from her own infatuation with the Crown Prince, insisting she acted without any outside influence. The Emperor scoffed, thinking, just because she won't admit it, does she believe I am unaware? He summoned a certain transmitting scholar, prepared to unearth the maid's lineage. The Emperor then fell silent, leisurely sipping his tea, while the Empress, no longer flustered, sat composedly, her lips curled in a sardonic smile as she regarded the maid. As the seconds ticked by, the maid, kneeling with her head bowed, found the oppressive silence increasingly unbearable. Her mind swirled with questions about the girl named Transmitting Scholar, who must possess considerable acumen to have risen from humble origins to a favored position near the Emperor and Empress. Surely, she possessed some investigative prowess, otherwise, the Emperor would not have summoned her. The maid's anxiety grew as she pondered the impending interrogation. Meanwhile, the Transmitting Scholar, ever eager for gossip, particularly of a scandalous nature, glanced at the young eunuch who had summoned her and inquired, "Why have you called for me?" Thus, the Transmitting Scholar was instructed to accompany the young princess. Realizing this was an opportunity to mentor the child, she felt a pang of sympathy for the little one, who had yet to even grow her teeth, now thrust into such a demanding situation. Yet, sympathy aside, the Transmitting Scholar followed eagerly behind the wet nurse carrying the princess. Upon encountering the Emperor and Empress, her excitement tempered, and she refrained from displaying too much interest, given that their son was the victim in this scandal. The Empress beckoned her to sit, and the Emperor resumed questioning the maid. "Why did you poison the Crown Prince?"
he asked.
The maid had anticipated being interrogated by the Transmitting Scholar, but was taken aback to find the Emperor himself posing the same question as before. A chill ran down her spine. Could it be that the Transmitting Scholar possessed such keen insight that she could glean the truth from their exchange? The Transmitting Scholar, feeling the maid's gaze upon her, thought, "What are you looking at me for? I did not instruct you." She stifled her amusement. Her appetite for seeds suddenly diminished. The Emperor and Empress maintained their smiles, urging the maid to confess. The Empress shot her a warning glance. Unable to contain herself, the Transmitting Scholar imagined a scene where the Crown Prince fled while the maid pursued him, and she burst out laughing. The Crown Prince has gained fame through this incident. He must be the first Crown Prince in the history of the Jin dynasty to be drugged and then scurry about the palace. How amusing! The expressions of the Emperor and Empress shifted, a blend of anger, embarrassment, and sympathy swirling within them. At that moment, a thud echoed from the doorway, followed by the flustered voices of eunuchs and maids. "Your Highness, are you unharmed? Let us assist you." The Transmitting Scholar, puzzled, wondered, how clumsy can he be, falling again? Amidst their concern, the Emperor and Empress exchanged glances, aware that the Transmitting Scholar was oblivious to their thoughts. Just then, she internally laughed. How absurd. The Crown Prince spent last night resolving matters in the bushes. As the Crown Prince, who had just regained his footing, stumbled once more, the Emperor and Empress covered their faces in exasperation. Why has he fallen again? The Transmitting Scholar mused, contemplating, could it be that he overexerted himself last night? If so, why not rest instead of running about? The Crown Prince, irritated by her words, clung to the doorframe, veins bulging on his forehead. He could not afford to fall again. A man could endure many things, but he could not be belittled in such a manner, even by a naive girl. The Emperor, unable to watch any longer, commanded that the Crown Prince be brought inside and inquired how he had arrived. Although the Crown Prince had fled last night, he regretted his actions. He did not need to know who wished him harm. Had he known the Transmitting Scholar was present, he would have discreetly hidden away until his parents revealed the results of their inquiries. The maid, lifting her gaze, revealed a pair of glistening eyes, exuding an air of innocence that was almost pitiful as she reached out to grasp the Crown Prince's robe. He instinctively recoiled in fear. The Empress, infuriated, gritted her teeth at the maid's audacity to entice her son at such a moment. Surely the Crown Prince does not prefer men? The Transmitting Scholar speculated, observing the unyielding Crown Prince and growing increasingly suspicious. In such a romantic setting, with a beautiful woman before him, who could resist?
Yet.
The crown prince fled as if his feet were on fire. The empress halted, her gaze fixed incredulously on her son. The crown prince, equally bewildered, thought, "Who could possibly think I do not like women? My orientation is perfectly normal." The discerning eye of Lady Li is commendable. This maid possesses quite a striking appearance. Her tear-streaked visage would make anyone's heart ache, the transmitting scholar mused, her gaze lingering on the maid. The empress felt tears welling up, for her son appeared unmoved by the maid's beauty. The emperor, slamming his hand on the table, declared, "Aha! The case is solved. Lady Li, you refuse to speak the truth? Summon Lady Li at once." The emperor glared down at the maid, who, upon hearing Lady Li's name, grew visibly anxious. She had not uttered anything wrong. She cast a bewildered glance at the transmitting scholar, who had said nothing to implicate her. How could they possibly know it was Lady Li? Although the maid quickly masked her panic, the emperor's keen eyes caught the shift in her demeanor, prompting a cold laugh from him. "What's this?" The emperor chuckled, just as the transmitting scholar's inner voice echoed, nearly deafening him. "This maid is the daughter of the Duke of Rong." It was common knowledge that the Duke of Rong had struggled to produce heirs and had only one child over the years, the current Princess Chuanwen. Chapter 78. The relationship was quite significant. The emperor, still concerned for his younger brother, bestowed upon him numerous beautiful maidens, yet none bore children. Consequently, the emperor assumed it was his brother's fault and repeatedly dispatched imperial physicians to treat his brother's purported infertility. How could a daughter suddenly appear? The emperor and his entourage were astonished and instinctively turned their gazes towards the weeping maid, scrutinizing her resemblance to Prince Rong. They were interrogating the young maid in the Eastern Palace, while just outside, the Minister of Works and the Minister of Revenue were pressed against the wall, straining to catch the sounds from within. Upon hearing the revelation that the maid who had seduced the crown prince was actually Prince Rong's daughter, they were left dumbfounded. If that were true, it meant the crown prince and the maid were cousins. Was this not incest? The two men, initially merely curious about the crown prince's romantic escapades, were now alarmed, fearing the emperor might silence them. "Esteemed lords, what are you doing? Why not enter?" Prince Rong exclaimed. The two men swallowed hard, their hearts racing with fear. "Prince Rong, what brings you to the Eastern Palace?" Their voices trembled, leaving Prince Rong bewildered. Yet, he managed to smile and raised the gift box in his hand, stating that he was merely delivering congratulatory gifts for the crown prince's move to the Eastern Palace. Wasn't it just a relocation? Must one bring gifts for such an occasion? The ministers exchanged puzzled glances, as they had come empty-handed. Noticing their confusion, Prince Rong chuckled. "It is better to be courteous than to be thought remiss." Prince Rong was always cautious, especially regarding matters pertaining to the emperor and crown prince, eager to demonstrate his loyalty and servitude lest he be suspected of harboring treasonous thoughts. However, the Minister of Works detained Prince Rong, suggesting, "Perhaps you should reconsider entering for the moment." Prince Rong looked at them quizzically, sensing their odd demeanor. "Is there something you wish to disclose?" "I must clarify. I will not intercede on your behalf, so do not attempt to restrain me." With a noble air, he brushed aside the minister's hand and maintained his distance. Those who committed wrongdoing must face the consequences. One cannot simply evade responsibility. Besides, I have some understanding of my elder brother. He is a ruler of unparalleled wisdom. The two ministers silently observed Prince Rong's flattery, recognizing his attempts to ingratiate himself. In a bid to avoid the emperor's suspicion, Prince Rong had discarded one son after another. The emperor continued to bestow beautiful maidens upon him, and Prince Rong found himself unable to resist, showering affection upon them, leading to a series of pregnancies. What a predicament! At that moment, the revelation of the situation dawned upon them. While the gossip was entertaining, Prince Rong felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt. The cheerful demeanor faded, replaced by a chilling realization. The warmth of the sun was abruptly replaced by a frigid wind, leaving Prince Rong shivering, his hand trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's. "Who is inside?" he managed to inquire, summoning all his strength. The Minister of Revenue, filled with sympathy, ventured that it was likely the young lady from the Longxing Marquisate. Prince Rong's eyes widened in terror, his heart flooding with dread. What if the emperor learned of the many sons he had fathered? Would he suspect him of treason? "I must flee," he exclaimed. The Minister of Works wore a complex expression. Is that truly the crux of the matter? Everyone believes you to be incapable of fathering children. The Emperor has been sending physicians to your home in waves. It appears you are not infertile, but rather discarding one child after another. The Minister of Revenue hesitated but ultimately asked, "My lord, are you aware that a maid drugged the crown prince last night?" Prince Rong shook his head. "I have heard nothing of this, but what does it have to do with me? I am not responsible for that maid's actions. I simply wish to escape this turmoil." The two ministers exchanged resolute glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It is profoundly connected. The young lady from the Longxing Marquis claims that maid is your daughter. The Minister of Revenue clarified. Daughter? Prince Rong was momentarily taken aback. His daughter, Qinghuan, had been at home, spending time with that insufferable prince from the western regions. When could she have come to the palace? Impossible, he vehemently denied. My daughter would never engage in such incestuous behavior. The two ministers did not suspect Qinghuan was involved. Yet they pressed, "But, Prince Rong, you have discarded sons. Have you never cast away a daughter?" "Never," he asserted emphatically. "Daughters do not attract my elder brother's suspicion. Why would I discard one?" It was a pity he had little luck with daughters. He had abandoned 17 or 18 sons and had only one daughter. Meanwhile, inside the palace, the emperor was fuming. What did his younger brother mean? Did he truly believe that having many sons would incite the emperor's jealousy? Did a multitude of sons guarantee a prosperous legacy? The idea of casting away children to ensure one's safety was unthinkable. The empress and the crown prince, sipping tea, exchanged glances at the young maid. Upon closer inspection, she bore a striking resemblance to Prince Rong, particularly the dimple at the corner of her mouth, perfectly aligned. Silence enveloped the room once more. The young maid sensed the shift in their gazes, but could not pinpoint the difference. Something felt off, akin to the way strangers scrutinized her when her parents had purchased her. Why does the emperor insist on burdening Prince Rong with so many concubines, creating a chaotic environment? One incident leads to another, resulting in pregnancies and discarded children. How tragic. How pitiful. Abandoned in the bitter winter. Had it not been for a passing night watchman hearing her cries, she might have perished that very night. The more the emperor listened, the more he seethed at his brother's actions. Was this truly what it meant to be a father? If he feared the emperor's jealousy, he ought to take responsibility himself rather than mistreat children. Remarkably, the abandoned sons were all rescued by that night watchman. The emperor coughed, realizing the absurdity of the situation. The night watchman, after discovering a baby in the alley, sold it for 10 taels of silver and returned frequently, hoping for more unexpected fortunes, eventually becoming a modestly wealthy man. Chapter 79. The Possession of a Divine Artifact. Ha. Doesn't this resemble a production line? Old Rong is at home crafting children, and when completed, he simply places them in the alley for the night watchman to take over and resell. Although this is a sorrowful tale, Chuanwen finds it irresistibly amusing. The crown prince suddenly spews tea, and the noise in the otherwise quiet room becomes particularly pronounced, drawing everyone's attention. The crown prince then weakly explains it's just too hot. The emperor's face contorts in distress. He wonders, where is his great cleaver? This brother is simply unworthy. The empress silently sips her tea, regaining her composure, and thinks to herself, "Oh dear, old Ten, may you find favor with fate." She casts a nearly pleading glance at the Minister of Works and the Minister of Revenue. Truly, both men find themselves at a loss for words regarding Lord Rong, yet simultaneously feel a tinge of sympathy for him. The Minister of Works remarks, "I do not believe His Majesty harbors any suspicions towards you, but he will surely chase you down with his cleaver." Lord Rong collapses onto the floor, gazing skyward, contemplating whether it would be of any use to prostrate himself at the feet of his elder brother in supplication. The night watchman discovered a business opportunity amidst the selling of children, using the funds from the sale of old Rong's son as capital to rent a shop, hire staff, and establish a human trafficking syndicate. Initially, they focused on collecting abandoned infants for resale, but eventually expanded into theft and abduction. Over the years, countless families have been shattered. Not to mention the innumerable children whose fates were altered, subjected to beatings and abuse. Alas, old Rong, do you not realize the enormity of your sin? You cast away not merely your own child, but have birthed a syndicate that endangers the lives of countless families' children. Chuanwen's condemnations resonate, causing Lord Rong's pallid visage to grow even more ashen. The likelihood of gaining mercy from his elder brother seems slim, and the scene of being forced to choose his death looms ominously. The Minister of Works and the Minister of Revenue had always held respect for Lord Rong, believing him to be a man of integrity who kept to himself and his estate. They thought him capable of discerning the prevailing circumstances. As the Great Gene flourished under the Emperor's governance, its position seemingly unassailable. If one fears the Emperor's suspicions, then one must master their own desires. Thus, they respected this prince as a man of honor, but now, how could one not view him as despicable? Lord Rong, on the brink of tears, laments that he merely discarded his son unknowingly. Inside the palace, while waiting for Li Jiaoyi, Chuanwen munches on seeds and sifts through information, suddenly exclaiming, "That night watchman is actually Shen Mian's brother." Shen Mian? The Emperor and his companions find the name familiar. After some thought, they recall him as the wealthy individual from Qingzhou who attempted to rescue the third prince from the prison of the Ministry of Justice. After expanding his syndicate, the night watchman dared not remain in the capital any longer, fleeing to Qingzhou. Although he continued his illicit dealings in secret, he gradually sought to legitimize his operations and ventured into the jade business. Perhaps due to the multitude of heinous acts committed, he expanded his business only to meet an untimely demise, while his only son tragically drowned while playing on a pleasure boat, leaving his vast estate to Shen Mian. The Emperor smirks coldly, realizing how smoothly he uttered the name of the Shen family. Outside the palace, while the Ministers of Works and Revenue express their astonishment, Li Jiaoyi is brought in. She casts a puzzled glance at the three, prompting the Minister of Works to hastily find an excuse to bow and exit. While the Minister of Revenue, witnessing the old rogue's lack of virtue, thinks, "Wait for me." As the Minister of Revenue prepares to concoct an excuse to leave as well, the seeds are not yet finished. Why have the Ministers of Works and Revenue vanished? The Minister of Works, striding hastily, nearly strains his back, while the Minister of Revenue feels a chill run down his spine. Ah, old Rong is also here. How delightful that Li Jiaoyi has arrived. Today is quite festive. Chuanwen's excitement echoes, causing Lord Rong, who is stealthily attempting to exit, to freeze in dismay, wondering why he had come to deliver gifts today. Just then, Huang Qi emerges from within, observing Lord Rong's despondent expression, and though he is unaware of the events unfolding outside, he respects the situation. "Gentlemen and Lord Rong, His Majesty requests your presence inside." Thus, the Minister of Revenue, Lord Rong, and the Minister of Works, who had hastily retreated several dozen meters, are all summoned back into the hall. The Emperor's gaze sweeps over the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Works. "Did you two enjoy the performance outside?" The two men promptly kneel, trembling as they stammer, Your subject, your subject." After much hesitation, they cannot articulate a coherent response. The Emperor chuckles coldly, choosing not to address them immediately, instead shifting his focus to Lord Rong, who shivers and also kneels. "Your Majesty, please spare my life." The ministers exchange glances. Realizing the true purpose of summoning the little princess is merely a facade, having Chuanwen assist in uncovering the truth is the actual goal. Now that the puppet master has been revealed, with Lord Rong ensnared as well, allowing Chuanwen to remain would only hinder the Emperor's proceedings. The two old foxes silently fix their gaze on the floor, opting to minimize their presence in this tense atmosphere, preferring to be like quails in this battlefield. Chuanwen is escorted out, and upon reaching the palace's exterior, he scoffs, "Do they think I am oblivious to the happenings within? I possess a divine artifact."
Ha ha ha.
The laughter that follows is reminiscent of a triumphant howl to the heavens. Meanwhile, Zheng Yan, who trails closely behind, wears an expression marked by several dark lines, pondering why such arrogance is necessary. Inside the palace, upon hearing Chuanwen's exuberant laughter, some wear expressions of disbelief while others smile knowingly. Among them is the Emperor, who gestures for Huang Qi to meticulously investigate those surrounding Li Jiaoyi. Indeed, they uncover something substantial. In the chamber of a palace made adjacent to Li Jiaoyi, a letter is discovered, an epistle from home, instructing the sisters to care for one another within the palace. Upon interrogation, They learn that this maid's sister is none other than the one who seduced the crown prince, a maid named Hua Tao. When confronted, Hua Tao, unable to conceal the truth any longer, confesses everything. The two sisters had been sent to the palace as maids, one assigned to Li Jiaoyi's quarters, while the other was allocated to Xu Fei's. After Xu Fei voluntarily entered the cold palace, the sister was tasked with various duties. A few days prior, when the crown prince relocated to the eastern palace, she was summoned to serve there. Li Jiaoyi instructed her to drug the crown prince, intending to later accuse him of coercion, threatening that failure to comply would result in dire consequences for her sister.
Li Jiaoyi coldly scoffs, outtricked the Ningan wrongdoing.
Claiming Hua Tao is framing her, suggesting that perhaps they are in cahoots, plotting to undermine her and her son, eliminating rivals. The crown prince, infuriated, cannot comprehend how he, the victim, has been transformed into the perpetrator. The ministers of revenue and works observe the unfolding drama with keen interest, yet dare not utter a word. Chapter 80. What a farce. The emperor was utterly astonished by the shameless behavior of Li Jiaoyi, who refused to acknowledge her misdeeds and even turned the tables on him. Truly, Li Jiaoyi's eloquence is wasted if she does not pursue a career as a storyteller. Ultimately, it was the empress who intervened, whispering something into Li Jiaoyi's ear, causing her to turn pale with terror and promptly capitulate. The room was filled with curiosity regarding the empress's words. Yet her voice was so low that only she and Li Jiaoyi could hear. Even the crown prince, who was closest to them, could not catch a word. Just as they were pondering this, the thoughts of Chuanwen echoed in their minds. Ha ha, Li Jiaoyi actually tampered with the emperor's hair tonic. It backfired instead.
Ha ha ha.
Li Jiaoyi froze, her gaze darting outside. You haven't left? Although she could not see Chuanwen, they could hear her thoughts, confirming that she was undoubtedly nearby. Chuanwen was concealed beneath the wall where the Minister of Works and the Minister of Revenue had previously hidden. Though she could not see the scene inside, squatting in the corner and flipping through her script felt akin to watching a live broadcast. As for why Chuanwen was distracted from the ants while poking at them with a twig, Zheng Yan speculated that she feared being seen laughing foolishly at the wall. So she used the ants as a disguise. However, her attempts at subterfuge were rather poor. Zheng Yan's smile deepened. While both of them wore smiles, the atmosphere inside the hall was eerily quiet. The Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Works, both mere spectators, exchanged terrified glances at Li Jiaoyi. Could it be that she was unaware of how much the emperor treasured his sparse hair? What, then, was the significance of her confession? Li Jiaoyi glared furiously at the empress, who looked innocently towards the heavens. It wasn't me. It was that girl. One. Feeling a chill run down her spine, Li Jiaoyi turned towards its source, only to find the emperor glaring at her with a cold, penetrating gaze, his eyes twitching ominously. Chuanwen outside the palace walls was still enjoying herself. Why did Li Jiaoyi tamper with the emperor's hair tonic? Oh, I see. She heard that those with too much hair find it difficult to bear sons.
Ha ha ha.
Li Jiaoyi is trying to downgrade her status, but the emperor is already over 50. Isn't he past the age of fatherhood? Chuanwen was unsure of the typical age at which men become impotent, pondering. I remember hearing about a man in his 70s who fathered a child, so the emperor, being just over 50, should still be capable. Zhang Yan's expression cracked for a moment. Had it not been for years of training, he would have burst out laughing. However, he managed to suppress it. While inside the hall, the ministers of revenue and works could not contain themselves, coughing violently as they choked on their own saliva. The emperor, no longer merely twitching at the corners of his eyes, now sported veins throbbing at his temples, his lips twitching as he coldly addressed the two coughing officials. Are you both unwell? The two ministers immediately shut their mouths, their faces turning crimson, but in their minds, they all thought in unison. Even if it kills us, we cannot cough again. The crown prince glanced at the emperor and cautiously examined the emperor's head, seriously contemplating whether hair might affect offspring. He resolved to inquire with the imperial physician someday. Li Jiaoyi, having set up the crown prince, was now facing undeniable evidence. Immediately, she was cast into the cold palace. Just as she was blushing and burying her head in embarrassment, she cried out, "No, your majesty. I am wronged. Your majesty. Your majesty." As Li Jiaoyi was dragged away, The emperor rubbed his temples, recalling the crown prince's chaotic behavior after being drugged and now facing suspicion over his ability to father children at his age. Father and son were left with no face to show in public. Huang Qi, summon the Minister of Justice to me. I want him to thoroughly interrogate Shenmian. The emperor was engulfed by darkness, resembling a tyrannical ruler, a smile curling at his lips as he cast a frigid gaze at Prince Rong that could freeze a bull to death. Prince Rong trembled. Brother, I am not as loyal as you. Terrified, Prince Rong could barely utter a coherent sentence, his words becoming increasingly tangled until he finally burst into tears. I just want to have one last bite of meat before I die. The emperor, smiling with malice, replied, I shall grant your wish.
Zheng Yan.
Let us depart swiftly. Chuanwen exclaimed, discarding the twig and beckoning Zheng Yan to follow her as they hurried away. Stay away from the emperor. Value your lives. Zheng Yan complied, trailing closely behind her. Inside the hall, the ministers of revenue and works stood dazed. What have you done to anger him? Only to run away, leaving us to face the consequences. In the prison, Shenmian wrapped herself tighter in her blanket and rubbed her nose, feeling unnaturally cold today. Rest assured, my child. Prince Rong will surely come to rescue us. Shenmian moved closer to the cell of the third prince, wrapping herself in her blanket as she squatted on the ground, wearing a face of pleading. The third prince was also pondering the situation, deliberately ignoring the unsettling title she used. He looked at Shenmian's face, which was sprouting stubble, and thought to himself, it has been 5 days since you last said that. Shenmian counted on her fingers, and then broke into a broad smile. You are truly remarkable. It has indeed been 5 days. The third prince wanted to roll his eyes, but, considering she might be a savior, he patiently asked, so, why are we still in prison? And why has there been no news? Shenmian was momentarily taken aback by the question. After a moment's thought, she replied, perhaps Prince Rong still needs to make arrangements. After all, we are in the Ministry of Justice's prison, and every prisoner here is a hardened criminal. Escaping won't be easy. The third prince closed his eyes, conceding to wait a few more days. However, just then, a group of people rushed into the prison. The third prince recognized the leader as Bai Chiguang, the Minister of Justice, along with several familiar yet unnamed experts in interrogation. They stormed in, and 2 jailers immediately approached Shenmian's cell, unceremoniously dragging her out. What are you doing? Let me go. Shenmian screamed as she was pulled towards the interrogation area, where various torture devices were displayed, some still stained with the blood of previous inmates. Feeling her legs weaken at the sight, she cried out before any questioning began. I want to see Prince Rong. Bring him to me. The third prince closed his eyes in despair. Was this the person meant to rescue him? She hadn't even been questioned yet, and was already betraying Prince Rong. What hope was there for rescue now? The former Minister of War, Zhou Gao, and the former top scholar, Zhou Yong, who had pinned their hopes on Shenmian for their escape, were equally stunned to see her taken for interrogation. Why are they questioning Shenmian? Has the prison break plan been compromised? How will we ever escape now? Chapter 81. Uncomprehending, yet blessing one by one, they cast anxious glances towards the interrogation area, but only Hu Tong in the corner wore a faint smile, thinking, want to escape? Serves you right. Best to be beaten to death. Upon hearing the mention of Prince Rong, Bai Chiguang's eyes brightened, and he approached with a smile, asking, why do you wish to see Prince Rong? At this moment, Shenmian understood the importance of silence and merely insisted on seeing Prince Rong, knowing nothing else. Bai Chiguang's expression darkened. If he wouldn't speak, he had his methods. Glancing towards the cell housing the third prince, Bai Chiguang leaned closer to Shenmian and whispered, do you see those implements of torture? Shenmian's gaze flickered towards the instruments, his face paling in terror, yet he stammered, even if you torture me to death, I will not reveal anything. He could not disclose the escape plan. He was determined to save Huayr. Rest assured, I shall not torment you. Bai Chiguang replied with a sinister smile. I will merely employ these instruments on the third prince. For every day you refuse to speak, he shall endure a day of torment. Before departing, Bai Chiguang cast a complex glance at the third prince, a gaze laden with a mixture of emotions, yet predominantly filled with blessings. Shenmian, forsaking a vast family fortune, risked his life to rescue the third prince. Was this not true love? Moreover, just moments ago, Shin Mian had preferred to be beaten to death rather than let the third prince suffer, but for his sake, he was willing to divulge everything. Was such a sentiment not deserving of blessings? After Bai Chuguang left, the third prince was momentarily bewildered by that gaze. What did it signify? As the emperor observed these events, his frown deepened, while Bai Chuguang dared not breathe audibly beneath his scrutiny. The revelation that the Shin family was clandestinely engaged in human trafficking was shocking enough. But the fact that they had sold away the 17 sons and one daughter of Prince Rong was utterly astounding. No wonder the emperor had insisted on a thorough investigation into Shin Mian. He must have heard something from the girl, Chuanwen. However, wasn't Prince Rong known for his difficulties in procreation? After all these years, he had only sired Princess Qinghuan. When had he fathered so many children? Although they did not take those children away, they would likely perish from exposure or starvation. Even if they had taken them, they had not treated them well. This undoubtedly fostered resentment. How could they expect those children to come to their aid? But yes, Prince Rong's secret was firmly in his grasp. Bai Chuguang's thoughts drifted to Princess Qinghuan and that prince from the western regions. How did they come to be involved? What sort of negligence allowed such a prominent figure to enter the city unnoticed? Just then, the emperor slammed his hand on the table, startling Bai Chuguang. How dare they steal royal offspring? Despicable. They deserve death. The emperor proclaimed angrily. Bai Chuguang thought, is this meant for Chuanwen to hear? It reveals that you learned of Prince Rong's lost children through the interrogation of Shen Mian, not by some whispers. Summon old Ten. The emperor commanded, a cold smile crossing his lips. It was finally time to deal with this matter. Upon exiting Ganlu Hall, Bai Chuguang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate Prince Rong, before hastily attending to his duties. That very night, Prince Rong was stripped of his title and demoted to commoner status, his consorts dispersed, and he was forever confined to his residence. Fortunately, through Shen Mian, they had identified the first participant in Shen Mian's brother's human trafficking ring. This individual had become curious about the frequent appearances of abandoned infants in the alley and, upon witnessing an old woman discarding one, had inquired about its origin, but the woman refused to divulge any information. Initially horrified, he regained his composure and realized the gravity of the situation, meticulously documenting the characteristics of those children and where they had been sold, hoping to redeem himself if ever caught. Now that ledger proved invaluable. The emperor dispatched men to locate the sons of Prince Rong based on the clues within. Good news rarely leaves the confines of one's home, but bad news travels swiftly. The tale of Prince Rong's lost children soon spread throughout the capital. Some suggested that Prince Rong had been cursed in his youth, destined to have no sons lest they bring about his demise, hence the loss of one child after another. Others argued that it was not Prince Rong who lost them, but rather that they had been stolen by a rival, with whispers of an ancient feud. What did that mean? It implied a grudge held by ancestors. Who were Prince Rong's ancestors? The former emperor? Or perhaps an even earlier sovereign?
No.
It was the founding emperor of the Great Jin, Emperor Wu. Rumors circulated that Emperor Wu's ascension was illegitimate, leading to vengeance from the former royal family. Someone posed the question, why not abduct the emperor's children? What use was stealing a prince's offspring? The questioner was met with derision. Could one even breach the palace? It was far easier to pilfer from a prince's household. Nonetheless, some asserted that the current emperor was excessively suspicious. Any prince with an abundance of offspring would be scrutinized and could face death as a consequence. Thus, to ensure his safety, Prince Rong had sent his sons away. The myriad of rumors intertwined within the conversations of the capital's denizens. Upon hearing them, the emperor's face darkened with fury, yet as he calmed, he discerned the complexity of the situation. Despite the multitude of tales, most pointed towards the founding emperor of the Great Jin and him, alleging that either Emperor Wu's rise was unjust or that his moral character was lacking, rendering him incapable of brotherly love. This could not help but suggest that someone was orchestrating these narratives. The emperor commanded the Qian Niuwei to investigate immediately and unearth the mastermind behind it all. On that day, Chuanwen accompanied Wang Shi to offer incense. Upon exiting the temple, they encountered a destitute grandparent and grandchild. A chill wind blew, prompting Wang Shi to cough several times. Feeling pity for the trembling duo, She approached and bestowed upon them a few pieces of silver. The elderly man's dim eyes brightened slightly as he hurriedly led his grandchild in bowing to express their gratitude. Wang Shi instructed her maid to assist the pair in rising. The old man then produced a piece of paper from his bosom and presented it to Wang Shi, saying, "Madam, this is the Star Worship Sutra. Recite it daily to avert calamity and ensure safety." Wang Shi, uninterested in the sutra but intrigued by the notion of averting misfortune, was reminded of a recent kidnapping, a truly unwarranted disaster. That frightful experience had left her unwell. Surely, she could use some assurance of safety. Chapter 82. Compelled to attend court, Madame Wang glanced at the paper, noting its pristine condition, untainted by the impurities that clung to the elder. With a handkerchief, she carefully lifted it. Once seated in the carriage, her anticipation got the better of her, and she eagerly unfolded the sheet. Chuanwen craned her neck to catch a glimpse but found the text too obscure and convoluted, quickly losing interest. Upon returning home, Madame Wang instructed a maid to bring paper and ink. After transcribing the contents, she made it a daily ritual to recite the words, often multiple times a day. Whether her incantations bore fruit remained uncertain, yet her health did indeed show signs of improvement. Consequently, Madame Wang became increasingly convinced of the efficacy of the Star Worship Sutra. Chuanwen, perplexed by the sudden change in his wife's condition after so many days of illness, approached her with curiosity. "Madam, have you recovered?" Since embracing the Star Worship faith, Madame Wang's spirits had soared. Even her frustration towards her husband, whom she often found infuriating, had diminished. "Indeed, I feel splendid, entirely free of ailment. I owe my swift recovery to the blessings of the Star Lord," she exclaimed, holding up a red cloth-wrapped object. Dismissing Chuanwen's presence as she hurried to arrange matters concerning the Star Lord she had so painstakingly invited, Chuanwen observed her retreating figure, somewhat bewildered. The Star Worship faith seemed to be gaining popularity lately. He had heard whispers of it from several colleagues. Is it truly that miraculous? He pondered, a twinge of concern creeping in, lest she be deceived. Perhaps it would be prudent to check on Chuanwen, he mused, before returning to his official duties. Ever since the Star Lord's arrival, Madame Wang had been fervently burning incense and chanting scriptures morning, noon, and night, reveling in the activity. She occasionally invited other officials' wives to discuss doctrines. Yet her ambitions did not stop there. She aspired to convert everyone in the household to the faith. Excluding Su Yan and Chuanwen, she would not wish to share such a boon with them, hoping instead that misfortunes would befall them. Noticing her mother's fervor had escalated to excess, Chuanwen attempted to advise her. Madame Wang playfully poked her forehead. "What do you know? If this faith were ineffective, would the fourth prince embrace it?" Chuanwen blinked, taken aback. "The fourth prince too? Has he joined your Star Worship faith?" she inquired, astonished. Madame Wang nodded enthusiastically, asserting the faith's potency and claiming that not only the fourth prince, but several ladies in the palace also believed in it. Perhaps even the emperor does, she speculated. Chuanwen struggled to accept this revelation. The emperor as well? That seems improbable. Meanwhile, within the palace, the emperor was grappling with administrative matters in the Ganlu Hall. Feeling a headache coming on, seeking respite, he strolled through the imperial garden, where he spotted the fourth prince acting suspiciously in the distance. Intrigued, he trailed behind, instructing the entourage of maids and eunuchs to remain behind, taking only Huang Qi with him. The emperor followed the fourth prince to the cold palace, perplexed by his presence there. As the fourth prince glanced around, the emperor noticed something bulky concealed in his arms. Upon ensuring the area was clear, the fourth prince slipped into the cold palace, emerging after an extended absence, now empty-handed. The emperor refrained from confronting him then and observed as the fourth prince exited with a smile. The emperor had 8 sons. The 5th had succumbed to smallpox at 3, and the 7th had been killed by the 3rd, who was now imprisoned. Only 5 sons remained, and he was determined not to lose another. Given the recent scandals plaguing the royal family, he was particularly averse to adding another scandal involving a prince and a concubine from the cold palace. Thus, he meticulously arranged a full schedule for the fourth prince to keep him occupied, preventing any visits to the court. 2 days later, while having breakfast with the empress and Chuanwen, Zhao Dejia requested an audience. The emperor, recalling his absence, wondered if Zhao had finally recovered. Having heard about Zhao's situation, his consort Zhao Ji's elopement and Zhao's subsequent depression, the emperor felt partially responsible and decided not to hold Zhao accountable for the matter. Zhao Dejia's purpose for visiting was to urge the emperor to resume court sessions. Previously, the emperor had delegated responsibilities to the crown prince during his illness, but now, he wished to exercise the crown prince's abilities. The crown prince had been humiliated after being drugged and had subsequently secluded himself in the eastern palace, avoiding all company. Reluctantly, the emperor resumed managing state affairs, but due to whispers among the maids about his age and virility, he was reluctant to face his ministers. Thus, he had postponed court sessions until now. However, the revitalized Zhao Dejia was insistent. "Your Majesty, allow me to demonstrate my loyalty. As a subject, it is my duty to alleviate your Majesty's burdens, especially since you have graciously overlooked my failings in educating your daughter." As the dawn's bell tolled, Zhao Dejia eagerly set off for the palace, arriving before the gates had even opened. The night air was chilly, yet his heart burned with fervor, rendering him oblivious to the cold. After a considerable wait, the gates finally opened, and Zhao Dejia entered, positioning himself among those awaiting the court session, remaining unfazed by the biting wind. Following Zhao Dejia was Fong Darren, who bore the marks of exhaustion, dark circles under his eyes. Upon spotting Zhao Dejia, his countenance darkened further. Although they had continued with their duties, the absence of court sessions had spared them the early mornings. Zhao Dejia's insistence on urging the emperor to resume court had doomed them to endure the frigid winds once more. Their mutual disdain was palpable. Fong Darren ignored Zhao Dejia, who held his chin high, refusing to acknowledge him. Shortly thereafter, several officials arrived. While they were also displeased with Zhao Dejia's influence on the emperor, they felt compelled to check on his well-being, recalling his recent tribulations. Zhao Dejia exchanged pleasantries with those who inquired about his health, prompting eye rolls from Fong Darren. As dawn broke, the officials gradually assembled, taking their positions. When Huang Qi called out for court to commence, they entered the hall one by one. Once inside, Chuanwen cast a glance at his niece, who, as usual, was struggling to stay awake, nearly drooling onto the face of the little princess beside her. Chuanwen felt a desire to cover his face. Stealing a glance at the emperor's expression, which mirrored his own, evidently contemplating whether to intervene before any drool landed on the young princess. Chapter 83. The cold palace was bombed in the end. His beloved niece was roused from slumber, and the little princess was transferred into the emperor's care. How delightful! His niece wiped away the drool, stretched her shoulders, and a radiant smile graced her small face. The emperor glanced at his daughter in his arms, pondering how such a light burden could tire her. After all, she had been cradled by the wet nurse before being placed in his embrace. The emperor closed his eyes, dismissing the thought, and commenced the usual protocol of addressing matters of state. At this juncture, affairs were rarely devoid of significance. Fong Darren stepped forth, addressing the emperor. "Your Majesty, a sect known as the star-worshipping cult has recently gained popularity in the capital, seducing many citizens. It is likely a ruse by nefarious individuals, and I believe it warrants thorough investigation." Upon hearing this, the officials began to murmur amongst themselves, for indeed, the star-worshipping cult had surged in influence, with many ladies from official families embracing its tenets and worshipping the deity known as the Star Lord in their homes. Upon hearing this, Chuanwen perked up, as his wife was also a devotee of that Star Lord. The emperor let out a cold chuckle, recalling that he had previously instructed the Qian Niuwei to investigate such rumors, which were undoubtedly linked to this cult. The star-worshipping cult appeared to harbor some troubling secrets. Historically, there had been those who incited rebellion under the guise of proselytizing, making this cult worthy of caution. Just as anxiety swelled, Chuanwen rubbed his sleepy eyes and murmured, "What were we discussing? The star-worshipping cult? Do their members truly venerate the stars?" Indeed, that was the case. Fong Darren elaborated. "It is said they revere the Star Lord, Tai-bai jinxing, believing he can bring fortune and avert calamity, ensuring a life of peace. They even claim their leader is the reincarnation of Tai-bai jinxing, and many have been deceived, donating both food and money to the cause." Oh, why does Fong Darren sport such pronounced dark circles under his eyes? Chuanwen's inner thoughts echoed. Fong Darren froze, Was the focus not on the cult? Why divert to his appearance? The emperor, deep in contemplation, glanced at Fong Daren's dark circles, only to hear Chuanwen's inner mockery. Ah, so Fong Daren is henpecked. He dares not voice his grievances against his wife, and when she worships that Star Lord daily. He seized the opportunity to swap her idol for a lump of clay when her back was turned, all covered with red cloth, as long as it resembled the shape. She wouldn't he notice. For over a month, she bowed before a mere lump of clay. Fong Daren's face flushed crimson. Let them laugh. For he was certain they too had their share of embarrassing moments. Yesterday, when his wife discovered the ruse, she punished him by making him kneel all night. TSK. In this frigid weather, how unfortunate. Chuanwen lamented. As Fong Daren sneezed in response, his face reddened further. Indeed, he could not bear the shame of attending court tomorrow. Your Majesty, I believe the star-worshipping cult is certainly a malevolent sect. Anyone who adheres to such teachings should be scrutinized, especially officials. Any family members who embrace this cult should be investigated thoroughly. Zhao Dejia spoke with fervor, his words directed pointedly at Fong Daren. During a time of despair, many colleagues had inquired about his well-being, including Fong Daren. Yet, Zhao Dejia knew that Fong Daren's visit was merely to revel in his misfortune. Thus, one must not grow overly complacent. While they once laughed at his predicament, the tables had now turned. However, Zhao Dejia was not solely motivated by malice. He had also heard unsettling reports about the star-worshipping cult, which had ensnared countless followers, undoubtedly a sinister sect. Could the officials' families truly be devout believers? Or was it possible that they colluded with the cult, using their family members' faith as a faude? What were the ulterior motives of these officials? Zhao Dejia articulated his analysis with clarity, causing alarm among not only Fong Daren, but half the court's officials as well. Zhao Dejia, so you stand alone here, spouting nonsense. Who among us is in league with a cult? We are loyal to the court, I assure you. And just because many believe does not render it a cult, perhaps it is merely a benign congregation. This star-worshipping cult is indeed a sinister sect. Chuanwen mused internally, and the officials gasped in unison. It truly was a malevolent organization. Yet an even more disconcerting revelation emerged. This is grave. The leader of the star-worshipping cult uses the donations to recruit soldiers. This spells rebellion. The ministers, except for Zhao Dejia, trembled with fear. How could such a thing transpire? Just as Zhao Dejia reveled in his triumph, Huang Wang suddenly knelt, startling him. The sight of Huang Wang's face, more sorrowful than tears, caused Zhao Dejia to ponder. Could it be that your family members have also joined this cult? Clarity dawned as more officials knelt, half of the assembly bowing in distress. Among them, Chuanwen spotted his own uncle, who in our family has joined the cult. Surely, they haven't begun worshipping that Star Lord as well? Chuanwen's concern was palpable. An unusual emotion for one who typically remained unfazed in crises. There's something hidden within the idol of the Star Lord that could explode. Explode? What could that possibly mean? Surely not gunpowder. But why would the cultists conceal such a thing within the idol? The leader of the star-worshipping cult is ruthless. While others seeking rebellion might attempt to win over the opposing factions, this one seeks none. They plan to send everyone to their demise. The officials were filled with dread. What if their loved ones were near the idol during such a calamity? As they prayed silently, a resounding boom echoed from somewhere within the palace, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Everyone was jolted by fear. What was happening? The little princess, pouting in her slumber, awoke startled, blinking up at her terrified father. Goodness! The cold palace has been bombed. Chuanhai quivered, uncertain if his own home had suffered the same fate. After Shi Shen's departure, the emperor recalled that the fourth prince had entered the cold palace a few days prior with something in hand. Could it be he was not entangled with the concubines but delivering that idol? What, then, was his connection to this malevolent sect? Meanwhile, Shi Shen, propelled by Chuanwen's thoughts, hastened towards the cold palace, feigning inquiries to several palace maids and eunuchs along the way, swiftly pinpointing his destination. Fortunately, the idol was small. The explosion was not catastrophic, only demolishing 3 chambers, yet the 3 women who worshipped the Star Lord within were not spared from their grim fate. Chapter 84. The rebellion plan is underway. Chuanwen let out a sigh of relief, hoping that all would remain well at home.
Inside.
The air was thick with the haze of incense, as Wang was kneeling before the deity, reciting sacred texts. Suddenly, Chuan Hai entered, disregarding all caution, and seized the statue of the Star Lord, startling Wang. "What are you doing? Don't offend the Star Lord," she exclaimed, fearing divine retribution. She quickly rose to wrest the statue from him, her strength surprising as she managed to snatch it from Chuan Hai's grasp. Frustrated and anxious, Chuan Hai exclaimed, "Why do you place your faith in this? Are you willing to risk your life?" He attempted to reclaim the statue, but Wang clung to it tenaciously, even biting him in the process. Chuan Hai winced at the sharp pain from the bite, exasperated. "There is gunpowder hidden within it. The star worshippers desire your demise," he insisted angrily, but Wang remained unconvinced, holding onto the statue, believing its power had healed her ailments. "You are the one misled by malicious individuals, envious of the star worshippers' many followers." The commotion soon attracted the attention of others in the household, including the busy Chuan Rui couple, the three brothers Chuan Zhe who were at school, and the elderly couple of the Longxing Marquis, along with Chuan Yu. By the time they arrived, Chuan Hai had already enlisted several maids to help pry the statue from Wang's grip. However, being her servants, they hesitated to exert too much force, and after a considerable struggle, they had yet to succeed. In an instant, 3 rooms were reduced to rubble, tragically resulting in the deaths of 3 worshippers. Although Chuan Hai had not witnessed the chaos firsthand, he could vividly imagine the scene through Shirshen's account. The Longxing Marquis and his wife were alarmed. Had such destruction occurred in their own home, Wang, who spent her days in devotion, would surely perish in the explosion. "Quickly, take it from her," urged the elderly Marquis' wife, her voice trembling. Seeing that the maids were failing, Chuan Yu stepped forward, parting the crowd, and swiftly seized the statue. With a decisive motion, she hurled it to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces.
Where?
Chuan Hai and the others were taken aback. When had their graceful and poised Yuer become so audacious? The manner in which she had seized the statue bore the semblance of a seasoned martial artist. When did she acquire such skills? "My statue." Wang's piercing wail shattered the astonishment of the 3. However, her cries abruptly ceased as they beheld the shattered statue. It was hollow, filled entirely with black powder, now scattered across the floor. "Quick, clean this up and present it to the authorities," Chuan Hai commanded immediately. The scene unfolding was not unique to the Longxing family. Others were equally bewildered. Soon, officials and palace guards rigorously purged their homes of similar statues. The guards posted notices and commenced a thorough search of every household in the capital. Initially, some citizens were reluctant to surrender their statues, believing that once they were ignited, the Star Lord's divine power would amplify, ensuring a lifetime free from illness and misfortune. "They are all dead. They certainly have no ailments now. What need have they for divine protection?" Shirshen quipped as he oversaw the searches, later smashing a statue publicly to compel the reluctant citizens to relinquish their hidden idols. In a dimly lit chamber of a secluded courtyard, a group of men were conspiring. "The plan has been exposed. We must flee swiftly," exclaimed a stout man, having already packed his belongings, ready to depart at the command of their leader. "The city gates are closed. How can we escape?" retorted a slender man, dismissing the urgency of the situation. "I have nothing packed. I could leave at a moment's notice if given the chance." "What shall we do then? We cannot simply wait to be captured. They will soon be searching this very courtyard," boomed another tall man, directing his gaze toward a scholar amongst them. "You, the clever one. Surely you have a plan." All eyes turned to the scholar, seeking his guidance. He shot a glance at the tall man, pondering whether it was a jest or a compliment. After a moment's reflection, he addressed the silent figure clad in black. "Leader, what if we consider a preemptive strike?" The black-clad leader had been deep in thought, contemplating this very notion. Their initial plan was to act in a few days, as numerous followers had already gathered outside the city. Despite the revelation regarding the statues diminishing their advantage, they faced a choice: to be captured or to rebel. A rebellion, though fraught with risk, might offer a glimmer of hope, far better than languishing in inaction only to be apprehended. "But how do we bring our followers inside?" questioned the scholar. I have a brother who once served as a military officer in the capital. Perhaps he can aid us in navigating the city gates? He proposed. But his suggestion was met with caution. Was he not an officer? Might he not be a spy? Unlikely. I have a good instinct about people, the scholar assured. And the others fell into silence, weighing the feasibility of the plan. Ultimately, the leader spoke. Let us allow him to attempt it. The scholar departed the courtyard, weaving through the bustling streets of the capital. Spotting the guards, he quickly lowered his head and took several obscure paths to reach his brother's residence. Brother Chung, what brings you here? Su Xia greeted the scholar, hastily shutting the courtyard door behind him. He was now a fugitive and could not risk encountering the authorities. Before the scholar could speak, Su Xia inquired whether he knew any routes out of the city. I have come to ask you, Brother Su, if you might have connections regarding the city gates, the scholar implored, his eyes filled with hope. You have held a position in the capital. Surely you have some influence? Su Xia hesitated, knowing he had some connections, but he could not guarantee whether they would assist him or turn him in. Had it not been for Chuanwen's presence, his former colleagues might have been willing to help, but with Chuanwen, a man of many talents, around, who would dare risk aiding him? The moment he stepped outside the city, Chuanwen could easily unveil who had facilitated his escape. Seeing Su Xia's dilemma, the scholar adopted a more persuasive tone. Remember, Brother Su, when you found yourself in dire straits, without food, while your wife almost fell prey to a local tyrant, it was your brothers who came to your aid. You cannot turn a blind eye now. As he spoke, Su Xia began to waver. Although he had consistently opposed the rebellion led by the star worshippers, he could not abandon his brothers in their time of need. Just as he resolved to take the risk, his brother interjected, "We are cornered. We must rebel. Once the gates are opened, our brothers will storm in.
Who knows what might happen?
Our leader may ascend as emperor, and you could be the first to receive honors." Before he could finish, Su Xia spluttered tea all over, choking on his drink. Chapter 85. The eldest son of the Lao Rong family, Zhao Jiu, who was sewing in the inner room, listened intently to the conversation outside. Upon hearing the word rebellion, her eyes widened in surprise, causing her to prick her finger with the needle, letting out a soft hiss. The scholars present were perplexed by the intensity of Su Xia's and his wife's reactions, yet they chose to continue their discourse on the pros and cons. The emperor has brought ruin upon your family. Does Brother Su not wish for revenge? Su Xia found himself in a predicament. Having been saved by these individuals, he dared not reveal the truth. Observing their deep-seated hatred for the court, he fabricated a background for himself, never anticipating the turn of events that lay ahead. Already burdened with the accusation of having an illicit affair with a consort, he was loath to take on another charge of rebellion. Brother Chung, we cannot rebel. Such an endeavor is bound to fail.
She implored sincerely.
As long as there is a transmission document, success is impossible. Did you not see how the third prince first sought to rescue his consort before plotting rebellion? The followers of the Baixing sect, however, were oblivious to the existence of such documents. Su Xia wished to express this but found himself unable to voice it. After much circumlocution, and with spittle flying, Brother Chung grew increasingly bewildered and suspiciously regarded him. Brother Su, are you unwilling to assist us and are merely making excuses? Su Xia, taken aback, quickly shook his head, eager to say more, but Brother Chung interjected, "If we are friends, you must help us. If you refuse, it matters not. You are already aware of our intentions. Even if I do not take action, the leader will not spare you." This blatant coercion left Su Xia's expression more sorrowful than tears could convey. Under the cover of night, as he appeared at the city gate, a squadron of soldiers surrounded him tightly. His former friend, Ma Zheng, cast a sympathetic glance in his direction, astonished that not only had Su Xia absconded with Zhao Jiu, but he had also engaged in treasonous schemes. Reading the look in his friend's eyes, Su Xia felt the cold grasp of iron shackles beckoning him. Yet he yearned to resist. What if I claimed to be an undercover agent? Would you believe me? Ma Zheng smirked, patting his shoulder. Brother Su, cease your struggle. The emperor is already fully aware of your conspiracy from this afternoon. Ma Zheng's gaze bore into Su Xia, his smile deepening. The emperor must have heard the whispers of the transmission document. Ma Zheng continued. The reason you were only captured now is to ensure the Baixing sect was gathered together for a complete apprehension. Su Xie's legs weakened, and he staggered. As Ma Jing added, I have been assigned to watch you. Your comrades are likely all ensnared as well. And the 5,000 disciples lying in ambush outside the city gate have also been dealt with by the Golden Guard. With another misstep, Su Xie's thoughts of freedom and life seemed to slip further away. So, they dare to rebel. The emperor scoffed coldly. Those who rebel must bear the cost.
What?
The leader of the Baixing sect is actually the eldest son of Lao Rome? A bystander, Chuanwen, was taken aback, pausing in his playful pinching of the little princess's cheeks. The emperor's cold smile froze. Whose son? General Li, General Shun Tsongliang, and General Shirshin stood before the emperor, too fearful to raise their heads, their eyes wide with astonishment. The leader of the Baixing sect is the son of Prince Rome? Why did they rebel? This must be investigated, the emperor demanded. The three generals quickly knelt. With Li stammering, when we capture them, they were shouting that all officials should die and that they could not coexist with the court. Is there more to uncover? The emperor asked. Moreover, why did General Li not mention the phrase dog emperor? Chuanwen was thoroughly entertained, finding the little princess even more adorable, with her chubby cheeks, rosy lips and large, sparkling eyes. Li, drenched in sweat, dared not speak. Even if given 2 lifetimes, he would not utter such words. The emperor's grip tightened, and the 3 men bowed their heads, fearful to breathe. Zheng Yan at the door furrowed his brows. Chuanwen was indeed audacious. Yet, Chuanwen remained blissfully ignorant of the tense atmosphere, continuing his tale. I found it. Why did they rebel? Hiss. This leader's fate is truly tragic. No wonder he turned to darkness. Speaking of which, in Lu family village of Lu County, there was an old man, Lu, who lived to 68 without a son. He bought a child from a trafficker, and that child is our Lao Rome's eldest son. Chuanwen narrated as if telling a story, causing the 3 generals to wipe sweat from their brows. Prince Rome had lived in constant caution, fearing the emperor's suspicion of rebellion. Yet now his son had become a rebel. Is this fate truly predetermined? The will of heaven is indeed unfathomable. Later, only the old man's wife remained to care for Neodon, and a year later, she passed away. The 3 generals were silent. Fortunately, before her death, she entrusted Neodon to her eldest daughter. Thus, Neodon was taken away by his sister, who treated him well, ensuring he had all the food and drink that her own children had. Alas, it is regrettable that the very next year, her house collapsed. And while the children playing outside were unharmed, both the sister and her husband, along with her in-laws, were lost.
Cough.
Shirshin inadvertently coughed, drawing the emperor's piercing gaze. He quickly fell silent, trying to cover up his slip. The weather has turned chilly. I seem to have caught a cold. He glanced at Chuanwen, who was oblivious, entirely absorbed in entertaining the little princess and indulging in his gossip. Shirshin let out a long, quiet breath, but quickly bowed his head again under the emperor's warning glare. The sister's death was sudden, leaving no arrangements, and Neodon along with the sister's 3 children were left without a home. Fortunately, the second sister took pity on the lonely children and brought them to her home, but the others held their breath, nearly foreseeing the fate of the second sister's household. With many sons and grandsons, her in-laws were unwilling to care for the burdensome children, driving Neodon and the sister's children away, as well as expelling 4 of her own. Silence enveloped them. Was Neodon perhaps fated to be a harbinger of misfortune? From then on, Neodon gained a reputation as a jinx, being shunned wherever he went. Fortunately, what good fortune could possibly await him? Surely the Lu family does not have a 3rd sister? The others exchanged worried glances for this 3rd sister. Initially reluctant to involve herself, the 3rd sister could not bear to ignore them, for after all, they were family. Indeed, there was a 3rd sister, Lu the elder. How many daughters did you bear? The group wore expressions of numb disbelief. Chapter 86. What a coincidence. Not all our peers, alas. The brother-in-law of the 3rd sister was killed by a wealthy landowner during a market brawl. The 3rd sister sought justice from the authorities, only to find that the officials were colluding with the gentry, leading to her imprisonment and banishment. Tragically, she perished during her exile. How pitiful! A few people sighed in sympathy. The small group led by Neodon had gained 2 more members. 4th sister had also met her demise. The emperor's lips twitched. Fifth sister had also passed. The corners of the mouths of the three generals twitched in unison. Sixth sister had followed suit. Zhang Yan's mouth twitched as well. Is Niudan perhaps the reaper of the Liu family? Chuanwen lamented, while the others began to question whether it was Niudan who was unfortunate or the Liu family members who were truly suffering. This is undoubtedly a classic tale of a male protagonist. A hidden identity. Everyone who treated him well has met with misfortune. And he has a band of followers behind him. It's a pity, though, were it not for our astute emperor who uncovered the conspiracy of the star worship sect. Perhaps Niudan could have succeeded. The emperor chuckled, somewhat moved. It was rare for him to hear praise from Chuanwen's lips. Although it was not his brilliance that uncovered the rebellion, but rather his receptiveness to Chuanwen's heartfelt words. Go investigate. The emperor dismissed the three, contemplating how to deal with the eldest son of the old 10th family. From the perspective of the old 10th, this child had been wronged, yet he had indeed committed the grave crime of treason. If he were not punished severely, he might not learn his lesson and could repeat his mistakes. Nonetheless, the emperor felt a twinge of frustration. His own son had rebelled, and now the old 10th son was also in rebellion. Why did they all possess such grand ambitions? Once the three exited, they gazed up at the moon, sighing in unison. Another night of overtime awaited them. Tightening their garments, they proceeded to the prison. Inside the prison, a cacophony erupted as many were being incarcerated. Hu Tong curiously inquired of a newly arrived inmate in the adjacent cell, "Hey, brother, what crime have you committed?" The man in black, Niudan, cast him a sidelong glance, ignoring him. A burly man beside Niudan retorted in a gruff voice, "Rebellion. What of it?" Seeing their ferocity, Hu Tong lost his patience. "What do you expect? You're in here now, after all. It serves you right for getting caught." He scoffed disdainfully. The burly man was taken aback, sizing Hu Tong up before scoffing, "With that frail frame, you think you can be part of a rebellion? It's no wonder you got caught." At that moment, the three generals and the Minister of Justice entered. Noting that the conversation had yet to cease, they exchanged glances with Hu Tong, silently lamenting the folly of their past decisions. The trio proceeded to interrogate Niudan. Although they had already gleaned the details from Chuanwen, they felt compelled to maintain appearances for Chuanwen's sake. "What is your name?" Niudan remained silent. "Your household registration?" He continued to be unresponsive. The Minister of Justice, darkening his countenance, recalled from the three generals that Niudan was the son of the Prince of Rome. Were it a typical rebellious scoundrel, he would have had him tortured by now, but he chose to restrain himself. After another inquiry, Niudan still refused to answer, merely sneering at him. When asked again, he coldly remarked, "Whether you want to kill me or torture me is up to you. Why ask so many questions?" "Very well," the Minister of Justice declared. "If you choose not to speak, I may not be able to strike you, but can I not strike them?" His gaze shifted toward the other members of the star worship sect in the cell. Shun Mian recoiled, cursing inwardly, "Despicable. Not this tactic again." In a cramped cell, though the arrangement appeared scattered, the sharp-eyed Minister of Justice noticed a lean man being shielded protectively by others.
Who could that be?
Curiosity piqued, he smirked, "That one." Regardless of identity, it was clear he was someone significant, otherwise he would not be under such protection. "Bring him out," commanded the Minister of Justice. And upon seeing his finger point, a flicker of panic crossed Niudan and his comrades' faces. The head of the prison encountered resistance while dragging the individual out, receiving a few lashes himself without success, and was met with aggression from the burly man and a stout man. "Brotersu, hurry and lend a hand," cried the scholar surnamed Chung, distressed. Among their group, only Su Xia had the means to assist, especially since he had once served in the court. Summoning him might just allow for some negotiation. After hiding behind the scenes since their arrest, Su Xia was nearly at his wit's end. When he saw that no one was coming to his aid, the scholar surnamed Chung dragged him forward. "Brother Su,
Please save Xiaoyu."
Su Xia, exposed before the crowd, reluctantly raised his gaze, only to find the Minister of Justice and the three generals observing him with a bemused expression, causing his face to flush crimson. Xiaoyu, he stammered, recalling how Xiaoyu had previously treated him and his wife favorably. "Lord Su, you can hardly protect yourself. How can you save another?" Mocked General Shun Tsongliang, his scorn evident. Had it not been for Su Xia eloping with Lady Zhao, would he have felt the need to avert his gaze from the emperor? Su Xia's face reddened further, and the burly man shouted, "You corrupt officials! You persecute the loyal and good, leaving brother Su with naught but himself and his wife after destroying his family. Your end is nigh." Whether their end was certain was debatable, but for those captured from the star worship sect, their fate was sealed. However, the words from the burly man puzzled Shen Songliang and his companions. What did it mean to persecute the loyal? How had Su Xia's family been ruined, leaving only him and his wife? "I recall Lord Su's parents are alive and well," the Minister of Justice remarked, having seen the elderly couple recently quarreling over discounted eggs. "The emperor does not hold them accountable. You dare to tarnish his reputation?" The Minister of Justice and his companions regarded Su Xia with incredulity, while Su Xia, unable to lift his head in shame, remained silent. The scholar surnamed Cheng, after a moment of contemplation, questioned Su Xia, but he could not muster the courage to respond. "The persecution of the loyal is a fabrication. Eloping with a concubine is the truth, is it not?" General Shen Songliang ruthlessly exposed Su Xia's fabricated tales, causing him to bury his head even lower. Those who had firmly believed in Su Xia's victimization were left bewildered. Even the usually indifferent third prince opened his eyes in curiosity. They had only been imprisoned for a few days, yet such a scandal had emerged. They couldn't help but scrutinize Su Xia with newfound admiration in their eyes. "Brother, to dare to cuckold the emperor, how impressive!" With the three generals stationed, the slender youth known as Xiao Yu was still taken out. The tiger bench chilly water, hot irons, and bloodied whips were laid out before him, causing Xiao Yu's eyes to widen in terror as he cursed the emperor's ancestors. Never expecting that they would truly resort to violence, the Minister of Justice and his companions hesitated. If they did not act, would it not be a disservice to the emperor? Chapter 87. Requesting the emperor to view the divine bird before they could take action. The youth known as Xiao Yu boldly proclaimed, "Come, come. After 18 years, another hero will arise," and then promptly fainted. "I say." Neodon glared at the others, clearly convinced that none of the officials were worth their salt. When Xiao Yu regained consciousness, he found himself unceremoniously thrown back into a cell, surrounded by family members who looked upon him with concern. A glance around revealed that the previously menacing officials had departed. The emperor had pondered throughout the night, but could not decide on how to deal with Neodon. Thus, he simply confined him for the time being. However, he ordered the troublesome fourth prince to join them in their confinement, reasoning that they were all brothers of the star cult, so they might as well be locked up together. In the cold palace, concubine Li was earnestly reciting the sutras for the deceased when a shadow stealthily slipped inside. "Mother." Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a grinning face, which startled her so much that she swung her wooden fish and struck him hard. Realizing her mistake, she found her son rolling on the ground, clutching his head in pain. "Gina, are you alright?" Concubine Li hastily threw aside the wooden fish and rushed to support him. After helping him to his feet, she frantically searched for medicine, taking a considerable time to settle him down. "What are you doing here?" she admonished, nearly striking him again but recalling the lump she had just given him. The sixth prince shrank back slightly, but, seeing his mother's hand drop, he broke into a smile. "Mother, rest assured, I will surely rescue you." While she felt a sense of pride in his filial piety, concubine Li could not help but feel pity for his lack of common sense. "Gina, your mother is quite well here. There is no need for you to rescue me. My only wish is that you cease your fascination with birds, focus on your studies, and perform excellently should your father assign you tasks." With a heart full of maternal love, she was solely concerned for her son's future. Alas, the sixth prince remained fixated on the bird. "Mother, I have recently acquired a divine bird. If I present it to father, perhaps in his delight, he might release you from the cold palace." His excitement was palpable at the mention of the divine bird, while concubine Li felt a sense of despair, poking his forehead with her finger. "Haven't you been deceived enough times? There are no divine birds in this world. They are mere fabrications designed to fool simpletons like you." The sixth prince winced from her poke, feeling wronged. "But, mother, in such a vast world, what wonders do we not see? Why can there not be a divine bird? Can't you think for a moment? It is simply impossible." Concubine Li was ready to argue back, but upon meeting her son's hopeful gaze, she suddenly recalled the legends. Indeed, if even the ability to hear one's thoughts exists, why could a divine bird not be real? What makes this bird so divine? She found herself asking, almost against her will. The sixth prince immediately lit up, describing how the bird was adorned with colorful feathers, could speak human language, and even breathed fire. However, concubine Li remained skeptical and insisted he bring the bird to her for inspection. The sixth prince explained that the bird was not a mere trinket and would surely be discovered if brought into the palace, causing her to abandon that thought. With a sense of trepidation, concubine Li watched her son sneak out of the cold palace, pondering whether such a divine bird could truly exist. Perhaps she should not dismiss her son entirely. After all, he was a prince and could not be deceived every time. She resolved to continue reciting the sutras, hoping that the 3 concubines who had perished would not seek her out for vengeance. If they desired retribution, let them pursue the star cult. With a heavy heart, she picked up her wooden fish and resumed her prayers. Outside the cold palace, Chuanwen, hiding behind a tree, observed the sixth prince's departing figure, lost in thought. Her father had committed treason, and had it not been for the concubine Shu's intercession, she too would be imprisoned, awaiting exile. Though spared from banishment, she was condemned to a lifetime in the cold palace alongside concubine Shu, surrounded by the flickering glow of a lone lamp and the sound of chanting. The more she contemplated, the more dissatisfied she became. As the legitimate daughter of the Hu family, the commander of the guard, and the niece of concubine Shu, she was meant to enjoy a life of grandeur and luxury. The following day, after concluding court, the emperor headed to the Ganlu Hall. As the year-end approached, the affairs of state multiplied, and even breakfast was hastily taken within the hall. While dealing with official matters, the emperor's expression twitched as the sound of walnut cracking echoed for the 10th time from outside. The attendant Huang Qi stood by, equally embarrassed, and upon noticing the emperor's displeasure, quietly withdrew to the outer chamber, urging the noisemaker to lower their volume. After sweating profusely, Huang Qi returned to the outer area, offering a plate of peanut candy to the young lady, hoping she would switch to a quieter snack. Unaware of her disturbance, the young lady, though puzzled, adhered to the principle of respecting her host's domain and set aside her seeds to savor the peanut candy instead. Huang Qi wiped the sweat from his brow and cheerfully returned to stand beside the emperor, ready to assist with ink and paper. Yet just then, a peculiar rustling sound emerged from the outer chamber. The emperor could no longer contain his irritation, setting down his brush and striding out. Just as he was about to admonish the young lady for the commotion, he caught sight of her with cotton stuffed in her nostrils, struggling to change the little princess's diaper. The princess, with her chubby fingers and fair, plump legs, kicked and squirmed, leaving the young lady flustered. The young lady and the emperor locked eyes, and the reprimand that had risen to his throat was stifled. He had misjudged the situation. He hurried to assist, inquiring, "Where have the nurses gone?" Although the 2 nurses were not permitted inside, they would be waiting in an adjacent room, ready to attend to the princess's needs. Both the young lady and the emperor were novices in this task, and after much effort, they finally managed to change the princess's diaper, only for her to erupt into tears. They exchanged bewildered glances. "Is she hungry?" the emperor asked, while the young lady pondered. "That shouldn't be the case. She just ate not long ago." After the nurse Yang restructured the diaper, the princess ceased her cries, contentedly reaching for her rattle. The emperor gave the young lady an incredulous look, recalling her earlier assertion that a looser fit would lead to problems. The young lady innocently gazed skyward. "But I've never cared for a child. I can't even change a diaper. What kind of father am I?" The emperor felt an overwhelming urge to bop her on the head, for she had a knack for defying expectations, swinging from being a sweet, sensible child to delivering a stunning blow of reality. He waved his hand, signaling for her to re-enter. However, the young eunuch who entered to report did not leave but hesitated, mumbling, "The 6th prince has brought a divine bird, quite large in size, and has placed it outside the hall, requesting the emperor to come and see it." Chapter 88. Pressure on the 6th prince. Upon hearing the news, the emperor was quite pleased. The 6th prince had always been obedient, and was known for his simplicity and natural affinity with birds and beasts. Today, it seemed those tales were indeed true. He felt compelled to witness the divine bird for himself. With the presence of someone like Chuanwen, the emperor had no doubt regarding the authenticity of the divine bird and cheerfully made his way outside. Chuanwen followed closely behind, filled with a hint of excitement. A divine bird. I have yet to see one myself. Hearing Chuanwen's thoughts, the emperor walked with even greater pride, feeling a surge of inexplicable self-satisfaction. In the past, they often marveled at Chuanwen's vast knowledge. Today, it was their turn to broaden Chuanwen's horizons. The sixth prince stood on the white stone bricks outside the grand hall, beside a cage measuring 5 or 6 meters in length and width, covered with a crimson cloth. The festive appearance of the cloth was commendable. Father, your son was fortunate enough to acquire this divine bird the other day, and I have come today to present it to you. The sixth prince stepped forward, his smile as pure as his intentions. The emperor nodded in satisfaction and instructed someone to unveil the crimson cloth. As the cloth fell away, a resplendent, multicolored divine bird was revealed before all, capturing the attention of the guards, palace maids, and eunuchs alike. The bird, over a meter long, boasted 3 radiant feathers atop its head and vibrant plumage on its wings and tail. The sunlight danced upon its feathers, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Everyone inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "A phoenix!" Witnessing the astonishment of the crowd, the sixth prince's face lit up with pride. However, at that moment, Chuanwen's mind interjected with a hint of doubt. With such a long body, doesn't the head appear somewhat small? The proportions seem a bit off. The emperor, following Chuanwen's thoughts, turned his gaze toward the phoenix's head and, after a moment's observation, indeed found it to be somewhat disproportionate. The sixth prince, puzzled, glanced back.
What was small about it?
This was a divine bird. Did anyone truly know what a divine bird should look like? Although the tone was not entirely clear, discerning listeners could faintly hear the words prosperity being uttered. Prosperity. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Could it be that divine birds truly existed in this world? The sixth prince held his head high, basking in his glory before quickly flattering his father, stating that under the emperor's governance, the realm flourished. And even the heavens bestowed this divine bird to sing praises of his father. The emperor found this flattery quite delightful, laughing heartily. Just as he began to express his satisfaction, Chuanwen's thoughts chimed in. Excellent performance. A reward is in order. The sixth prince, grinning widely, awaited his father's commendation while already plotting to plead for his mother's favor.
Ha ha ha.
A wild chicken dressed up with color, add some fake feathers, and voila, a divine bird.
Ha ha ha.
To create such a divine bird, that bird merchant must have plucked the feathers of hundreds of wild chickens.
Ha ha ha.
How could this be? The sixth prince observed his father's expression darkening, fearing he might believe Chuanwen's jest. He quickly urged the emperor and others to step back. After all, his divine bird could breathe fire. Let's see its talents. Chuanwen stepped back, rubbing her hands together, curious to understand how the divine bird could speak and breathe fire. Zheng Yan, alert, prepared to protect both Chuanwen and the emperor should any mishap occur. What was happening? The sixth prince, in disbelief, attempted to coax the bird several times. But the results remained unchanged. Ultimately, the divine bird merely opened its beak, producing not even a wisp of smoke. The fuel was minimal, and you've already exhausted it with your showmanship. Chuanwen, feeling a tinge of disappointment at not witnessing the fire-breathing display, noticed the emperor's face turning as dark as the bottom of a pot. The sixth prince trembled, insisting, "No, this cannot be." The emperor commanded his attendants to inspect the divine bird, and they soon discovered that its feathers were indeed affixed artificially. As for the prosperity it uttered, it was due to a small, whistle-like object concealed within its beak, far more delicate than a whistle itself. Any airflow would produce the sounds, regardless of who blew into it. The guards even found traces of oil on the object, indicating that the fire-breathing trick was merely a ruse. The emperor was furious, his anger nearly causing him physical pain. Was this what Zheng Taisher meant by the sixth prince's simplicity and natural affinity with birds and beasts? At that moment, Chuanwen found humor in the situation, contemplating, can we blame Zheng Taisher? During the Grand New Year banquet, with so many officials present, he essentially invited praise for his son. It can't have been easy for him, while the other sons were commendable, for this sixth prince. He had to rack his brains to come up with a few words. The emperor felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was indeed pleased with his sons and had intended to showcase them. The emperor's face ached. Had he not just shot himself in the foot? Zheng Taisher was, after all, Zheng Yan's grandfather, and so the latter remained silent, realizing that the day had taken an unexpected turn. It seemed Chuanwen was indeed a dangerous presence. However, the emperor did not intend to hold Zheng Taisher accountable. His gaze now turned towards the sixth prince, who was about to face the ultimate revelation. Chuanwen remarked, "The sixth prince visits the bird market daily, getting duped every 3 days.
Ha ha.
There are dancing owls, parrots that fetch shoes, and even a yellow oriole that claims to be a reincarnated fairy." The sixth prince began to sweat profusely. All the money went to buying birds. The sixth prince can barely afford a decent garment. He even had to borrow clothes from his brothers to meet the emperor. What a spectacle. The sixth prince was now drenched in sweat. He has earned the nickname Bird Prince, having spent all his money on birds, leaving him utterly broke. Even Li Jiaoyi has been reduced to the poorest consort in the palace due to her attempts to support him. No wonder she has been eager to practice her trumpet.
Ha ha ha.
The sixth prince was now overwhelmed. The emperor not only felt a pang of anger, but also an itch in his hands.
No.
It wasn't just an itch, it was a burning desire. He had previously felt guilty about the missing yellow oriole, thinking he had not taken good care of the gift he bestowed upon his son. But now it all made sense. Quietly, Zheng Yan, who had remained in the shadows, secretly sighed in relief as the pressure shifted onto the sixth prince. Good luck. Chapter 89. The Ghost in the Cold Palace. The emperor, in a fit of rage, ordered the release of all the birds belonging to the sixth prince, threatening that any further interaction with the birds would result in the severing of his hands. He also placed the sixth prince under house arrest. Upon returning to the Ganlu Hall, the emperor, plagued by irritation, found himself devoid of the inclination to attend to state affairs. He resolved to seek solace with the empress. Meanwhile, Chuanwen, who was toying with a whistle he had extracted from a wild chicken, remarked, "The craftsman of this device possesses considerable skill. I wonder if he could create something as grand as a cannon." Chuanwen glanced at the emperor, momentarily at a loss for words. "Why has this old fellow suddenly inquired about my longing for home?" Zhang Yan nearly stumbled, his mental fortitude saving him from embarrassment. The emperor's smile faltered, his eyes narrowing with a hint of amusement. He reassured himself that this was all for the sake of the divine artifact. Could it be that he has finally experienced a moment of conscience, wishing to liberate me from this wretched life as a companion reader? Chuanwen eagerly nodded, indeed longing for home. However, before his smile could fully form, it abruptly ceased. Seeing Chuanwen falter, the emperor's mood lightened. It was a rare occurrence to see Chuanwen vexed. Zhang Yan's lips also betrayed a flicker of amusement. As dusk fell, the confined sixth prince stealthily escaped through a dog hole to the cold palace.
Li Jiaoyi,
having just finished her prayers and preparing to dine, was filled with warmth upon seeing her son sneak in. She rose and inquired, "Did your father express joy upon seeing the divine bird? Did he send you to fetch me?" After the sixth prince's departure the previous day, Li Jiaoyi had struggled to find rest through the night. Early that morning, she had instructed her maid to wait at the cold palace entrance, ready to summon her should anyone come for her. Yet, after waiting all day, aside from the delivery of meals, not a soul had come. The sixth prince, his head bowed and stammering, saw the eagerness on Li Jiaoyi's face gradually fade, prompting her to urgently ask, "Speak. Will you?"
I.
The sixth prince was at a loss, near tears. "I have been deceived. That divine bird is merely a wild chicken. They have fixed false feathers to the wild chicken to fool me." Li Jiaoyi collapsed onto her seat, exclaiming, "I knew it. I knew it. This son is utterly unreliable." Checking her son over for injuries and relieved to find none, she sighed, thankful the emperor had not harmed him. The sixth prince recounted the emperor's punishment, and Li Jiaoyi scolded, "Serves you right." This only deepened the sixth prince's sorrow. Those birds were his lifeline. "Fear not, my son. I shall pave the way for you. Just remain obedient and avoid trouble," she advised. The sixth prince, bewildered, replied, "Mother, how can you pave the way from within the cold palace?" Moreover, he had no desire to occupy that position. The aimless sixth prince received a sharp reprimand from Li Jiaoyi. "Simply follow my instructions." If the crown prince were capable of winning hearts, she would not be so concerned. However, the crown prince aspired to be a farmer, lacking any talent for governance. Why should he occupy that position while my son cannot? Furthermore, despite her confinement, she had successfully imprisoned the fourth prince. A sinister smile crept across Li Jiaoyi's face. She had inadvertently overheard a eunuch delivering meals discussing the fourth prince's affiliation with the star worship cult. Seizing the opportunity, she feigned a keen interest in the cult, leading the fourth prince to clandestinely propagate its teachings within the cold palace. Her intention was to encourage the fourth prince to disseminate his beliefs, knowing full well that the emperor would eventually be disappointed in him. Just as she had hoped, the fourth prince was indeed imprisoned by the emperor. Yet, she had not anticipated that the idol associated with the cult contained gunpowder, resulting in the accidental deaths of 3 concubines during their worship. Had it not been for her efforts to placate the fourth prince, the concubines would not have perished. Li Jiaoyi felt a twinge of fear and hurriedly recited prayers for the unfortunate souls, imploring them to seek vengeance against the fourth prince and the star worship cult, but not to trouble her or her son. As she recited her prayers, the sixth prince, nearing the cold palace's exit, trembled as a voice called to him from behind a cluster of bamboo. "Sixth prince, oh sixth prince." The voice, soft and haunting, sent chills down his spine. Peering into the shadows, he discerned a dark figure lurking behind the bamboo, and an icy wind swept through him, raising the hairs on his neck. A ghost. A piercing scream echoed through the cold palace as the sixth prince bolted, shouting in terror. Li Jiaoyi, startled by the scream, quickened her prayers, her lips trembling as she muttered, "If you seek vengeance, go after the fourth prince, the star worship cult. Do not torment my son, nor me. We are innocent. It is they who caused your demise." Meanwhile, in the shadows of the bamboo, Chuanwen stood frozen, glancing down at the novel titled The Cold Palace's Beloved Concubine of the Cunning Emperor. The protagonist of this tale was a concubine in the cold palace who, after twisting her ankle, caught the emperor's attention with her beauty. Although Chuanwen had infused her own interpretation with flirtation and sorrowful tones, it should not have frightened anyone away. As a gust of night wind swept through, carrying a foul odor, Chuanwen wrinkled her nose in distaste. Do I truly wish to seduce such a prince? Meanwhile, Chuanwu and Chuanyi were less restrained, curiously peering in, their eyes alight with intrigue. Chuanyu, poised and graceful, smiled politely. Despite having lost his beard, he still retained a vague memory of the little girl from years past. He had not anticipated that the little girl would grow into such a stunning young woman, exhibiting grace and gentleness that starkly contrasted with her former mischievousness. Chapter 90. The transmission of literature online. As the Marquis of Chongqing introduced several children, the emperor turned to Chuanyu and smiled. I remember her. She once pulled my beard. Chuanyu lowered her head in embarrassment. She, too, recalled that moment vividly. I got a beating from Dad when I came back. Ha! Who would have thought Sister Yu was such a mischievous child? This left Chuanhai feeling awkward, but fortunately, the emperor was not there to reminisce. He shifted the conversation to the recent popular stories circulating in the capital. I hear you are the author of those tales? The emperor looked towards Chuanwu, who glanced nervously at his little sister. She, however, wore a look of sudden realization. Oh, I see. The emperor is a little fan of my brother. After all, the manuscripts were hidden under the emperor's desk. A little fan? Chuanwu was momentarily perplexed, while the Marquis of Chongqing and Chuanhai exchanged glances. Observing the emperor's benevolent demeanor, the emperor remarked, "What matters is not the title, but what Chuanwu can bring to me." Upon hearing this, the emperor's smile grew warmer, as he regarded Chuanwu like a treasured gem. So, about the cannon and the airplane mentioned in your tales, can you construct them? The emperor looked at Chuanwu with anticipation, who felt a surge of anxiety. He certainly could not. Those were concepts gleaned from his sister's musings, of which he had no first-hand experience. Seeing Chuanwu's troubled expression, the emperor felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he had anticipated this possibility, acknowledging that having witnessed something does not guarantee the ability to replicate it. Your ideas are splendid. Why not join the manufacturing camp? If you can bring those creations to fruition, I shall reward you handsomely. The emperor gestured grandly towards Chuanwu, declaring, if you succeed, I shall bestow upon you the title of Duke of Stabilizing the Nation. This temptation was undeniably enticing. The title of Duke of Stabilizing the Nation was not casually granted. Typically reserved for generals who made significant contributions during the founding of a dynasty, and it was of a far higher rank than that of the Marquis of Chongqing, inherited through ancestral merit. Both the Marquis of Chongqing and Chuan Hai were taken aback, while Chuan Wu and the others appeared somewhat bewildered. The emperor explained, "You would even surpass your grandfather, the Marquis of Chongqing." Chuan Wu looked at the Marquis in astonishment, growing increasingly anxious, as the truth remained that he could not produce such inventions. Who could rescue him now? Meanwhile, Chuanwen silently supported her brother, thinking, "My brother's intellect is exceptional. He will surely succeed. If he becomes a duke, then what titles would our grandfather and brother hold? Perhaps I could stroll through the capital with ease."
She sighed.
"If it weren't for my conscience, I would spend every day shopping without a care." The emperor felt pleased when he heard her confidence in her brother, but his expression darkened upon hearing her later comments. "What a bully you are." Fortunately, she still had a conscience. Otherwise, the emperor would have been forced to consider her for imprisonment. The Marquis and his companions felt helpless. Indeed, they were grateful that their daughter could restrain her curiosity and adventurous spirit, for they could only imagine the chaos she might unleash. For instance, if Chuan Wu truly managed to create such weapons, Chuanwen, lacking moral scruples, would likely wield them to wreak havoc in the capital. However, Chuan Wu was close to tears. "Sister, aren't you putting me in a bind?" With Chuanwen's comments, the emperor expressed unwavering confidence in Chuan Wu, instructing him to report to the manufacturing camp the following day. Chuan Wu felt two streams of tears welling up. Could he refuse? The emperor elaborated on those wondrous devices, including trains and phones, expressing hope that Chuan Wu might create them as well. Fortunately, the emperor was not overly impatient. The priority remained the development of military strength and the consolidation of national power. Chuan Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Wu, if the emperor asks you to create something, just do it. Why fret?" Chuan Yi found Chuan Wu lounging on a bench in the garden pavilion, attempting to console him. "You can conceive of those things. What is there to fear about creating them?" Initially, Chuan Yi had been drawn to the ideas penned by Chuan Wu, which had swiftly melted away his resistance towards him, transforming him into a devoted admirer. Sighing deeply, Chuan Wu gazed wistfully at the sky. The crux of the matter remained that he had only heard his sister mention those inventions. He had never seen them himself, so how could he replicate them? Yet Chuan Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I've heard the manufacturing camp is filled with incredible things. They have all sorts of weaponry. Do you know about the founding emperor of our great Jin, Emperor Jin Wu?" Chuan Wu looked at Chuan Yi, knowing full well who Emperor Jin Wu was. His story was well known among the people. It was said that during the twilight years of the previous dynasty, warlords across the land claimed dominion, leading to utter chaos. During one siege, the infamous Yao Wang besieged a county, offering mercy to those who surrendered. Yet he was a ruthless tyrant who allowed his men to pillage for days on end. Consequently, the county would not yield, for surrender meant certain death. The county magistrate was clever and, though he had few troops, managed to stall for time against Yao Wang. However, no amount of strategy could overcome sheer numbers. Just as Yao Wang prepared for another assault on the city gates, when all seemed lost, a lone figure burst forth from the city. A young man, the founding emperor Jin Wu. Armed with only a spear, he fought valiantly, single-handedly repelling 1,000 foes. This act sparked his rebellion, and as his territory expanded, he ultimately established the mighty Jin dynasty. That very spear accompanied him in every battle and became a symbol of his valor, a faith cherished by the people of Jin. Is that spear housed in the manufacturing camp? Chuan Wu felt a flicker of interest. Every man from the Jin dynasty surely held an intrinsic fascination for that spear.
"No."
Chuan Yi shook his head. "The Silver Moon Spear is enshrined in the Royal Ancestral Hall." Chuan Wu's interest waned, but Chuan Yi continued, however. "There exists a replica of the Silver Moon Spear, crafted by the world's foremost master craftsman, Tang Fingxing. It is identical to the original." Chuan Wu and Chuan Yi exchanged excited glances, both brimming with enthusiasm. Tang Fingxing, the greatest craftsman of the dynasty, was a renowned figure. He not only excelled in weaponry but also in crafting intricate mechanisms within them, making him a figure of admiration for both Chuanwen and Chuanyi. The once despondent Chuanwen now felt a surge of exhilaration, nearly brimming with anticipation. "Brother Wu, could you perhaps write a book about Tang Fingxing?" Chuanyi asked, a hint of shyness in his demeanor, for he longed to explore the legendary life of the master craftsman. Of course. Chuanwen sat up, his mind racing with ideas, tales of the world's greatest craftsman and his young apprentice, epic romances filled with love and rivalry, or perhaps even a fusion of immortality tales woven with tragic love stories. He had previously written a fantasy tale that had achieved considerable success, and many fans had urged him to pen more in the genre. What better inspiration than the illustrious Master Tang? Chapter 91. Seeking a master in traditional martial arts that night, Chuanwen found it difficult to fall asleep as he brainstormed ideas for his writing. Even in his dreams, he was consumed by a whirlwind of various plotlines, yet upon waking, he could recall nothing but a jumbled mess. Rubbing his aching head, he cheerfully followed Lord Chongqing to the manufacturing camp. Excitement bubbled within him at the prospect of meeting the renowned Master Tang Fingxing. After completing the necessary formalities at the camp, Lord Chongqing introduced him to a plump matron. 2 eggs for lunch. Thank you. Chuanwen cheerfully expressed his gratitude, appreciating his grandfather's thoughtfulness in introducing him to the cafeteria staff. With Lord Chongqing's influence, he figured the matron would treat him kindly. However, he was swiftly met with a reprimand from Lord Chongqing, who clarified, "This is Master Tang." Taken aback, Chuanwen stared at the matron, initially bewildered. Who was Master Tang? His gaze shifted to the slightly overweight woman before him, and realization dawned upon him. She must be Tang Fingxing's sister or junior apprentice. Surely, she possessed remarkable skills to be addressed as Master Tang. It was of no consequence, although his imagination conjured up an image of a delicate beauty as Tang Fingxing's junior. He understood that reality often diverged from artistic ideals. "Master Tang, your knife modifications are impressive." A man passed by, brandishing a sharp blade, and patted the matron's shoulder. Chuanwen nearly choked on his surprise.
Tang Fingxing.
Who was this? Brother. 3 silver pieces for a glimpse, no credit. The matron shouted after the retreating figure, who retorted with a snide remark about her being greedy. Lord Chongqing offered encouragement and a pat on Chuanwen's shoulder, urging him to do well. The night before, Chuanwen had envisioned Tang Fingxing as a striking youth, then a charming young man who captivated many, later a refined gentleman still drawing admiration, and finally a wise elder surrounded by grandchildren, flying kites with his granddaughter. Yet, no one had informed him that Tang Fingxing was a woman, indeed, a middle-aged matron. "What kind of gaze is that?" The matron shot him a disapproving look. "Young man, where is your courtesy? Were it not for the Emperor's special instructions to care for you, I would have kicked you out for such insolence." Unaware of the near expulsion he had narrowly avoided, Chuanwen wore a look of devastation, as if on the brink of tears. "Follow me." Master Tang shot him a withering glance before entering a room. Chuanwen hesitated, then collided with a wall, striking like a meteor, radiant as a clear moon, elegant and refined. With each phrase, he slammed into the wall harder. "Why isn't anyone coming?" Inside the room, Master Tang noticed his absence and poked her head out, frowning. Chuanwen silently wept. "Heaven, return my Tang Fingxing." Resigned, he followed her inside, thinking that since he was here, he might as well take a look. The room was filled with an array of weapons, swords, spears, and halberds, alongside peculiar items whose names eluded him. He quickly became entranced by the gleaming weapons. Noticing the growing excitement in his eyes, Master Tang smiled and asked, "Would you like to learn?" Chuanwen eagerly nodded, though his enthusiasm waned upon seeing the wrinkles on her face. Ignoring his hesitation, Master Tang continued, "If you wish to learn, you must pay your respects to your master."
Why not?
Chuanwen thought. Despite her being a matron, she was, after all, a master. Surely he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Seeing his acceptance, Master Tang smirked, a smile that sent shivers down Chuanwu's spine. "What does that mean?" he thought, instinctively clutching his clothing, eyeing her suspiciously. Master Tang, slightly taken aback by his expression, cleared her throat and stated, "I have no interest in children." Though Chuanwen was 17, to the matron in her 40s,
He was still merely a child.
In response to his puzzled gaze, she raised her hand, rubbing her thumb and forefinger together. 10,000 taels in gold. For the master-disciple fee. Chuanwen nearly spat out his drink, incredulous. Are you robbing me? Master Tang chuckled awkwardly, then 9,000 taels in gold. He shook his head. Master Tang, now at a loss, pleaded, 8,000 taels. It cannot go any lower. Chuanwen continued to decline, internally berating her. Is this really Tang Fingxing? Why does she seem so unreliable? In the end, Master Tang reluctantly lowered the fee to 1,000 taels, still silver, but Chuanwen shook his head once more. Although he had considerable wealth, all of it was saved for his younger sister, and he would not part with a single coin. Unfamiliar with Chuanwen's actual worth, Master Tang assumed he was merely a wealthy scion with a meager allowance. Feeling the lack of profit, she shot him a disdainful glance and suggested, "Why not ask Lord Chongqing for some? Surely a noble house cannot lack even 1,000 taels." Chuanwen resolutely shook his head. As a proud young man, he could not stoop to asking his family for money. He straightened his back as he declared this, only to be promptly ejected from the room. The door slammed shut behind him, and he heard her voice call out, "Come back when you have the money." "Fine, I won't pay," Chuanwen thought, exploring the manufacturing camp instead. The people there were warm and welcoming, comforting him by saying that it was perhaps for the best that he did not become her disciple, given her last apprentice had been sold off. Sold? Really? Chuanwen gasped in surprise. It turned out Master Tang was a gambler with a notorious streak of bad luck, often losing and accumulating debts that emptied her home. While they were chatting, a commotion erupted outside. "Tang Fingxing,
Come out.
a voice shouted.
You sold me again.
The elderly man paused his work and smiled at Chuanwen. Her husband has come looking for her. Chuanwen grimaced and another man chimed in. "How many times is this now?" 118 times. "I've been keeping count," another added, and laughter erupted among them. Chuanwen, feeling despondent over his idol's downfall, lamented, "Oh, heavens!" Despite her gambling habits, the camp workers unanimously respected Master Tang's skills. An elderly worker then suggested to Chuanwen if you genuinely wish to learn from her, it is not impossible. Just be cautious, do not eat anything she offers, and avoid following her anywhere. Listening to the chaos outside, Chuanwen felt as though he had walked into a den of thieves rather than a manufacturing camp. Perhaps this apprenticeship was not as essential as he had initially thought. Chapter 92. The second prince enamored with cultivation. When the group noticed his slight hesitation, they laughed, mocking the youth for his timidity, suggesting that being sold was but a minor inconvenience. Chuanwen remained speechless, realizing that it was not them who would be sold. In truth, there were many in the manufacturing camp who hoped to be accepted as disciples by Tang Fingxing, for acquiring his skills would ensure they would never suffer from hunger, no matter where they ended up. Moreover, it was not just his previous disciple who had been sold. All 18 of his students had been sold by him. The old man regaled Chuanwen with tales of Tang Fingxing's exploits, how his improved crossbows could slay countless foes on the battlefield, how his ingenious contraptions had become quite popular in the martial world, and how even the emperor's diversions were crafted by Tang Fingxing. Listening to these stories ignited a sense of yearning in Chuanwen, yet the price of 1,000 taels of silver for apprenticeship seemed insurmountable. The second prince had long admired the master and sent a servant to invite him for a gathering. Chuanwen, puzzled by his lack of connection to the prince, followed the servant to the prince's residence outside the palace, where he soon understood the prince's admiration. The second prince held the very book of cultivation Chuanwen had penned, gazing at him with profound respect, eager to learn the arts of cultivation from him. Having heard of the second prince's obsession with immortality, Chuanwen found it confirmed upon meeting him. After an extensive discussion that left Chuanwen's stomach grumbling, the prince promptly ordered a meal to be served. Chuanwen, with little reservation, indulged in the feast, yet he could not help but wonder why the prince's gaze seemed to grow more reverent with each bite. The second prince thought to himself, indeed, the master embodies the unrestrained essence of an immortal. While others treated the prince with deference, speaking softly and eating cautiously. Even self-proclaimed wandering Taoists approached him with utmost respect, none compared to the candid demeanor of this master before him. After their meal, the second prince invited Chuanwen to his alchemy chamber. Upon entering, Chuanwen was astonished to see shelves brimming with elixirs. Each gourd labeled with names like Great Restorative Elixir, Essence Cultivating Pill, and Fundamental Strengthening Pill, leaving him in a daze. The prince, brimming with pride, introduced him to a large alchemical furnace, where a Taoist and 3 young acolytes were busy refining elixirs. The furnace, towering as high as a man, glowed red with an unknown substance boiling within. This was Chuanwu's first encounter with such a sight, and he marveled at it. The prince leaned closer, eagerly sharing that they were attempting to concoct the primordial ethereal soul pill as described in the master's book. Chuanwen nearly choked. That was merely a figment of his imagination, the name itself a mere fabrication. The prince continued enthusiastically, mentioning some ingredients were hard to procure, so they had substituted others. Uncertain if success was to be had, Chuanwen chuckled inwardly, thinking it would indeed be miraculous if they succeeded. To lend credibility to his narrative, he elaborated on how the pill was supposedly crafted in the higher realms and meticulously listed the required ingredients. To his surprise, there were indeed some gullible souls who believed him. Chuanwen observed the second prince, his conscience pricked, and urged, "This method will not yield results. That elixir is a mere fabrication of mine. Do you possess such an elixir?" The prince, not waiting for Chuanwen to finish, became fervent. Chuanwen shook his head, causing the prince to momentarily falter, but he quickly regained his enthusiasm. "Even if you do not possess it, with your presence, how could we fail to succeed? Please, I implore you to offer guidance. I shall reward you handsomely." The prince's eyes sparkled with hope, and Chuanwu's eyes glimmered in response. "I have a stock of primordial spirit grass, an essential ingredient for the primordial ethereal soul pill. If the prince desires, I shall fetch it." Chuanwen, though possessing a modicum of conscience, felt a glimmer of greed at the mention of a reward, envisioning the 1,000 taels of silver for his apprenticeship within reach. The prince, overjoyed, promptly sent for 100 taels of gold. Chuanwen accepted without hesitation, stating, "In exchange for the primordial spirit grass, I must also take some other items from you to maintain the balance of our fates." The prince nodded in agreement, harboring no doubt about the other's intentions, instead perceiving him as open and dignified. As Chuanwen left the prince's residence with the gold in hand, he could hardly contain his elation. "This stock of spirit grass is one I acquired by chance in recent days. In this realm devoid of spiritual essence, it will soon wither. You must gather the remaining ingredients swiftly," Chuanwen instructed. The prince, having never encountered leeks, received the grass as though it were a sacred relic, anxiously imploring, "I beseech you to bestow upon me the remaining ingredients." As a mere mortal, where could he procure such spirit herbs and stones? He had searched for many days without success. Chuanwen replied, "I too stumbled upon this single stalk of spirit grass by mere chance. I have no further means to obtain the others. Whether you can gather them, or if the elixir can be successfully refined, rests entirely upon your fortune." After advising the prince to preserve the spirit grass using ice to prolong its life, Chuanwen took his leave, leaving the prince with a furrowed brow. The prince hastily instructed his servants to fetch ice. The servants exchanged glances, realizing it was merely leeks, yet dared not voice their thoughts. Recognizing that the prince had been deceived before, and it was wiser to remain silent, especially considering the one who had duped him was the son of the Marquis of Chongqing. However, once out of earshot, they quickly shared their amusement with friends and family, and the tale of the prince's quest for spirit herbs spread rapidly. Within days, others arrived bearing the necessary ingredients to craft the primordial ethereal soul pill. Initially skeptical, the prince's doubts vanished upon learning that the individuals were Taoists from the Qingfeng Temple, and the herbs and stones matched the descriptions in his book. Overjoyed, he eagerly purchased them. Thus, he commenced the refinement of the elixir in his residence, which would require 49 days to complete. Coincidentally, this would coincide with the New Year celebrations, and he envisioned consuming the elixir publicly and ascending to immortality. He contemplated offering the elixir to his father, but knew the emperor would never forsake his empire for the sake of ascension, so he resolved to consume it himself. Once he became an immortal, he would ensure the prosperity of the great Jin dynasty. Such visions were delightful, yet reality was poised to deliver a harsh awakening. One day, after concluding state affairs, The emperor mused that several days had elapsed. The crown prince should have re-emerged. As the future sovereign, he ought not to appear fragile. Thus, the emperor summoned him, only to discover upon arriving at the Eastern Palace that the crown prince was joyfully tending to the fields, displaying no signs of despondency from his earlier embarrassment.
So,
It turned out he had merely sought an excuse to hide away and garden. The emperor's wrath ignited, feeling foolish for his concern over the past few days. After scolding him soundly, he ordered the prince to attend court the following day before storming off in anger. Chapter 93. The explosion of the second prince's alchemy furnace. When the emperor arrived at the empress's palace, he found Chuanwen engrossed in a book, seemingly focused. But only those who could hear her thoughts knew that her attention was far from the pages. Princess Chaoyang, are you capable? What's the use of merely feeling sad after being rejected? Just make your move. Chuanwen mused. My sister Yujia actually signed up to work in the cafeteria. Yujia, do you realize that's a perilous profession? It could easily lead to injury. Surprised, Chuanwen pretended to turn a page, soon feeling somewhat exasperated. However, given my sister Yujia's biceps, the one likely to get hurt should be someone else. The empress, sewing a small garment for the little princess, listened to Chuanwen's gossip with a smile. As though it were a captivating tale, the emperor joined them, sitting beside the cradle of his daughter, gently rocking it while admiring her adorable sleeping face. The anger he had brought from the East Palace dissipated in that moment. Sunlight streamed through the window. His wife was beside him sewing. He was lulling their daughter to sleep, and there was even a storyteller present. What more could one ask for? However, as he casually glanced up, his eyes met Chuanwen's, and an unexpected shiver ran down his spine. Sure enough, the next moment, Chuanwen exclaimed, "The emperor has arrived. Let us see what secrets he holds." The emperor felt the hairs on his back stand on end, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was the sovereign of a nation, upright and unashamed, with nothing to hide. Yet, in the next moment, Chuanwen's mocking laughter rang out. The slap to the face comes so swiftly. The emperor suppressed the twitching of his lips. However, glancing around the room, he noted that only he and Jean's sister could hear Chuanwen's thoughts. It wasn't too embarrassing to be overheard by Jean's sister. Certainly better than being heard by the officials in the court. Yet, reality seldom aligns with expectations. A young eunuch outside parted the curtains to report that the Minister of Rights sought an audience. The emperor darkened his face and permitted the minister to enter. As the minister stepped in, he was met with the emperor's warning gaze. The minister, who had overheard all of Chuanwen's thoughts on his way in, trembled in fear. Your Majesty, the envoy from the small state of Liang has arrived to present New Year's gifts. I have arranged accommodations for them. The minister, braving the emperor's frown, reported his purpose and inquired if the emperor wished to meet the envoys. The emperor pondered for a moment. It was only polite to greet them since they had traveled from afar. He instructed the minister to treat the envoys well and then, with a forced smile, queried, "Surely, you know what to say and what not to say, my dear minister?" The minister shivered. This was undoubtedly a warning, and he quickly assured, "I will definitely keep my lips sealed. I would never reveal that the emperor desires immortality, yet fears being labeled a tyrant," leading to a stuttering encounter with a wandering alchemist. What are these two playing at? Chuanwen wondered, her face puzzled. The empress smiled discreetly, while the emperor continued to rock the cradle as if nothing were amiss. Suddenly, Chuanwen exclaimed, "Oh no! The second prince's residence has exploded." The emperor nearly stumbled over in shock. With Chuanwen around, he could never find a moment's peace. The empress's expression shifted as the guards and eunuchs outside began to murmur anxiously. The emperor rushed out to investigate, only to see flames and billowing smoke erupting from the southwest direction. Judging by the distance, it was likely beyond the palace walls. Panic rose within him. Could it be that his second son's residence truly had exploded? Was he unharmed? At that moment, the empress and Chuanwen followed him outside. Chuanwen stared at the flames, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I want to see the commotion. The second prince's alchemy has caused the furnace to explode." Just as the emperor was about to send someone to assess the situation, he caught the mention of alchemy and realized that his second son was also practicing it. Without hesitation, the emperor decided to take Chuanwen along to witness the spectacle. As he changed into more casual attire, He assured himself that he was only concerned for his son's safety and had no interest in whatever elixir he was concocting. Upon their arrival, the second prince's estate was engulfed in smoke and flames, with firefighters struggling to douse the blaze. Neighbors brought buckets of water to assist in extinguishing the fire. Is the second prince out of his mind? He actually ran into the flames to salvage his elixirs. Chuanwen peered inside, with Zheng Yan by her side, anxious to protect her from the chaos and the embers that might fly out. The emperor was furious. If his son perished, what good would those elixirs be? Yin Shuang, bring the second prince to me. Even if I have to drag him out of the fire, I will. What was going on? How could such a fire have erupted? The emperor feigned anger at the disaster occurring at his son's residence, but in truth, he sought an excuse to rescue that foolish son who valued his elixirs over his life. The guards nearby, Yin Shuang and Wei Xiang, exchanged glances upon hearing the emperor's command. Yin Shuang promptly rushed inside, while Wei Xiang subtly moved closer to the emperor, heightening his vigilance. Yin Shuang quickly dragged the second prince out, whose clothes were singed in several places, the worst being his arm, where his garment had burned away, revealing scorched skin. His body drenched, likely from having been doused with water. My great soul elixir. Bring forth that great fool. Chuanwen's playful phonetics nearly caused the emperor to choke on his own spit. The name of the elixir, which had sounded somewhat ethereal coming from the second prince's lips, suddenly became ludicrous when uttered by Chuanwen. Moreover, the more the emperor contemplated the name, the harder it became to maintain a serious demeanor. Has the second prince been deceived? Chuanwen mused as she rifled through her script, while the emperor's expression darkened more than the smoke billowing from the second prince's residence. He sensed that Chuanwen's suspicions would lead to trouble. At that moment, the second prince was brought before the emperor. Upon seeing him, the second prince's eyes lit up, and he clung to the emperor's leg, pleading for him to send someone to rescue his great soul elixir. The emperor surveyed the inferno and realized that the fire had raged so fiercely that it was impossible for anyone to enter. Although he was intrigued by the elixir, he was not foolish enough to sacrifice his subjects for something whose authenticity was uncertain. Chuanwen, meanwhile, was still piecing together the situation and took a moment to comfort the second prince. But that's an immortal elixir. Immortal elixirs cannot be harmed by mundane flames. The second prince, tearful and sniffling, paused, then chuckled. Right. How could my great soul elixir be harmed by mere mortal fire? The emperor glanced at Chuanwen, surprised that this lively girl possessed a hint of celestial wisdom. However, while the second prince found solace in her words, Chuanwen was left astonished. It was my brother who deceived the second prince. Chapter 94. Who is the fool? In the midst of the chaos, Chuanwu, who was carrying a wooden bucket to assist in extinguishing the fire, suddenly froze. The manufacturing camp was not far from the residence of the second prince, and after the fire broke out, the camp's personnel rushed to help. Chuanwu felt a pang of guilt for having swindled 100 gold coins from the second prince earlier, prompting him to put in extra effort to help extinguish the flames. Hearing the heartfelt thoughts of his younger sister, he began to scan the area, hoping to find a back door to make a discreet escape. Outside the main gate, Chuanwen, although disapproving of his brother's deceitful actions, was more exasperated by the second prince's inability to recognize even the simplest of things. Only the fool from a wealthy family could be duped into buying a bunch of chives for 100 gold coins, he thought, casting a sympathetic glance at the second prince, who was akin to a simpleton with money to spare. Reflecting on the situation, Chuanwen felt a twinge of pity for the sixth prince. Though both were princes, their experiences were worlds apart. Alchemy was far more costly than buying birds. Yet while the sixth prince had to borrow clothes just to visit the emperor after purchasing a bird, the second prince was surrounded by a fortune of alchemical elixirs. Clearly, being born into the right family is a skill in itself, especially when the second prince's uncle is so affluent. The second prince, still grinning foolishly at the notion that his elixirs wouldn't be destroyed, suddenly realized that Chuanwen's thoughts were directed at him. Who was the fool? What were chives? He had purchased spiritual herbs for 100 gold coins. He was wealthy, but certainly not foolish. The second prince resolved to ignore Chuanwen's thoughts and focused on waiting for the fire to be extinguished so he could examine his prized soul elixir. The mere thought of the soul elixir made him giddy with anticipation. although the fateful 49 days had yet to arrive. He was certain that his soul elixir would be glowing, waiting for him amidst the charred remains. If only he could gauge the Emperor's expression, he would realize that what awaited him was not the radiant soul elixir, but rather a reprimand from the Emperor. In the end, Chuanwen could not locate a back door, but he did find a small dog hole at the base of an unburned wall. As the two of them crawled out, they locked eyes with the Minister of Rights, who was in a rather compromising position with his trousers halfway down. All three were startled, their eyes wide in disbelief. You too. The Minister of Rights recognized them. One was a notorious craftsman and gambler, and the other was Chuanwen's extraordinary brother. But when had these two joined forces? And why were they emerging from a dog hole in the second prince's residence? Don't you dare mention us.
Tang Fengsing Onna.
Casting a disdainful glance at the Minister of Rights, who was hurriedly fastening his belt. Public urination, and you're a government official. The Minister of Rights was incensed. I was merely hiding in this secluded grove. Who could have anticipated that they would emerge from a dog hole here? Tang Fengxing ignored his protests and swaggered off, while Chuanwen glanced back at the Minister of Rights, whose face was flushed with embarrassment and anger, offering an awkward smile before hastily following his master. Chuanwen was bewildered. He had deceived the second prince and escaped through a dog hole, but why was his master involved? Just then, Chuanwen's thoughts resonated in his mind.
Goodness.
Not only did my brother deceive the fool, but so did the renowned craftsman Tang Fengxing. My brother at least sold the second prince a bunch of chives. But Tang Fengxing swindled him of the remaining 8 materials for the elixir, including duhung grass, dan wood, and premium spirit stones. I can't believe it. For those few worthless vegetables and stones, he managed to extract 100 gold coins from the fool. Does he not offer any discounts? What's worse is that the fool is grateful for being duped. Second prince, do you still need to refine any elixirs? I'll prepare the materials in advance for you. In his mind, Chuanwen's inner voice bowed to the second prince, fawning and exhilarated, almost calling him father. Meanwhile, the emperor was itching with frustration. What a wasteful son he had. The second prince, however, brightened at the thought of Chuanwen possessing various elixir materials. Of course, if she can hear thoughts, she must have encountered extraordinary fortunes herself, so having some spiritual herbs and stones is not surprising at all. His eyes glimmered with excitement. He was on the verge of a windfall. Outside the dog hole, Chuanwen looked at his master with a complicated expression. Tang Fengxing chuckled. Thanks to you, my dear apprentice, I've discovered a lucrative path. Chuanwen thought to himself, I feel guilty for swindling the second prince out of 100 gold coins, yet my master has effortlessly swindled 800 and is still unsatisfied. Ha ha ha. Who exactly is this Tang Fengxing? That divine bird owned by the sixth prince was also crafted by him. During the transaction, he even disguised himself as a foreign barbarian to avoid recognition. Tang Fengxing stumbled slightly, but was steadied by Chuanwen. Master, perhaps we should take a few days to hide? Chuanwen felt it was wise to lay low. If the emperor caught his master, he would likely face dire consequences. Tang Fengxing cleared his throat. Someone. They're here. Tang Fengxing is here. Suddenly, the Minister of Rights shouted, startling both of them. Run. Tang Fengxing urged Chuanwen to flee as he dashed out first. Chuanwen, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit. The Minister of Rights chased after them, relishing their panicked flight while still issuing warnings and derisive remarks.
Now,
let us see if those warnings hold any weight. This gambler ought to be taught a lesson by the emperor. Unfortunately, he failed to catch up with them. And with everyone preoccupied with extinguishing the flames, no one heard his shouts, allowing the two to escape. Earlier, he had overheard the emperor express interest in the elixir of immortality and wanted to curry favor. Most people knew the second prince was obsessed with alchemy, so he thought he would check if it was true that he could refine elixirs. As he gazed at the burning residence, he noted that the flames were diminishing, indicating that the fire would soon be extinguished. However, from what Chuanwen had indicated, it seemed that the second prince's alchemical endeavors were rather dubious. Did my brother not earn quite a bit selling books? Why then would he swindle the second prince for a mere 100 gold coins? Chuanwen pondered, perplexed. Just then, the Duke of Chongqing happened upon the scene, drawn by the flames, and overheard her statement, momentarily bewildered. Wait, what? Did I misunderstand? He was aware that Chuanwen had made money selling books, but Chuanwen swindling the second prince? The Minister of Rights, noticing the Duke's confusion, approached to explain the situation and then chuckled at the unfolding drama. Daring to deceive a prince? Your young one has quite the audacity. Chapter 95. Perhaps we should kidnap the emperor at this moment. The Marquis of Chongqing was filled with trepidation, contemplating whether it was still feasible to abduct that young man and present him to the second prince as an act of contrition. The emperor seemed to sense something amiss, casting a glance in their direction. The Marquis hurriedly seized the Minister of Rights and sought refuge within the crowd, his face as pale as a ghost. For he had yet to devise a strategy to confront the emperor. The Marquis hastily departed, and the Minister of Rights, observing his anxious demeanor, realized that the young man would surely face dire consequences, which only heightened his amusement. Alas! No matter, let us first address this prodigal son. The emperor's disapproving gaze fell upon the second prince, who was entirely oblivious to his father's malevolent scrutiny, fixated instead on the blazing house. As soon as the flames were extinguished, he sprang to his feet and dashed inside in search of his elixir. After a protracted search, he emerged covered in soot, having found not even a trace of the promised remedy. How could this be? It was impossible, the second prince murmured to himself. Just when everyone believed he might finally grasp the deception, he sank to the ground, exclaiming, I understand now. It appears that the elixir has not yet matured, as it has not been 49 days. The crowd murmured in disbelief. The emperor sighed. This child is beyond redemption. The second prince was met with severe punishment, and once the chastisement was administered, he was confined to his palace quarters, the door locked tight. The emperor's directive was clear. Do not emerge and cause me embarrassment. The Taoist priests responsible for concocting the elixir were also summoned to the palace, and after dealing with the second prince, the emperor ordered them to be brought forth for questioning. Upon seeing the priests, who appeared nervous and timid, the emperor's mind was preoccupied with how to discreetly inquire about the fabled elixir of immortality. While the second prince had been deceived this time, it seemed implausible that he would be duped repeatedly. Perhaps these priests held some valuable knowledge. However, the frightened individuals kneeling before him believed the emperor was contemplating their punishment. Would it be a beating, execution, or perhaps even a more gruesome fate? The more they pondered, the more they trembled, and the more perspiration beaded upon their brows. As the silence in the room deepened, their breaths became shallow and cautious. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. The emperor furrowed his brow, hearing the thoughts of the onlooker. What a display the emperor is putting on. He has frightened them to the point of losing control. The observer, unable to endure the tense atmosphere, felt as if they were waiting for a teacher to deliver punishment for unfinished homework, the teacher's silence amplifying their anxiety. Typically, at such moments, the observer would resort to extreme measures, perhaps even overturning a chair and shouting defiantly, "What will you do if I haven't completed your assignment?" Although the consequences might lead to a punishment of running laps or a call to their parents, it would still be preferable to the current unbearable tension. Thus, at this juncture, the observer longed to suggest to the priests, at this stage, why not seize the emperor and demand a ransom, then make a swift escape? The emperor was taken aback. Yan Shuangwei and Zhang Yan stiffened, fearful that the priests might heed the observer's reckless counsel. One of the priests shifted slightly, only to be met with the cold steel of Yan Shuang's sword at his throat, the blade gleaming ominously. Another one was terrified. The scent of fear lingered in the air. Yan Shuang frowned, feeling that these individuals did not possess the audacity for such an act. Your Majesty, spare us. We were left with no choice but to deceive the second prince. We beseech you for mercy. The black-bearded middle-aged man stammered, tears streaming down his face, prompting the others to join in their pleas for clemency. Confusion filled the emperor's mind as he contemplated the implications. They had deceived the second prince. It became clear that this group was a band of refugees who had initially found solace in the form of alms from the wealthy. Yet, when the government promised them shelter, they had been misled, only to be taken to a quarry as forced laborers. At the quarry, they were not only deprived of sustenance, but also faced brutal treatment. The elderly among them succumbed within days. Unable to endure their plight, they had fled with their families, risking everything. One younger man broke down, recounting how his parents had sacrificed themselves to divert their pursuers, allowing him and his family to escape. He had watched helplessly as they were slain, their last words echoing in his mind. "We may not have much time left, but we will pave a way for you to live." The emperor's brow furrowed deeply. He was aware of the government's arrangements for refugees, but during his previous visits, he had seen none and assumed they were well catered. He ordered an investigation, determined to uncover the truth behind this matter, whether these individuals were lying or if someone was indeed scheming under his nose. This county magistrate, Liang Qingjun, is utterly unscrupulous. To curry favor with General Shun Tsongliang, he has sent the refugees to his wife's family's quarry. The observer felt a surge of righteous indignation. To exploit the lives of refugees for personal gain is nothing short of despicable. Are their lives not valued? How dare you treat them with such disdain? The capital was divided into districts, and Liang Qingjun governed one of them. While the emperor was unfamiliar with him, he certainly knew General Shun Tsongliang. A cold smile crept across the emperor's lips as he murmured their names. Liang Qingjun, Shun Tsongliang, you shall await my wrath. Meanwhile, at home, General Shun Tsongliang shivered unexpectedly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Outside the capital, in a desolate area, Chuanwen trailed behind Tang Fingxing, carrying a small bundle. "Master, where are we fleeing to?" Tang Fingxing gazed into the distance, where the outlines of towns were nowhere to be seen, and behind them, the capital had diminished to a mere dark speck on the horizon. Chapter 96. The heart and eyes of traditional martial arts. Tang Fingxing wore a smile at the corner of his lips. "Where are we headed?" "You'll find out soon enough." "Master?" With a well-thought-out plan, Chuanwen also felt that this arrangement was quite agreeable. They decided to find a location neither too far nor too near to the capital, keeping an eye on the happenings within the city. However, he sensed a hint of excitement emanating from his master. Following Tang Fingxing into the nearby woods, Chuanwen recalled how his master had sold all 18 of her disciples, and he grew increasingly wary, hoping he wouldn't fall victim to this crafty old man. Not long after they entered the forest, they encountered the minister of Honglu Temple, who was seated on a stone, munching on some dry rations. The three exchanged glances, and the minister felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. "What are you doing here?" Tang Fingxing's eyes lit up. Instead of being irked by the minister's glare, he smiled cheerfully and approached, inquiring, "Minister Lin, what brings you here?" Chuanwen silently followed behind, though he couldn't help but notice his master's mischievous grin. Foreseeing trouble for Minister Lin, unaware of the impending danger, Minister Honglu Temple still regarded Tang Fingxing with a scowl. "What business is it of yours?" Tang Fingxing glanced at the cold bun in the minister's hand and suggested, "There's a village up ahead. If you don't mind, Minister Lin, why not join us? It would be a delightful respite to enjoy a warm bowl of water on such a frigid day." Minister Honglu had intended to visit Qingfeng Temple, initially believing that with a bit of walking, he would arrive by afternoon. Little did he know that he had become somewhat lost along the way. Though reluctant to accompany Tang Fingxing, he had no other choice. Spending the night outdoors in such weather was far from pleasant. Thus, the three of them set off together, traversing the woods until they stumbled upon a small village. They approached a household to request water, and the family welcomed them warmly. As dusk fell, they insisted on providing lodging and even prepared a meal for them. Minister Honglu, thoroughly enjoying the food, couldn't help but exclaim, "What a simple and pure folk." Chuanwen, having eaten little, glanced at Minister Honglu and sighed inwardly, thinking that the minister seemed more genuine than he had initially perceived. Tang Fingxing appeared quite familiar with the villagers' household, serving them rice and handing out chopsticks with an enthusiasm that surpassed the villagers' own. Chuanwen, ever watchful, suspected his master frequented this place and wondered if it might serve as a base for her dealings involving her disciples' families. As both Chuanwen and Minister Honglu were men, they were assigned to share a room, while Tang Fingxing, being a woman, had a room to herself. After returning to their quarters, Minister Honglu quickly succumbed to sleep, collapsing onto the bed. Chuanwen, hiding beneath the window, soon noticed Tang Fingxing leaving the room to speak with a man from the household outside, likely haggling over something. However, he didn't sneak away. Instead, he ventured to the restroom at the back of the yard, having seen the man approach that way. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the air became thick with tension. There are people here, the man said, momentarily failing to recognize Chuanwen in the darkness. If you're truly that desperate, you might as well take care of it outside. It's dark enough that no one would see. Chuanwen wrinkled his nose in distaste, unable to fathom what the man had consumed earlier, as the odor was unbearable. Initially wishing to finish quickly, he found the stench intolerable and hastily exited. After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air outside, he managed to suppress his nausea. Shortly after, the man emerged, and they began whispering by the latrine, ultimately agreeing on a price of 1 or 2 silver coins for the sale of Tang Fingxing. After receiving the money, Chuanwen quietly slipped out of the village. However, after conversing with the man, he realized that they were engaging in a legitimate business, not the nefarious trade he had imagined. The individuals being sold were family members willingly offering themselves. Tang Fingxing had claimed that Minister Honglu and Chuanwen were her brother and son, respectively, asserting that their family had fallen on hard times and had no choice but to sell them to survive. As for the sleeping drug, it was merely intended to set the mood. Regardless, Chuanwen managed to escape, leaving Tang Fingxing behind. As for that Minister Lin, he could only hope for his own fortune. Yet, not far from the village, a sharp blow struck the back of his head, and he knew without a doubt who had done it. Wasn't this supposed to be a legitimate business? When he regained consciousness, it was the next day. His hands and feet were bound, and he was jolted on a donkey cart, his backside nearly in tatters. Is it dawn already? A groggy voice broke the silence. And Chuanwen realized there were 2 others on the cart, Tang Fingxing and Minister Honglu. Minister Honglu, just recovering from the effects of the drug, slowly stirred awake. While Tang Fingxing wore a forced smile, her eyes fixed on him, suggesting she had been awake for some time. Feeling a sudden wave of guilt, Chuanwen realized the precariousness of their situation as Minister Honglu began to shout, only to be met with a whip from the driver. Behave. The minister winced. Yet he persisted. Do you know who I am? How dare you strike an official? I'll ensure you regret this. Tang Fingxing quickly interjected with a nervous smile. My dear brother here listens to too many tales and has lost his wits, believing himself to be a high official. Please, do not take his words to heart. Calling me mad. Minister Honglu nearly exploded with rage. He had always found Tang Fingxing insufferable, and now being called insane was the last straw. Chuanwen, however, sensed that this was not the time for disputes and whispered to the minister, these traffickers might have unwittingly captured someone of status. They would eliminate us without hesitation. If you wish to keep your throat intact, it would be wise to remain quiet. They fear retaliation if we manage to escape. The minister, once brimming with indignation, suddenly fell silent, glancing between Chuanwen and Tang Fingxing, deflated like a punctured balloon. Tears streamed down his face as he realized that any encounter with these 2 was bound to end poorly. Now, he lamented. Having failed to gather intelligence about the elixir of immortality for the emperor, he was left in the dark regarding his fate. Meanwhile, in the imperial court, the emperor unexpectedly sneezed, causing a ripple of unease among the officials. Sure enough, the next moment, the inquisitive Zhongwen began to pry into the emperor's personal affairs. One couldn't help but wonder if she had finally lost her mind, as she had been wide awake for 2 consecutive days without dozing off or drooling. Her keen attention focused on anyone presenting matters before the court. Whoever spoke, she would delve into their gossip. The Minister of Revenue's wife had hung herself after he took a new concubine, while the Minister of Rights was revealed to be a sycophant of the famed courtesan of Hongxiang Tower. The Minister of Works had his coffers pilfered, only to discover it was his own son who was the thief. After 2 days of such revelations, even the usually unflappable Prime Minister Zhang hesitated to speak, and the entire court fell into a deep silence. Chapter 97. The unreliable transmission and embarrassment. The emperor's sudden sneeze successfully captured the attention of the unreliable messenger, and he was thrown into a state of panic.
Who will save me?
Although the emperor believed he had done nothing shameful, the incident at the Qingfeng temple had left him wary of making hasty conclusions. What if he had forgotten something? He certainly did not wish for the messenger to ridicule him in front of his ministers, as that would be akin to public humiliation. Where is the Minister of Rights? Was it not said that the envoy from the small Liang kingdom had arrived? Why has there been no arrangement for an audience? The emperor commended his own cleverness. Though he felt a twinge of guilt for dragging the Minister of Rights into this, The current situation took precedence over any notions of loyalty between ruler and subject. In the grand hall, the officials exchanged glances, puzzled by the absence of the Minister of Rights, causing a stir among them. The emperor furrowed his brow in confusion. It was unusual for the minister to skip court without notification. Just then, the messenger, seemingly provoked by some unseen force, spat out the contents of his mouth in astonishment. The assembly gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. Despite knowing the messenger's unreliability, the scene unfolding in the hall left them momentarily stunned, their minds blank. The officials in the front row recognized the object that had been expelled, a sour jujube. Meanwhile, the messenger's inner thoughts echoed. Tang Fingxing sold both the Minister of Rights and my brother. Now all three of them are toiling in the quarry as laborers. However, it seems I am facing an even graver predicament. Will the emperor execute me for such an undignified act in this solemn setting? The messenger pondered the potential consequences of his actions. After all, I have presented the emperor with so many offspring. He should not be so heartless, right? What should I do? Why is no one speaking? Should I bow and plead for forgiveness? If I adopt a humble attitude, perhaps the emperor will turn a blind eye. The emperor and those present twitched their lips in exasperation. You are aware this is a serious occasion, yet you cannot control yourself? Offspring? The messenger suddenly glanced at the infant in his arms, a smile creeping across his face, prompting an ominous premonition among the onlookers. Surely they would believe it was the little princess who expelled it? The crowd thought, do we look like fools to you? The messenger's brows furrowed in contemplation. He doubted the little princess possessed the strength to project a jujube that far. Perhaps I should say it was Zhang Yan. His strength is evident. And he stands right behind me. Given how sudden the incident was, no one likely saw who did it. The more he considered this, the more feasible it seemed, and his expression relaxed, revealing a hint of cunning. The crowd glanced at Zhang Yan behind the messenger with sympathetic eyes, thinking, poor Mr. Zheng, tirelessly ensuring her safety, now has to bear the blame. Zheng Yan, however, was indifferent. Without needing the messenger's cue, he stepped forward to accept the emperor's punishment. The emperor glanced at the messenger, who whistled and looked skyward, inwardly thinking, he admitted it himself, it has nothing to do with me. The assembly responded, it has nothing to do with you?
What do you mean by that?
The emperor symbolically fined Zheng Yan 2 months' salary, while the messenger internally sighed in relief. No matter, it is merely 2 months' salary. I shall cover it. Such camaraderie. Henceforth, we are brothers. If I have a bowl of soup, you shall have one too. The crowd's expressions darkened, expecting a declaration of sharing meat, only to be met with the notion of sharing a bowl. Zheng Yan was indifferent to the disparity between sharing meat or a bowl, but he questioned why they were now brothers. Meanwhile, in the hall, the deputy minister of rights pondered, am I the only one aware of my superior's whereabouts? Your Majesty, where is the minister of rights? The deputy's words jolted the emperor, who suddenly recalled hearing the name of the minister of rights in the messenger's inner thoughts. Had anyone seen him yesterday? Feigning curiosity, the emperor inquired among his officials, hoping to buy time to listen to the messenger's thoughts. Otherwise, he had no clue where to find the missing man. The messenger also recalled the relevant details and hastily checked again, worried about his brother's fate. Oh, dear. The minister of rights was punished for being too slow and was whipped, bloodied and bruised. But what about my brother? The messenger anxiously continued to investigate, while the emperor conversed with the ministers about who had seen whom the previous day, causing them to gasp in horror at the grim news. The emperor sighed, weary of the incompetence of his ministers, especially when compared to a mere youth. However, recognizing the messenger's brother had traversed time, he considered that he might possess some talents. Thus, he found solace in knowing his ministers were not wholly inadequate. The ministers, on the other hand, held the messenger's brother in high regard, applauding his capabilities. Ha ha ha. It turns out the chief overseer of the quarry is a fan of my brother. He is practically worshipping him. One minister noted having seen Tang Fingxing with the minister of rights yesterday. The deputy minister, undeterred, resolved to save his superior, even if it meant embellishing the truth. The messenger's brother was being well treated, but his superior was being whipped mercilessly. Thank goodness for my brother, otherwise, the stubborn minister of rights would have been beaten to death. The deputy minister lamented internally for his poor superior. At least he is receiving treatment now, with adequate food and drink, while they are reprimanding him for his complaints about the food quality, lodging conditions, and management. The chief overseer must be livid. The deputy's tears ceased as he realized his superior was merely being reprimanded. It seemed that saving him was not an urgent matter after all. Considering his superior's penchant for complaints, the deputy's anxiety dissipated. There was no rush. Let his superior relish the moment of retribution. The emperor and the assembly were at a loss for words. The Minister of Rights has quite the flair for theatrics, seeking to guide operations in a den of thieves. The emperor inquired of the deputy minister, who, now relaxed, admitted he had not noticed which direction they had taken. The emperor chuckled. I suspect you did not overlook it, but rather chose to ignore it. I know, the messenger exclaimed inwardly. Chapter 98. The complaints of the minister of the Honglu Temple, in a quarry owned by the family of General Shen Songliang's wife. Situated 100 miles from the capital in Ling County, Shen Songliang was suddenly taken aback. Why was it again related to his wife's family? Yesterday, summoned by the emperor for questioning, he was utterly bewildered. He was aware that his wife's family owned several quarries, but he had no inkling that the county magistrate, Liang Qingjun, had brought the refugees to those sites. Now, the refugee issue remained unresolved, and yet another trouble with the minister of the Honglu Temple had emerged. How was one to survive this turmoil? With trepidation, Shen Songliang stepped forward, and it seemed he could discern the whereabouts of the minister of the Honglu Temple and Tang Fingxing. The emperor, with a cold smile, inquired of their destination. They had journeyed southwest. The minister of the Honglu Temple had been deceived and sold yesterday afternoon. Yet all that time Shen Songliang had been at home skipping rope. When could he have seen anything? The voice of Chuanwen echoed with confusion. Which servant? Fearing that Chuanwen would investigate her miraculous device, the junior minister of the Honglu Temple quickly interjected. Not long ago, I heard that there have been frequent disappearances near Ling County. Since it lies in the southwest, could it be that Lord Lin has been deceived and taken there? Chuanwen's attention successfully shifted from the identity of the servant, enthusiastically agreeing. Indeed, he must have been tricked into Ling County. Only, rather than toiling as a laborer, he has been treated like a lord. Ha ha ha. To make amends, the Grand Steward even found a few beauties to accompany the minister of the Honglu Temple, fine wine, gentle fires for roasting, and the flattery of lovely ladies. It seems the minister has already drifted from the quarry to the court in his complaints. Ha ha ha. I must see what he has to say. The emperor, initially intending to send someone to rescue the minister of the Honglu Temple, paused. Well done, Lin Jinjun. Complaining about the court behind our back. I shall see what you have to say. The ministers exchanged glances, initially believing the minister of the Honglu Temple to be in dire straits, only to discover he was surrounded by beauties and fine wine, while they, the ones who had come to court, were the truly unfortunate ones. Nevertheless, they did not envy the minister too much, for they had heard whispers of his impending misfortune. The Minister of Revenue has been preoccupied with squabbles with his wife, leaving all matters to his subordinates. Lord Lin speculated that the Minister of Revenue was doing this intentionally, creating an impression that he was being harassed by his wife to avoid work, all while garnering sympathy from others. Perhaps, while they comforted him, he secretly mocked their naivety. Ha ha. Lord Lin's analysis is quite insightful. In an effort to dispel the somber atmosphere in the hall, the junior minister of the Honglu Temple and Shen Songliang began to speculate on the whereabouts of the minister of the Honglu Temple, one suggesting he might have gone to Ling County, while the other posited he could be heading elsewhere, as they engaged in analysis while also listening to Chuanwen's inner thoughts. Shen Songliang secretly sighed in relief. Although Tang Fingxing and the others had been sold to his wife's family's quarry, fortunately, they had not suffered much. Otherwise, with a minister of the Honglu Temple, a master craftsman, and a young noble from a marquis family in peril, he would have been at a loss for how to explain the situation. However, the Minister of Revenue could not afford to relax, though no one was looking at him. He felt as if he were encircled by his colleagues, feeling guilty and hesitant to raise his head. The collective sentiment among the officials in the Ministry of Revenue could be summarized as disbelief and skepticism. My lord, please declare that it is not you. Furthermore, the Inspector General is a notorious deadbeat. 2 months ago, he borrowed 3 coins to buy wine and has yet to repay it. He has hinted at repayment several times. But the Inspector General feigns ignorance.
Ha ha ha.
He has decided that if the Inspector General does not repay soon, he will report him to the Emperor. The minister's gazes frequently darted towards the two Inspector Generals, wondering which one had borrowed the 3 coins. It was indeed quite unethical to remain in debt. The Minister of Revenue secretly sighed in relief. Though he did not know which Inspector General it was, he still felt grateful. The Emperor also cast a disdainful glance at the two Inspector Generals, thinking, how could a 5th-rank official not even repay 3 coins? Inspector General Yi Guang looked innocently red-faced, exclaiming, "It wasn't he me. It wasn't he me." The other Inspector General, Dong Zhen, also appeared innocent, remembering only after a moment that he had borrowed 3 coins from the minister of the Honglu Temple 2 months prior. In that instant, his face turned crimson with shame. He truly had forgotten. He had often wondered why the minister of the Honglu Temple sought him out for tea and games, spending half the day in seemingly nonsensical conversation. On one occasion, he had been compelled to drink tea, and even when he needed to relieve himself, he was not allowed to leave, nearly soiling his trousers. Dong Zhen felt both embarrassed and angry. It was just 3 coins. Was it necessary to make such a fuss? Ha ha ha. They say Lord Zhang appears stern and unsmiling, but in truth, he is indeed stern and unsmiling.
Ha ha ha.
What a revelation.
Oh.
And they also say that Lord Zhang not only lacks a sense of humor, but also looks down on others. Once, when the Minister of Works was discussing matters with his subordinates, Lord Zhang passed by and displayed a contemptuous smile. Ha ha ha. Chuanwen imitated Lin Jinjuan's tone. The Minister of Works is of such an advanced age, yet still subject to his disdain. What is there to be proud of? Just because he is a bit clever, offers some strategies, and has gained the Emperor's favor. What right does he have to look down upon this official? No matter how favored one is by the Emperor, one has only served 2 reigns. What gives him the audacity to despise this official? Others. How did we sense the minister of the Honglu Temple's palpable jealousy? Could it be he harbors envy towards Chancellor Zhang? Shun Songliang's situation is even more amusing.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone perked up their ears, urging him to share the humor. Just as the junior minister of the Honglu Temple was absent-mindedly speculating on which southwestern town Lin Jinjun might have gone to, Shun Songliang's composure wavered. Wasn't the conversation about Chancellor Zhang and the Minister of Works? How had it turned to him? Ha ha ha. The god of urine.
Ha ha ha.
Chuanwen laughed without restraint, as the ministers stifled their laughter. Shun Songliang's face turned beet red. He was at a loss. Desperate measures and a time of illness. Who could have known that the divine doctor he had been praying to for a month was a charlatan? Chapter 99. The Minister of the Honglu Temple. You shall not return to this court upon the mention of that miraculous physician. An air of discomfort enveloped Shen, who was seated beside Shun Songliang. It was then that the voice of Chuanwen, who had finally exhausted her laughter, echoed. So, has Shun Songliang's frequent urination been cured? On the first day of court, so many amusing anecdotes emerged, causing the Crown Prince's eyes to sparkle with delight. At times, he found himself rather enjoying the court sessions. How amusing. After the analysis by the Deputy Minister of the Honglu Temple concluded, it was Shun Songliang's turn to speak.
Yet,
upon glancing over, one could see his face was a peculiar shade of red and black, resembling a man utterly devoid of hope. He seemed entirely disinterested in the proceedings. The Deputy Minister of the Honglu Temple felt a pang of urgency. Although praying to the deity of urination was rather humiliating, he implored Shin to hold on just a bit longer, as they still had to perform their roles. Otherwise, Chuanwen might discover their secret. Stealing a discreet glance, he noticed that Chuanwen was completely absorbed in the gossip, oblivious to their conversation. To conceal her amusement, she feigned to be cooing to the little princess, though her smirk stretched nearly to her ears. The Deputy Minister of the Honglu Temple was exasperated. Aha, I have discovered it. That divine healer was indeed a ploy orchestrated by Shin to deceive Shun Songliang, all stemming from a bet over the third prince's predilections. Shun Songliang, however, played dirty and refused to pay up. What a notorious cheat. The Inspector General, Dong Zhen, felt deeply offended and internally screamed, I am not a cheat. Meanwhile, the true cheat, Shun Songliang, shot a glance at Shin, who pretended not to notice, mentally chastising Shin for being unable to accept his losses. The deputy minister of the Honglu temple posed the question, when shall we proceed to rescue him? Yet, amidst the court, only he seemed preoccupied with the plight of his superior. But the next moment brought a startling revelation. Minister Lin has expressed disdain for the capabilities of the deputy minister of the Honglu temple, insisting that he must report to him for every matter. Furthermore, he remarked that the deputy minister lacks hygiene, failing to wash his hands after visiting the restroom. Chuanwen struggled to suppress her laughter, thinking, haha, do we need to meddle in personal matters too? Though it is indeed somewhat unsanitary, haha. The deputy minister of the Honglu temple felt utterly embarrassed, wishing that the quarry workers would take him out instead. The emperor's smile froze, and his eye twitched. Everyone in the court paused, momentarily taken aback, silently noting the emperor's peculiar taste. Chuanwen suddenly sensed the stillness in the hall, asking, why is everyone silent? Are we not going to rescue Minister Lin and the others? The emperor, with a somber gaze, inquired, have you deduced the whereabouts of the minister of the Honglu temple? His eyes fell heavily on Shun Tsongliang and the deputy minister. Shun Tsongliang replied, moreover, my servant may have misjudged. Upon reflection, it cannot be ascertained that the minister of the Honglu temple headed southwest. What is this? Just moments ago, the analysis was fervent. Chuanwen observed the officials below her. Their previous urgency to rescue now seemed forgotten, replaced by a leisurely demeanor, causing her brows to furrow in confusion. The deputy minister of the Honglu temple was informed, you shall temporarily assume the duties of the minister of the Honglu temple. Should you perform well, the position shall be yours. His eyes sparkled with unexpected joy, and he hastily expressed his gratitude, vowing to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the role. Chuanwen expressed surprise, exclaiming, you declare someone has met with misfortune after merely 1 day of absence. I believe there is still hope for recovery. Yet, it seemed no one was willing to take action. Thus, the matter concerning the minister of the Honglu temple was swiftly brushed aside, and the court discussions resumed, albeit in a somewhat chaotic manner. Shun Tsongliang accused Shishun of dozing off during court, branding him as disrespectful. In retaliation, Shishun, flustered, accused Shun Tsongliang of frequently taking concubines, implying he was a lecherous rogue, suggesting the emperor investigate him thoroughly. The verbal skirmish escalated, threatening to devolve into physical conflict. Although the Minister of Revenue remained quiet, their faces were darkened, each unwilling to engage. The Inspector General's faction exhibited a mix of amusement and resentment. The emperor, rubbing his temples, lamented how Lin Jinjun had single-handedly thrown the court into disarray. Yet the chaos was not solely born of bickering. The emperor glanced at the eager crown prince, whose eyes glimmered with excitement, exacerbating his headache. Shin, why have you fallen silent? Back when the third prince was still in power, you shared drinks with Shishun on 2 occasions. You could use that to attack him, suggesting he might still be in collusion with the third prince, plotting a palace coup. The faction loyal to the former third prince shuddered, quickly emerging to launch attacks against Shishun from various angles, eager to demonstrate their newfound loyalty and distance from the third prince. With this surge of support, the atmosphere grew even more tumultuous, and the emperor's grip on his temples tightened, nearly forgetting the chaos that one individual was relishing. Zhang Qing observed the tumultuous court in silence, casting a glance at Chuanwen, who looked as though she wished to dive into the fray herself. Sensing that future court sessions would certainly not lack excitement. You,
wow.
Zhang Qing, go for it. My lord. Oil leak. Chuanwen, with a lingering sense of delight, found today's court proceedings utterly entertaining, eagerly anticipating the next day's potential for conflict. Chapter 100. The melodies echoing from the cold palace, though winter had settled in. A few pots of chrysanthemums still bloomed under the clear sky, and the sun's radiant warmth enveloped the surroundings. Sitting by the pond, Chuanwen was feeding the fish when she noticed Zheng Yan, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Curious, she inquired about his troubles.
Zheng Yan,
still preoccupied with the notion that Chuanwen regarded him as a brother, offered a faint smile, dismissing her concern and suggesting they go fishing. With the catch destined for the Queen's kitchen, intrigued by the prospect of savoring the dish of squirrelfish, Chuanwen eagerly accepted, requesting a fishing rod. As she basked in the sun and cast her line, her thoughts drifted to the succulent braised pork prepared by Ergo. a dish she had not enjoyed in quite some time. Although the queen's kitchen had attempted to replicate it, none could rival Ergo's culinary prowess. She had dreamt numerous times of him bringing a steaming pot of braised pork to her. Would he visit the capital during the new year? She resolved to inquire with Sister Yu upon her departure from the palace. Lost in her delectable reverie, Chuanwen managed to reel in 2 sizable grass carp. Much to Zheng Yan's astonishment, he had braced himself for the possibility that Chuanwen might struggle to catch anything, leaving him to intervene. But now he felt a tinge of disappointment mingled with surprise. Chuanwen chuckled. She was no mere glutton. Despite her previous wish to be a carefree idler, she reveled in her unexpected success. Upon noticing Chuanwen, 2 court maids abruptly ceased their hushed conversation. After exchanging pleasantries, they attempted to leave swiftly, but Chuanwen called them back, inquiring about their prior discussion. Given her growing prominence in the palace, the maids tread cautiously as they divulged the latest gossip. They spoke of eerie songs that had been wafting from the cold palace at night, accompanied by sighs and moans. Though the maids expressed their unease, they kindly advised Chuanwen to steer clear of that vicinity. Zhang Yan observed the glimmer in Chuanwen's eyes, recognizing that she had disregarded the maid's warning. However, her lack of concern stemmed not from a desire to explore the cold palace, but from skepticism about the supernatural. She suspected that most likely, someone was merely playing tricks. The spirit of gossip ignited within her. Indeed, one of the concubines who perished in the explosion was particularly fond of singing. Chuanwen mused. Isn't it a travesty that such good souls were lost? But at ISNT, the vengeful spirit of that concubine singing at night, it's who nuancer, the malicious supporting character who fared better than I in the original plot. Chuanwen had nearly forgotten about her until now, her curiosity piqued, leading her to dig deeper. She soon discovered that Hu Nuancer had been sent to the cold palace by the noble consort. Unable to accept a life confined to the cold palace, she sought to entangle one of the princes. Previously, she feigned an injury to attract the 6th prince and nearly scared him out of his wits. Now, she hides by the wall each night, singing to lure any passing prince. What prince would wander near the cold palace at such an hour? Zheng Yan, following behind, wished to caution Chuanwen to temper her enthusiasm, noticing several guards struggling to suppress their laughter, yet he remained silent, resigned to listening. Indeed, there was a time when the 8th prince lost his pet rabbit and found it in the cold palace. He mistook it for a ghost and hurled stones in a panic. Had Hu Nuancer not fled quickly, she might have been injured. Chuanwen exclaimed, her laughter ringing through the air. When she arrived, the queen, intrigued by Chuanwen's mirth, inquired about the latest scandal she had uncovered. But Chuanwen's thoughts were already consumed by the prospect of a hearty meal. Throughout dinner, her heart longed for Ergo's braised pork, leaving the queen somewhat envious. Later that afternoon, the emperor visited the queen's palace. Noticing her size, he lamented about his sons, 2 imprisoned, 2 under house arrest, and the crown prince, whom he had high hopes for, was only interested in farming. The 8th prince had also fallen ill, leaving the emperor disheartened, feeling he had failed as a father. Listening to his woes, Chuanwen reflected, while you may falter as a father, your reign as emperor is commendable. Under your governance, the great gene has flourished. The emperor, touched by her words, felt a surge of gratitude. Despite her frequent mockery, Chuanwen's confidence in him was unexpectedly uplifting. Had he known of the term pua, he might have recognized his feelings in that moment. Nevertheless, Chuanwen's eventual turn of phrase was delayed yet impactful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to run away from home in despair. The emperor, moved to tears, called for his guards, remove this person from my sight. Reflecting on his youngest son's tender age and timid nature, he considered that the boy might have genuinely believed he had encountered a specter. It would be prudent to have someone reassure the 8th prince. As the sun dipped below the palace walls and night descended, Hu Nuancer sat in a pavilion within the cold palace, gazing at the moon and lamenting her misfortune. To be struck while singing. Woe betide the one who dares to cross me. Should I find that scoundrel, I shall flay him alive. Having fled too swiftly to see her assailant, Hu Nuancer seethed with resentment. As her hand brushed against her swollen forehead, a sharp pain drew a gasp from her lips. Chapter 101. The envoy from the small Liang kingdom. The envoy from the small Liang kingdom gestured helplessly, letting out a sigh. Hunwaner, with her sorrowful eyes, felt tears welling up. After singing for so many days, her voice was nearly hoarse, yet not a single prince had taken notice. Even the presence of a few guards would have sufficed to facilitate a connection. Strangely, there were no eunuchs or palace maids passing through the cold palace as before. And even the eunuchs delivering meals hastily left after placing down the food, as if the cold palace concealed something terrifying. This left her unable to even bribe a couple of eunuchs for assistance. With such thoughts, her singing inevitably took on a more mournful tone. Not far away, Li Jiaoyi shivered in her bed, frightened to tears by the plaintive song, muttering, "Don't look for me, don't look for me." The next day, the emperor met with the envoy from the small Yang kingdom at Ganlu Hall. The envoy was a frail, elderly man, his gray hair tied back with a rough wooden stick, dressed in tattered, coarse linen garments with holes in his shoes, exposing his big toe. He bore little resemblance to a dignified envoy, but more to a destitute old man. The emperor was speechless. Previously, the envoy would lament his kingdom's poverty, subtly requesting gifts, and leave with carts full of provisions. This time, his appearance was even more disheveled, leaving the emperor bewildered. Upon seeing the emperor, the old man burst into tears, far more intense than his past displays of sorrow, leaving the emperor at a loss for words. Once he regained his composure, the emperor hurriedly offered a handkerchief for the old man to wipe his tears, who sobbed for a long while before gradually calming down to recount the tragic history of the small Liang kingdom. Nestled in the southwestern frontier, the small Liang kingdom was not affluent, relying on livestock trade for survival. Last year, a band of wild men had emerged from the mountains, frequently descending to steal their chickens, ducks, and pigs, and even abducting women, leaving the villagers with no means of subsistence. The envoy had come not only to present New Year-esque greetings, but also to implore the emperor for military aid to drive away these marauders. Upon hearing the old man's tale, the emperor realized he had wronged him and assured that he would send troops. The envoy exited the palace feeling relieved, hopeful that once the great Jin emperor dispatched forces to expel the wild men, they would return to a life of happiness. His companions waiting outside were equally relieved upon hearing the emperor's willingness to send help, their faces brightening with smiles. Initially despondent, they now walked with their heads held high. "Look at that girl. She resembles a jade doll. Not only is she more beautiful than the maidens from our land, but I have yet to see anyone in the great Jin who compares." The old man followed the direction of his companion's finger and saw a girl of about 14 or 15 sitting at a wonton stall, savoring her meal. Her elegantly arched brows appeared to stretch in delight, and her large eyes were misty from the steam. Her complexion was fair and tender, akin to a peeled egg. The old man nodded in satisfaction, thinking that such beauty would make a perfect bride for their crown prince. "I shall go fetch a sack." Excited, a dark-skinned middle-aged man took a step forward, only to be halted by the old man, who smacked his head. "Are you foolish? This is the capital of the Great Jin, not our small place. Abducting someone in the streets will get us caught." Chastised, the dark-skinned man shrugged, and the others questioned the old man about their next steps. They could not let such a beautiful girl slip away without ensuring she became the crown prince's wife. The group, conversing in their dialect, drew curious glances from passers-by who could not comprehend their words as they huddled together in hushed whispers, plotting how to abscond with a maiden from the Great Jin. A younger member of the group agreed to take action, while the old man and the others approached the wonton stall, sitting beside the young girl and awkwardly striking up a conversation. The girl glanced at them, noticing their attire was different from that of the Great Jin, and curiosity sparked in her mind as she tried to discern their identities. "Excuse me, young lady, could you tell me the way to Xiaoping Street?" The old man inquired kindly, his accent still evident yet understandable to the attentive listener. To his dismay, the girl seemed oblivious, focusing solely on her wontons. After several attempts, it became clear she was not responding. Could she be deaf? One of the men wondered aloud. A wave of disappointment washed over them, but the old man remarked in their dialect, "Deaf or not, she is still quite striking." He playfully tapped the girl, gesturing animatedly, but she merely stared at him as if he were a fool. "Grandfather, I don't want to watch monkey tricks," she replied. The old man nearly choked on his words. Who is performing tricks? However, considering the crown prince, He patiently gestured once more. Again, the girl responded, "Grandfather, I truly do not wish to watch monkey tricks." In the nearby fried goods shop, Zheng Yan, who was waiting in line for freshly roasted pine nuts, nearly burst into laughter, while the other customers and the wonton stall owner found the scene utterly amusing. The old man's face turned red with embarrassment, and the group quickly retreated. Yet, they did not stray far, keeping a close watch on the girl. After the court session, the emperor had not summoned the girl to Ganlu Hall, and with no court obligations the following day, she took the opportunity to leave the palace. After purchasing some food, she made her way to the Chongqing Marquis's residence, all the while contemplating the small Liang kingdom. Chapter 102. Chuanwen encounters the flower thief. As Chuanwen entered a grand residence, the small Liang kingdom envoys lurking behind the wall grew anxious. The dark-skinned, middle-aged man voiced his concern. "That young girl appears to be of some standing. If we abduct her, will it cause a commotion?" The elderly leader nodded in agreement, and the group took their positions outside the residence, remaining vigilant throughout the night. The following morning, they crouched near the base of the wall, shivering from the cold. "We should eat something. We've been on watch all night and are both weary and famished." The youngest among them could hardly endure the hunger, receiving a sharp glance from the elder. Unable to withstand the reprimand, he grumbled, "No wonder women are taken by those savages." Despite his complaints, the elder produced a small purse and counted out a few coins for the young man, instructing him to procure some flatbreads. With coins in hand, the young man hurried off and returned with the food. As they ate, they awaited the emergence of the girl from the previous day. However, instead of her, they were greeted by another striking young woman. Upon exiting the gates, Chuanyi noticed the group from the Liang kingdom. Unaware of their true identities, she merely perceived them as unfortunate foreign merchants, huddled in tattered clothing and nibbling on flatbreads. Compassion stirred within her, and she placed a couple of silver coins on the ground before them, sighing, "Please, buy something to eat. Though she appears slightly older than our prince, I believe she would make a more suitable princess." The dark-skinned man discreetly pocketed the coins, only to have the sharp-eyed elder snatch them away, placing them in his own purse. "I too find her more fitting. Though the girl from yesterday was lovely, she was deaf, which is less than ideal." The elder beckoned the others to follow the enchanting figure, trailing her through several streets until she vanished into a narrow alley. Elated, they pursued her.
Miss.
This was their usual tactic when capturing someone. They would feign vulnerability, enlisting the sympathy of passers-by. "Miss, I've twisted my ankle. Could you assist me?" The elderly man's acting was commendable, stumbling as if he were genuinely in pain. Chuanyu, not thinking much of it, rushed over to help. "Sir, how did you end up here?" The old man gasped, but now was not the time for hesitation. He signaled to his hidden companions, who then surged into the alley, blocking the exit. With this, the beautiful girl had no means of escape. To flee the alley, she would have to defeat them, an endeavor they thought impossible for such a seemingly harmless girl. Remembering her sister's warning that morning about the surge in flower thieves, Chuanyu felt a surge of panic. However, recalling the heavy hammer she had hidden beneath her bed, the sandbags in her cabinet, and her daily practice of martial arts, she quickly composed herself, even feeling a thrill of excitement. She had only ever trained on sandbags and had yet to face a real opponent. The elderly man staggered backward, bloodied and missing a large tooth, exclaiming, "My tooth." He had only a few remaining teeth, relying on them for sustenance. Now, losing one brought him to tears. Chuanyu, feeling guilty, rushed to apologize, but in the chaos, the elder attempted to strike again, only to lose another tooth. "Sir, please refrain from ambushing me. I can hardly control myself," Chuanyu lamented, glancing at the despondent elder and then at her own fists, feeling close to tears herself. How could she strike an old man? Yet it was purely reflexive. "How can you possess such strength?" the elder questioned, bewildered, as he wept. Despite her delicate appearance, this girl was far more formidable than their women. Chuanyu, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and pride, explained, "My mother seldom allowed me outside. When I had free time, I would play with a heavy iron hammer." A heavy iron hammer. The elder and his companions were taken aback. They had thought women of the Jin dynasty were confined to domestic duties. With her pride evident, Chuanyu continued, "I also practice punching bags." Realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent, the elder rallied his companions, declaring, "We must charge together. It is rare to find such beauty. For our prince's sake, we shall fight." In their collective charge, they underestimated Chuanyu's prowess. Although she had mastered only one style of martial arts, her years of practice rendered her exceptionally skilled. Against these untrained men, she easily dispatched them one by one. Despite her remorse, Chuanyu called for passers-by to report the incident to the authorities, ensuring the men were taken to the magistrate. Along the way, she advised them to pursue honest livelihoods and scolded the elder for engaging in such activities at his age, warning him it would bring him misfortune. The district's magistrate was dismissed after being found guilty of exploiting numerous refugees. Chuanyu and the concerned citizens who assisted in apprehending the elder felt a sense of dismay upon hearing the news. With no new magistrate appointed, the county's deputy took charge and ordered their detention. After this tumultuous encounter, Chuanyu arrived late at the dining hall of the girls' school. However, with only a few students present and simple meals being prepared, her friend Chuanwen was already cooking, and Chuanyu eagerly joined her. The school's funding was limited, and while they had initially volunteered to serve meals, they were soon entrusted with the cooking duties due to the absence of a chef. Though their initial culinary endeavors were far from perfect, after many days of practice, they had improved significantly. Nevertheless, Chuanyu was not content with mastering just a few dishes. She diligently researched new recipes almost every day. Chapter 103. Uncle Han Tastes the New Dish by Chuanyu. Today's new dish is charcoal grilled ribs. Chuanyu, apprehensive about her inaugural attempt, prepared only a single plate for Chuanwen to sample. However, Chuanwen quickly excused herself, citing the need to serve lunch to the students. The girls' school managed the midday meal, and as the lunch hour arrived, everyone gathered in the cafeteria. Chuanyu spotted Uncle Han, the doorman, and eagerly waved him over. Uncle Han had been in high spirits, but upon seeing Chuanyu beckoning, a wave of trepidation washed over him at the thought of her new dish, prompting him to turn and flee, forsaking his meal. Yet, Chuanyu was determined not to let this rare opportunity to have her dish tasted slip away, and she hurried after him. "Uncle Han, I assure you, today's dish is exceptionally delicious," Chuanyu exclaimed as she grasped his arm. Uncle Han was taken aback by the strength of this young lady, unable to free himself from her grip as she dragged him toward her plate of new dish. Upon seeing the dark, uninviting food, Uncle Han's face paled. Memories of the discomfort he endured after sampling her previous dishes flooded back, and he quivered as he inquired, "What is this dish?" "Charcoal grilled ribs," Chuanyu replied, pushing the plate closer to him with eager anticipation. "Miss Chuan, please spare this old man."
Uncle Han lamented.
After years of struggling with constipation, he had unwittingly been cured by Chuanyu's culinary experiments. Now, just the sight of her new dish filled him with dread, and he pointed to the other diners in the cafeteria, saying, "Let them eat it. I cannot be the sole victim." At his words, the surrounding students and teachers instinctively distanced themselves, their expressions tense. Chuanyu observed their reaction, concerned they might all refuse to partake. However, she had no intention of subjecting her peers to her cooking, as any ill effects could hinder the students' studies or disrupt the teachers' lessons. As she contemplated the situation, a passing teacher, Tian Nui, gave her a thumbs up, commending her reasoning. Uncle Han, meanwhile, felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that Chuanyu understood the potential repercussions of her dish. Chuanyu continued to persuade him, insisting that Uncle Han was contributing to the school by helping her refine her dish, which would ultimately provide the students with a richer culinary experience and foster future talents who might one day hold official positions. Once Uncle Han heard that these students could potentially ascend to officialdom and that he had once tasted dishes prepared for such future dignitaries, he felt a swell of pride. Encouraged by the supportive gazes around him, he reluctantly took a piece of rib and placed it in his mouth. To his surprise, it was not inedible, though it was somewhat salty, a tad spicy, and slightly bitter, perhaps overcooked. After a prolonged moment, Uncle Han finally managed to utter, "It's not bad, just a bit too salty and spicy." He quickly sought water, eliciting laughter from the onlookers, and Chuanyu promptly poured him a glass. Having survived the meal, Uncle Han settled by the door to resume his watch. The sun warmed the day, and if it weren't for the occasional gurgle from his stomach, it would have been a perfectly satisfying afternoon. just as he was pondering the balance of enjoyment and apprehension regarding his digestive fate. 3 figures approached, a youth of about 16, accompanied by 2 young girls, no older than 8. The youth glanced at the sign of their school and approached, asking, "Excuse me, sir, is there a teacher here named Tianwanin?" Uncle Han scrutinized them for a moment. The boy exuded an air of scholarly demeanor, and the girls possessed pure, bright eyes, resembling one another, likely twins, who looked up at him with hopeful anticipation. "Our mother is Tianwanin," one of the girls stated. "Could you please let her know we have arrived?" The younger girl spoke clearly and confidently, winning Uncle Han's immediate affection. He instructed them to wait at the entrance while he went inside to fetch her. Tianwanin was reviewing her lesson plans for the afternoon when Uncle Han approached, frowning upon hearing that a youth had come with 2 girls. He chided her for being so careless as to allow children to navigate on their own. Even if the boy was nearly of age, an adult should have accompanied them. Since settling in the capital, Tianwanin had sent word home a month prior, asking her longtime servant, Uncle Mei, to bring her 2 daughters to her. As she calculated the days, she expected them to arrive shortly. Yet, why had they come with the boy instead of Uncle Mei? What had become of him? Without divulging too much to Uncle Han, Tianwanin hurried outside to the entrance. Upon arrival, she was greeted by the sight of her daughters, each carrying their own modest bundles, looking travel-worn yet eager. As soon as the girls spotted their mother, tears welled in their eyes, and they rushed into her embrace, calling out "Mother." After hearing their account, Tianwanin learned that upon receiving her letter, they had packed their belongings and set off for the capital. Uncle Wu, the steward from their estate, had mentioned his upcoming trip to the city to deliver New Year goods, and he had kindly offered them a ride. Unfortunately, as they neared the capital, they had become distracted by roadside performances and lost track of Uncle Mei. While a man with a mole on his face had approached them, asking where they were headed, the girls had wisely declined his offer when they sensed his ill intentions. Thankfully, the boy had intervened and helped them reach the school. Tianwanin felt immense gratitude toward the youth and asked for his name and where he lived, promising to express her thanks in person in the future. With a smile, the boy replied, "My name is Su Heng. I merely offered these young ladies a ride. There is no need for thanks. Now that they are safely here, I shall take my leave." Su Heng, having helped the 2 girls, had no expectation of gratitude and chose to depart at an opportune moment. Tianwanin noted his scholarly demeanor and forthright manner, feeling a growing fondness for him and resolving to express her gratitude should their paths cross again. After thanking Uncle Han, she led her daughters into the school, where she had lessons to teach that afternoon, needing to settle them first. Uncle Han watched the youth depart, reflecting on the abundance of good people in the world. Just as he pondered this, his stomach gurgled ominously, and he hurried toward the restroom. The school managed only the midday meal, so after washing the dishes, Chuanwen and Chuanwen found themselves with nothing else to do. In the past, they would spend their afternoons discussing recipes or exploring the market for fresh ingredients for the following day. Chapter 104. Society. Ah, my dear sister, you. What a farce it is. In essence, it is merely a disguised matchmaking attempt. When Chuanwen spoke of this, she pouted, lamenting that her cousin was utterly inept, spending his days amusing himself with birds and walking dogs, and to make matters worse, he was quite unattractive. She had no interest in him whatsoever. Yet her mother was fervently intent on uniting them, insisting on the merits of familial ties. Chuanwen expressed her sympathy for Chuanwen's plight, reflecting on the historical reality that marriage has often been dictated by parental authority and the whims of matchmakers, leaving little room for personal choice. At this point, Chuanwen's thoughts drifted to Su Wuyo, who had gone off to the front lines to fight, pondering what fate might await the 2 of them. As anticipated, Chuanwen was indulging in a feast, while their grandparents looked on, beaming with delight. The truth was that Chuanwen, gnawing on a fragrant chicken foot, exclaimed, "The master who makes these chicken feet has taken on 3 apprentices, all vying for his recipe and eager to show him their respect. The eldest apprentice brought him local delicacies, the second slipped him a red envelope, and the third, not to be outdone, bought him a beautiful maid as a gift." In the end, the old master lost 3 teeth to his formidable wife. The elderly couple from Chongqing Marquis paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Having finished her chicken foot and now savoring stinky tofu, Chuanwen continued, The stinky tofu vendor is particularly fond of cats, yet despite his tender care, they all seem to run away. He was baffled, for he treated them well and fed them daily. How could they not want to stay? He would curse those ungrateful cats. Until one day, he caught sight of a new cat vomiting at the smell of his stinky tofu, staring at him in disbelief as he ate, and then it dawned on him. The previous cats had been driven away by the very aroma of his wares. Chuanwen then speculated whimsically, could it be that those cats thought their owner was so impoverished he was reduced to eating dung, and thus they fled? Another round of laughter erupted from the Chongqing couple. Just then, Chuanyu entered, finding delight in her sister's hearty appetite, though she could only manage a maternal smile and swallow her own saliva. Their grandparents seemed excessively amused. Curious, Chuanyu inquired, "What brings such joy to you, grandfather and grandmother?" Chuanwen turned her gaze towards her, equally puzzled, thinking, have I truly provided such entertainment with my meal? As the laughter subsided, the Chongqing Marquis nearly choked on his tea, prompting Chuanyu to rush over and gently pat his back. Two fools. The elder lady of Chongqing Marquis couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye, questioning, is our dear one so unrestrained in the palace as well? She resolved to visit the temple soon to express gratitude for their family's continued well-being. Oh, it's nothing really. It's just lovely to see one so happy. Our family seldom gathers, so let us relish this reunion with a sumptuous meal. The Chongqing Marquis waved his hand, his joy evident. As the topic of reunion sparked memories of her brother, Chuanwen suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, my brother has already arrived in the capital." Almost forgetting that mischievous scamp, the Chongqing Marquis mused, excellent. He dares to deceive the second prince, and even runs away from home. I've prepared a whip to teach him a lesson about why flowers bloom so beautifully. Unaware of Chuanwen's inner thoughts, Chuanyu eagerly recounted her heroic encounter with human traffickers, detailing how she subdued them and turned them over to the authorities. Chuanwen was amused, giving her sister a thumbs up, while their grandparents appeared somewhat dazed. When did you learn martial arts? The Chongqing Marquis' wife inquired, puzzled by her gentle and composed granddaughter. Chuanyu's excitement faltered as she realized she had forgotten to conceal her secret training. Just as she grappled with how to respond, Chuanwen inadvertently revealed, while others are indoors embroidering, my sister Yu is lifting weights and striking sandbags. The Chongqing couple was momentarily stunned, especially the elder lady, who nearly pinched herself in disbelief. Wasn't their Yu supposed to be graceful and elegant? They could not allow others to discover this, lest she gain a reputation for her fierceness, jeopardizing her prospects for a good marriage. Glancing at the still laughing Chuanwen, the elder lady felt a pang of sorrow and despair, realizing that with Chuanwen around, the truth would eventually come to light. Once again, she experienced the adage, what is a blessing may not be avoided. The Chongqing Marquis pondered why the Minister of Rights was seeking an audience with him, as he rose to exit. However, just then, he heard Chuanwen's inner voice, oh no. They must be here to seek retribution. Those human traffickers my sister turned over to the authorities were envoys from the small Liang kingdom. As he reached the doorway, the Chongqing Marquis nearly stumbled over the threshold, while his wife almost dropped her teacup in shock. Their faces reflected disbelief, though the elder lady bore the burden of composure, as Chuanwen was right beside her. The Chongqing Marquis' retreating figure bore an air of urgency, leaving both sisters puzzled. He was contemplating his promotion to Minister of Rights. Yet the envoys from Liang must not encounter any trouble. Rushing into the front hall, the Minister of Rights anxiously approached him, exclaiming that the Liang envoys had gone missing. I've searched all the places they frequent in East and West streets, yet found no trace. As he spoke, he was on the verge of tears, hesitating to seek Chuanwen's assistance, knowing she had a knack for solving problems. Seeing the Minister of Rights, a grown man, near tears filled Chongqing Marquis with guilt and embarrassment. I heard there were some individuals dressed differently from our great Jean, with heavy accents, who were apprehended and taken to the magistrate's office. Perhaps we should investigate if they are the Liang envoys? The Minister of Rights paused, stunned, and asked incredulously, apprehended and taken to the magistrate's office? However, the Chongqing Marquis strongly urged him to investigate, and even the slow-witted Minister of Rights could sense that the Marquis had heard something from Chuanwen. His demeanor shifted dramatically as he realized they had imprisoned the envoys from Liang. The Minister of Rights quickly bid farewell to the Chongqing Marquis and rushed toward the magistrate's office, his mind racing as he devised a plan. Upon arrival, he would confront the Liang envoys, questioning why they were abducting young ladies in their capital. He must clarify their culpability and assert that the fault lay not with Great Jean, but with the envoys' unprincipled actions. It was imperative that they feel remorse and gratitude for being released.